Chapter 1. In the year 2021, at the launch event of the new MMORPG World of Warcraft, held simultaneously across the globe. Excuse me, let me through. A man, appearing to be in his 20s, struggled through the sea of people, yearning to advance just a little further. He finally managed to squeeze his way to the front of the crowd, disregarding the cacophony of curses hurled at him from behind. With widened eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the enormous screen before him, where the iconic logo of BX Company had already materialized. As the CG animation commenced on the grand display, the clamorous voices of the crowd fell silent. Everyone had gathered here, eagerly awaiting this moment, for it was a moment that might alter the futures of many. The event began with a compilation of all the opening animations from World of Warcraft, each scene evoking cherished memories for those present. Most attendees were devoted players of the legendary MMORPG, World of Warcraft, a game that had once reigned supreme in the online gaming realm. Although many had dabbled in other games, World of Warcraft had always held a sacred place in their hearts. Yet this invincible entity, which had dominated the global online gaming rankings for over a decade, had recently announced its closure and removal. Countless players were left in shock. Before many could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, BX Company unveiled an astonishing announcement. The world's first virtual reality MMORPG had been completed, set against the backdrop of the legendary World of Warcraft. Within a mere minute of this revelation, the news had been shared 90 million times. As the initial shock began to fade, a second wave of astonishment washed over players worldwide. Vigorous discussions erupted in forums, schools, internet cafes, and bustling streets. Regardless of whether one had previously played World of Warcraft, everyone was fervently engaging in conversation. The reason was simple. This was a virtual reality MMORPG, heralding a transformative IT marked the end of an age where gaming was confined to computers with keyboards and mice, viewed through monitors. The advent of the virtual world signified the establishment of humanity's second realm, with implications that could be profoundly global. Chief among these was the potential impact on national economies. To entrepreneurs, the emergence of this second world represented opportunities for investment and profit, inevitably drawing vast influxes of capital. Some might find themselves overnight millionaires, while others could face ruin. Individuals and corporations alike would undoubtedly shift their focus toward this new dimension. Any changes within the game could very well destabilize or even collapse entire national economic systems. Everyone anticipated the arrival of the virtual world, yet no one expected it to come so swiftly. It felt as though the global government had scarcely deliberated or researched the matter before allowing this second realm to come into existence. The underlying reasons remained known only to the highest echelons of leadership, and of course, no one seemed inclined to ponder this conundrum. The CG animation concluded, and a figure appeared on the large screen. For many players, this individual was unfamiliar, yet his opening words captivated everyone's attention. Greetings, everyone. I am the creator of the world brain utilized in the new World of Warcraft. The world brain can be described as the next-generation server, endowed with intelligence, effectively making it an artificial intelligence server. The individual on the screen continued, the new World of Warcraft has been intricately integrated into the world brain by my team and me. It is fundamentally distinct from previous PC games, and I invite you to listen as I elucidate the specifics. As he spoke, he turned to reveal a spherical device, universally recognized as a holographic computer. However, it is incapable of playing games, which is precisely why the world brain was conceived. The device activated, presenting a three-dimensional blueprint for all to see. Please observe. The reason full-spectrum computers cannot be employed in most contexts is that they're composed of lines that if an object intrudes, some light lines will inevitably be obstructed, resulting in a loss of image. In contrast, the new World of Warcraft, supported by the world brain, encounters no such issues. To put it plainly, it is not merely a computer, but an artificially constructed virtual realm, with a world brain serving as its sole overseer. Players do not enter this world in their physical forms. Instead, they engage through a gaming headset controlled by their minds, achieving a virtual immersion indistinguishable from reality. Rest assured, although it possesses intelligence, it adheres to the three fundamental laws of robotics, ensuring that there is no risk of personal harm. Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement. The three fundamental laws of robotics are: 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come harm. 2. A robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. These laws fundamentally ensure the safety of players, as entering the virtual world equates to a direct connection to the brain via the world brain. Should the brain encounter issues, even the mightiest beings would be powerless to intervene. No one wishes to gamble with their life for the sake of a game. The fundamental settings within the game remain unchanged from previous iterations of World of Warcraft, preserving the original 9 classes: warrior, hunter, shaman, paladin, priest, warlock, rogue, mage, and druid, along with the later addition of the Death Knight. The monk class, unique to the Eastern realms, has been omitted, but in the future, we will introduce classes reflective of various national characteristics. Every player will have the opportunity to transition into a unique class, regardless of their previous profession. However, special classes do not imply special abilities. The equilibrium among classes is of utmost importance to us. Each player may maintain only one character at a time, and should one be dissatisfied with their current character, the only recourse is to delete it and start anew. The profession remains unchanged, which is favorable news for the majority of players. Each individual possesses a profession they are most familiar with and fond of, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of wandering astray and eliminating the need to delete and recreate characters in search of a suitable and enjoyable profession. Having discussed professions, we now turn our attention to skills, where significant transformation awaits. Upon creation, each profession will be endowed with a foundational attack skill, such as the mage's fireball or ice arrow, along with 2 randomly assigned skills. These random skills will emerge from the entire repertoire of talents associated with the profession, potentially even including skills from the level 100 tier. However, we have abolished the distinction of races, thereby eliminating racial skills as compensation. The system will assign a unique skill to each player based on their physical attributes, personality traits, and other characteristics reflective of their real-life selves. While some skills may overlap, the probability of repetition is exceedingly low, estimated at approximately 1 in 10,000. Beyond these 4 skills, the system will bestow a few exclusive talent skills upon reaching the 20th level when selecting a career branch. All other skills must be sought out by players during their adventures in the game, whether through defeating bosses or discovering them serendipitously. The lower the skill level, the easier it is to acquire, underscoring the vital role of luck in this endeavor. Upon hearing this new arrangement, players were left dumbfounded. How could one engage in combat, level up, or complete quests without skills? Yet there was a shared understanding among them there was little room for complaint. After all, there was no point in opposing the gaming company. The situation regarding skills is approximately as follows. Lastly, I must convey to everyone 3 crucial settings. World of Warcraft has operated to this day, enduring countless iterations that we have amalgamated all versions prior to the Warlords of Draenor, pruning some elements while simultaneously introducing others. As players ascend in levels, they will encounter numerous past narratives and quests. Notable large-scale dungeons include Kil'jaeden, Illidan, and Archimonde from the level 70 era, the Lich King and the Black Dragonflight at level 80, the Dragon Soul, and Ragnaros at level 85, the Thunder King and the Terrace of Endless Spring at level 90, and the Heimal and Blackrock Foundry at level 100, among others. All of these experiences coexist, allowing players to revel in the joy of previous expansions' dungeons simultaneously. Large raid instances will feature level options, maintaining the minimum level settings as before while introducing an enhancement system, meaning that upon reaching level 100, players can still engage in the level 100 Sunwell or Dragon Soul. Furthermore, all battlegrounds and arena maps from previous versions are fully accessible, albeit with level restrictions. This constitutes the first and most pivotal setting. The second setting pertains to equipment. All purple and orange quality gear can be forged and upgraded, thereby enhancing both item levels and attributes. Imagine wielding a level 100 Shinvale blade. The third, and arguably most significant, setting abolishes the distinction between Alliance and Horde. All players belong to a singular faction, with their primary adversaries being individuals from other nations. Players from each country occupy their own world, reminiscent of the previous server system. Prior to the launch of the Nation War system, all countries operate independently, akin to a parallel universe where the configurations across servers remain identical, devoid of any differences. The only divergences arising post-launch will stem from player actions, as all nations share the same starting point. Moreover, with the elimination of player races, starting points are entirely randomized. Any race's birthplace from the old World of Warcraft could serve as your entry point into the new realm. Players are encouraged to research prior information to familiarize themselves with as many starting locations as possible to avoid being left behind by larger groups. Due to the sheer number of players, new player starting areas will adopt a dungeon system once the population of a particular starting point exceeds 500. An identical instance will activate, functioning like a dungeon, with no interaction among them. However, once players exit the newbie village, they will converge Please exercise caution to prevent any incidents of overcrowding. That is all I wish to share. All changes await your discovery within the game. Farewell. After absorbing all that information, the crowd blinked in contemplation. The man who had squeezed into the front row suddenly paused, then swiftly darted toward the sales counter beneath the big screen. With a signature, a card swipe, and a quick scan of his pupils through the helmet, the entire process was completed in merely 5 seconds. Turning to glance at the sea of people behind him, he let out a light chuckle before gradually departing through the passageway behind the counter. The cacophony of anguished shouts and curses soon followed, as they realized they needed to hasten to purchase the helmets the daily stock was limited, and arriving late would mean waiting until the next day to buy one dot, and the first to rush out and secure a helmet was none other than I, Hong Chun to him. My name is Hong Chun, which sounds just as it is. Many people call me Red Dust. From the orphanage to now, I have grown accustomed to it over the years. In fact, all the usernames I have used in online games have been related to the phrase Red Dust. Yesterday, I had successfully snatched the very first game helmet, and I was so exhilarated that I could hardly sleep that night. Today is June 26th, the day the new World of Warcraft goes live. Checking the time, it was just past 9. The opening was still hours away, scheduled for noon. I decided to seize the opportunity to grab a meal and pick up some supplies. Stripping bare, I stepped into the shower and quickly washed up, then meticulously arranged my hair. Do not misunderstand, I am not a narcissistic individual. My appearance is rather average, and I rely on my hairstyle to enhance my looks. Thus, every time I venture out, I take great care in styling my hair. While I may not attract throngs of admirers, I certainly do not wish to lose face, right? After perfecting my slightly flamboyant hairstyle, I donned a snug blue shirt and jeans, gazing into the mirror. Actually, I do look quite handsome. Stepping outside, I found myself at a loss for what to eat. Shaking my head at the breakfast stalls lining the streets, I resolved to prioritize purchasing supplies. These supplies consisted of long-lasting, compact, yet filling provisions, along with large containers of mineral water. Pushing a shopping cart into the supermarket, I filled it with biscuits, compressed snacks, instant noodles, and sausages without a care for the quantity I was accumulating. Approaching the beverages section, I grabbed 4 large bottles of mineral water. Spotting Red Bull and packaged coffee, I did not hesitate to add several boxes to my cart. At this point, the cart was nearly overflowing. What? Concerned that I might struggle to carry it. There was no need for worry. As a third-generation disciple of the Flowing Wind Fist, I could easily support weights exceeding 200 pounds with one hand. These bags of provisions and water were a mere trifle. The Flowing Wind Fist is a modern martial art style that gained popularity in early 2020, emphasizing strength and speed. In recent years, the new martial arts have become widespread, and Flowing Wind Fist has emerged as a favored choice among many. The term new martial arts refers to the new era martial arts, which began gaining traction in 2020. Practically everyone has taken up this practice, yet few, like myself, have been training since the age of 10. I am an orphan, unaware of my parentage, having grown up in an orphanage where my education also took place. It was not until I turned 10 in 2010 that I first left the orphanage. I was brought to the Dragon Group in China. Yes, you heard it correctly, the Dragon Group. Accompanying me were 50 individuals, and later I learned that I was merely one of many outposts across the nation, 50 in total. Each outpost selected around 50 children, approximately 10 years old, each year. Over the course of 3 years, one by one, they were eliminated, ultimately leaving just one child from each outpost. The remaining 50 children were then transported to another outpost to undergo further training and elimination. After 3 years, only 5 remained. Regrettably, I was not among those 5. I was the 6th, the last child to be eliminated. Regardless of the circumstances, everything I experienced during those 6 years laid the foundation for my future strength, with the Flowing Wind Fist serving as my primary method of offense. Though I was eliminated, the Dragon Group still bestowed upon me numerous benefits. For instance, I was granted the opportunity to join any law enforcement agency in any city, be it the police, special forces, or even the military, entering at high rank. However, I was not inclined toward such paths. Instead, I made a different choice: to accept the $1 million awarded by the Dragon Group and to obtain a Dragon Group identification card. In return, I was obligated to accept missions when the Dragon Group require my services and complete them. In the context of my current life, $1 million is not a substantial amount. Having lived independently since leaving the Dragon Group for 5 years, that sum has nearly dwindled away. Fortunately, the organization also provided me with a modest yet comfortable residence, exempting me from all property fees, utilities, and other expenses. Thus, aside from sustenance, that $1 million holds little utility. After several years without receiving a mission, just as I began to think the Dragon Group had forgotten me, a task arrived: merely a few simple words. Enter NW, strengthen yourself, Await further instructions. NW stand for the New World of Warcraft, an abbreviation for New WoW. Receiving this assignment did not surprise me. The impending impact of NW on the world is monumental, and it is only natural for the government to want to involve itself. Moreover, even if I had not accepted this task, I would have undoubtedly played this game, as I've always been an avid gamer. Since embarking on an independent life, I've spent nearly all my time immersed in games. NW is a virtual online world, and I believe my years of training will prove invaluable. Lost in my thoughts, I unknowingly wandered quite a distance. Got in my way. Move aside. The furious shout from behind jolted me back to reality. Turning to look, I saw a burly man sprinting toward me, repeatedly shouting for others to clear the path. Yet his demeanor did not suggest urgency. He clutched a pink handbag, evidently belonging to a woman who had just exited a bank. It seemed that she had been robbed moments after withdrawing money. How unfortunate for her. Glancing further, I noticed the woman pursuing him not far behind. Observing her running in high heels, I could only shake my head in resignation. Setting down the large plastic bags I was carrying, I turned to the oncoming brute, offering him a disdainful smile and beckoning him with a casual gesture of my fingers. Upon witnessing my smile and demeanor, the burly man momentarily appeared taken aback. Subsequently, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged toward me with fervent aggression. I disregarded the shrill screams and cautions echoing around me. With my left hand clawed, I crouched slightly and swiftly reached back to seize the right hand of the burly man wielding a knife. I delivered a gentle punch to his abdomen, being careful not to exert too much force. After all, any misstep could lead to complications. The man doubled over, and I quickly retracted my fist to grasp his face, then pushed him backward with a firm pressure, causing him to land heavily on the ground. I kicked the dagger from his hand and turned to survey the onlookers, who were all in a state of shock. It was hardly surprising. Had I been an ordinary person, I too would have been left speechless by such a scene. TSK, unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with me. The woman, moving with a speed that barely distinguished her from a stroll, rushed to my side. Clutching her handbag tightly and bowing repeatedly in gratitude, I found myself at a loss for words. So I took out my phone to call the police and gestured for her to remain silent. Thankfully, she complied. Hello, is this the district police station? I have just subdued a robber. Please send someone immediately. The address is. The crowd of spectators gradually dispersed, leaving me and the robbed woman waiting. The unfortunate robber had been knocked unconscious, and I must say, the district police were quite efficient. Within about 5 minutes, a police car arrived before me. Hello, was it you who made the call? A police officer inquired, saluting me. Yes, it was I. This man on the ground attempted to rob this young lady, but I managed to intervene. I have other matters to attend to, so you may ask her for the details. I indicated towards the woman, intending to leave. But the officer stopped me. Good day, sir. As you have subdued this criminal, you are required to accompany us to file a report. I appreciate your cooperation. Though the officer was polite, glancing at the time revealed it was already past 11 o'clock, and I would miss my scheduled event if I lingered. With no other option, I retrieved my Dragon Team credentials and presented them to the officer. Do you recognize this? I'm sorry, I do not, the officer replied. Visibly embarrassed, and I felt equally awkward. Perhaps you could call your precinct chief? Reluctantly, the officer took out his phone, dialed the chief's number, and handed it to me. Beep, beep. Hello, this is Wang Kuan. A deep male voice resonated after 2 rings. I lowered my voice and quietly greeted hello. My code is Drunken Dragon L844-1875889. Please verify first. On the other end, Director Wang Kuan paused momentarily before responding. All right, please hold on. Approximately 15 seconds later, he resumed. Greetings, officer. How may I assist you? I briefly recounted the events and mentioned that I had other tasks at hand, which prevented me from taking notes. Wang Kuan acknowledged my situation. The police officer who answered the call confirmed several times that he understood before hanging up, then turned to me, saluted, and said, Officer, you may leave now. I apologize for any previous oversight. I offered a respectful salute to the police officer, remarking that I too am a formally trained soldier. Much like those in the Dragon Division, which is part of the military structure but directly answers to the nation's highest authority. There is no need for concern. Your actions were entirely appropriate. Should any issues arise, your director may contact me, as he has already acquired my contact information. At that moment, the woman who had just been robbed approached me once more. She had regained her composure and bowed deeply, introducing herself as Shuun. Thank you very much for your assistance earlier. Upon closer inspection, I realized she was quite young, perhaps no older than 22 or 23, only slightly my senior. She possessed a striking beauty, undeniably captivating. I reassured her twice that it was no trouble at all before turning to leave. After all, time waits for no one. And I could not afford to miss the game launch. In hindsight, I reflected on how rather unremarkable I had felt during that encounter. The police officer, noticing the number of items I was carrying, insisted on escorting me to the base of the building. Fortunately, his assistance proved invaluable. Otherwise, I might have indeed run out of time. As I placed the items in the refrigerator and settled onto my bed, donning my gaming headset, I heard the system notification. Ding, system announcement. The new World of Warcraft is about to launch in 5 minutes. Ding, system announcement. The new World of Warcraft will launch in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Before my eyes turned white, in the next instant, the melodious voice of the system resonated in my ears, welcoming me to the new realm of World of Warcraft. Please select your class. Warrior, I proclaimed without hesitation. To safeguard those around me with a robust arm, this singular notion made the warrior my unequivocal choice. Having traversed numerous online games, I realized that I had invariably opted for the warrior class. In the original World of Warcraft, my favored vocation was also that of a warrior, specifically a protection warrior. Though its damage output may not be formidable, the class boasts a formidable health pool, resilient plate armor, and a physique as unyielding as iron, embodying the very essence of my ideal self as it stands guard over others. Ding. Class, Warrior. Are you certain? Confirmed. Ding. Class, Warrior has been confirmed. Please select whether to adjust your appearance with a fluctuation range of 10%. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to keep a low profile, especially since I bore the weight of my nation's mission upon arriving at NW. It is merely a game after all. A little imperfection matters not. Resolutely, I opted for a 10% reduction, requesting no additions such as baldness, wrinkles, or acne. Ding, confirmed. Proceeding with facial skeletal adjustments, without altering primary facial features. Truly, the supreme brain of artificial intelligence comprehends such commands. Ding, facial adjustments complete. Commencing the generation of random skills, initial skills, and special skills. Special skills? They should pertain to abilities tailored to individual characteristics. Given my physique, I speculated they would not be lacking. As I pondered, the system notification arrived. Ding, skill generation complete. Initial skill, Brave Strike, consumes 30 rage, delivering a powerful attack to the target with 103% damage, generating substantial threat. This skill does not count towards public cooldown time. Random skill, Titan's Grasp, passive skill, allowing the use of two-handed weapons with one hand, when wielding a two-handed weapon one-handed. Attack strength decreases by 10%. Vengeance, 9-second cooldown, instantly attacking one primary and two additional enemies, dealing double damage to the main target and equivalent damage to secondary targets. Generating 20 rage points. Each dodge or block reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. Special skill, Gale Divine Power, passive effect, permanently increasing attack strength and speed by 100%. Active effect, temporarily enhancing attack strength and speed by 300% for 1 minute. My goodness. Upon hearing this, I leapt up in excitement. The initial skill, Brave Strike, was anticipated, as it is the quintessential attack skill for a warrior. However, the combinations of the random Titan's Grasp and the special Gale Divine Power were extraordinarily formidable. Although the attack speed of two-handed weapons is slower, if wielded as a two-handed sword, it would be approximately 2/3 the speed of a one-handed sword. Yet the base damage is significantly higher. Coupled with Gale Divine Power, the attack speed could surpass that of one-handed weapons. While wielding a two-handed weapon one-handed incurs a 10% reduction in attack strength, the passive enhancement from Gale Divine Power compensates for this, rendering the reduction negligible. Thus, even as a defensive warrior, my offensive capabilities became terrifyingly potent. The skill Vengeance, with its high damage output, is well known among seasoned players of classic World of Warcraft. In the early stages, this skill, combined with Shield Slam and Execute, could easily eliminate foes. Although I currently lack the other two skills, the high output provided by the passive abilities is no trifling matter. Dispatching adversaries would be effortless. However, this is not the moment for excitement. The timing of the new game's launch is crucial. As the player base expands, it is imperative to maintain a leading edge to avoid competition for monsters. Those gaming enthusiasts who can remain awake for 48 consecutive hours, along with studio employees and professional players, are not to be underestimated. A moment's inattention could leave one far behind. Presently, one cannot ascertain where they will spawn, making it vital to enter the game swiftly to seize the opportunity for monsters. I silently chanted my intention to enter the game, and in a flash of white light, I found myself immersed in the game world. Before I could take in my surroundings, a system prompt chimed in. Ding. Welcome, player, to the new World of Warcraft. This is your first login. Please confirm your game ID. I had forgotten to choose a name. I had anticipated this moment and, without hesitation, responded, Drunken Dust. Ding. ID confirmed, Drunken Dust. Available for use. Please select your initial weapon. Given that you possess the Titan's Grip passive skill, you may choose both a two-handed weapon and a shield. Choosing a two-handed sword and a shield was a no-brainer. How could I pass up such an advantage offered by the system? The two-handed sword had always been my favorite. With a chime, it seemed the equipment had been placed in my inventory. I mentally commanded the inventory to open, and a three-dimensional holographic image appeared before me, though it was invisible to others. Inside lay a rather unremarkable two-handed sword and an equally plain small round shield. Along with 10 pieces of bread generously gifted by the system, my only means of health restoration in the early stages. I swiftly equipped the two items, and in the blink of an eye, they were strapped to my back. With a mere thought, I wielded the sword in one hand and the shield in the other, fully armed without any need to reach behind me. Just as I secured my weapons, the system prompt chimed once more. Ding. System notification. Player Drunken Dust is using the gaming device 01 helmet. The system has granted you the item Endless Fruit Basket. Please check your inventory. Another chime indicated that I had received the item. With a sense of fortune, I opened my inventory to examine the Endless Fruit Basket. The Endless Fruit Basket is a food item that allows the user to retrieve a piece of fruit each time it is used. Consuming it restores 20% of health and mana per second for 30 seconds, and it can only be used outside of combat. Upon my arrival, I promptly discarded the 10 small loaves of bread, which I had previously cherished, for they now held no value. Words are futile. It is time to commence the hunt for creatures. I stowed away all interfaces and surveyed my surroundings, discovering both good and bad news. The good news is that this is a spawning point for blood elves, one of the locations I am most familiar with. The bad news is that it is teeming with players, all vying to slay the mana WIRMS, these initial monsters. Several of the early quests require the defeat of these ethereal creatures. However, I have no desire to compete with them. While undertaking quests certainly accelerates leveling, I inadvertently stumbled upon a significant alteration while perusing the official website. The experience points awarded for defeating designated quest monsters, rare creatures, and bosses have been greatly increased. Designated quest monsters include those associated with bounty quests or unique task creatures that exist singularly at any given time. The experience gained from defeating them is approximately 20 times that of a standard monster of the same level, with rare creatures yielding even more, around 50 times. As for bosses, their experience is unfathomable. Even the weakest boss offers 100 times the experience of a typical monster of the same level. Elite monsters in dungeons in the wild also provide roughly 30 times the experience. However, in the early stages, solo players generally struggle against elite monsters of equivalent level. Teaming up resembles the dynamics of the previous iteration of World of Warcraft, where experience is shared, thus not significantly hastening progress compared to questing. Observing the players around me, most remain preoccupied with the mana WIRMS, seemingly still engaged in the initial quests. Ignoring their presence, I proceeded directly northward. Those familiar with this area would recognize that north leads to a uniquely designed structure inhabited by elemental creatures. Atop this edifice rests a humanoid creature, apparently a wanted fugitive of sorts, whose strength is quite feeble, likely around level 6 or 7. Yet, according to the official site, he qualifies as a designated quest monster. Slaying him equates to vanquishing 20 creatures of level 6 or 7. What quest could rival the experience gained from defeating him once? Furthermore, the respawn rate of monsters in the novice village is remarkably swift, making it entirely feasible to camp and await his reappearance. Lost in thought, I soon found myself beneath the bridge-like structure, and as I glanced around, I could not suppress a smirk. Indeed, there was no one in sight. Everyone else was still busy hunting mana WIRMS. Armed with my weapon and shield, I charged towards the nearest elemental creature. I held little interest in learning its name, as they were all marked in yellow. Even if I refrained from attacking, they would not engage me. Initiating with a standard attack, I swiftly executed a vengeance move the moment my sword struck, delivering a rapid thrust that seemed to be the hallmark of this retaliatory action. The new World of Warcraft is a far cry from its predecessors, while skills automatically trigger actions. Unfamiliarity with the nuances of skill execution can lead to significant issues in chaining abilities, resulting in potential gaps in 1's gameplay. While this may not be a concern when battling monsters, it poses a considerable challenge in player-versus-player encounters, thus emphasizing the importance of cultivating good habits from the outset. The speed of the thrust and recovery from vengeance was remarkable. As I retracted my weapon, I effortlessly executed another sweeping strike. The two-handed greatsword felt as light as a mere stick in my hands, likely due to the substantial attack speed enhancement granted by my unique skill, Gale Force. Observing others engaged in combat with two-handed weapons, it was apparent that they exerted far more effort. With a reverse ordinary attack executed, I promptly transitioned to my next skill, Heroic Strike, allowing my body to relax and let the skill guide me. Raising my greatsword with one hand, I delivered a powerful downward slash. This technique proved straightforward. As I inflicted damage with my basic attack, I seamlessly activated the skill, a tactic known as button timing, common in many games. In World of Warcraft, numerous skills inflict instantaneous damage, meaning they do not synchronize with basic attacks. Given the limited skills available in the early stages, employing this method maximizes damage output. One by one, the elemental creatures succumbed at my feet, and I grew increasingly proficient with my skills. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the area, I too advanced to level 3, demonstrating that defeating higher-level monsters indeed accelerates experience gain. Before me stood the designated quest monster. I opened my attributes panel to assess my current stats, only to discover another significant alteration in the new World of Warcraft. To my astonishment, an attribute allocation system had been introduced. I found myself endowed with 12 free attribute points, seemingly awarded 4 points per level. My base attributes were all set at 3, and my novice equipment bore no additional stats. This indicated that with each level gained, all attributes would receive an increment. With the maximum level now set at 100, I would have a total of 400 points to allocate, which was rather modest. I needed to allocate these points judiciously, so I resolved to continue slaying monsters for the moment. I then began to observe the pitiful creature that would meet its demise at my hands countless times. It was a humanoid being of average stature, bordering on frail, armed with a dagger, though little more could be discerned. Its health was relatively high, exceeding 600, and I found myself somewhat disheartened by my own measly 190 points of health. As a plate armor class, I started with a mere 100 health points, with each point of stamina contributing 30 to my maximum health. Without any attribute points allocated, my health remained woefully low. Nonetheless, within NW, I could employ tactics such as blocking, parrying, and dodging to leverage my agility, making the confrontation with this lesser foe seem relatively safe. Resolute in my decision, I approached without hesitation. Being in the starting area, all creatures were marked in yellow, allowing me to confidently close the distance for a critical strike. This system represented a new feature. If an attack struck a monster's vital region, such as the head or heart, it would yield substantial damage, surpassing even critical hits. Should I possess the skill to decapitate the creature or pierce its heart, a one-hit kill notification would ensue. The monster, being humanoid, had clear vulnerabilities. I compared my greatsword against its slender neck with a sense of anticipation, hoping to avoid an instant defeat, as that would indeed be entertaining. No longer hesitating, I immediately employed the familiar technique of striking with my weapon, a combination of basic attacks and skills, delivering a direct slash aimed at the creature's neck. A resounding clang echoed as my weapon collided with the monster's throat, momentarily stunning me. Goodness, is your neck made of steel? It's no wonder I was left exasperated. Imagine wielding a blade against someone's neck only to find it dull. Ah, cursed creature, how dare you inflict pain upon me? Watch as I bring you to your demise. Enraged, I retaliated, and the monster, having endured my strikes, was equally furious, letting out a fierce roar before lunging at me with its dagger. Having gained 10 points of rage from my initial slash, I figured that successfully blocking this strike would grant me an additional 5 points. Upon completing the block, I would unleash a vengeful strike, followed by another slash, accumulating a total of 45 rage points. The valiant strike would require 30 points, and evading the next attack would grant me 5 more. A subsequent slash would enable yet another valiant strike, followed by either a dodge or a parry, allowing my revenge skill to cool down for a small cycle. A single basic attack had already dealt around 20 points of damage. and estimating the cycle to consist of 2 valiant strikes, 1 revenge, and 3 basic slashes, I could potentially inflict approximately 170 damage. Quickly running through my plan in my mind, I seamlessly executed each sequence. The strategy proved successful as the monster moved sluggishly. After completing the entire cycle, I had dealt a total of 180 damage, and with its 600 health, I could vanquish it in no more than 4 cycles. In just under 30 seconds, the health bar above its head finally vanished. Despite accidentally taking a couple of hits and losing over 60 health points, its high level inflicting considerable damage, I leveled up to 5 upon its defeat, restoring my lost vitality. Unfortunately, it dropped nothing substantial, merely 3 copper coins, which I promptly collected and stored in my backpack. Upon raising my gaze, I was startled to see the creature's corpse still present on the ground, only to witness it respawning before me. How fortuitous, as rapid respawns would expedite my leveling process. Without further hesitation, and fully healed, I prepared to confront it again. "Ah, you again. I shall slay you." But why do I say again? The creature's words caused a shiver to run down my spine. After defeating it once more, I leveled up to 6, achieving 13% of the experience required for my next ascent. Each advancement demanded a greater amount of experience than the last. The disparity between levels widened as one ascended. My previous 2-level gain had yielded less than a single level's worth of experience this time, and after a few more kills, I anticipated my experience points would dwindle. With each successive defeat, my hands grew weary from the relentless battle, yet I ultimately reached level 10. The final kill granted me roughly 5% of the required experience, indicating that further grinding was futile. Just then, a group of players approached from behind, clearly the first wave to undertake the task of slaying this creature. A gaggle of them stared blankly at the corpses strewn across the ground, then glanced at the number 10 hovering above my head, their mouths agape in astonishment. With a casual flourish, I decided it was time to depart, turning elegantly before leaping to the side. Do not misconstrue my actions. I was not seeking self-destruction. Although dying incurs no loss of experience, there exists a probability of dropping equipment upon death, whether from my inventory or equipped gear. Additionally, the system assigns a 15% pain threshold, and I had no desire to experience that. My leap was purposeful, aimed at a pond below. Jumping from a height into water does not deplete health, and self-harm is not my idea of amusement. Above, the group remained frozen in disbelief, gazing at their own numbers, 6 or 7, before returning their attention to my 10, left speechless. They erupted into shouts, charging towards the pitiful experience fountain, commencing a new wave of devastation. I opened my inventory to discover an impressive shield, green quality, suitable for level 10. Compared to my previous armor, it boasted an increase of 15 points in armor value. Each 100 points of armor reduces damage by approximately 1%. Do not underestimate this 1%. By level 100, one could easily accumulate several thousand points of armor, especially since I am a plate armor class. At that point, the damage reduction would be significant. For now, I was particularly intrigued by its second attribute, which reduced damage taken by 10 points after a block. Both blocking and parrying do not guarantee the absence of damage. The likelihood of sustaining damage remains at 50%, with the inflicted damage being half of the normal amount. Parrying is only effective against physical weapons, while the hunter's arrows and bullets are included, and blocking can also mitigate spells. At this juncture, my level certainly placed me among the elite. As I ventured forth, it would take approximately 5 minutes to reach the ruins of Silvermoon City, and I needed to contemplate my attribute points wisely. Having departed from my birthplace, I finally emerged into the vast world. With a flash of white light, I found myself standing at the bridge leading to the ruins of Shadowmoon City. As I surveyed my surroundings, a smile crept across my face. Indeed, there was no one in sight. Here, there exist designated task monsters of relatively weaker strength, rendering the completion of tasks unnecessary. I traversed half of that lengthy bridge before leaping down. Before me stood a circular edifice. At the entrance of the grand hall awaited a task monster, a wanted creature, quite similar to the previous one, albeit at a higher level. However, this was no longer the birthplace. It would take no less than 30 seconds for it to respawn after being vanquished. Fortunately, the hall was teeming with monsters, with a modicum of caution in my movements. I anticipated no difficulties. Lost in thought, I approached the vicinity of the monster. Suddenly, I heard the unmistakable clanging of weapons striking armor, indicating that someone was quicker than I. I instinctively quickened my pace. Before me stood a paladin, besieged by a throng of monsters. Nevertheless, He stood firm upon one of the signature skills of a protection paladin, consecration, transforming the ground beneath him into a sanctified realm of light. Using the power of the divine to strike at foes standing upon this hallowed ground, I observed as he was surrounded by more than a dozen creatures. Steadfastly standing on the consecrated ground, one hand raised defensively with his shield to block the oncoming assaults, while the other hand continuously summoned the signature healing skill of a holy paladin, holy light, to restore his own vitality. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This individual was truly dedicated to leveling up. Glancing at the level hovering above his head, it read 9. Not higher than my own. It appeared that his method was not as efficient as mine. Hey, brother, need assistance? Huh, who are you calling brother? I'm a girl. Taken aback by her response, I realized I had not observed her closely enough, judging by her voice and the absence of an Adam's apple. She was indeed a young woman. She had amassed quite a collection of items from her monster hunts, a helmet, breastplate, leg guards, boots, and a cloak. She seemed to possess nearly everything. As a paladin, her gear was plate armor, which concealed her figure quite adequately. My apologies, I didn't look closely enough. Beautiful lady, do you require assistance? How can you help? You're my level weight. You're actually higher than I am. How did you train? The young woman stood amidst a group of nearly defeated mindless monsters, having activated a consecration to engage in conversation with me. I scratched my head, momentarily setting aside other concerns. Observing your fervent dedication, it is evident that you aspire to level up swiftly. Let us join forces. I shall deal the damage while you maintain the enmity of the monstrous horde. My efficiency in dispatching foes is commendable, and our cooperation will surely surpass the speed of solitary endeavors. As the last of the creatures fell beneath our feet, the young lady clapped her hands and remarked, "This sounds promising. Your level surpasses mine, which surely indicates your prowess." With that, she extended a party invitation to me. Ding. Player Falling Petals has sent you a party invitation. Falling Petals, such a melancholic name. Greetings, I am Drunken Red Dust. I introduced myself, extending my hand for a brief handshake before we delved into strategies for monster hunting. There are quite a few creatures here. I believe we can effectively segment them into 3 waves, each consisting of over 10 foes. Do you think you can withstand that? Falling Petals nodded in agreement, signaling her readiness to continue, suggesting that this was indeed her method for clearing the monsters. I nodded in agreement and continued, stating that if you were to tackle it solo, dividing it into 3 waves would align perfectly with the respawn time. However, if I were to contribute, the time would undoubtedly decrease significantly. During the intervals, we could engage the task-related monsters, which would yield experience equivalent to 20 times that of the smaller creatures. Upon hearing these words, Luowa suddenly realized how you had leveled up. I had no objections, so let us commence. This girl, indeed, possesses a spirited nature. Her voice is quite melodious, yet her demeanor is rather masculine. Nevertheless, as she declared the beginning, how could I lag behind? With a swift pat on my backside, I prepared to engage. Luowa was eager to start, yet I had yet to allocate my attribute points, so I hurriedly detained her. Upon inquiry, I discovered that she, too, had not assigned her points. According to her, she aspired to play as a healing knight, and with uncertainty surrounding the future ability to respec, she refrained from indiscriminately distributing her points. My situation was considerably simpler. As a tank warrior, my focus rested solely on strength and stamina. The primary attributes consist of strength, agility, intellect, spirit, and stamina, while the secondary attributes include haste, critical strike, mastery, splash, and versatility. Only primary attributes can be augmented through points, whereas secondary attributes are acquired through items, skills, and equipment. Each point in strength and agility enhances attack power by 1, with agility additionally increasing critical strike chance by 1 in 1,000. Strength contributes 5 points to armor value, and intellect influences spell potency, with each point adding 1 to spell strength and 20 to mana, whether one is a damage dealer or a healer. The effectiveness of skills is directly influenced by spell strength. The sole function of spirit is to enhance mana regeneration both in and out of combat, which I, as a warrior, completely disregard. Stamina, akin to endurance in the classic World of Warcraft, solely increases maximum health, making it indispensable for a tank warrior. Setting aside secondary attributes for now, the allocation of my free points between strength and stamina indeed posed a dilemma. It is a well-known fact that the T-class does not excel in damage output but is resilient. Thus, increasing health is crucial. Insufficient damage output is unacceptable. especially given my fiery temperament. After considerable contemplation, I ultimately resolved to adopt a 3-to-1 distribution. Strength would enhance attack power while simultaneously increasing armor value, thereby not sacrificing damage and bolstering survivability. Stamina merely augments health, and though each level only contributes 1 point, equating to 30 additional health, lower health is still lower health. Armor value and skill can adequately compensate for any shortcomings in health. With determination, I promptly allocated my 40 free attribute points, investing 30 in strength and 10 in stamina. Indecision is not my nature. Upon finalizing my attribute points, I surveyed my overall stats and felt as though I had transformed entirely. Name: Drunken Red Dust class. Warrior level: 10 primary attributes. Strength: 40, agility: 10, intellect: 10, spirit: 10, stamina: 20. Secondary attributes: none health: 700. Rage maximum: 100 attack power, 50 armor value, 230, capable of mitigating 2-3 damage from monsters of the same level. Critical strike chance: 1 critical strike damage, 150 skills acquired. Heroic strike: consumes 30 rage, delivering a powerful attack to the target, inflicting 133 damage, generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards shared cooldowns. Titan's Grip, passive skill, enabling the single-handed use of two-handed weapons. When wielding a two-handed weapon with one hand, attack power decreases by 10%. Vengeance, cooldown of 9 seconds. Instantly attacking 1 primary and 2 additional enemies, dealing double normal damage to the primary target and normal damage to the secondary targets, generating 20 rage. Each dodge or block reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. Gale Force, passive effect, permanently increasing attack power and attack speed by 100%. Active effect, enhancing attack power and attack speed by 300% for 1 minute. Equipment: weapon, novice two-handed sword, damage, 5 to 10, durability, 8-2100, offhand, intact round shield, green quality. Armor, 30, damage reduction after block, 10, durability, 100,100. Special item, endless fruit basket, food item, allows the extraction of 1 fruit per use. Consuming restores 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds, usable only outside of combat. Currency, 93 copper coins. Behold this lamentable assortment of equipment. I find myself quite disheartened. After an exhausting session, all I managed to acquire was a modest round shield, with nary a weapon in sight. In stark contrast, one can observe the illustrious Lu Hua, who, regardless of the attributes of her gear, is adorned in splendid attire. I, however, am clad only in the meager garb bestowed upon novices, my trousers and shoes utterly devoid of attributes, merely serving the function of modesty. With a sigh, I tucked away this sorrowful inventory and greeted Lu Hua, who promptly began to maneuver and draw aggro from nearby monsters. It is undeniable that this young lady is no novice. Her positioning is adept. While she adeptly draws the attention of the creatures, she raises her shield to deflect their incoming assaults. In no time, a third of the monsters in the hall have converged around Lu Hua. The ensuing battle unfolds, accompanied by the anguished cries of the creatures. Yet, it is somewhat painful to witness the parade of assorted weapons, a dagger, a longsword, and various blunt instruments, landing blow after blow upon Lu Hua. Without hesitation, I unleashed my weapon after a brief moment of sacrifice, charging forward with my continuous stabbing technique. One by one, the monsters emitted agonizing cries as they fell in rapid succession. After approximately a minute, a dozen creatures lay defeated. Judging by the health of the last monster I vanquished, it would take at least 3 to 4 minutes for Lu Hua to eliminate a wave of monsters solely through her sacrifices. Yet, astonishingly, within that minute, Lu Hua relentlessly utilized Holy Light Flash. Could it be that her healing did not consume mana? It seemed she sensed my confusion and promptly revealed one of her skills, which illuminated my doubts. Divine Wisdom, talent skill, passive effect. The next spell cast after each spell does not consume mana. The mana cost for all spells is reduced to 1/3 of the previous consumption. Active effect. With immense wisdom, all spells can be cast without mana cost for 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. What an extraordinary ability! Who could remain indifferent upon witnessing such a skill? Surely, one must possess considerable intellect to be bestowed with such a game-breaking skill by the system. Lu Hua chuckled and replied, "Well, it's a gift from the system, and I intend to seize it. Besides, I've always aspired to be the strongest healer in NW. Such ambition, joking aside, with a skill like that, Becoming the top healer is indeed within her reach. Even if her execution falters slightly, she can easily compensate. Moreover, judging from earlier, her skills were impeccable. Her monster drawing technique rivaled that of many top-tier tank players. She was dedicated to playing a healing paladin, which surely meant her healing skills must be proficient as well. With Li Hua possessing such a skill, I remained unperturbed, fully healed, and continued to draw and slay monsters without hesitation. With only 2 waves left, it took mere minutes to dispatch them all. Now, the entire hall was left with just the quest monster. However, it seemed rather harmless. I preferred to handle it solo while Li Hua healed me, allowing me to unleash continuous damage output. Your turn, then mine, your turn, then mine, we alternated seamlessly. The monster, with over 1,000 health points, could not withstand our assault for long. After executing 7 or 8 cycles of my technique, its health bar was depleted. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the most exhilarating moment. Gazing at the multitude of corpses, I couldn't suppress a smile. Copper coins, copper coins, copper coins. Wait, a green 2-handed sword. I couldn't help but feel relieved as I finally unearthed the coveted green 2-handed sword. Would I really have to charge to level 20 wielding a novice weapon? At that moment, Li Hua spoke up. Why have you been holding a shield while wielding a 2-handed sword? Did you randomly acquire the Titan's grip or some special skill? As I rummaged through the remains, I responded to the grip of Titan, revealing my unique skill, the Tempest's Might. This ability boasts a passive effect that permanently enhances my attack strength and speed by 100%, while its active activation grants a staggering 300% boost to both attributes for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 hours. The revelation of such a formidable skill left Falling Flower utterly astonished. Goodness, your skill surpasses mine. Just imagine the immense DPS output. I am not aiming for DPS. I retorted, I am a steadfast tank, no further explanation needed. Upon hearing this, Falling Flower's expression shifted dramatically. A top-tier DPS tank, if executed flawlessly, would indeed be extraordinary. In dungeons, battlegrounds, and arenas, there would be no flaws to exploit. Then, with a loud voice, she exclaimed, Drunken red dust, let me accompany you. Once I reach level 20, I shall transition to a healing paladin. The pace of leveling will undoubtedly decline thereafter, and I refuse to be left behind. Allow me to be your dedicated healer, what do you say? At her words, my hands ceased their exploration of the remains, and I contemplated deeply. Indeed, upon reaching level 20 and transitioning classes, although my output would be impressive, I would still be a tank. This game, NW, is not one to be mastered alone. With a dedicated healer possessing such extraordinary skills, our leveling efficiency would undoubtedly soar, and tackling dungeons would become significantly easier. Furthermore, as I harbored additional quests, having more companions would surely facilitate future endeavors. After much contemplation, I found no fault in this idea and promptly responded affirmatively. I believe our collaboration will indeed yield far greater efficiency. Are you playing solo, or do you have friends accompanying you? There are 3 of us in total. All seasoned players from the old World of Warcraft, 2 females and 1 male. The couple among us is uncertain of their designated starting locations, as they were assigned randomly. We plan to reconnect this evening, and I am hopeful we can gather together. Hearing my agreement, Luo Hua expressed delight. So, 3 of us, you are a paladin. And what about the other 2? As our numbers increase, the importance of coordination among us becomes paramount, and having prior knowledge of each other's classes will certainly prove advantageous. One of us is a versatile rogue capable of mastering all 3 talent trees, while the other is a specialized frost mage. It is quite amusing that we 3 have come together. I am inclined to play as a healing paladin, while the couple is not fond of tank roles. Fortuitously, we have encountered you. Otherwise, we would have to continuously seek random groups for dungeons. This arrangement is fortuitous, as we seem to have no significant conflicts regarding our roles. It would be ideal to have a shaman or a hunter to complete a perfect 5-man team. The prospect of playing together with familiar faces is exciting. I anticipate that the synergy among us will be commendable. The only aspect we seem to lack is a degree of mutual acclimatization. In the new version, the restrictions on wearing plate and mail armor have been lifted, allowing plate classes to don their armor from the outset, while hunters and shamans can likewise use mail armor right away. As we chat and get to know each other better while battling waves of monsters, I find my equipment steadily improving. At this point, I am genuinely looking forward to meeting Luawa's 2 friends. The experience of teaming up with acquaintances for dungeon runs and leveling should indeed be quite delightful. As Huahua and I continued our gaming session, I lost track of time. only realizing that night had fallen. The time in NW mirrors that of the real world, meaning that regardless of the country, the in-game time aligns perfectly with reality. During our gameplay, we encountered numerous items, most of which were rather mundane, providing only minimal enhancements such as additional armor. Aside from the formidable two-handed sword I had just acquired, there were no other green items. However, I did come across 2 skill books. One was a universal warrior skill, Charge, which allows the user to close the distance of 2 to 15 meters rapidly, stunning the target for 1 second while generating 10 rage points, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Naturally, I accepted it without hesitation. The other book, Backstab, designed for rogues, inflicts damage equivalent to 150 of attack strength, consuming combo points, with each point contributing an extra 50 to the damage. I decided to gift this one to Huawei as friend. While Charge is not considered an advanced skill, Backstab certainly holds significant value. Acquiring such a skill early on guarantees a substantial increase in DPS. I swiftly cast Charge and was about to examine my attributes when I suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing reverberated. I had been ambushed. Emerging from the shadows was a diminutive, unscrupulous figure, a rogue, equipped with the stealth skill, a powerful asset for assassinating foes and evading danger. Although not highly leveled, its practicality is undeniable. Impressive reflexes, but you should surrender that Backstab skill book if you wish to escape unscathed, the rogue taunted. Lacking in displayed ID, yet demonstrating an adeptness in their ambush aimed directly at my neck. With a smirk, I mimicked his tone. I desire your undergarments. It would be wise for you to hand them over if you wish to remain intact. In duels where skills are limited, mindset and maneuverability become paramount. I have never shied away from PvP encounters, especially in NW, where my real-world knowledge and skills can be applied. Attempt to rob me? You would live to regret it. Hua, on the side, let out a scoff, yet chose not to elaborate further, displaying her astuteness by recognizing my intentions. I had almost forgotten about the young lady beside me. Otherwise, I would have certainly said something else to provoke him. Ah, there's a girl. Come, my dear. Join me. I am a member of the Werewolf Guild, and I assure you that whatever you desire shall be yours. To my surprise, this fellow was not angered by my words. Instead, he began to tease Luowa. Really? I want your underwear. Now, take it off for me. Luowa said with a playful blink, which truly infuriated the rogue. Bastard, how dare you? Our werewolf members are on their way. Let us see how far you can run. The rogue shouted at us with a flushed neck. Unlike the previous World of Warcraft, players in NW can freely engage in combat, with the exception of safe zones. If one successfully kills another, their kill value increases for every player killed. The kill value rises by 10. One can eliminate 1 point of kill value after being online for half an hour, meaning one must spend at least 5 hours in the game to clear the consequences of a single kill. If a player has a kill value, their name turns red, and they cannot hide their ID. Should they inflict damage on another, the victim is granted a 30-minute window to retaliate without penalty. If a player dies while in a red state, they lose 50 levels of experience, and the drop rate for items in their possession and backpack increases to 70%, while the normal death drop rate is only 30%. If a non-red player kills a red player, they gain 1 point of justice value, although its specific use remains unclear. Hence, few dare to engage in killing or looting while bearing the risk of a red name, since he refrained from attacking me. I too had no inclination to kill him. Earlier, when he attempted to ambush me, I successfully parried his attack without sustaining any damage. A red-named player cannot enter a city. Now, both Luohua and I have reached level 15, and I am not far from level 16. After level 15, one can venture into the first dungeon in the capital city of Orgrimmar, the Rage Fire Chasm. A red-named player must wait at least 5 hours before re-entering the city, which is a significant waste of time. Let us log off for now and grab a bite to eat tonight. I plan to join your friends for an all-nighter in the Rage Fire Chasm. Luowa understood my intentions and readily agreed. All right, I'll give them a call, and we can log back on in an hour. Please share your number with me for easy contact. Okay, jot this down. 139XXXXXXXX. The thief beside us, observing our engrossed conversation, was utterly exasperated and began to curse vehemently. However, in NW, such outbursts are not prohibited, and we chose to disregard him entirely, treating him as though he were Mirir. He lacked the audacity to strike first, thus resorting to verbal venting. Ding. Exiting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment I removed my helmet, the sound of my stomach growling filled the air. After an entire day without sustenance, It was hardly surprising. I swiftly rose to prepare instant noodles, accompanied by ham sausage and pickled vegetables, pouring hot water with remarkable speed. I powered on my old desktop and streamed the latest American drama I had been watching. Enjoying my noodles while immersed in the show was quite a leisurely affair. By the time I finished an episode, I had nearly consumed my meal, and noticing the time, I decided to take a shower. The sweltering summer heat was stifling, and despite the air conditioning, the temperature remained uncomfortably high. An hour passed in a blur, and at last, I received a call from Luowa. Upon seeing her name flash on the screen, I was surprised to discover she was also from Exe City. As I answered, her melodious voice greeted me. "Ah, Drunken Dust. You two hail from Exe City? What a coincidence." "Yes, indeed. Quite the coincidence. Are you preparing to log in?" I will log in, but be prepared. I suspect there may be some of those werewolf types lurking nearby." Luowa was astute, recognizing the importance of such details. Skill books are crucial resources in the early stages, especially for a guild. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will log in. By the way, how are your two friends faring? They are both nearing level 15, and they are close to Orgrimmar, one at the orc spawn point and the other at the troll spawn point. I can hardly believe that we are so distanced. Very well then, let us log in. We shall resolve matters here first before regrouping. There won't be many who reach level 15 at this stage, so we must act swiftly. Okay, see you in the game. After hanging up, I reclined on my bed, donned my helmet, and basked in the soothing air conditioning. The temperature was just right, and the night was not excessively warm. Maintaining this position through the night should pose no challenge. Ding! Welcome to the new World of Warcraft. In NW, a team does not disband simply because members log off unless it is done voluntarily. Therefore, I remained in the team, now assuming the role of captain. Moments later, a flash of white light signaled Luowa's arrival. "Hey, Drunken Dust." Luowa's delightful personality shone through. Despite having only met me that afternoon, she treated me like an old friend. "Shoo, there is someone keeping watch behind that building, and it seems they are dozing off. Let us not wake them. We should move quietly." I made a gesture for silence and pointed towards the corner of the wall on the right. "Oh," Luowa chuckled playfully, then whispered from this angle, "It's rather charming." I stealthily attempted to slip away with the falling petals, but upon rounding the corner, I found myself momentarily taken aback. Before me stood 4 individuals, collaborating seamlessly to vanquish monsters. There was no doubt they were the infamous werewolves, for one of the mages immediately caught sight of me, and without hesitation, initiated a spell. The crimson flames emanating from his hands indicated he was casting fireball. Among the trio, there was a warrior, a hunter, and a rogue, the very rogue who had ambushed me earlier. The other rogue, who had been napping, was also present, with 2 ranged and 3 melee fighters. The odds were daunting, yet fortune favored me as they lacked a healing class. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to flee. The casting time for fireball was 25 seconds, but the hunter's arrows required no such delay. An arcane shot hurtled toward me. At that moment, the falling petals reacted, dashing forward. I was unable to restrain her, as I was raising my hand to block the hunter's magical projectile. Arcane shot, being a magical attack, could not be parried, only blocked. I successfully deflected the shot, sustaining over 80 damage, a critical hit nonetheless. It appeared he was entirely focused on agility. However, the anticipated fireball had yet to materialize. Upon glancing up, I was astonished to see the mage rendered immobile. Ensnared by the skill of falling petals, Judgment Fist, which stuns the target for 6 seconds, has a 30-second cooldown and a casting range of 10 meters. It was indeed Judgment. No wonder falling petals had rushed forward. She was merely out of range. The opposing warrior had not charged forward, still ambling toward us, while both rogues had vanished from sight, evidently cloaked. Those 6 seconds is neither long nor short. I charged. I rushed directly at the hunter, wagering that he lacked a backward jump. As fate would have it, my gamble paid off. The hunter fell into a 1-second stupor. With swift precision, I struck with a normal attack followed by revenge and then a heroic strike. Bolstered by my powerful passive abilities, the hunter, devoid of any health enhancements, was swiftly eliminated. At this moment, the mage's stun had 3 seconds remaining, and the 2 remaining foes were within reach. To conquer these 5 adversaries, I must first eliminate the 2 ranged attackers. After sprinting a few paces, I found myself before the mage, my attack speed unparalleled. I raised my weapon to strike. But unexpectedly, another figure appeared between us. It was the rogue who had earlier ambushed me. He revealed himself, raising his one-handed sword in an attempt to parry my blow, seeking to spare the mage's life. With a mere thought, I activated the power of the gale. With a staggering boost of 300 in attack strength and speed, a surge of damage erupted, totaling 406 parried. Remarkably, even though my attack was parried, it still inflicted over 400 damage. It seemed this skill was indeed a flaw in the system. In an instant, the rogue's health plummeted by more than half, leaving him with but a sliver of life, another pure damage dealer, just as I had hoped. Although my rage was still simmering, insufficient for a valiant strike, I found myself endowed with an attack speed of 300. Even wielding a two-handed sword, my assault speed rivaled that of a dagger. With a swift motion, I delivered another strike, sending the rogue to his demise. At that moment, the mage above me remained stunned for just one more second. I unleashed a valiant strike followed by a series of normal attacks, and the cloth-wearing mage, devoid of any vitality augmentation, succumbed beneath my greatsword. At this juncture, I still had 913 health points remaining, while only 2 opponents were left standing. Fallen Petals, focus on that rogue. I shall deal with the warrior. Understood. The opposing warrior finally approached, only to realize, with sudden dread, that he was alone. Attempting to retreat, he found me already at his side. My normal attack, coupled with vengeance and a valiant strike, made it evident that this warrior, seemingly a tank in training, possessed considerable health, as my assault only diminished his life by less than half. Yet, in a duel against this health behemoth, victory was merely a matter of time. 30 seconds later, he too fell at my feet. Turning my gaze to locate the rogue, I discovered he had already been incapacitated by Fallen Petal's second strike. Without hesitation, I charged forth, executing another sequence of skills that swiftly claimed the remainder of his meager life. Thus, I had vanquished 5 foes, sustaining a mere 100 points of health in the process. As I eliminated the final adversary, a moment of disorientation washed over me. It took a few seconds to register that all enemies had perished. The sensation of engaging in combat within this realm felt profoundly different from observing battles on a screen. Each time my weapon struck the flesh of my opponents, blood splattered upon me, an indescribable experience that mirrored reality in every aspect. Fallen Petals trembled at the gruesome scene. After all, none had taken a life in reality. While aware that those I had just slain were not truly dead, the emotional weight lingered. Let us move on, I encouraged, recognizing that as a girl, Fallen Petals might take longer to adjust. Such occurrences would be plentiful in the days to come. They were, after all, inevitable. Oh, Fallen Petals is a clever girl. She will find her equilibrium. Together, we strode side by side towards Silvermoon City. Our swiftest route to Orgrimmar was through the teleportation gem in Silvermoon, which would transport us to the once great Lord Darren, now the undead stronghold, Undercity. Subsequently, we would board the Zeppelin station before the gates of Undercity to reach our destination. Before long, we arrived at the imposing gates of Silvermoon, beneath the towering, majestic entrance. Fallen Petals gasped in awe, for the sight was indeed breathtaking. Yet, what surfaced in my mind was a tapestry of poignant history. Present-day Silvermoon represented only half of its former glory, far from its once bustling vibrancy. One of the protagonists of the World of Warcraft, Arthas, led a vast army of the Scourge into Silvermoon, and this renowned citadel of magic fell at his feet, besieged by a relentless tide of skeletons, ghouls, and crypt fiends, along with a sky filled with gargoyles. The desolate land traversed by Arthas remains barren to this day, a stark expanse devoid of life. Known to the world as the Scar of Death, the history of Warcraft is vast and intricate, and what I know is but a mere drop in the ocean. To me, Arthas is a tragic figure, driven to commit acts that were beyond his control. Who could have foreseen that he would ultimately become the second Lich King? Casting aside the distractions in my mind, I took the hand of Falling Blossom and stepped into Silvermoon City. Once a magnificent bastion, it now appeared somewhat desolate. For the players of the realm had yet to reach high levels and were primarily engaged in their quest for experience, leaving few to wander the city at leisure, save for those who sought to enjoy the scenery. It was likely that the few players within the city were either purchasing supplies or preparing for a journey to Undercity. The teleportation gem lay at the heart of Silvermoon, and after a leisurely stroll of several minutes, Falling Blossom and I arrived before it. A flash of white light enveloped us, and in an instant, we found ourselves in Undercity, where it was now Falling Blossom who led the way. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a fitting atmosphere for the realm of the undead. After a brief wait, we finally boarded the Zeppelin bound for Orgrimmar. Though referred to as a Zeppelin, It functioned merely as a means of transportation. Moments after departure, we were enveloped in radiant light, and the surroundings transformed entirely. If Silver Moon epitomized nobility and Undercity represented gloom, then the area surrounding Orgrimmar could only be described as desolation. A barren landscape stretched before us, with scarcely a tree in sight, just exposed ochre earth and rock. Yet within Orgrimmar itself, a different ambience prevailed, one of fervor and vitality. The city stood as a fortress, encircled by massive boulders and towering walls that sealed every breach. Armed orc warriors patrolled the streets, and as we passed, we often heard the rallying cry of Loktar Ogre, which translates to victory or death in the Orcish tongue. This was a city ignited with the spirit of battle, the former stronghold of the Horde, and the seat of Chief Thrall, in the hearts of all Horde players. This place was revered as a sanctum. Once, the great Frostwolf clan was led by Doroten, the sole son of its chieftain, and Thrall's life was marked by many identities: slave, gladiator, the most powerful shaman, and chieftain of the Horde. The name Thrall actually signifies slave, with his true name being Goel. Guided by the tenets of shamanistic belief, he led a reconstituted tribe to discover this desolate land, once referred to as the Wasteland. Here, he established a capital and named the territory after his father, Duroder. Once, the Orcish race veered off course amidst the chaos sown by the traitorous Gul'dan, succumbing to the temptation of drinking demonic blood and becoming a cursed lineage. Thrall took it upon himself to lift this curse, assuming the mantle of Warchief to unite his people against the invasion of the Burning Legion, assaulting Mount Hyjal and vanquishing Archimonde. In the ensuing days, he faced even more formidable foes, including the Lich King and the formidable dragon Deathwing, who returned to wreak havoc upon the world. When Deathwing unleashed terror anew, Thrall relinquished his title of Warchief and joined the Earthen Ring, a coalition of powerful shamans, to soothe the restless elements and endeavor to defeat the world-ending threat that was Deathwing. He appointed Garrosh Hellscream, the son of Grommash Hellscream, as the new Warchief. However, this new leader led the tribe down a path of division and internal strife. This tale is but a fragment of the legendary hero Thrall's saga, yet it evokes an infinite sense of longing. I have always held a deep admiration for the historical narratives of this world. My reverie, however, was interrupted by the arrival of two friends of the Fallen Flower. Upon encountering the female rogue, I was struck with surprise. She was no stranger to me, having seen her not long ago. After a moment of reflection, I recalled her name, Shuyun. With a hint of curiosity, I called out her name, Shuyun? You know me? My direct address clearly astonished the trio. At the entrance of Wanja Supermarket. Ah, it's you. You're the one who returned my purse. It's truly you. Shuyun, whose ID was Cloud and Snow, instantly recognized me upon hearing my explanation. Why did her expression suddenly shift? To this query, I could only respond with a sheepish grin. Sis, he's that hero, right? At this moment, the male mage beside Cloud and Snow, whose ID was cold as ice, interjected, presumably the second individual. Wasn't he had said that these two were a couple? Why was he referring to her as sister? Indeed, he is my great savior. Otherwise, I would have had no explanation for the company. They began a back-and-forth exchange, leaving me and the Fallen Flower bewildered. Suddenly, the Fallen Flower realized and exclaimed, Wait, aren't you two a couple? Why are you calling each other siblings? Evidently, she was also unaware of this matter. The cold mage interjected with a frosty demeanor, lamenting that it was the former guild leader who incessantly pursued my sister, who, in turn, had no affection for him. Thus, he resorted to this method. Fortunately, I remained quite handsome, haha. I am utterly perplexed. There was no need to conceal this from me as well. Luo Hua pressed her forehead, seemingly uncertain of her current sentiments. It was Yun and Shui who answered us, stating that no one had spoken, for excessive chatter would inevitably lead to exposure. They clasped their hands together in a gesture of apology towards Luo Hua. I truly find you all exasperating. By the way, Zue Hongchen is quite remarkable. Just now, I assisted him in vanquishing 5 individuals intent on committing murder and theft. Once these two women congregated, their incessant chatter was unrelenting, while the seemingly cold mage displayed a wry smile and shrugged helplessly at me. Hearing this, I suddenly recalled and retrieved that chilling skill book, presenting it to Yun and Shui. Wow, what a splendid skill. They must have sought to commit murder and theft for this, right? I truly appreciate your help. We have only met twice, and both times, you assisted me during a robbery. Not at all, I usually play solo. since arriving at NW. I've only gotten to know a few of you, Luo Hua remarked. You are a rogue. Not accepting it would be a waste. But you could sell it. Just list it at the auction house and easily fetch several thousand gold. Heir. Who possesses such wealth? The currency exchange hasn't even been activated yet. Who can afford several thousand gold? There are some, like our previous guild leader. They all play as a collective. NW is a virtual realm, and various conglomerates cannot overlook this opportunity. Initially, aside from repairing equipment, money is largely unnecessary. Thus, numerous low-level accounts contribute their earnings to the organization, which then acquires skill books and special items to bolster the elite strength of their group, thereby generating greater profits. This is what we call investment, Yun and Shui explained. I was taken aback, as I am completely ignorant of financial matters. Nevertheless, despite my lack of understanding, it all sounded extraordinarily impressive. The four of us engaged in conversation as we made our way towards the entrance of the instance, Ragefire Chasm, located at the heart of Orgrimmar. However, upon reaching the threshold, it dawned on us that we were short a member. We were a party of 4. The crowd was sparse, and currently, only seasoned players or guilds possessed the capability to enter the instance. These individuals typically operated in groups of 5, leaving only a few solo players capable of reaching this point. As the tank of our party, it fell upon me to recruit a member, a task I had contemplated previously. Ideally, I sought a DPS shaman or hunter. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon a petite hunter in the corner, and as I approached, I realized she was a young girl, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, standing there all alone. After seeking the opinions of my companions, I inquired, "Little beauty, would you care to join us for the instance? Are you also solo players?" She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. It was indeed impressive that she had managed to reach level 15 in such a short span of time. Her skills were undoubtedly commendable, yet she appeared rather shy. "Yes, we are just 4. Would you like to come along? We have no need for plate armor." Okay, thank you. Having reached level 15, she was now able to select her talent specialization. I, of course, chose Protection Warrior, while Falling Petals opted for Holy Paladin, and Cold Ice selected Frost Mage. Only Cloud and Snow had yet to make her choice, as she played both PvE and PvP. I recommended she consider the Assassination Rogue specialization, which would serve her well in both PvP and instances, offering a balanced approach, while the Combat Rogue specialization was more suited for instance runs. And the Subtlety Rogue excelled in PvP and Battlegrounds. My first talent choice was Double Charge, allowing for 2 consecutive charges with a cooldown of 20 seconds. This skill proves to be quite practical, as enhanced mobility is always advantageous in any situation. The Paladin, named Falling Petals, opted for the talent the Law's Embrace, which grants a temporary increase of 45 movement speed for 3 seconds upon each successful judgment hit. Although judgment is not yet available, it is one of the Paladin's foundational skills, and I anticipate acquiring it with ease. The Frosty Ice chose Ice Flow, which enables the next skill to be cast while moving without consuming global cooldown time, allowing for 3 consecutive casts within 30 seconds. With a cooldown of merely 5 minutes, an exceptionally useful skill. Cloud and Snow selected Night Stalker, increasing movement speed by 20 while in stealth, essentially allowing for normal movement speed under stealth conditions. Furthermore, the first attack skill executed while in stealth inflicts an additional 100 damage, making it a formidable tool for high-output eliminations. Lastly, we have a newly joined member by the name of Little Hunter, whose talent is Survival, opting for Hidden Dragon. Crouching Tiger. This talent reduces the cooldown of the escape ability by 10 seconds and the cooldown of Intimidation by 60 seconds, with her random skill being Escape, which allows for a backward leap. The cooldown is reduced to just 10 seconds, providing a crucial means of self-preservation. Intimidation serves as another defensive skill, reducing damage taken by 30 for 5 seconds after activation. This skill is considered mid-tier and is not yet available. However, as the saying goes, there will be bread, and there will be milk. The 5-member team has finally assembled, and we set forth towards our first dungeon in NW, the Ragefire Chasm. The 5 of us conducted a thorough examination of our supplies. Cold Ice, however, remarked that he had fortuitously summoned a dining table, thus negating the need for additional provisions. The instant health potions were also rendered unnecessary, which was indeed delightful news. We would not need to purchase food for health restoration or water for mana replenishment. The summoned dining table is a rather practical skill for mages, as each individual can obtain 20 slices of cake from it, usable solely outside of combat. with restorative effects equivalent to the highest grade food and water of the same level. The instance known as the molten core is among the most rudimentary, presenting an exceptionally low level of difficulty. The initial segment is populated primarily by cave-dwelling warrior creatures, alongside some shamans who have, albeit minimally, emulated Orc's shamanistic abilities, although they are limited to the most basic form of lightning bolt. Nevertheless, these creatures should not be underestimated as they are classified as elite monsters. In essence, nearly all creatures within the instance are elite, possessing capabilities approximately tenfold that of their ordinary counterparts, yet offering experience points significantly exceeding that multiplier. Upon entering the instance, we surveyed our surroundings, and judging by the expressions on our faces, everyone appeared calm. It seems the scenery met our expectations. Not far from the entrance stood a group of orc warriors and shaman NPCs, with the leader among them marked by a bright yellow exclamation point above his head, indicating he was the quest-giving NPC. Currently, the task could be accepted by the team leader, with all members automatically acquiring it unless someone had previously completed the quest, in which case they would be ineligible for reacceptance while others would remain unaffected. Greetings, esteemed warrior. We are adventurers here to assist. Is there anything we can do? Accepting a quest now is not as simple as merely clicking the mouse. All NPCs in NW possess intelligence. If one shows them disrespect, there is a likelihood that the NPC will respond by telling you to leave, and should you overstep, you might even find yourself pursued by the NPC. Thank you for your arrival, adventurers. Some of our warriors are injured, and my remaining comrades and I must await the rescue team. You appear quite formidable. Could you avenge our wounded brothers? Although this NPC is an orc, his position as captain suggests a high degree of wisdom. By uttering a few flattering words, the quest was readily bestowed upon us. Very well, that is precisely our purpose for being here. What monsters must we slay? I have 2 tasks for you. The first is to eliminate as many cave-dwelling warriors and shamans as possible. The more you slay, the greater the rewards bestowed upon you by the tribe. The second task involves defeating 5 leaders within this realm. Each leader you vanquish will yield a specific reward, and should you successfully eliminate all 5, the highest reward awaits. Ding! You and your party members have accepted the quest. Eliminate cave-dwelling warriors and shamans. Instance. No penalties for failure. Rewards unknown for success. No time constraints, and it can only be accepted once. Do you accept? Ding! You and your party members have accepted the quest. Defeat the 5 leaders in the molten core. Instance. No penalties for failure. Rewards unknown for success. No time constraints, and it can only be accepted once. Do you accept? All accepted. The task has commenced, and the rewards remain unknown, for completion can be achieved at varying levels, each yielding distinct rewards. Let us set forth, for all await my command as the captain. Naturally, it is my duty to assume the role of leader, and it is evident that my companions are not novices. They fully grasp this principle. The troglodytes are diminutive and exceedingly frail, yet as elite creatures, their prowess is not to be underestimated. Closest to us are 2 troglodyte warriors. I called out, and the battle began. I charged forth, targeting one of the troglodyte warriors with a swift rush, closing the distance rapidly, stunning the creature in place. After delivering a standard strike, I unleashed a vengeful blow upon the other foe at my side. As the tank, my responsibility during this dungeon raid is to maintain the enmity of the monsters, ensuring they direct their aggression towards me rather than my fellow team members. The healer's task is to provide timely healing to all, while the damage dealers, known as DPS, have a straightforward duty to strike with relentless fervor. Our standard party composition consists of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS. The Frosty Mage had already begun casting Frostbolt as I charged, and by the time my vengeful strike connected with the other creature, the Frostbolt had arrived, dealing damage and ensnaring the monster in a state of deceleration. The rogue, with an ethereal presence, executed a shadow strike against the same adversary, revealing his form. Though Vengeance is a high damage skill, it does not generate substantial enmity. Lacking the stance skills that enhance threat generation, my enmity was somewhat chaotic after those 2 strikes. I remained unfazed, as this was anticipated. With a deft motion, I executed a heroic strike. Though its damage is modest, it is a high-threat skill. Instantly, my enmity surged to 70, while the other 2 combined only reached 30. The hunter, still yet to engage, had taken approximately 10 damage from previous attacks. The enraged counterattack was directed at me. I had no time to block or evade, and thus I braced myself to absorb the blow. allowing me to gauge the creature's output. 2 successive critical hits landed upon me, causing my health to plummet by around 20 points. Without gear, I remained quite vulnerable. Just then, the Paladin Healer's radiant light enveloped me, restoring my lost health instantaneously. The timing was impeccable. As healing arrived less than half a second after I sustained damage, I glanced at her, and she smiled at me, forming a peace sign with her fingers. At this moment, the brief stun had expired, and the furious creature swung its weapon in my direction. I deftly blocked and dodged, executing another combination of vengeance and heroic strike against the previous troglodyte warrior. Although the creature I had charged had regained its senses, no one else was targeting it, and all enmity remained firmly on me. Just as I felt secure in my offensive, I suddenly noticed a flash of light above the troglodyte that should have gone untouched. A tremor of unease coursed through me, for I possessed no skills to regain its enmity. Then, with a soft chime, the creature fell into a state of stun. It was the Paladin's judgment. At this moment, she was channeling divine light, continuing to assist me in healing. This fellow truly possessed impressive skills, I silently praised in my heart, as I continued to strike at the cave dweller that had already lost 30 health points. The sound of slicing air echoed twice, and upon hearing this, I knew that the hunter, Xiao Xiao, had finally made her move. 2 damage figures appeared, 604 critical hit and 895 critical hit, instantly leaving us astounded. This elite monster boasted formidable armor. Just moments ago, the 3 of us had collectively dealt damage for a full cycle, barely causing the creature to lose 30 health points. Yet, Xiao Xiao's 2 arrows, one a regular shot and the other an arcane shot, had inflicted the same amount of damage. The monster had approximately 5,000 health points in total. Although we were all taken aback by these damage values, our actions did not falter. We unleashed another series of skills, causing the monster's health to drop by around 20 points once more. The sound of slicing air returned, heralding 2 new crimson figures, 612 critical hit and 850 critical hit. And the monster emitted a final, anguished cry as it perished. I couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, for arrows, all critical hits, had collectively taken more than 50 health points from the cave dweller warrior, surpassing the combined output of the 3 of us. With just 6 seconds remaining, my revenge was still on cooldown, but my rage was sufficient to execute 2 high-threat heroic strikes, which I did without hesitation. Regardless of the circumstances, having such a high-output DPS in our party was undoubtedly advantageous. After my 2 heroic strikes, the hatred value of the remaining cave dweller warrior surged to 80. 3 swift sounds followed. 1 was a chilling frost arrow, while 2 were Xiao Xiao's arrows, an explosive shot and an arcane shot. The damage numbers floated up, 293, 615, critical hit, fire damage, and 433. This time, Xiao Xiao did not land a critical hit. Coupled with my 2 heroic strikes, along with Yun and Shue's 2 shadow strikes and bone-chilling attacks, as well as Xiao Xiao's subsequent fire damage from the explosive shot, we directly dealt 80 health points to the cave dweller warrior. Moments later, the cave dweller lay vanquished at our feet. The experience gained from elite monsters was substantial. Even when divided among 5, each of us received 2 to 3 experience points. At this juncture, I refrained from looting the corpse and instead turned my gaze toward Xiao Xiao, as did the other 3, for such extraordinary damage was no trivial matter. I'm sorry. I hesitated to act earlier because I was afraid of causing a disruption in threat management, Xiao Xiao stammered, noticing our collective attention. No, you did nothing wrong. But how is your damage so absurdly high? Xiao Xiao, at a loss for words, promptly revealed a skill. Sniper, special skill, passive ability. Permanently increases armor by 50. Ignores 50 critical hit rate, doubles critical damage. Your unique skills are indeed remarkable, while I find mine rather lacking. It feels like a cold, heart-wrenching lament. Such an extraordinary ability is undeniably formidable. However, upon reflection, I realize that my skills, along with falling flowers, are not inferior to hers. The skills of Cloud and Snow are not combat-oriented, but rather pertain to earning wealth and leveling up, aptly named the art of wealth accumulation, which increases the experience and gold gained by all members of the same party by 50 upon defeating monsters. In comparison, the cold and unyielding skill we possess falls short. It is merely a passive ability, Whisper of the Divine, which doubles the casting speed of all skills requiring a casting time. Yours is commendable as well, boasting a DPS that surpasses that of an average player by a factor of 2, although it may not surpass our own abilities. This skill undeniably belongs to the realm of extraordinary prowess. Observing our harmonious interaction, the previously anxious demeanor of Xiao Xiao softened, especially upon hearing the cold, unfeeling complaints that made her chuckle. As we gradually became acquainted, engaging in light banter while vanquishing foes, we found ourselves unwittingly standing before the first boss. All the monsters behind us had perished under Xiao Xiao's formidable output. Before us stood the first boss, a fire-breathing hound, its appearance far from aesthetically pleasing. Surrounding it were numerous cave-dwelling creatures, including shamans and warriors, generally grouped in threes, with the occasional solitary patrol, referred to as the 110. A brief observation allowed me to formulate a straightforward plan. We would have the ranged attackers initiate a basic assault to draw them in for extermination. Though I bore no remarkable equipment, I possessed the healing prowess of the divine flower, enabling me to withstand 3 foes without issue. The task of drawing the monsters was naturally entrusted to Xiao Xiao, the hunter. We began luring the 110 one by one. Upon reaching a safe distance, I charged in, employing vengeance and heroic strike to attract the boss's ire. The team converged to eliminate it swiftly. The subsequent trio of monsters was dealt with using a similar strategy. Each group contained a shaman, which, when casting, was silenced by Lung Bing Bing's counterspell, rendering it unable to utilize its skills and forcing it to approach slowly with a staff. With each monster I drew, our collective output surged, and the divine flower occasionally dealt a blow to reduce my health and speed. Our coordination grew increasingly adept, as one monster after another fell beneath our feet, and our experience points soared. To my surprise, Xiao Xiao leveled up before I did, reaching level 16, thereby enhancing her damage output once again. After clearing the minions surrounding the boss, we were finally poised to confront the first boss we encountered in NW, the firehound known as Adarog. According to my prior research, it possessed only 2 skills. One was fire breath, typically directed at the tank. When it initiated this attack, I needed only to sidestep slightly, ensuring the boss's face was not directed towards my teammates, a tactical maneuver known as pulling the head, keeping the boss perpetually facing away from the group, thus preventing collateral damage from its fiery breath. The second skill, Hell Charge, involved randomly charging at any player within a 5-meter radius, inflicting fire damage upon the target and their vicinity. This was unavoidable, and we could only endure it. We spread out to mitigate the random charges, maintaining a 5-meter distance. Xiao Shui would provide damage from behind the boss, who would not charge her. I would then pull its attention, ensuring it faced away from the group, swiftly organizing our positions. This was our first boss, and I had no desire to squander time. The entire encounter proceeded smoothly, with the only slight frustration stemming from Xiao Xiao, as her threat level would fluctuate, necessitating her to pause intermittently. Upon the boss's demise, the experience rewards were indeed generous, allowing me to reach level 16 as well. We acquired 2 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. The drop rate for skill books upon the first boss kill is notably high, while subsequent encounters would likely yield diminished returns. Adarog's Fong, blue quality, dagger, 15 to 22 attack power, 3 agility, 2 stamina. Roar of the Mouth trousers, blue quality, cloth pants, 6 intelligence, 6 stamina. Divine Shock, paladin skill, dealing 150 spell power 100 holy damage to an enemy, or restoring 150 spell power 100 health to an ally. This skill has double the critical strike chance of usual, costing 7 total mana, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Stance, warrior skill, allowing the activation of a current stance. Defensive stance reduces all damage taken by 20, while battle stance generates double fury from normal attacks. The dagger was bestowed upon Yun and Shui, a swift blade that only she could wield. The trousers, of a magical lineage, naturally belonged to the cold and unyielding. The skills acquired were aligned with the professions present within the team, without elaboration. I had obtained a stance that allowed me to unleash output freely. With this ability, the damage I sustained was reduced by 20%, significantly alleviating the burden on Luhua. Moreover, she had also acquired a new healing skill, which could even serve to supplement DPS when necessary. As we traversed the path, we encountered not only troglodytes, but also various humanoid creatures, their harmonious coexistence a mystery, perhaps attributable to their similarly distorted psyches. The monsters were categorized into melee and magical types. However, the clustering phenomenon of 3 or 4 was absent, with at most only 2 appearing simultaneously. Their damage and health had indeed increased, Yet I remained unperturbed by the rise in damage, for I possessed a 20% damage reduction. The health increase elicited no fear either, for we had the formidable DPS, Xiao Xiao, who could handle a few extra strikes with ease. Our journey unfolded smoothly until we arrived before the second boss, the Dark Shaman leader, amidst whom lay 2 green garments as a reward. The Iron War Pants, green quality. Plate armor, armor rating, 25, for strength, 2 stamina, and the Enchanted Staff, green quality, 2-handed staff, 20 to 27 spell damage, for intelligence, 2 stamina, were now part of my arsenal. The pants, with their strength attribute, were rightfully mine, while the staff, belonging to the cold, markedly enhanced her damage output. Reflecting upon my current attributes, I found the following: name, Drunken Red Dust class, warrior level, 16 primary attributes, strength, 86, agility, 16, intelligence, 16, spirit, 16, stamina, 35. Secondary attributes, none health, 1150. Rage cap, 100 attack power, 86 armor, 485, capable of mitigating 485 damage from equally leveled monsters. Critical hit rate, 1. 6 critical damage, 150 skills acquired. Heroic strike, consuming 30 rage, a powerful attack on the target, dealing 133 damage and generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards shared cooldowns. Titan's grip, passive skill, allowing the one-handed use of 2-handed weapons, reducing attack power by 10% when wielded this way. Revenge, 9-second cooldown, immediately attacks 1 primary and 2 additional enemies, inflicting double damage to the main target and normal damage to the secondary ones, generating 20 rage points. Each dodge or block reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds. Wind Fury, permanent effect, increasing attack power and speed by 100%, active effect, enhancing attack power and speed by 300% for 1 minute, with a 3-hour cooldown. Charge, casting distance, 2 to 15 meters, swiftly dashes to the target creature, inflicting 1 second of stun and generating 10 rage points. The target must be an enemy. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Stance, choose to activate the current stance. Defensive stance, reduces all damage by 20. Combat stance, normal attacks generate double rage points. Equipment, weapon, steel greatsword, level 15 green quality. Damage, 25 to 30, 2 strength, 1 stamina. Offhand, intact round shield, level 10 green quality. Armor, 30, damage reduced by 10 after blocking. Pants, refined iron battle trousers, level 16 green quality. Plate armor pants, armor, 25, for strength, 2 stamina. Special item, infinite fruit basket, food item. Each use allows the retrieval of 1 fruit. Consuming it restores 20 of health and mana per second, lasting 30 seconds. Can only be used outside of combat. Currency, for silver coins, 25 copper coins. Indeed, there has been a significant enhancement. Accounting for armor value, my damage reduction approaches 25. With an attack power of 86 and the weapon's 25 damage, bolstered by the power of the Gale, my regular strikes exceed 200 at a minimum. The second boss's abilities are quite straightforward, featuring an area of effect skill, commonly referred to as AoE, and a single target magical attack, which is directed solely at the current aggro target. The AoE requires maneuvering to avoid, while the single target attack can be blocked, rendering it even simpler than the first boss, albeit with notably higher damage. I navigated this boss without incident, and the subsequent monsters presented little variation. The third boss solely employs skills. It is a colossal worm emerging from molten lava, a sight that indeed induces revulsion. The scorching waves generated by the flowing lava are equally discomforting. Its sole skill is Lava Spit, another magical AoE. Evasion is key. And after every 5 uses, it will submerge into the lava, re-emerging elsewhere to continue its assault. I possess 2 charges of charge, allowing me to use 1 every 10 seconds to ensure I can dash at will, perfectly timed with the worm's 2-second lava spitting interval, making it an effortless encounter. After clearing waves of lesser creatures, I approached the 4th boss, a melee physical type adversary with 3 skills. The first is a single target physical attack that also knocks back. The second triggers an earthquake in its vicinity, inflicting physical damage and similarly causing knockback, though its range is limited. The final skill is a status effect. When its health drops to 30, it becomes enraged, increasing attack speed by 30 and damage by 10. Naturally, evasion from skills is a given. As we are all seasoned veterans, After replenishing health and mana, we commenced our assault. How dare you interrupt my experiment, seeking your own demise. Ah ha 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 ha. The sinister smirk of the boss sent a shiver down my spine. My initial aversion to him had now escalated to a desire for his demise. We charged forward, seeking vengeance, launching a valiant onslaught. After a series of 3 rapid strikes, we began our offensive, adopting defensive stances, ensuring that the enmity remained unyielding. The boss initiated the encounter with a powerful skill, knocking me back several meters. Reluctantly, I had to close the distance once more, with the healing prowess of my companion. I felt no trepidation about losing health. As I surged towards the boss, a radiant light enveloped me, instantly replenishing my vitality. This fiend struck with alarming speed, leaving me no opportunity to retaliate. I could only hastily evade and block, dedicating all my energy to defense. Occasionally, I would launch a counterattack, delivering a vengeful strike to ensure I retained the aggro. Ah, you insignificant insects, get away from me. The boss bellowed in fury, causing the ground to tremble beneath us, a devastating AoE knockback skill. The impact was severe, stripping away 30 of my health points, while my ally, Yun and Shui, suffered an even greater loss of over 80. Focus on healing Xiaoxua. If he unleashes another skill, she could be eliminated. Understood. Indeed. The luminous healing from Luo Hua and the holy shock managed to restore Yun and Shui's health just in time. Yet, another earthquake skill struck, prompting Luo Hua to cast another healing spell, resulting in a rare critical heal that fully restored Yun and Shui's health. Although I was left with merely 20 health points, Luo Hua hurriedly healed me, pulling me back from the brink of death. Conserve your skills. The boss is down to 30 health. He unleashed his fury at the onset. So there's no need to worry about aggro. I will manage it. Got it. Understood. The utterance of one brought laughter among us, reminiscent of the old World of Warcraft days when players would type 1 to acknowledge commands in battle. Now, however, the cold, unfeeling one shouted by Lung Bing Bing in a state of unconsciousness elicited both amusement and relief amidst the tension of battling the boss. 40. 33. 30. At last, the boss's health dwindled to 30, and everyone's focus sharpened. Roar. You truly infuriate me. Watch as I tear you apart. We disregarded his threats. With a rallying cry, I shouted for everyone to unleash their attacks. In an instant, all our skills were directed at the boss, including Luo Hua's holy shock, which swiftly deducted 22 health points, leaving him with a mere 8. The frenetic increase in attack speed post 30 health was overwhelming, compelling me to halt all offensive maneuvers and devote myself entirely to defense. Despite my efforts, I continued to lose health. Luo Hua's healing light was bestowed upon me liberally, barely maintaining my vitality. After enduring for over 10 seconds, the boss finally let out a mournful wail and collapsed, his body shimmering with starlight. Ding! Congratulations. Your team has successfully cleared the Ragefire Chasm. No hidden boss has been detected. Having successfully traversed the Furyfire Rift, everyone was filled with joy. After the first boss, nothing else of significance related to me appeared. Xiaoxue obtained 2 pieces of blue leather armor and 2 pieces of green leather armor, none of which were of the same type, demonstrating her remarkable luck. Luo Hua acquired a piece of blue plate armor and a blue healing chainmail, which was unwanted by others, was temporarily donned by her. Lung Bingbing only received a skill book, which proved quite useful, Blink, allowing teleportation to any location within 15 meters, with an 18-second cooldown. Xiaoxiao secured 2 pieces of chainmail and a green bell. More importantly, both Xiaoxiao and I reached level 20, while the remaining 3 were not far behind. Just as we were celebrating our victory, a system notification chimed in. Ding! System notification. Someone has reached level 20 and completed their job change. A new game mechanism is now activated, which will be explained by the official overseer. No sooner had the words echoed than an interface resembling a monitor materialized before me. Greetings, everyone. We are about to unveil a brand new game mechanism, the historical mode. I am certain you are all eager to learn what this entails. As we know, the lore of Warcraft is incredibly vast, and many players are drawn to these historical narratives. We are introducing a mode that allows players to immerse themselves in history. In this mode, you can fully explore the past, and if you possess sufficient skill and courage, you may even attempt to alter history. However, this endeavor is exceedingly challenging. Though not impossible, I believe that in the not-so-distant future, someone will indeed become a harbinger of change in history. Should someone succeed in altering the past, the trajectory of the entire narrative will shift, potentially leading to the disappearance of certain large-scale dungeons or the creation of new, expansive team raids. Within historical mode, players can still gain substantial experience and equipment, distinctly different from what has been previously acquired. This encapsulates the essence of the newly initiated historical mode. Enticing, isn't it? Oh, and to cater to the desires of our players, we have reinstated the marking system of your. You can now freely mark fellow players within your team, NPCs and quests, monsters, and even the ground itself. The marking icons remain unchanged, retaining that familiar essence. However, only the team that releases the marks will be able to see them. That is all for now. An infinite adventure awaits you. A magnificent passage has stirred the entire world into a cacophony of discussions, with major forums and discussion boards witnessing an unprecedented surge in activity. The concept of historical mode presents a bold challenge. Can history truly be altered? Many express their skepticism. However, there is no shortage of eager contenders, particularly those endowed with extraordinary skills, including myself and my fellow team members. Ding! The system will undergo an update in 20 minutes, after which a new game mode, historical mode, will be launched. The update duration is set for 10 hours. This notification has chimed 3 times before finally falling silent, granting the players a brief window to prepare for disconnection, such as ensuring their characters are in safe locations, completing imminent quests, and turning in tasks. Our focus, however, is on completing our quests before embarking on our class transitions. Little Xiao and I have reached level 20, and the other 3 are not far behind. Upon completing our quests, they will undoubtedly attain the same level. Just moments ago, the first player completed their class change, indicating that we remain among the fastest teams. Upon returning to the entrance of the dungeon, we submitted 2 quests. The monster hunting task only awarded us experience and gold, and Xiao Shui's wealth accumulation technique proved ineffective for this quest. However, the reward for vanquishing all the troglodytes within the dungeon was exceedingly generous, granting me a substantial 30 experience points. After submitting this task, Luo Hua also achieved level 20, and every participant received a reward of 1 gold coin, our very first coin earned in the game. The second task required us to defeat merely 4 bosses, with the hidden boss failing to appear. Yet, each boss rewarded me with approximately 10 experience points, culminating in an additional reward of a weapon for each player. I opted once again for the two-handed sword, a magnificent greatsword, level 20 blue quality, two-handed weapon, damage 55 to 63, 10 strength, 5 stamina. Its design was not particularly unique, merely adorned with some engravings on the hilt, but it looked quite appealing. In a timely manner, Luo Hua acquired a one-handed hammer for healing purposes, while Lang Bingbing replaced her recently obtained staff. Xiao Xiao, having just received a bow of green quality, promptly exchanged it for something superior, whereas Xiao Shui gleefully wielded dual blue daggers, likely matching Xiao Xiao's output potential. Beyond the dungeon, the remaining 4 of us hastily made our way to the class hall, situated atop a structure in the very center of Orgrimmar. To facilitate player convenience, all class trainers have been consolidated in one location, eliminating the need for players to traverse various areas. Upon arriving at the class hall, we noted that there were still 10 minutes until system shutdown, providing ample time for discussion and exploration. It became clear that class changes in the game are permanent and cannot be altered should one wish to change. The only recourse remains the same: delete the character and start anew. I see no need for discussion. It is inevitably a defensive battle. Falling Flowers is no different. The paladin has much to commend, while Ice Cold remains steadfast in her commitment to the Frost specialization. Little Snow has also chosen to heed my advice and remains unchanged. The only one who has transformed is Little, who used to be solitary and thus opted for survival talents, but is no longer alone. Her prowess in damage dealing as a marksman is commendable, yet she finds herself at a disadvantage in PvP. After much deliberation, we have positioned her as a Beastmaster Hunter. With the sniper ability at her disposal, she need not fear a slight loss in damage output. And with a suitable companion, she could even surpass the marksman in strength. Once we finalized our career paths, we discovered we had some time to spare, at which point Falling Flowers proposed an idea. Hello everyone, why don't we establish a guild? Since we are a fixed group, it would be more advantageous to create our own rather than join another. This notion resonated with me, though I pondered whether it was appropriate to involve them in my quests. Nevertheless, playing a game is all about enjoyment. I had no intention of seeking their assistance, nor did I wish to recruit a horde of novices to serve as cannon fodder. After a moment's reflection, I nodded in agreement. This was Falling Flower's idea, and my consent was readily given. Naturally, Little Snow and Ice Cold showed no dissent. Little was overjoyed at the prospect of joining us and forming a guild, practically soaring with excitement. Amidst laughter and banter, we reached the guild application officer, where the application fee was 5 gold coins. Having recently received task rewards, our funds sufficed perfectly, and we proceeded to submit the application. As long as 5 individuals consented, we could officially establish the guild, and our numbers were already sufficient. The only matter left to address was the name, one that must resonate powerfully without question. We began brainstorming, and various names emerged. Sky City, Sunset Garden, God of War Alliance, Celestial Pavilion, Righteous Path of the Mortal Realm. Names of all sorts were proposed, even one suggesting Victoria's Secret, which elicited disdain from the 3 women present. The discussion was lively, yet we struggled to reach a consensus. Then, a word flashed through my mind, and I uttered it without hesitation. 3 Realms. What do you think of this name? It sounds quite good. Indeed, it encompasses everything and has a grand feel. I like this name. How can it compare to my Victoria's Secret? Go away, go away, go away. These 3 dismissive remarks left Ice Cold flustered, and sensing the atmosphere shift, she wisely fell silent. Thus, it was settled. We would be known as the 3 Realms. I chuckled heartily, attempting to lighten the mood. Now, who shall take on the role of guild leader? As soon as I posed my question, 4 individuals simultaneously pointed at me, their decisive gestures appearing almost choreographed. With 4 votes directed at me alone, it seemed futile to decide whom to cast my vote for. If it were to be a man, then let it be straightforward. I declared, let Falling Flowers and Cold Ice take the positions of vice president, while Xiao Xiao and Xiao Shui shall assume the roles of the chairman and vice chairman of the Elder Council. Is everyone in agreement? A chorus of nods ensued. Cold Ice, upon hearing the news of his vice presidency, perked up immediately, but as he glimpsed the disapproving glares from the 3 women, he wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Subsequently, we gathered to deliberate on the hierarchical structure of the guild. Since we had established a guild, it was only natural to recruit members. Following my suggestion, we resolved to limit our recruitment to a select few, specifically those who are either experts or possess unique abilities. As it is said that each craft has its own specialization, every prospective member would undergo a rigorous vetting process, gradually ascending from the initial membership through 5 distinct tiers: member, senior member, elite, main force, and elder council, with the president and vice president being exceptions. The elder council would be directly overseen by Xiao Xiao and Xiao Shui, with only 10 members being elevated to this esteemed rank. These 10 could be replaced at any time based on their contributions, serving as an incentive for all. Being an organized guild, we naturally needed to establish certain benefits. The higher one's rank within the guild, the better the benefits received. Only we 5 held the authority to recruit or expel members. Others wishing to recruit must obtain approval from the Elder Council or the chairman and vice chairman. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. With benefits come penalties, though we would gradually refine and complete these regulations. For now, we established a few rules. First, all guild members are prohibited from engaging in serious disputes or fights. The Elder Council will determine what constitutes a serious matter. Second, members may not exploit the guild's name to undertake actions detrimental to its image or interests. Third, directives issued by senior members must be strictly adhered to, with lower-ranking members required to report any issues immediately to any authorized leader. These were the initial regulations. Once these were recorded in the guild announcement, a system notification chimed in. Ding, system announcement. The game will close in 1 minute. All players are advised to prepare or log off early. Realizing we had no time for further discussion, we hastily exchanged phone numbers before logging off, eagerly anticipating the next historical mode after the server reopened. After logging off, I quickly removed my helmet and prepared for sleep, knowing I needed to replenish my energy for the battles ahead. Yet, just as I was drifting into slumber, a text message jolted me awake. Long and I, come quickly, proceed with caution. Long and I, the term instantly banished my drowsiness. And I signifies traitor. And Long refers to the only organization of its kind nationwide, the Dragon Group. The revelation that a traitor had emerged within the Dragon Group was tantamount to treason against the nation. I dare not dismiss this message, regardless of who sent it. It is certainly no jest, and such humor is not to be trifled with. In a matter of moments, I hastily donned my attire, and sprinted towards the Dragon Group's outpost in Exe City. It was around 3 in the morning, and the streets were eerily desolate. Scarcely a soul in sight, and only a handful of vehicles on the road. Unable to hail a taxi, I had no choice but to run. My heart couldn't help but ponder how wise it would have been to purchase a car. Fortunately, the outpost was not far from my residence, merely 4 or 5 kilometers away, and I arrived in short order. Upon reporting my code name, I finally gained entry through the concealed door of the outpost. Inside, there were 7 individuals. I recognized the 3 leaders at the forefront. One was my former instructor, while the other 2 held even higher ranks. At this moment, all 7 pairs of eyes were fixed upon me, clearly anticipating my arrival. I approached swiftly, panting, and reported my return, Drunken Dragon, requesting to rejoin. Rejoin? Look at you running. If I were to give you money, wouldn't you buy a car? This quip came from my instructor, with whom I shared a good rapport. After my elimination, he lamented my fate, expressing how unfortunate it was. Where else would I go? Why buy a car? I chuckled, then cleared my throat. Now that everyone we've summoned has arrived, it's time to discuss important matters, stated the highest-ranking leader, who bore the rank of general. He saluted us, and after we returned the gesture, he continued, "We have called back 5 of you, specifically those who chose to remain with the Dragon Group among the 20 who placed outside the top 5. Let us introduce ourselves. Perhaps there are familiar faces among us." Upon hearing this, we began to scrutinize one another, for during our training, we had all worn masks, preventing us from seeing each other's true faces. Developing feelings amidst competition could lead to emotional decisions, and the Dragon Group would never engage in such inhumanity. As I surveyed the room, I indeed spotted a familiar figure, not from our training, but from NW, one of my teammates, Hunter Xiao Xiao. Upon reflection, her silhouette matched that of someone I remembered. She had not participated in the initial training and elimination phase, but had been unexpectedly assigned to us at the onset of the second training. We had all felt discomfort at the time, and the instructor proposed a contest involving marksmanship. Should she fail to place in the top 5, she would be eliminated from further training, with the last place in the contest automatically disqualified. No one objected, yet this little girl emerged victorious, while the first unfortunate soul to be eliminated from the second training was determined at that moment. She, too, recognized me and gasped in surprise, playfully winking in my direction. Very well, if there are familiar faces, that is splendid. If not, it is of no consequence. You have all received the mission to enhance your prowess within NW. Now, please report your profession and level. Profession: Thief, level 17. Death Knight, level 18. Rogue, level 18. Warrior, level 20, soon to be level 21. Hunter, like Drunken Dragon, also on the verge of level 21. He is the captain of our squad. Upon hearing our levels, the other 3 members turned their heads to glance at us, and even the leaders appeared somewhat astonished. One of them continued to inquire, "A squad? Did you coordinate beforehand?" "No," I replied. "We met in the game and were completely unaware of each other's identities before arriving here." "Very well. Have any of you established a guild?" To report." "That would be me. My guild has already been founded, and Little Dragon is also a member of my guild." Little Dragon is merely a diminutive codename, and it was only upon arriving here that I comprehended the source of her extraordinary sniper skills. Noticing the silence from the others, the leader nodded at me. "You have done well. If memory serves me right, you were the last member to be eliminated, and I am quite relieved that you did not make it into the top 5. "Excuse me, General, what do you mean by that?" I was perplexed. Why would I feel relieved about not being in the top 5? "Everyone, please listen to me. You are aware of the reason for your summons. There has been a betrayal within the Dragon Group, committed by one of its highest-ranking leaders, General Bone Dragon." Upon hearing this name, a wave of agitation swept through the crowd. "Calm down, everyone. I understand his esteemed position in your hearts, but this is a reality we must confront. He has successfully incited the group of trainees he was responsible for, specifically the 5 who bested you to become the top 5, Flying Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Fire Dragon, Disc Dragon, and Stone Dragon. Our nation has always sought to strengthen itself through its influence in the global economic arena. With the upcoming NW initiative, our country is projected to account for half of the total investment. General Bone Dragon perceives this as an opportune moment to instigate war, leveraging our nation's formidable economic power in NW to lock down investments from other countries and then wage war in reality, attempting to annex and seize territories from others. Our senior leadership has unanimously opposed this plan, as it could very well serve as the spark for a third world war. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, the Earth can no longer bear the aftermath of war. Thus, we have rejected his scheme. Enraged and humiliated, he departed from the dragon group with his followers, harboring ambitions to pursue his plans further. The purpose of recalling you is to locate them within NW, to alert and warn them. If necessary, you are permitted to employ any means to thwart their plans. This mission is of utmost importance. Our generation has grown old. While we may still strategize, when it comes to practical combat abilities and gaming prowess, you surpass us. Therefore, we must rely on you. They are the 5 who have previously defeated you. Do you have the confidence to compete with them once more and emerge victorious? The group exchanged glances, and I took the lead in voicing my commitment. Rest assured, General, I will exert every effort to impede their plans. I, too, am willing to dedicate everything I possess. This is but a minor agreement. Whispers suggest that Xiao Xiao is a descendant of a leader within the dragon team. If this holds true, she would indeed be prepared to sacrifice everything. Upon hearing our mutual commitments, the remaining 3 swiftly followed suit. Their reluctance to undertake the task stemmed not from unwillingness, but rather from the overwhelming amount of information requiring time to assimilate. Very well, since the drunken dragon has established a guild with formidable strength, you shall join his guild for collective advancement. Wait a moment, General, I have an idea. A nascent plan flitted through my mind. Oh, please, share it. I believe that the departure of the bone dragon must have taken with it a wealth of confidential information, and your summoning of us must have been anticipated by them. Correct? This is not mere conjecture. The dragon team has access to nearly all state secrets. The general nodded for me to continue. Thus, I propose a stratagem. The young dragon has already joined my guild and will act alongside me, while the 3 of them shall establish another guild, operating entirely in secrecy. My guild will function openly to locate them and force a direct confrontation, thereby reversing the roles of light and shadow. They will exist as a surprise force, primarily focused on gathering intelligence and cultivating sharp capabilities, striving to secure victory at a critical juncture. Given the enemy's identity, I surmise their numbers will be limited. Hence, I believe we could even form additional clandestine guilds, provided we have suitable candidates. An excellent notion. What has been your primary training focus? I report that I have always emphasized individual combat capabilities, including physical fitness, reaction speed, strength, agility, and proficiency with various weapons. However, my strongest performance has consistently been in military tactics and command. Very well, according to your vision, how should we proceed with the arrangements? I believe that if feasible, there should be at least 4 covert guilds in addition to mine. One should maintain an overtly adversarial identity, though this would be a guise, enabling us to approach the enemy to glean information. The second guild should operate under a neutral identity, collecting diverse data within the game to maximize our advantages. The third guild would focus on assassination, disrupting enemy strategies, and causing disturbances, relying on intelligence obtained by the first 2 guilds to execute its missions. The final guild's task is more straightforward, to cultivate elite forces, masquerading as a professional player guild or studio, remaining disengaged from worldly affairs, solely dedicated to leveling up, acquiring gear, honing skills, and enhancing teamwork. When necessary, it shall serve as the primary force in the annihilation of enemy troops. Excellent. Your plan is audacious. Yet I must say, its feasibility is quite high. The 3 of us have a solid understanding of the NW game and have already become involved. Trustworthy individuals are scarce, and no one knows how many within the Dragon team are double agents. Therefore, I believe that if we follow your strategy, we 3 must also participate directly. Please outline your arrangements, and if they are suitable, we shall execute this plan. Is that so? Then I kindly ask the 3 leaders to share your professions and ranks, as well as the areas in which you excel in reality. Ah, you rascal. Like you, I too am a warrior, a weapon specialist, currently at level 20. I was the first to undergo a class change. The other 2 are a paladin, specializing in defense, and a shaman, a healer. We previously leveled up together. Hence we all stand at the same level of 20. As for my area of expertise, I hail from a background in reconnaissance, adept at gathering intelligence and positioning informants. It seems your neutral guild could benefit from my leadership. The 2 of them are professional instructors, making them the most suitable choice for training others. However, how shall we allocate the remaining 2 guilds? Can any of you take sole responsibility for a guild? Allow me to take charge of the Death Knight. I intend to transition to Blood DK, And my strongest skill lies in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, particularly in espionage. Until my elimination, I consistently ranked first in this field. And I believe it would be most appropriate for me to oversee that pseudo-hostile guild. Upon uttering these words, I recalled him. He was fairly average in most respects. But his prowess in espionage was exceptional, much like Xiao Xiao, both being extreme specialists. Unfortunately, they were eliminated due to the selection criteria, focusing on overall quality. Thus, it is settled, the remaining two of you, both rogues, shall take charge of the guild focused on disruption. Is there any objection? The two exchanged a glance. And with resolute expressions, they assured that they would fulfill the organization's mission. Very well. I hereby declare that Zue Long shall be promoted to the rank of at least a general, endowed with full authority over all matters within the NW, including the three of us, who shall be entirely under your command. The arrangements for the Dragon Group have been largely finalized. Unexpectedly, I have suddenly ascended to the rank of a major general. Upon careful reflection, I find that I have only a few months remaining before I reach the age of 22. Surely, history has never seen a general as young as I. After the conclusion of these affairs, I did not return home. Instead, I took residence at the stronghold, allowing for easier collaboration and resolution of issues among us. As trustworthy individuals are currently scarce, this arrangement shall remain until we can identify more reliable members, at which point I believe our chances of success will be significantly enhanced. As for the gaming helmet, it is assured that someone will procure it. The servers remain in a closed state, rendering haste futile, as neither we nor the enemy can access them. After discussing matters related to guild management and personnel selection, everyone chose their respective dormitories to retire for the night, while I remained behind to converse further with the three leaders. However, the substance of our discussion was exceedingly difficult for me to accept. Indeed, I was incredulous, if not fearful of the reality it presented. Only when this situation ultimately materialized did I reluctantly come to terms with it. Reflecting on it now, the memory remains vivid. The scene of that occurrence was truly enough to shatter one's spirit. Fortunately, at that time, humanity still had NW. Otherwise, one can only imagine the chaos that might have ensued, with countless individuals facing the choice of acceptance or awaiting death. The narrative must continue. And I engaged in extensive discussions with the three leaders. They appeared to regard me as reliable, thus offering some suggestions aligned with my plans. And together we endeavored to refine our strategy as much as possible. Yet, there exists a significant variable beyond our control, the newly activated historical mode. The identifier of the primary leader is Fearless. Let us refer to him as such. Fearless is the one who initiates the narrative mode, granting him the option to enter a historical phase, whether during the creation of the Titans or the day Arthas succumbed to darkness and became the Lich King. This decision is of paramount importance, as we must select a time that is most advantageous for us, while simultaneously exposing the enemy. The three leaders possess limited knowledge of the lore surrounding Warcraft. Thus, I resolved to choose a moment of critical significance in Warcraft history. One that marks the inception of all tales, the fall of the Titan Sargeras, heralding the birth of the Burning Legion, a symbol of devastation and darkness. In times of chaos, it is the strong who rise, yet to grow strong, one must lead from the front. No one can conceal themselves. Consequently, the skeletal dragon and his cohort will undoubtedly emerge, and our task is to identify them and conquer them. When speaking of Sargeras, he is undoubtedly a pivotal figure in the annals of Warcraft history. Once, he was the most noble and valiant warrior of the Titan race. As the titanic deities traversed the cosmos, crafting splendid worlds, Sargeras stood as the staunchest bulwark against the forces of malevolence. For millions of years, he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. Yet, as time wore on, he began to perceive the Titans' plans for world transformation as utterly impractical, for the cosmos was inherently chaotic and disorderly. In light of this, he reasoned that rather than reshaping the world, it would be more fitting to plunge the entire universe into darkness and chaos, for such was the singular truth of existence. The Titans endeavored to counsel him, attempting to assuage his fury, but ultimately, he severed ties with them, embarking on a quest to carve out his own place within the cosmos. As time elapsed, Sargeras became wholly consumed by his mad ideations. Coming to believe that the Titans themselves were the architects of creation's failures, he resolved to forge an unparalleled army to annihilate all worlds, thereby rectifying the errors committed by the Titans. Consumed by a myriad of negative emotions, Sargeras' immense form began to transform, becoming malevolent. the bronze of his being fractured, from which erupted boundless hatred and fury. In this manner, he conjured a new kind of energy, later known as fell energy, capable of transforming beings into immortal entities. However, those altered would undergo grotesque changes, becoming creatures driven by a thirst for slaughter and destruction. Sargeras commanded legions of innumerable lives, his forces unstoppable, leaving desolation in their wake until they arrived in the present-day realm of Azeroth. Here, they encountered their first defeat, which only solidified his resolve to obliterate Azeroth. This moment marks a significant historical juncture, heralding the Burning Legion's grand invasion, seeking the annihilation of the entire realm. Barring unforeseen circumstances, players are destined to become champions of Azeroth, joining legendary heroes in their stand against the incursion of the Burning Legion. Those who contribute significantly will earn the title of hero and reap the finest rewards. Should the Bone Dragon faction seek to wield influence over the economies of nations, they must first amass formidable power, which necessitates leading the charge at the forefront, making exposure an inevitable outcome. The three leaders, upon hearing this, contemplated silently. After a brief moment, they exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads, for their knowledge of Warcraft's history was regrettably scant. Ultimately, they had little choice but to acquiesce to my perspective. I returned to my room, lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. At this moment, I finally grasped the profound truth that the higher one ascends in rank, the greater the responsibility, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that can sometimes make it hard to breathe. As I continued to wrestle with insomnia, I reluctantly sat up and lit a cigarette, attempting to untangle my thoughts. Just then, a knock echoed through the silence. Tap, 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 it's me, Xiao Xiao. May I come in? To my surprise, it was indeed Xiao Xiao. I hurriedly rose to tidy up, only to realize that this was not my home. Everything was new and required no such preparation. I chuckled wryly, shaking my head, and then called out, "Come in. The door is open. It's not locked." Hee hee, coming to see you at this late hour? I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? I tried to find you twice earlier, but you were not here. Were you in discussions with the three leaders? Oh dear, you are quite the inquisitive one. Yes, I just returned, and you arrived the moment I sat down. What brings you here? Nothing much, just didn't he expect you to be part of the dragon team? My father? No, I mean the leader. Oh, never mind, I've let it slip. I'm the daughter of the highest-ranking leader, Zhang Long. What did my father say to you? Major General? Cut the flattery. Are you afraid the general has spoken ill of me? Perhaps mentioning that I am disobedient or deserving of reprimand. My father would never say such things. He dotes on me. But seriously, what did you all discuss? You're quite the curious one, aren't you? There was nothing of great import, just deliberations on when to enter history, tentatively set for the time of the Burning Legion's establishment, approximately 10,000 years ago. Oh, that sounds rather dull. What do you expect? We are to execute a mission, not merely indulge in leisure. Moreover, was that bashful demeanor of yours in the game merely an act? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Not at all. I genuinely struggle with shyness. But I grow more comfortable once I become familiar. All right. By the way, what do you think of the three members in our team? Although I have not encountered them in the real world, they seem to be from City XA. Do you find them trustworthy? I cannot say for certain, but their skills appear commendable. If trust is established, they could prove to be excellent allies. What about our identities and the mission? The guild must be informed of these matters. Otherwise, executing the plan would be quite challenging. You've inquired of the wrong person. You should consult my father. Besides, you are now a major general yourself. There are many decisions you can make independently. I blinked. Indeed, I had acquired this right, yet articulating it is one thing, and acting upon it is another. I dared not hastily draw conclusions. It would be prudent to consult three leaders tomorrow. Xiao Xiao stubbornly refused to return to sleep, claiming that her drowsiness had dissipated and she could not rest. She insisted on dragging me into a card game, and as I had no inclination for slumber, I reluctantly indulged her until dawn broke. Only then did Xiao Xiao succumb to sleep. I glanced at the time. 4 hours remained until the server launch, and I knew I could not sleep for long. Contemplating my situation, I retrieved several sheets of paper and began to draw, for this was the only way to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. 3 hours swiftly passed, and I gently roused Xiao Xiao, who astonishingly began to speak in her sleep. It seemed I would have ample opportunity to tease her in the future. Dad, I don't want to train. Perhaps in some ways, you are more pitiful than I. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. What is happening? What time is it? Haha, little sloth. Tidy up and grab something to eat. The server launches in an hour. I'll check on the others. Oh, got it. Wait for me. We'll go together. All right, hurry up. At last, I learned the truth of the mission, yet I wished I hadn't. For some matters were truly beyond comprehension. But what could I do? Perhaps this was fate. What other choice did I have but to acquiesce? After visiting the others, I returned to my room, where Xiao Xiao had already prepared. Together, we ventured to dine. This stronghold had previously served as a training base, entirely subterranean. The meals we endured during training were notoriously unpalatable. We had steeled ourselves for another grim culinary experience, yet upon entering the dining area, we beheld the other three seated at a table, indulging in a feast that rivaled a five-star hotel's offerings. At that moment, one of them spotted us and shouted, "Drunken dragon, young dragon, come quick. The food here is absolutely delicious. Hurry up." This individual, codenamed Poison Dragon, played the rogue in game. Known by the ID, listening to the sea. All right, we're on our way, haha. Without further ado, an hour quickly slipped away, and we all gathered in a spacious room, donning our helmets in preparation for the online launch. Ding. System announcement. The update has been completed. The server will launch in 1 minute. Ding. Server countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Welcome back to the new World of Warcraft. I glanced around and noticed no significant changes. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. The historical mode has been activated. All players who have completed their class transitions can locate the historical recorders in major cities for transportation, officially joining the historical mode. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. Upon hearing this, I realized that we needed to find a historical recorder NPC to enter history. Xiao Xiao was right beside me, but the other three members of our party had yet to log in. After a brief wait, we decided to venture into history first. After all, friends logging in would trigger a notification, and we could simply call them over later. Arriving early would allow us to scout the area and formulate a plan. Greetings, Elder. We wish to immerse ourselves in the currents of history. Could you assist us? The historical recorder was an elderly man, yet he exuded a vigorous presence, surrounded by a powerful aura, suggesting he was a remarkable being indeed. Certainly, that is my duty. However, you must remember that returning to the past, even the smallest action can lead to monumental changes in the future, so proceed with utmost caution. As the recorder's words faded, a flash of white light enveloped me, indicating the teleportation process. This time, however, the duration felt unusually prolonged, suggesting that traveling back 10,000 years was no simple task. Ding. Welcome to 10,000 years ago, when the Burning Legion invaded Azeroth. Due to the unique nature of this historical period, completing this stage will result in a direct transition to 10,000 years later. The presence of players has caused instability in history. All players must approach this with seriousness, or else Azeroth will succumb to the Burning Legion's invasion. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at this announcement. At present, there were only a handful of players capable of entering history, and even if the numbers increased later, we were all around level 20. What power did we possess to alter the course of history? Not only were we not afforded any conveniences, but the difficulty seemed to have been increased as well. As the white light dissipated, Xiao Xiao and I finally found ourselves transported back to 10,000 years ago. I cast my gaze around, yet found myself utterly unable to discern my surroundings. Indeed, Azeroth a millennium ago was a vast continent, starkly different from the familiar maps of the Warcraft realm. At the very heart of this land lay the legendary Well of Eternity, revered as the source of all magic and natural energies in this world. It continuously absorbed the boundless energies of the cosmos, nurturing the realm. Long ago, a race emerged around it, the oldest of all in this world, the Night Elves. Filled with curiosity, they encountered numerous formidable beings on their journey of exploration, among whom was the demigod Cenarius. He became enamored with the inquisitive Night Elves and began to impart his knowledge of the natural world to them. Over time, the Night Elves developed a profound empathy for the forest and dedicated themselves to preserving the harmony and balance of nature. From this noble race arose a queen, Azhara, who gradually succumbed to the alluring power of the Well of Eternity. She dispatched her most trusted elves to study its depths, seeking to harness its immense power for her own ends. If my conjecture holds true, we now find ourselves in the annals of this historical moment, as Queen Azhara's fascination with magic precipitated the grand invasion of the Burning Legion. In this historical narrative, There are no exclamation marks to indicate quests. Everything must be discovered through our own efforts. Thus, as we arrived here, we were somewhat at a loss, unsure of our next steps. Lacking even a map, I noticed a plume of smoke in the distance and decided to investigate, while my companion had no objections. The village was not far off, and soon we arrived. Upon entering, we were greeted by 3 players, a warrior, a paladin, and a shaman. Wait, aren't these 3 a classic combination of leaders? Could it be them? Indeed, it was you two. Let us add each other as friends. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to stay in touch. General, you move swiftly. What shall we do next? No. Here you are the general. We are but your soldiers. So, General, what are our orders? Hearing this, I felt overwhelmed. For I had never been to this era a millennium ago. I was at a loss for what to do. It seems that leading is indeed no simple task. Reluctantly, I decided to share insights about the historical context of this period, while also contemplating ways to enhance our levels and equipment. At that moment, 3 others, Fallen Petals, Cold Ice, and Cloudy Rain, logged in, having just informed me that they would soon join us. With no choice but to wait a little longer, we did so. Before long, the 3 arrived at our night elf village, where the hospitable night elves presented us with an abundance of delicious fruits and game. We politely indulged in the offerings and began to discuss our subsequent actions. I previously consulted 3 leaders regarding the issue of concealing our identities. They stated that it is entirely at my discretion. As long as I trust the individuals involved, there is no harm in informing them. Given the current exceptional circumstances, we cannot afford to be overly concerned with minor details. I have always adhered to the principle of trusting those I employ and dismissing those I doubt. Hence, I promptly conveyed the general situation to the 3 individuals present. It appeared that only Yun Yushua exhibited a lack of surprise. Having witnessed my abilities and the police's demeanor towards me, she likely surmised my extraordinary identity. With a cool demeanor, she confidently patted her chest and pledged to alleviate the nation's burdens, asserting that it is the responsibility of the common folk as well. Oh, illustrious leader of the mortal realm, could you grant me a modest official position? Rest assured, as long as you are willing to join this initiative and wholeheartedly fulfill it, the nation shall not forget your contributions. The trio showed no hesitation in their agreement. There was no personal peril involved. Engaging in a game that allows one to contribute to the nation while reaping rewards is an endeavor worth undertaking. Upon discovering that Xiao Xiao was the foremost sniper of the dragon team, they experienced an epiphany, understanding the origins of her formidable skills. Esteemed leaders, since we have reached this juncture, let us not squander any more time. As you have chosen me as the overall commander in this endeavor, I shall proceed without reservation to outline our next steps. General, please proceed. Here, we are but soldiers, wholly obedient to your command. Very well. We shall disband the team into pairs, tasked with seeking out missions, essentially engaging NPCs in conversation to ascertain their needs for assistance. Upon receiving a quest, we shall commence our tasks. If we encounter a quest chain, we may opt to join the nearest team to collaborate. During our endeavors, we can recruit some independent players, observing and assessing them throughout the process. Should we identify more than 5 viable candidates, we shall apply to establish a guild and begin cultivating its core members. This marks our first step. Xiao Xiao, you shall team up with your father. Luo Hua, we will pair together. Yun Yushue and Lung Bingbing. You 2 siblings will form a group, and you 2 instructors will join forces. Is everyone in agreement? The group nodded in unison, swiftly adding each other as friends before setting off on their respective missions. The 2 instructors bore names that were quite fitting, one called Tigerback and the other Bearwaist. My collaboration with Falling Blossom has been quite commendable, thus I chose to team up with her. However, this decision elicited a slew of cold, insinuating glances and lewd smiles from others. Fortunately, we were soon separated. Hello. Is there anything I can assist you with? I approached a female sprite who was diligently sweeping the ground. You wish to help me? Let me think. Could you fetch me some morning dew? I require it to prepare delectable pastries. Here, take this. It is a map of the vicinity. While it may not be highly detailed, it should suffice. The morning dew can be found on the leaves and blades of grass near the small river to the north. Please bring back 10 drops each. But do exercise caution. There are some troublesome poisonous toads in that area. Do not allow yourselves to be harmed. Poisonous toads? They are merely frogs. We shall be fine. We will return shortly. With that, I took Falling Blossom's hand and headed northward. The NPC had even provided us with a map, a valuable asset indeed. "Do be careful," echoed the NPC's voice from a distance. Currently, there are few players undergoing clash transitions, rendering the surrounding forest eerily quiet. The so-called morning dew appeared abundant from afar. The NPC sprite only requested 10 drops, which seemed rather insufficient. I resolved to gather more, for there might be greater rewards in return. Suddenly, a croak resonated through the air, signaling the imminent arrival of the poisonous toads the NPC had mentioned. The chorus of croaks intensified, prompting both Falling Blossom and me to remain highly vigilant. Should these toads prove formidable, it would be prudent to collect the dew without provoking them. We diligently gathered the dew, and before long, we had acquired all 10 drops. However, I recalled that collecting more might yield additional rewards. As our luck held, we had yet to attract the attention of the toads. So I seized the opportunity to gather a few more drops. Yet, as fate would have it, my aspirations met with a harsh reality. After collecting 3 more drops, one of the toads finally spotted me. A mere glance sent a shiver down my spine, and cold sweat began to bead upon my forehead. This wretched toad monster bore an ominous designation of 2 question marks. In the game settings, this denotes a level surpassing the current player's level by 20. As I was level 20, this toad must be at least level 40. Without uttering a word, I seized the bewildered falling flower and fled, scarcely affording a glance back. The moment the toad had appeared, the system had already signaled the onset of battle. We needed to escape far enough to break free from combat. Otherwise, with our meager health, a mere touch from that toad would likely spell our demise. We ran incessantly until we reached the village, where at last I heard the melodious chime of the system notifying us that we had disengaged from battle. As I exchanged breathless glances with Falling Flower, we couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Wow, you even managed to bring back 5 extra drops. That's simply marvelous. Just a moment with this dew. I can prepare some delightful snacks again," the NPC sprite exclaimed, darting off to infuse her treats with the dew. Before long, she returned with 2 bundles in front of us. "I sincerely apologize for earlier. I didn't realize your strength was insufficient to conquer those foul toads, and I sent you to gather dew instead. I never expected not only would you succeed in bringing back the dew I needed, but you even exceeded my expectations. Please keep this bundle of snacks. With the dew you collected, infused with the magical energy from the wells of eternity, they will significantly enhance your strength. Ding! You have completed a level 40 quest ahead of schedule. Due to the quest's level exceeding your current level, the experience reward has increased tenfold. Ding! Level up. Current level, 21. Ding! Level up. Current level, 22. Ding! You have completed the task of collecting the morning dew. Receiving the reward, magical snack, doubles all experience gained within 2 hours after use. Cooldown of 2 hours. Effect disappears upon death. A flurry of system notifications left my jaw agape. I inadvertently undertook a collection task that took merely a few minutes, granting me 2 levels of experience and 10 doubled experience snacks for 2 hours. This deal was extraordinarily advantageous. Falling Flower, overwhelmed with excitement, began shaking my arm incessantly. At that moment, the enchanting NPC sprite, whom I had grown quite fond of, spoke again, causing my mind to race. Was there another quest in store? Although this task shouldn't be assigned to you, considering you just acquired an excess of dew from the poisonous toads, and this is merely a delivery task with no danger involved, I can entrust it to you. Would you be willing to accept? Of course. With such generous rewards, even dying twice would be worth it. Why wouldn't we accept? We gladly accept any task. All right then, this task is quite simple. Deliver this large bundle of magical snacks to the commander at the training ground to the north. His name is Fadiel. Along with it, please hand him this letter. I believe he can provide you with additional tasks that will aid in your growth, as a small recompense for my earlier oversight. Ding! Task acquired. Parcel delivery. Would you like to accept? Accept. Thank you so much. I must quickly transform the dew you brought back into snacks. Otherwise, they will lose their potency. I appreciate your help. No need for gratitude. It is our duty. The task has once again come into my hands. It appears that obtaining this mission from a millennium ago is rather straightforward. However, encountering a level 40 quest at the outset leaves me uncertain whether to consider it fortuitous or unfortunate. To the north of the village lies a modest hill. Although my companion and I could take a detour, time is of the essence, and traversing the mountain would be more expedient. Thus, we resolved to proceed directly to the training ground. The simulation of reality is absolute. Those endowed with strength exhibit greater physical robustness and endurance. As a tank, I faced no difficulties, yet my companion, Falling Blossom, was already drenched in sweat before we had even reached the halfway point. She had her own strategy, removing her heavy plate armor and stowing it in her backpack, which does not add to the player's load. In its place, she donned a delicate silk dress, the source of which remained a mystery to me. This decision alleviated her fatigue, yet it was I who suffered. For the moment she donned the silk gown, it became instantly soaked, rendering it nearly transparent. In this realm, there is no provision for undergarments, thus revealing her exquisite form before my eyes. Upon noticing my gaze, Falling Blossom glanced down at herself, her cheeks instantly flushed with crimson. In that moment, I was utterly captivated. Her appearance was simply irresistible. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a woman's body before?" she challenged, unabashedly straightening her posture and stammering her words. In that instant, my tongue seemed to tie itself in knots, as I struggled to articulate a coherent response. Her laughter erupted at my flustered expression. "You are the first man in 19 years to have seen my body. You must take responsibility," she teased. Well, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility. After all, who wouldn't want to be with such a stunning beauty? But this is only half the view. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet I was emboldened by her provocation. "What do you mean by half? What else is there to see?" Falling Blossom's face turned as red as an apple, yet her demeanor did not suggest she wished to conceal herself. Rather, it seemed she desired me to gaze more intently. "You're still wearing clothes," I muttered softly, but she caught my words. "You lecherous scoundrel. You aren't my significant other, so why should I undress for you? Unless you consider yourself my boyfriend? How could a beauty like you possibly be single? And would you ever consider someone like me?" I was genuinely perplexed. While Falling Blossom might not be the epitome of beauty, she undoubtedly surpassed any woman I had encountered or heard of, even those in the entertainment industry. "Not having a boyfriend is understandable, but how could you ever find me appealing? You underestimate yourself. As the youngest major general in Huaxia, the head of the dragon team in this realm, who among your peers could rival you? In both reality and this game, your strength is immeasurable. Moreover, based on what you've said, your appearance in the game is likely adjusted, making you quite handsome. Why wouldn't I be drawn to you?" Upon hearing the response from Luo Hua, I suddenly realized my elevated status. I was astonished to discover that I had unwittingly become a favored choice for many as a lifelong partner. Just then, Luo Hua inquired, "May I behold your true visage? Despite my unaltered appearance, you have transformed, which seems rather unjust." I did not respond, but silently accessed the system options, restoring my appearance to normal. This modification is a one-time opportunity for each individual, with no means to acquire a second chance. Now, having resolved to confront the Bone Dragon and his associates directly, the alteration of my visage has become inconsequential. Alone and isolated, I harbor no fear of retaliation from them in reality. Moreover, I have already seen her in her entirety, so revealing my appearance to her is hardly a concern. Hee, I still look rather handsome. Perhaps I shall simply conceal my helmet in the future. I wish to see your face. I find myself at a loss for words. The girl before me is remarkable by any standard I know, while I am merely a man without a home, uncertain even of my own identity. Such an extraordinary girl expresses affection for me. I have no reason to decline her advances. Now, returning to our previous topic, Hong Chun, would you consider being my girlfriend? If your feelings are not a fleeting impulse, I am genuinely inclined to accept. Deep down, I yearn for someone who can accompany me, share my burdens, and offer care and concern after my busy endeavors. As we broached this delicate subject, Luo Hua removed the final layer of her garment. The sheer silk skirt slipped away before my astonished gaze, unveiling her form in its entirety, devoid of any concealment, filling my eyes with an unobstructed view. Her fair skin, tinged with a hint of crimson, seemed to narrate her current nervousness and shyness. I was utterly entranced. It was simply exquisite. Am I beautiful? Indeed, breathtakingly so. Luo Hua stepped forward, drawing closer, and whispered softly in my ear before kissing me. Without hesitation, my lips met her delicate cherry blossom-like mouth, greedily savoring the moment, while simultaneously catching the almost imperceptible whispers of Luo Hua, assuring me that we were still in the wilderness, far from prying eyes. In an instant, the armor I wore retracted, allowing me to gently lay Luo Hua upon the ground. 2 hours passed, and we began to adjust our disheveled attire. Yet the handkerchief adorned with blood-red plum blossoms nestled within Luo Hua's backpack bore witness to the events that had transpired. It was evident that Luo Hua had changed significantly since being with me. She was no longer as boisterous and carefree as before, but rather thoughtful and tender. Witnessing these transformations, I understood that Luo Hua genuinely cherished and loved me, desiring to be by my side. However, I did not wish for her to feel compelled to change herself for me. I love you, simply because you are you. I smiled gently at Luo Hua. I understood her concerns, yet I felt the need to strive for self-improvement. After all, I feared that one day, I might lose her to someone else. Hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of becoming a coveted prize myself. Despite having known each other for merely a day, our bond felt anything but lacking. In fact, it blossomed with increasing affection. My dear, look ahead. We shall soon arrive at the training ground. I raised my gaze and beheld an expansive open space not far away, where numerous warriors of the elven race were engaged in collective training. Leading them was none other than the commander we sought, Commander Fadial. At this moment, Luanhua's legs still trembled slightly during the initial part of our journey. I had carried her, but once we began our descent, she steadfastly refused my assistance. Thus, I supported her as we made our way slowly. At last, we arrived at the training ground. Esteemed Commander, we bring you a package and a letter as instructed. Allow me to see, he replied. Moments later, Commander Fadial perused the letter and then opened the package. A hearty laugh erupted from him. Haha, it is indeed rare for two adventurers, despite not possessing formidable strength, to obtain the morning dew. The letter states you wish to undertake certain tasks to strengthen yourselves. Is that correct? Indeed, honored Commander. We hope to acquire some tasks within our capabilities to alleviate your burdens while simultaneously augmenting our own strength. I responded with a tone of respectful assertiveness. It was evident that he possessed the tasks we sought, and my inquiry was merely a prelude to receiving them. Very well. I shall assign you a task. Hunt down some brown bears and crocodiles. The elven race is currently facing internal issues, necessitating an increase in our warriors. We require a substantial amount of brown bear pelts and crocodile scales to craft armor for them. However, these beasts are rather formidable. Do you dare accept this task? The commander regarded us with a smile, though a glint of intensity in his eyes belied his genial demeanor, coupled with his imposing stature, which was rather uncharacteristic of elves. He was quite imposing. There's no need for such reservations, Commander. Since I have expressed my willingness, rest assured we will accept the task and fulfill it. I merely wish to ascertain how many pelts and scales you require. I maintained my composed demeanor. It was clear the commander was testing us. If I could not discern that, my years of experience would have been in vain. Haha, I admire your courage, young one. There is no limit on the quantity of pelts and scales. The more you bring back, the more substantial the rewards will be. I can discreetly inform you that if the total number of both items exceeds 100, there will be unexpected benefits. Haha, ding. Your demeanor has earned the admiration of NPC Commander Fadial, unlocking a favorable impression. Current impression level, 10. Momentarily taken aback by this notification, I quickly resumed my previous tone and replied, No problem, Commander. Rest assured, we will exert our utmost effort to complete the task. After bidding farewell to Commander Fadial, Luo Hua and I set out to seek the habitats of the brown bears and crocodiles. Crocodiles, as one might expect, dwell in watery locales, and brown bears, fond of fish, would not stray far from water. After a brief contemplation, we decided to follow the river adjacent to the training ground upstream. The commander, observing our choice from a distance, nodded in approval. Darling, do you see that? Is that not a crocodile? Where? Following the direction indicated by the falling petals, I spotted a crocodile in the distance. Its size was not particularly large, merely slightly bigger than a real crocodile, yet its level was impressively high, level 26. This indicated that the task assigned by the Legion commander was indeed the most suitable for our current levels. In NW, when the level difference between a player and a monster exceeds 5 levels, the higher level party gains a 30 evasion chance and a 30 damage amplification effect. Since this crocodile was only 4 levels above us, there was no enhancement in its strength. With our combined efforts, we anticipated defeating it in approximately 30 seconds. Thanks to the divine healing provided by Falling Flower, we hardly needed to rest and recover. As time passed, a few brown bears appeared by the riverside. To our surprise, these bears bore yellow names, indicating they would not attack players unless provoked. This was indeed good news, but the bears were level 28, meaning we would need to level up at least twice before we could confront them. While we could technically defeat them now, it would be a waste of time. So we decided to continue hunting the crocodiles until we reached level 24 before engaging the bears. One by one, the crocodiles fell, despite the experience being shared between us. Each kill still granted us around 2 experience points, due to the 4-level difference. The crocodiles respawned at a reasonable rate, with a total of about 5 to 8 present at any given time. After waiting a minute or two post-elimination, they would reappear. We diligently hunted for just over an hour, accumulating 100 crocodile scales. After leveling up, the experience required to progress increased, but the rewards for slaying higher-level monsters remained substantial. A previous quest involving gathering dew had raised my level to 22 with over 50 experience, while Falling Flower also reached level 22 with 8 experience. After defeating 100 crocodiles, I successfully attained level 24, with Falling Flower only a fraction behind. I decided it was time to hunt the brown bears, knowing that despite the 5-level gap, Falling Flower's role as my healer meant she did not need to engage directly in combat. The brown bear spawn point was not far, within a few minutes. We located it near a cave at the foot of a cliff. The spawn point was fixed, and each time a bear emerged, we would ambush it at the entrance, one bear at a time. True to their nature, the brown bears possessed thick hides and high attack power, although their agility was lacking. With my passive skill enhancing my attack strength and Falling Flower's uninterrupted healing, I found myself engaging the bears in a stalemate, trading blows back and forth. 2 hours later, our bags were filled with 100 bear pelts, and both Falling Flower and I reached level 25, with me only a hair's breadth away from level 26. It was uncertain whether our luck was good or bad. After slaying 200 monsters, we had yet to receive a single piece of equipment. While we collected a considerable amount of gray trash, items meant solely for selling, no white items had dropped either. However, we did manage to acquire 3 skill books, all of which were applicable to US. Thunderstrike, Warrior Skill, consuming 10 rage to inflict 80 attack power damage to all enemy targets within a 5-meter radius, reducing their movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds, generating significant threat with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Judgment, Paladin Skill, dealing 60 spell power damage, requiring the effect of a Holy Seal. Insightful Holy Seal, Paladin Skill, increasing healing effectiveness by 10 when activated, with each attack having a chance to restore 25 spell power worth of health. Judgment Effect, healing effectiveness increased by 30 for 5 seconds after release. Although we did not receive any equipment, these 3 skill books proved exceptionally useful. Falling Flower's 2 books complemented each other perfectly, while my Thunderstrike had long been a crucial skill for generating threat against groups of monsters. With a short cooldown and minimal rage consumption, acquiring this skill would undoubtedly enhance our monster hunting efficiency significantly. The 2 of us cheerfully strolled back along the path to the training grounds, despite having been delayed for 2 hours. Our efficiency in battling monsters over the course of 3 hours was undeniably impressive. We leveled up by more than 3 levels in that time, averaging nearly 1 level per hour, a remarkable pace for contemporary players. This remarkable speed can be attributed to my role as a defensive warrior with substantial damage output, complemented by the continuous healing provided by the Blossoming Flower Divine technique. Our synergy in collaboration rivals that of 5 other players, and we are spared the need to rest on the ground to regain mana. Consequently, the experience we share as a duo far exceeds that of a larger group, ensuring that our leveling speed ascends rapidly. As we strolled and shared laughter, approaching the training grounds, the sky suddenly ignited with fiery hues, and the very earth began to tremble violently. In an instant, the serene and beautiful surroundings transformed into a hellish landscape, as meteorites, ablaze with fury, plummeted from the heavens, exploding upon impact. From their remnants emerged grotesque creatures, adorned with sharp fangs and vicious claws, some wreathed in emerald flames. Upon their arrival, they roared and shrieked, charging forth to annihilate everything in their path, crushing and obliterating all that stood before them. I recognized the malevolent creature. The Burning Legion has arrived. Quick, let us hasten back to the training grounds. Luohua wore a look of astonishment as I grasped her hand, propelling us swiftly towards our destination. Fortunately, we were not far from the training grounds, and within mere minutes, we arrived. Is it truly you? Why did you take so long? Pray, tell me you have returned with a substantial amount of materials. The Legion commander, Fadiel, was evidently anxious, though he was unaware of the true nature of these creatures. He understood one thing: their intentions were nefarious, and it was time for him to take action. We have gathered 100 pieces each of fur and scales. Time is of the essence. This is all we could procure. Excellent. Your prowess may not be formidable. Yet to return with 100 sets in merely 3 hours exceeds my expectations. Here lies your reward. Your sole task now is to vanquish these harbingers of destruction. Exterminate every last one of these vile wretches. Ding. Quest accomplished. You have received 1 helmet, 1 pauldrons, 1 breastplate, 1 arm guard, 1 pair of gloves, 1 pair of greaves, 1 belt, 1 pair of boots, 1 two-handed sword, and 1 shield. Ding. Level up. Current level, 26. Ding. Level up. Current level, 27. I am currently too pressed for time to heed the system prompts. Donning the complete set of rewards bestowed upon the Legion Commander. I have no desire to examine my attributes. All I wish for now is to swiftly immerse myself in the hunt for demons. I was in a great hurry to venture forth and hunt the demons, yet Luowa restrained me. Come yourself, dear. First, let's contact everyone and devise a strategy once they arrive. You are the commander now. You must not lose your composure. Anyone can act impulsively, but you cannot. At that moment, Luowa remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing her words, I immediately understood. Without waiting for me to speak, Luowa began to reach out to Yun and Shui, as well as to the Cold Ice siblings. Observing this, I promptly initiated contact with the 3 generals and Xiao Xiao. Everyone acted swiftly, and before long, we were all gathered. Even the 3 members of the Dragon team, who had previously not reached level 20, had now ascended to levels 22 and 23, congregating before me. I too had calmed my thoughts, and prior to everyone's arrival, I had already contemplated a rough outline of our forthcoming plan. Everyone, the Burning Legion has invaded, signaling the commencement of our agenda. Currently, there are at least 200,000 to 300,000 players who have entered this historical phase. Searching for the Bone Dragon and its ilk among such a multitude is exceedingly challenging. However, the difficulty will only intensify, as the player count will inevitably rise. We must remain vigilant regarding the elite tier of players. Do not rely on past knowledge of them for guidance. Even if they have betrayed us, they are still well-trained special forces from the Dragon team. Mastery of disguise is essential. They will not make such elementary mistakes. Nor should we entertain hopes that they will willingly reveal themselves. We must utilize all our resources to seek them out without a hint of complacency. Time is of the essence. Let us commence our operations according to the guild divisions we previously established. Report any discoveries immediately. Understood, responded Yun, Shui, and Xiao Xiao as they prepared to accompany me. Fearless, you will operate solo. Blood God, you are tasked with infiltrating the opposing guild and must also act alone. Yes, General. Huge Bear and Tiger, you two will form a pair. Yes. Swift Hand, you and your partner will work together. Of course, General. Blood God was the previous Death Knight member of the Dragon team, while Swift Hand and his companion were both rogues. The group swiftly organized, awaiting my next command. At this moment, our numbers were few, and the utmost priority for each division was to seek out the Bone Dragon while simultaneously fostering the growth of their respective guilds. From this point onward, we should avoid encounters in the game. Communications should occur through private messages or external channels. Each branch guild should be mindful of recruitment protocols, and I need not elaborate further. Rest assured, we know what to do, replied Fearless. Indeed, I trust you completely, old General, I reassured, particularly addressing the 3 Dragon team members. Now, a considerable influx of independent players had entered the historical phase. We must not provoke the studio players or professional guild members, as they are ill-suited for our endeavors. It is the high-caliber independent players that we need as our fresh reinforcements. Let us focus on this aspect first. Additionally, our guilds adhere to a policy that does not require a large number of members. We only seek the elite. Do you comprehend? Yes, General. Time is of the essence. Let us commence our actions. I require a report every 24 hours in the short term. Dismissed. The group dispersed, leaving only our steadfast quintet. My dear, you were incredibly impressive just now. At that moment, Luowa gazed at me with starry eyes, but as soon as the words escaped her lips, a cold sweat broke out. Oh, have you two become quite close? Inquired Yun and Shui. My goodness, how quickly things have progressed, exclaimed Lung Bingbing. Alas, Brother Hanshin, you have forsaken me, sighed Xiao Xiao, playfully exaggerating the situation. That was a slip of the tongue. Please, do not react so dramatically, Luowa defended herself, blushing. With such capable and handsome men nearby, why not seize the opportunity? It was then that everyone noticed I had reverted to my original appearance. Xiao Xiao and Yun and Shui had seen my true self before, while it was Lung Bingbing's first encounter. He glanced at me, then touched his own face, muttering under his breath, "Wow, I'm not even more handsome than him." This remark was overheard by the ladies, who collectively scoffed in disdain, leaving Lang Bingbing feeling quite embarrassed. All right, enough of this banter. Our current mission is to swiftly enhance our levels and gear. Reaching the maximum level in NW is merely the beginning. Leveling up is just the prelude. Let us share our status. I am currently at level 27, having acquired the skill Thunder Strike, which you all are familiar with. I just obtained a full set of 25 level Blue Elven Warrior training gear, except for rings, necklaces, and accessories. Now it's my turn, I continued. Like Hanshan, I am also at level 27, having gained the Judgment and Insight skills, significantly boosting my healing capacity, with gear similar to his. Lung Bingbing chimed in, "My sister and I are both about to reach level 27. I have added Blizzard to my repertoire, allowing for AoE attacks. I possess 4 pieces of blue gear above level 25 and 4 green pieces, with no accessories. My sister has acquired the skill to apply poison to weapons, increasing her DPS, with 5 pieces of blue gear above level 25 and 3 green pieces, also lacking accessories. Additionally, she has obtained the skill Hunter's Flare, along with 2 pieces of 26 level blue mail, 1 for the head and 1 for the feet." Xiao Xiao interjected, I am now at level 28, having received a complete set of pet skills and tracking skills from quests. My gear consists of only 2 green items. But you two have perfectly addressed my urgent needs. The flare is indeed a valuable skill. Stealthy creatures will no longer be able to hide. Alas, your DPS has become even more astonishing, he remarked with a cold, resigned tone. Do not speak of my extraordinary DPS in comparison to my father. I am far from exceptional. Together, we are capable of vanquishing foes significantly above our level in mere moments. I can inflict only 30 points of damage on each creature, as the remainder is swiftly dealt with by my father, allowing us to level up at an extraordinary pace. Along the way, he even took the time to assist me with 2 skill quests. Otherwise, I would have already reached level 30 by now. The group reported their current status, confirming that Xiao Xiao, with his remarkable DPS, alongside his even more formidable father, is indeed the fastest. Had we not been delayed for 2 hours, my level and that of Luo Hua would not lag behind theirs. I entrusted the marked task to Xiao Xiao, a girl who is inherently a sharpshooter with keen eyesight and possesses tracking abilities that allow her to pursue demons. Her current objective is to hunt these demons, and assigning her the task of marking the monsters is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to assist Xiao Xiao in capturing a pet, colloquially referred to as a baby in the gaming world. With a complete set of pet skills, having a baby by her side would prove immensely beneficial. The brown bear I had previously encountered seemed to be an excellent choice. Although the crocodile boasts formidable attack capabilities, its mobility diminishes significantly away from water. Given that we lack DPS, what we truly require is a reliable off-tank to cover us in moments of need. The brown bear, with its sturdy hide and robust physique, combined with Xiao Xiao's taunting skills, would serve as an ample off-tank within our 5-person team. The process of capturing the baby was remarkably smooth, and we vanquished numerous demons along the way. The first wave of demons was not particularly formidable, with levels ranging from 20 to 30, suggesting that the system has been rather considerate towards players. If it adhered to historical accounts, the demons would be powerful entities capable of dispatching our low-level characters with ease. Each demon we defeated yielded between 1 to 10 justice points, a valuable currency for acquiring equipment. These demons were elite monsters, providing experience points that surpassed those from elite creatures in dungeons, though their strength was relatively comparable, merely exhibiting a more sinister nature. As we continued our battle, we lost track of time. Initially, we were all intensely focused, but as we grew accustomed to the demon's attack patterns and weaknesses, our concentration waned. Unbeknownst to us, for hours had passed, and with 10 hours remaining until the historical mode commenced, the sky began to darken. Whether it was due to the demon's presence or the surrounding devastation, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and an unsettling feeling lingered within me. Ding! Your level has reached 30, unlocking the leaderboard system. You have ascended to the top of the level rankings. Would you like to hide your ID? No, I shall not conceal it. I wish to bask in the spotlight, hoping that those from the Bone Dragon Guild will come seeking me, thereby saving me time. How did both of you suddenly surpass me in levels? Xiao Xiao asked, astonished. The rewards from previous tasks were akin to double experience potions, albeit non-transferable, and they were nearly depleted. The fallen petals have resolved her doubts. And at this moment, she is on the verge of reaching level 30. Well, it appears that luck plays a significant role in one's journey. Xiao Xiao feels a touch of helplessness. Indeed, since her arrival in NW, aside from that peculiar and formidable skill, her fortune seems to have been rather unfavorable. Each time she loots a corpse, she finds little of value. Barely any gray trash, mostly just a handful of copper coins. Currently, these demonic creatures drop little more than basic materials, and only occasionally does a monster that has slain other players or NPCs yield a piece or two of equipment, along with some currency. Consequently, Xiao Xiao has entirely given up on looting corpses, earning herself the rather unflattering nickname of Blackhand Xiao Xiao from Lung Bing Bing. She can only accept this moniker with resignation, as the reality stands. She truly embodies the essence of a Blackhand. Just as another slightly more formidable demon falls beneath her feet, Lung Bing Bing teases her to loot the corpse, when suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps resounds. Thud, thud, thud. I gestured for everyone to quiet down, and they, displaying their intelligence, ceased all movements and fell silent. Before long, a somewhat imposing figure emerged before us, the Dark Guardian, towering at an impressive 5 meters. Most notably, its level was marked at 33, adorned with a distinctive health bar. A feature exclusive to bosses. The Dark Guardian, to be precise, is not a mere creature but rather a formidable entity summoned through dark magic, endowed with immense power. It possesses not only extraordinary physical strength, but also a repertoire of malevolent spells. However, at this moment, none could ascertain the extent of the magical abilities possessed by this Dark Guardian. Roar! You insignificant insects dare to hunt my warriors. I shall obliterate you. It appeared my suspicions were correct. This behemoth was indeed targeting us. There was no avenue for retreat. We could only advance. Besides, why should we shy away? At this stage, it was likely that only our small group had the capability to vanquish this Dark Guardian boss. Boss, what are we to do? It seems we have no choice but to engage, Cold Ice inquired, her gaze fixed upon me, as did the others, awaiting my command. None among us had faced such a foe before, and no one could predict how this version of the Dark Guardian might differ from those in the future. Prepare to attack. I will take the lead. Falling Petal, support me. Everyone else, unleash your full might. We can only counter as the situation unfolds. And for heaven's sake, do not let the threat level shift. The term OT refers to the phenomenon where a monster's aggro shifts due to excessive damage output from an individual, surpassing the current tank's threat level. In truth, only a select few, including myself, could manage that at present. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, I felt a twinge of helplessness. In my past experiences with World of Warcraft, information on virtually every monster was readily available, complete with strategies for their boss skills. However, now that we had traversed into history, no one knew what awaited us. And thus, no strategies existed. Perhaps one day someone would compile such information, but for now, we were entirely in the dark. I charged forward, swiftly closing the distance. The Dark Guardian was immune to stun effects, which was anticipated, as most bosses typically are. I employed my skills, Revenge and Heroic Strike, but before I could unleash my third skill, the bizarrely shaped colossal greatsword wielded by the Dark Guardian sliced through the air with a deafening roar. Faced with such a massive weapon, I dared not attempt to block or parry. Should my shield falter, it was likely none of us would escape unscathed. I bent down swiftly to evade. Yet the colossal sword of the Dark Sentinel still swept across my shoulder, causing my health to plummet by a third in an instant. To my dismay, this fiend offered no respite. The healing from falling petals had yet to arrive when his second strike descended upon me in the blink of an eye. A heavy blow aimed directly at my head. In that critical moment, I could not help but internally exclaim in alarm, just as the situation grew dire. The collective DPS of my comrades surged simultaneously, and a flurry of damage numbers erupted above the boss. Most crucially, amidst this tempest of attacks, a chilling ice arrow struck true, ensnaring the boss in a state of deceleration, diminishing both its attack and movement speed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, I leapt sideways like a ravenous wolf, executed a somersault, and unleashed a thunder strike. Since the boss was not immune to the effects of the ice arrow's slow, it stood to reason that it would also succumb to the deceleration from my thunder strike. Indeed, a debuff materialized upon the boss, ensnaring it in a dual state of slowness. This creature's damage output was extraordinarily formidable, Enduring even 2 successive strikes could spell my doom. Fortunately, its sensitivity had sharply declined in the slowed state. I capitalized on the range of my thunder strike to incessantly apply further deceleration effects, circling around the boss not to disorient it, but to ensure I could land a few hits, thus firmly anchoring the aggro upon myself rather than allowing it to shift to my fellow DPS. Yuan and Shuem mirrored my movements, attacking as they ran in synchrony behind the boss. The rogue skills required no stationary casting, making mobility in combat an essential lesson for us. For the others, the task was considerably simpler. Falling Petals, the Icy Mage, and the diminutive Hunter all engaged from a distance, as long as the boss maintained its focus. And without encountering any area of effect skills, the trio could unleash their attacks and healing freely, unencumbered by concern. As time ticked by, despite the high damage inflicted upon the Dark Sentinel boss by our team, it astonishingly possessed a staggering health pool of 100,000. Even the diminutive Hunter's peak damage barely reached around 1,000. Furthermore, the Hunter relied on focus, and lacking the steady shot skill at this moment meant she could only regenerate focus through natural recovery, translating to a mere 1,500 damage every 10 seconds. My own output was approximately 1,300 every 10 seconds, while the others fell slightly below, averaging 1,000 damage every 10 seconds. Occasionally, the boss would evade and parry a few attacks, which meant that collectively, our team of 5 could inflict a maximum of around 5,000 damage every 10 seconds, with a total of 100,000 health points, and disregarding the boss's inherent regenerative abilities. We would have to endure 4 to 5 minutes of combat, even if it stood still for us. Nevertheless, everyone remained relatively composed, despite the time-consuming nature of the endeavor. We believed that at this pace, dragging it out for a good 10 minutes or so would suffice. In our hearts, we collectively prayed for no unforeseen complications to arise. Please, let there be no further disturbances. However, the system was not inclined to grant our wishes. Until the boss's health dwindled to 25%, everything proceeded smoothly, akin to a well-oiled assembly line. Yet, as soon as its health dipped to that threshold, it abruptly ceased its attacks and unleashed a thunderous roar. Upon hearing this ferocious cry, an unsettling sensation gripped our hearts. We all recognized that the scenario we dreaded had indeed come to pass. Oh, you have truly provoked my wrath. Hellhounds, arise and slay them. Hellhounds? The name swiftly flickered through my mind. It must be a summoned creature. I had not anticipated that this Dark Sentinel could summon allies as well. Was the Burning Legion simply a collective of summoned beings? Time was not on my side for fanciful speculations. From the shadows behind the boss, 2 figures suddenly materialized, flickering in and out of view. I instantly comprehended what they were. The hounds were cloaked, and with a swift illumination flare, I marked my observation. As my words fell, a bright flash soared into the sky before descending, revealing the hounds' forms. Simultaneously, 2 markers appeared atop their heads, one an orange circular mark, commonly referred to as a big pancake, and the other a jagged crescent. To my astonishment, there were 2 of them. If their attack power was too formidable, we would be in serious trouble. My mind raced to devise a strategy. After solidifying my plan, I called out, "Cold ice, draw the big pancake away. Kite it. Do not prioritize damage. Just keep its attention. The rest of you, focus your fire on the other one." Understood. Cold ice acted without hesitation, swiftly releasing a frost arrow. The big pancake was successfully lured away, its skills unleashed at an accelerated pace due to passive effects. Taking a few steps, it would unleash another frost arrow. And if it got too close, it would blink away in the opposite direction, continuing the maneuver with impressive skill. Simultaneously, the marker on the creature designated by the crescent was replaced with a skull, signifying that it was our priority target to eliminate swiftly. I charged fiercely towards the dog marked with a skull, activating my special skill, which granted me a remarkable boost of 300 in both attack power and attack speed. Swiftly, I unleashed a series of skills upon this hellhound: Vengeance, Heroic Strike, and Thunder Strike. The immense damage from these 2 high-threat skills nearly drew all aggro towards me. Xiao Xiao and Yun Yushue commenced their attacks, yet the hellhound's health was astonishingly high, boasting a staggering 8,000 hit points. After summoning the hellhound, the boss let out a triumphant laugh. Observing our methodical response, he scoffed and charged at me. However, I was determined not to grant him that opportunity. After landing several more hits on the dog, Thunder Strike was off cooldown, and I charged again, this time aiming directly at the approaching boss. Before I could reach the boss, I interrupted my advance. At this moment, I was still a short distance away, just beyond the attack range of the Dark Guardian boss, yet well within the reach of my Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike. The creature was instantly ensnared in a 50 slow, though not as effective as the previous Ice Arrow's enhancement. It was sufficient to merely hinder him. I maintained the optimal distance, utilizing Thunderstrike as soon as it became available. He roared in fury, wildly slashing with his two-handed sword, but he could not touch me. Before long, the Hellhound marked with a skull lay defeated. I no longer needed to redirect my fire towards another dog, as its aggro had already shifted entirely to Lung Bingshuang. This dog moved with remarkable speed. Even under the Ice Arrow's slow, it was still swift. Lung Bingshuang adeptly kited it back and forth, whittling down around 20 hit points. Even when occasionally struck, she was not in immediate danger of being eliminated, especially with the timely healing from Luohua. The entire kiting process proceeded smoothly, showcasing impressive skill. Xiao Xiao redirected her fire to the large pancake, while Yin Yushua joined me in targeting the boss. At this moment, Yin Yushua was somewhat distant from the dog marked with the pancake, but now she was right beside me, having followed the previous dog that had eagerly pursued me after I charged the boss. It ultimately fell at my side. Xiao Xiao, being the furthest away yet incredibly high in damage output, redirected her fire to the other dog, and it wouldn't take long for her to dispatch it. Before long, the second dog also fell. As a creature summoned by the boss, it yielded no experience or loot. Xiao Xiao and Lung Bingshuang joined in the assault on the boss, who was now down to a mere 10 hit points. Having learned from the previous encounter, everyone proceeded with caution, wary of any tricks this vile creature might attempt. However, this concern proved to be unwarranted, as the last 10 hit points dwindled rapidly. Soon, the Dark Guardian finally succumbed amidst its cries, and we all exhaled in relief. Ding! You and your team have slain the first boss of the Burning Legion, ascending to the top of the boss kill leaderboard. Would you like to hide your ID? No, I will not hide it, as I chose not to conceal my ID. It appeared that everyone around me was swiftly elevated to level 30 due to the experience granted by this formidable boss. I, on the other hand, had already attained level 31 with a mere sliver of experience to go. The members of my party, following my lead, refrained from hiding their IDs on the leaderboard, which featured only 6 players in total, 5 of whom belonged to our small team, proudly representing the illustrious guild of the Three Realms. At last, the boss lay defeated, and I couldn't suppress a chuckle. We had reached yet another exhilarating moment. With the boss vanquished, the most crucial task at hand was, of course, to loot the corpse. Cold and aloof, I playfully urged the spirited little Xiao. Hurry, go loot the body. Get lost, if you have the means. Take a taxi and roll away. Little Xiao retorted, flustered, while Cold remained beside her, laughing uncontrollably, observing their antics. I shook my head in resignation and proceeded to loot the corpse. Truth be told, my hands were still quite red. Let's see, no more fooling around, little Xiao. Your bow. It's a level 30 purple one. The moment I uttered this, everyone rushed over. This purple equipment was undeniably the strongest of its tier. After all, the orange gear, often referred to as artifacts, earned such a title for good reason. In this new realm of World of Warcraft, orange equipment had been deemed unique, signifying that whoever acquired an orange piece would never again witness its reappearance, unless they were to slay the original bearer. Yet, the prowess of those capable of obtaining orange gear was unquestionable, making them formidable foes indeed. Next was a level 30 purple one-handed hammer, a healing hammer. Here, my dear, take it. Its attributes are quite impressive. Upon receiving this healing hammer, little Xiao treated it as a treasure, inspecting it with unbridled excitement, nearly leaping with joy. And here's another, a level 30 purple one-handed sword, boasting a high attack speed and agility. I have no use for it, but little Xue, you should take it. How curious that all of our finds are weapons. Oh, what is this? I extracted the final item from the corpse, and at first glance, it resembled a bar forged from some mineral. A mysterious source metal bar, orange material? What is this? I seem to recall that name. An orange material must be something extraordinary, yet I could not remember it no matter how hard I tried. Suddenly, I heard a cold exclamation. It struck me. Isn't this the material for crafting the wind sword from the old World of Warcraft? As soon as those words reached my ears, my eyes lit up. Indeed, this is the material for the wind sword. I had farmed for it before, but never managed to gather enough. The time required to create a single mysterious source metal bar is unimaginably long, And now, out of the blue, I had obtained one simply by defeating a minor boss from the Burning Legion. Suddenly, the mysterious source metal bar in my hand emitted a burst of light, forcing me to shut my eyes. The moment was fleeting, and when I opened them again, I found that the bar now possessed several lines of description. First update: mysterious source metal bar, orange material, rumored to be one of the components for forging legendary artifacts, indestructible, the method of smelting known only to Sargeras, the leader of the Burning Legion, who rewards countless warriors with it. Gathering 10 pieces will grant the quest for artifact forging. Goodness! Upon reading this description, I leaped up in sheer excitement. Sargeras himself smelted this. A legendary artifact? 10 pieces. Without further ado, we must continue hunting for bosses. I am determined to be the first to seize this quest. An artifact. It must be an orange tier item. We are the first team to have defeated a boss. We must hasten our pace and secure at least 3 pieces before others catch wind of it. In a frenzy, I urged everyone, and they nodded in agreement. The impact of the first legendary orange item would undoubtedly be monumental. First update: as we were about to depart, a voice suddenly emerged from the side, strikingly familiar. Oh ho ho, it seems these fellows have just acquired something valuable. You might as well hand it over. We are the warriors of the battle wolves. Surrender, and perhaps we shall spare your lives. I turned towards the source of the voice and, to my astonishment, recognized the rogue who had previously ambushed me and Luohua in an attempt to seize our skills. Luohua could not contain her laughter and stepped forward from behind me. Addressing the rogue, "Oh, it's you. How's your underwear?" How do you know? What the hell, it's you?" the rogue exclaimed, glancing around as if searching for something. "Goodness, you startled me. That fellow is nowhere to be found." Only then did I realize he had been looking for me, having recently altered my appearance. It made sense that he did not recognize me. However, I chose not to reveal my identity. He knew my ID, but had failed to remember Luohua's. A rather foolish predicament for him. Luohua beamed at me, her smile radiant, while I shrugged and presented my ID first. The others followed suit, revealing their IDs as well. Drunken Red Dust, 3 realms. Luohua, 3 realms. Clouds and Snow, 3 realms. Little One, 3 realms. Cold as Ice, 3 realms. As 5 IDs, accompanied by our guild name, were simultaneously displayed. An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. A soft clatter echoed. The rogue's dagger had fallen to the ground. It's these guys, run." I feigned a charge, and the rogue hastily interjected, Wait. Esteemed heroes, I'm merely trying to make a living here. There's no need for such drastic measures." I couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. "So, tell me, why should I refrain from ending your life?" At this moment, the others have vanished, and I have no desire to pursue them. Leaving this fellow alive is merely a whim to avoid tarnishing my reputation, a playful distraction. Surprised, are we? Well, wait. I have intelligence to share. This thief appeared utterly terrified, nearly on the verge of losing control. In this realm, dying does allow for resurrection without the loss of experience, yet the agony of death remains an inevitable burden for players. Moreover, each demise necessitates an hour in a spectral state before one can return, during which movement and speech are impossible. Players' bodies will not vanish until they log out. And witnessing one's own corpse being devoured by beasts in a spectral state is an experience no one would wish to endure, particularly for female players. The common choice upon death is to log out for half an hour before returning. If one remains online, the body will linger, and in a state of death, the female protection system does not activate, leaving one vulnerable to the whims of certain perverts. The thought of a female player in a spectral state watching her body being desecrated is a horror few would wish to comprehend. Thus, in this world, no one desires death. Not only does it waste time, but it can also inflict psychological scars. Intelligence? What do you know? Pray, enlighten me, as I am quite curious about what information you possess to barter for your life. Without hesitation, the thief exclaimed, "Boss. I know the location of a boss. We discovered it earlier, but hesitated to engage, fearing defeat. We intended to wait for our guild mates to level up before we attempted it. But now, if I delay for an hour, my level will fall, and this team leader may be lost as well. Spare me." The mention of a boss piqued both my interest and that of the others. "I urgently require those 10 pieces of enchanted essence ingots, and the only known means of acquisition lies in vanquishing a boss. Is that so? Where? Let us. Time is of the essence. I have no desire for idle chatter." Over there, just beyond, approximately 2 kilometers north, slightly into the night forest. You may leave now. I kicked the thief, who promptly scampered away like a startled rabbit, his speed leaving me momentarily dumbfounded. Darling, are we really letting him go? What if he deceives us? Luo Hua made a valid point, yet I harbored my own thoughts. I reassured her, do not fret, whether we kill him or not is inconsequential. He is but a minor character, and his death yields no experience. We gain nothing from his meager equipment. Furthermore, what he claimed is likely true. Have you not noticed that we have been heading north all along? If I am not mistaken, the night forest serves as a stronghold for demons, and there must be a boss lurking there. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, making slight adjustments before continuing their journey northward. Along the way, they vanquished an innumerable host of demons, yet the spoils remained disappointingly scarce. However, they did accumulate a considerable amount of justice points, though the exchange rate remained a mystery. The group was not in a rush to exchange these for equipment, as their primary focus was on locating and defeating the boss. As they traversed the path, engaged in battle, they soon approached the so-called Forest of Night. Here, the demons were evidently of a higher caliber than those encountered previously, exhibiting greater levels and intelligence. Occasionally, they faced demons capable of employing skills in combat. After clearing this area of foes, they began to advance cautiously into the depths of the forest, striving to evade the patrolling demons. Being surrounded here would not bode well. There would be little time to escape, and the risk of becoming lost was ever present. As they moved slowly, Xiao Xiao suddenly gestured for everyone to halt. Just as I was about to inquire further, she made a silencing gesture. The familiar sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the air. Observing the dark sentinels advancing from the distance, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Having recently defeated one of these creatures, they felt confident in their ability to overcome another. However, Xiao Xiao quietly remarked that something was amiss. This particular sentinel was different. Although its armor and weaponry appeared unchanged, it was slightly larger than the previous one, and its skin bore a crimson hue. I too have discerned a difference. I softly spoke. Indeed, it seems that this place is not merely inhabited by ordinary demons. The boss here is formidable as well. However, we have also made significant progress, and defeating him should be within our capabilities. The only concern lies in the unfavorable geographical conditions. If anyone has a suggestion, please voice it. Otherwise, we may remain at a loss as to where to locate the boss. The group fell into contemplation, yet Luohua turned her gaze, subtly tugging at my arm. What is it? I inquired. I recall that ordinary monsters cannot harm the natural environment. I wonder if this creature has the ability to destroy the trees here. Trees? Indeed. Luohua's words jolted my thoughts. According to official lore, even the mightiest bosses cannot recklessly devastate the environment unless under specific narrative circumstances or historical events. For instance, a particular boss may possess skills that can fracture the ground or induce earthquakes, yet once its power has been unleashed, the earth will swiftly revert to its original state. A plan swiftly took shape in my mind. Everyone, Luohua has conceived an excellent strategy. Let us fight from the treetops. The boss cannot possibly fell such a robust tree in a single blow. We shall strike fiercely from above, and when one tree is on the verge of breaking, we will leap to another. We should be cautious, as the depths of the forest may harbor ranged or flying demons. Do not venture in recklessly. This plan, though audacious, was deemed highly feasible after a brief consideration. Without hesitation, the others nodded in agreement, resolved to execute the strategy. Xiao Xiao, as per usual. Wait until he approaches before you signal him over. We are still unaware of his abilities, so everyone must remain vigilant. When it is time to evade, do so without delay and follow commands promptly. Let us hope he summons the little dogs. That would certainly make the battle far more manageable. At this moment, the boss was still a considerable distance away, yet it was evident that he was gradually moving towards us. Following the demise of the previous boss, all 5 of us had surpassed level 30, having progressed from level 15. With every increment of 15 levels, we could select an additional tier of talents. Allow me to begin. For my second tier talent, I chose the Wind of Resurrection, a passive skill allowing me to absorb 25 of the damage dealt to myself as healing whenever my health drops below 35. This skill is often referred to as the warrior's solo farming miracle. One of Luohua's random skills is her second tier talent, the Fist of Retribution, which means she can select yet another second tier talent. As she gazed at me, I confidently suggested choosing Repentance, a skill that paralyzes the target for 1 minute. Any damage inflicted upon the target will awaken them. This skill is applicable to humanoids, demons, dragons, giants, and undead, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Effective against only one target at a time. This skill proves invaluable whether in monster encounters, dungeons, arenas, or open-world PvP. Yun and Shui, upon my recommendation, opted for readiness, which places the user in a heightened state of alert, reducing the next 3 instances of damage by 10 for a duration of 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This skill serves as a damage reduction tool during large-scale AoE encounters and can also turn the tide in PvP situations. As for Lang Bibing, her choice was undoubtedly the Ice Shield, which creates a frosty armor around the caster, capable of absorbing damage equal to 500 plus 10 times the player's level, with a cooldown of 25 seconds, remaining active until the shield shatters. Lastly, Xiao Xiao, already possessing 2 crowd control skills from Luo Hua, opted against selecting a long-duration control skill and instead chose Coercion, which commands her pet to intimidate the target, causing a 3-second stun with a cooldown of 1 minute. This stun differs from prolonged control skills, as being attacked during the pure stun state does not awaken the target. Much like my charge and Luo Hua's retribution, once stunned, we unleash a relentless assault. I reclined on the ground, engaging in conversation with my companions, my eyes sharp and observant like a hawk's. I was enjoying the lightheartedness of the moment when I coldly inquired, "My friend, do you think our approach could be considered exploiting a glitch?" "Certainly not," came the reply. "NW claims to be entirely free of bugs, and such a title is not bestowed lightly. What we are doing can merely be regarded as clever maneuvering. Besides, all methods are conceived by human ingenuity. The fact that we can devise such strategies only speaks to our capability, does it not?" Just as our discussion reached a fervent crescendo, Xiao Xiao suddenly interjected, "Enough chatter. That fellow is approaching." With a sudden surge, I sprang upright like a carp leaping from the water, my left hand wielding a shield and my right a sword. My body arched like a bow, fully alert and ready to confront the impending foe. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly thunderous, and at last, I beheld the true visage of this boss. It shimmered with a faint glow of fire, its skin a vivid crimson, and its armor and weapon bore a striking resemblance to that of the previous Dark Guardian boss. Yet, this creature was known as the Fury Guardian, and to my dismay, it was yet another level 33 boss. I was left astonished. After all my anxious anticipation, it turned out to be its twin brother. "My comrades, let us charge forth to vanquish this wretched creature." In an instant, my temper flared, a fire ignited within me after such a prolonged wait. With a swift whoosh, I recognized that Xiao Xiao had made the first move. Although this boss likely did not possess significantly greater strength than the previous one, it was still a formidable adversary. I hoisted my shield and fixed my gaze upon the Fury Guardian. "Roar. A human dares to tread here. It seems the Dark Guardian has been vanquished by you. Now, brace yourselves for my wrath." An arrow struck the creature, inflicting a moderate amount of damage, but it quickly realized our presence and charged towards us with thunderous strides. Bellowing in fury, as it approached the trunk of a tree, it entered my attack range without hesitation, unleashing a relentless barrage. Revenge, heroic strike, thunderous blow. The battle commenced. After executing these 3 strikes, my enmity soared to 95. As long as I continued to unleash my skills, none but Xiao Xiao would have the opportunity to draw its attention. In that moment, the glimmer of swords and daggers clashed, the chilling air of the frost arrows mingling with the serpent-like arrows unleashed by Xiao Xiao, and the boss's health plummeted, rapidly diminishing by more than 10. Suddenly, the boss let out a deafening roar, driving its colossal sword into the ground, clasping its hands before its chest. Realizing this movement, we could hardly react. It was a dual caster. Scatter, each to their own tree, with at least 2 trees between pairs, encircle it, and move clockwise. The boss appeared to wield fire-based magic, and the trees would not withstand a few strikes. As soon as it unleashed its skills, we would leap and deal sneak damage. Yun and Shui synchronized their positions with mine, and silence enveloped us as we dispersed. Xiao Xiao promptly marked several strategically advantageous trees with ground markers, creating a spectacle akin to colorful pillars of light. As we reached our positions, the boss raised its hand skyward, a gesture reminiscent of a celestial maiden scattering flowers, yet what emanated forth was a deadly magical assault. "Jump." I merely uttered a single word, and then leapt clockwise to the next tree, hopping twice in succession. The clouds and snow closely followed my lead as I traversed 2 trees. Upon glancing back at the positions where everyone had stood, I noticed that the grand tree had ignited, flames roaring fiercely. One could only imagine the sensation of being struck. Would one become akin to a roasted piglet? No one dared squander precious moments, for the boss had commenced its next assault. The group steadied their footing and resumed their relentless barrage of damage per second, DPS. Each interval between the boss's strikes was approximately 10 seconds, which meant that players needed at least 2 seconds to reposition, leaving less than 8 seconds to unleash their attacks. The cacophony of battling the boss was deafening. As I observed the increasing number of ordinary demons beneath the grand tree, my heart gradually found tranquility. Surrounded by skilled players, I felt reassured that as long as no one erred, vanquishing this boss was merely a matter of time. As the boss's health dwindled to 30, its release of skills quickened slightly, yet no additional abilities manifested. Watching the boss wail in defeat as it succumbed, a collective sigh of relief swept through our ranks. However, a dilemma arose. Beneath the grand tree lay an army of ordinary demons, their eyes ablaze with intensity as they fixated upon us. Though the boss had perished, how could we loot the corpse without descending from the tree? Glancing at the few trees still ablaze beside me, a nefarious scheme crystallized in my mind. Hasten, little, rain arrows upon those burning trees. The boss cannot harm the environment, but we players can. Sever them, and let them crash down upon these wretched minions below. Even if they do not perish, they shall be grievously injured. I chuckled sinisterly as I articulated my plan. Little cast me a quizzical glance before commencing to shoot arrows at the towering infernos. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed incessantly until one of the great trees finally splintered, crashing down upon the throngs of demons beneath us. With a resounding thud, a chorus of sizzling flesh filled the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the demons, rising and falling like a tempest. In an instant, a cascade of purple and blue numbers erupted before my eyes. The purple indicates the experience points gained, while the blue represents the justice points acquired. At this moment, I am uncertain how many demons I have vanquished. However, upon consuming the boss experience, I precisely reached level 32. With this strike, I obtained an additional 20 experience points. While the demons below had barely perished by a tenth, Xiao Xiao was momentarily startled by the sudden influx of numbers, but as a member of the dragon group, she quickly regained her composure and aimed toward the next blazing tree. One by one, the towering trees fell, and at last, nearly all the demons beneath us lay defeated. Those that remained were systematically eliminated by Xiao Xiao. Gazing upon the scene before us, it resembled a veritable barbecue of titans, with charred creatures resembling coal scattered below. Perhaps a rare demon or two lay among them. The massive form of the Fury Guardian rested amidst the extinguished timber and ashes, akin to the very meat being grilled. This sight stirred my stomach uneasily. Checking my experience, I found myself at level 33, with 83 points accrued, having received nearly 2 levels worth of experience. The number of corpses beneath us must be staggering. At this moment, my justice points had surpassed 10,000, with the 2 bosses contributing 3,000 points. While the remaining 80 came from the demons we just vanquished. Fortunately, these demons did not drop equipment. Otherwise, our collective bags would have been insufficient to hold it all. Step aside, behold my grand red hand. I joked. Xiao Xiao, would you care to try? My teasing provoked an icy retort from Xiao Xiao, who promptly retaliated by shooting an arrow into the cold demeanor's posterior. Although we were on the same team, and thus did not incur damage, the deliberate attack still inflicted pain. Cold as ice, came the anguished cry, as he yanked the arrow from his rear and glared at me, exclaiming, "Boss, woe is me. Look at how your sister bullies me." In an instant, Xiao Xiao erupted into laughter, her joy infectious enough to elicit chuckles from Luohua, Yun, and Shui. All right. Enough of this nonsense. With so many corpses, we could collect several hundred gold. I urged. Each of you, grab your share quickly. The boss is bound to drop something valuable. I shall reserve it for now, and once we've gathered the gold, we can distribute the loot. I chuckled, recalling the treasures I had just acquired. Truly, my fortune today was remarkable. Half an hour later, I found myself utterly exhausted. Goodness, I'm worn out. Cold as ice lamented, panting heavily. Despite the area loot feature, each individual could only gather a maximum of 10 items per corpse, and with so many bodies strewn about, who could fathom the total? Yun and Shui pooled the coins collected from everyone, totaling 666 gold. I didn't bother to account for the odd cents. Well, exclaimed Luohua. Mouth agape. To think we needed to chip in 5 gold to establish our guild, and now we've amassed 666 gold in a single sweep. How could one not be astonished? Don't hand it to me. You shall be in charge of safeguarding it. From now on, all financial matters within the guild will fall under your purview, as you are indeed our esteemed accountant. Moreover, I have delightful news to share with everyone. I beamed at the crowd, my recent accomplishments indeed transforming me into someone quite extraordinary. Come on, dear. Stop teasing us and just tell us. Luowa tugged at my arm, playfully coaxing me. As it turned out, this tactic immediately led to my surrender. All right, I'll share. Just a moment ago, while scavenging that corpse over there, I stumbled upon a rare demon creature, which was also burned alive. What did you find? Show us quickly. Cold Ice, the seemingly unfeeling mage, posed a challenge to my patience. Despite his cheerful demeanor, I found it perplexing that he chose such a frigid name for his character. Hold your horses. One at a time. The first item, a level 30 purple two-handed sword. No explanation needed. I graciously accept it. The second item, Cold Ice. Call your brother. It's your level 30 purple two-handed staff. The third item, oh, Xiaoxua. You're quite lucky. A level 30 purple agility dagger. You now wield 2 level 30 purple weapons. At that moment, I also uncovered a piece of enchanted source material and, from the rare creature, a level 30 purple cloak of intellect. Cold Ice. Who will take it? You or Luowa? I'm fine. Give it to Little Cold. I have enough mana, and my healing output is sufficient. Bestow it upon Little Cold to enhance his DPS. Luowa selflessly offered it to Cold Ice. As friends, our exchanges held little significance, and Cold Ice accepted it, then suggested that the next item, which both of them needed, be given to Luowa, who declined. All right, it matters not who takes it. We are not in need of equipment now, and besides, it's merely transitional. Once we reach level 40, we shall need to replace it. The rare creature also dropped a piece of enchanted source material. Oh, what is this? As I spoke, I noticed a book retrieved from the rare creature. Seemingly a skill book, though it appeared quite worn and tattered. First update, Frenzied / Ancient Skill, allegedly created by the Titan war god Sargeras. Lost after he forsook his beliefs. Usable by all melee classes. My goodness, an ancient skill? What an enigma. The description left me bewildered. I had never heard of such a thing. Ding. System notification. Player Zue Hongchen has acquired the first ancient skill, unlocking the ancient skill mechanism. There exists a low probability of obtaining an ancient skill upon defeating high-level Burning Legion bosses or rare creatures. Each ancient skill is a unique item. After half a day of grappling with the system's prompts, I finally closed my mouth in astonishment. It appears that BX Company intends to completely transform the new World of Warcraft, moving away from its former self. The randomness is increasing, as is the instability, and I fear the gap between players will gradually widen. The elite will remain elite, and those with high potential may ascend to greatness. Yet mere perseverance may not guarantee success. The primary distinction between top-tier players and average ones lies in their unique skills, tailored to reflect the player's physical attributes in reality. This design is peculiar. Why should the prowess in a game be intertwined with real-world capabilities? Furthermore, with the introduction of the historical mode, teams that consistently remain at the forefront will undoubtedly access superior resources and experience. Levels and equipment will swiftly create a chasm between ordinary players and the elite. Additionally, the unveiling of unique ancient skills may lead to the emergence of special skills tailored to specific eras. If all skills are indeed unique, the disparity will only be exacerbated. Unique skills are likely to drop from formidable bosses or rare creatures, each of which possesses extraordinary strength. Average players will require a significant number of participants to employ a swarm strategy to have any chance of defeating them. However, even if a unique skill does drop, it may only yield a single instance, typically becoming the possession of the team's leader. Yet, ordinary players will remain just that, ordinary players. Has BX not always positioned balance at the core of game development? What, then, is the purpose behind the emergence of these new systems? I pondered deeply, recognizing that the 4 members of our team are all seasoned players. They are evidently aware of these issues, yet none can articulate the underlying reason. To this day, the prevailing sentiment is one of division among players, with the ultimate purpose remaining a mystery to all, even to me, a major of the Dragon Corps. Nonetheless, let us not dwell on this any longer. Since we are progressing along this trajectory, our objective must be to position ourselves at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. Xiaoxiwei. As we are the only 2 melee combatants, which of us shall wield this skill? I propose it be you, for you are the team leader, and in every regard, your application of it would surpass mine. Though this skill might narrow the gap, I believe it is best utilized as a cutting-edge asset. Your strength will inevitably empower us all, for a team requires a formidable force like yours. Otherwise, no matter how high our individual skills or how balanced our collective strength, we shall ultimately remain mediocre. I nodded. Indeed, Yun and Shui were correct. A team devoid of cutting-edge power, no matter how formidable, can only remain mediocre. After a brief contemplation, I dismissed the tome of Frenzied Slash. Frenzied Slash. Owner. Warrior. Drunken Red Dust. This skill allows the expenditure of rage points, where each point spent inflicts an additional 50 points of attack damage, supplemented by a fixed damage equal to 10 times the current player level, generating a substantial amount of threat value. Should one eliminate an enemy using Frenzied Slash, the player instantly gains a rage value up to the maximum limit of 100. With no cooldown time. I swallowed hard, still feeling parched, and the reason was clear. This skill was nothing short of a damage-dealing miracle. For a tank, rage points are never a concern. One can easily accumulate 70 or 80 with casual strikes. Utilizing 10 points of rage to unleash Frenzied Slash results in damage equivalent to the fixed 10-fold level damage, plus 5 times the attack strength. The most crucial aspect is the absence of cooldown time, with a minimum expenditure of just 1 point. The threat generated upon striking is comparable to that of Heroic Strike, producing a significant amount of threat. Hence, when battling monsters, consecutively using 1 point of rage for Frenzied Slash is akin to repeatedly employing Heroic Strike. Although the damage may be slightly lower, the threat remains exceedingly stable. If anyone were to outthreat me, it would only indicate one thing. I had disconnected. Using Frenzied Slash to eliminate enemies is a trivial task, and at low health, one can deplete the current rage points in a single blow. With at least 50 or 60 rage points available, if I were to unleash 50 rage, the damage dealt would equate to the fixed 10-fold player level damage plus 25 times the attack strength. Let us calculate based on my current attributes. At level 33, the 10-fold damage amounts to 330 fixed damage, with base attributes nearing 200 in attack strength. A special skill doubles this to 400 attack strength, which when multiplied by 25 yields a staggering 10,000. The fixed damage and weapon-associated damage can almost be disregarded. A single strike of 10,000. And who could possibly seize a kill from me, only to instantly regain full rage and strike again, delivering a total of 20,000 damage? It is inconceivable that the threat would become chaotic, especially considering I am only at level 33. What might happen upon reaching level 100? I felt my fingers might not suffice to compute the numbers. As I calculated my own damage, everyone could not help but gasp in astonishment. Cold Ice even sat down, drawing circles on the ground. I am merely a tank. My output now appears capable of surpassing this DPS by 10-fold or even 20-fold. My mind is now utterly in disarray. Disregarding the cold and indifferent, I persist in my calculations. A Valiant Strike can inflict approximately 130 points of attack damage. Utilizing the present attributes for computation, 400 times 13 equates to roughly 520. When adding the weapon's damage of around 130, each Valiant Strike can yield approximately 650 points. However, it necessitates the expenditure of 30 points of rage. In contrast, the Frenzied Slash, which consumes only 1 point of rage, inflicts a fixed damage of 330 plus an additional 50 points of attack, resulting in a total of 550. This is 100 points less than the Valiant Strike's damage for a 30 rage expenditure, yet the consumption is diminished by a factor of 30. What is the origin of this ancient skill? It is truly terrifying. Even when compared to the unique abilities of our small group, it remains remarkably consistent, and perhaps even more formidable. I open the attribute list to examine my current status. Name, Drunken Red Dust. Occupation, Warrior level, 33. Primary attributes, Strength, 187, Agility, 33, Intelligence, 33, Spirit, 33, Stamina, 114. Secondary attributes, none health points, 3520, Rage limit, 100 attack power, 220 armor value, 1665. Capable of reducing damage from monsters of the same level by 16. 65 critical hit rate, 3 critical damage, 150 skills acquired. Heroic Strike, consumes 30 rage. Delivers a powerful attack to the target, dealing 130 damage and generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards global cooldown. Titan's Grasp, passive skill, allows the one-handed use of two-handed weapons. When wielding a two-handed weapon with one hand, attack power is reduced by 10%. Vengeance, cooldown of 9 seconds. Immediately strikes a primary target and 2 additional enemies, dealing double normal damage to the primary target and normal damage to the secondary targets, generating 20 rage points. Each dodge or block reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. Gale Force, passive effect, permanently increases attack power and attack speed by 100. Active effect, increases attack power and attack speed by 300 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Charge, casting distance of 2 to 15 meters, swiftly rush towards the target creature, causing 1 second of stun, generating 10 rage points. The target must be an enemy, cooldown of 20 seconds. Stance, can choose to activate the current stance. Defensive stance, reduces all damage taken by 20. Combat stance, normal attacks generate double rage points. Thunderstrike consumes 10 rage. Inflicts 80 attack power damage to all enemy targets within a 5-meter radius, and reduces their movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 6 seconds. Frenzied Slash, can choose to consume rage points. Each point of rage spent inflicts an additional 50 attack power damage, plus a fixed damage equal to 10 times the current player level, generating significant threat if Frenzied Slash kills an enemy. Instantly grants the current rage limit of 100 rage points, with no cooldown. Equipment, level 25 blue quality set, Elven Warrior training set, increases a total of 35 strength, 30 stamina, 730 armor, set effect of 8 pieces, increases damage reduction by 5, and maximum health by 10. Demon Guardian's Sword, level 30 purple two-handed sword, strength 20. Stamina 18, 120 to 150 damage. Special item, Endless Fruit Basket, food item. Each use allows for the retrieval of 1 fruit. Restoring 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds, can only be used outside of combat. Oh my current strength is not derived from equipment or technique, but solely from 2 skills, Gale Divine Power and Frenzied Slash. The fury generated by wielding dual-handed weapons at double attack speed is truly remarkable. For me, high fury equates to exceptionally high damage. At this stage, I cannot even begin to claim that Xiao Xiao is overpowered. If she is, then I must be a prodigy among prodigies. With a full fury, a single strike can inflict over 20,000 damage. Who else can achieve such a feat? Even a collective strike from 10 individuals would scarcely reach 10,000. As I glanced into my inventory, I discovered 3 pieces of enchanted source metal, leaving me short by 7. I tidied up and prepared to venture forth. This is merely the entrance to the forest, and surely deeper within lies a formidable boss. With everyone equipped with purple weapons, and with my astonishing skill in hand, I shall lead you to glory and triumph, haha. Before long, we were back on the road. Observing the boss kill leaderboard, it appeared we were still the only ones to have vanquished 2 bosses. However, the level leaderboard revealed that over 50 individuals had surpassed level 30. The Fearless and the Stout-Hearted trio had also reached level 30, indicating they must have found their respective allies. Otherwise, it would be impossible to ascend so swiftly. Just as I was about to close the level leaderboard, a new name suddenly appeared, the Blood God. This fellow is impressive, catching up with our ranks. Their rising levels bring me great joy as well. Delving deeper into the forest, we began to encounter an increasing number of demon archers and sorcerers. Numerous wild animals, such as the brown bears we had previously fought, had been slain by these demons. A horde of impish demons feasted upon the carcasses, a sight that could easily induce nausea. These creatures are hardly distinguishable from ghouls. I charged forward with a thunder strike, instantly ensnaring 7 or 8 impish demons. A chilling blizzard cascaded down, inflicting modest damage, yet the slowing effect was markedly evident. Under the combined slowing effects of my thunder strike and the blizzard, the movement speed of these impish demons was nearly reduced to 0. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiao Xiao began their precise eliminations. Under the aegis of my formidable damage reduction, these diminutive fiends inflict a mere fraction of harm, scarcely exceeding 100 points with each assault, and their attack speed is far from rapid. They are the most rudimentary of demons, their levels ranging from 30 to 35. Yet their strength is utterly incongruent with such a designation. I consistently expend 10 points of rage to unleash my Frenzied Slash, which proves remarkably effortless. Nearly every strike results in the demise of one of these creatures. Before long, a multitude of demons lies vanquished at our feet. yielding little in the way of rewards, minimal experience, and a meager 1 point of justice for each vanquished foe. I sighed, realizing that the demons here were proving insufficient for us. We should hasten our journey deeper, seeking a gathering of foes 3 to 4 levels above our own. We advanced almost in a straight line, encountering an increasing number of demons, yet our levels hardly improved. At this juncture, the coldly calculating one proposed an idea. Boss, I remarked, continuing in a straight path is not a viable strategy. That previous boss was surely not the strongest in this forest. I suspect there must be a commander-type boss lurking about, at least level 36 or 37. If we plunge in blindly, we will undoubtedly be overmatched. Why not first gather and eliminate a few monsters? Relying solely on boss experience will not suffice. Indeed, there were numerous demons populating this area. Although they offered minimal justice points and experience, their sheer numbers were advantageous. I was on the verge of reaching level 34. It would be prudent to collectively elevate to level 35 before confronting the boss in the depths. The others nodded in agreement. While grinding monsters could be exceedingly tedious, we had little choice. If the boss in the depths were level 38 or higher, we would need to reach at least level 34 to stand a chance. Otherwise, we would be doomed to annihilation. Grinding monsters was indeed excruciatingly dull. I charged forward, drawing in around 17 or 18 at a time. With Thunderstrike and Blizzard to slow them down, my companions, Xiao Xiwe, Xiao Xiao, and I spread out to eliminate them systematically. Each wave took slightly over a minute, yielding approximately 1 experience point, give or take. It seemed that to elevate everyone's levels to 35 would require at least 2 hours. This realization left me feeling somewhat resigned, yet such is the nature of online games. When not undertaking quests, one resorts to slaying monsters. In this vicinity, there were no NPCs to be found. Any that existed had been slain by demons, leaving us with no hope for quests, only the grind. After more than 2 hours. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Finally reached level 35. Let us find that boss. I am utterly bored. Coldly calculating exclaimed, letting out a long howl upon reaching level 35. It was quite a feat for him. While we fought normally, he had been casting Blizzard the entire time, only pausing for a couple of waves to regain mana. It was no wonder he was fatigued. Wait, Xiao Xiao interrupted, coldly calculating, her large, sparkling eyes fixated intently on a corner of the forest, seemingly having spotted something. What is it? I leaned closer to Xiao Xiao, lowering my voice to inquire. I'm not sure, but it seems to have been following us for quite some time. Initially, I thought it was just my imagination. But this time I finally caught sight of it. It's an invisible creature. I'll use a flare to reveal it. Huajia, you secure it with your control. And brother, you charge in to follow up. Don't let it escape. I have an aversion to being followed, particularly by those stealthy individuals who remain undetected. As the petals fell, a small illumination flare was swiftly launched, revealing a shadow of dark green. Without hesitation, I locked onto it. A beam of holy light illuminating the figure's head. Clang. The disorientation was successful. Charge. My body surged forth like an arrow, racing towards the green shadow. Upon reaching its side, I was startled to discover the creature's true identity. To my astonishment, it was a goblin thief. Indeed. This creature was a nod to a character from a previous online game I had played, produced by BX Company, specifically from the Easter eggs of Diablo 3. This being, unlike a mere goblin, stood slightly taller and possessed a more grotesque appearance. It was said that their intelligence was also inferior. Their sole purpose was to pilfer treasures, money, equipment, and various resources. I pondered the utility of their thefts. This creature had been trailing us for quite some time, undoubtedly accumulating a wealth of valuables. Perhaps even pilfering from bosses. Let us eliminate it. Cold and resolute, I declared. Frenzied slash. How dare it steal from me, laden with a sack of treasures? To spare its life? Absolutely not. With over 70 points of rage spent in an instant, a massive damage indicator soared. 16, 230. The onlookers couldn't help but gulp. Such damage was astounding. The goblin thief's health plummeted by over 30, revealing it had approximately 50,000 health. Without my frenzied slash skill, it would have taken ages to vanquish it. Alas, with this skill, within a mere 10 seconds, the grotesque little monster met its demise. Gazing at its glowing corpse, my hands trembled at the thought of the riches it might possess. Goodness, Chief, let me loot it. Cold urged anxiously, gritting her teeth. Away with you, my esteemed leader. My illustrious hands shall not become sullied. With that, I wasted no time and began to search the corpse. My word. It was no wonder I cursed. This creature was adorned with nearly 30 pieces of equipment, of which only 2 or 3 were green, while the rest were blue, and there were even 2 purples. While I found no skill books, I was elated to discover 5 substantial arcane essence ingots. 5. How many boss have this little rascal stolen? My nerves are already frayed as I begin to distribute the loot piece by piece, starting with the purple gear. The lock armor DPS belt, which is taken by the little one, and the plate armor healer's gloves. Dear wife, those are yours. Then I move on to the blue gear. Aside from 2 pieces of leather healer gear, the rest can be claimed by others. You can use those healing lock pants for now, my dear. Once you acquire the plate armor, we can swap them out. Goodness, such an abundance of equipment, yet not a single piece of strength plate armor has dropped. Merely my shield. I can't take it anymore. You all can sort it out yourselves. Boss, you are insatiable. With 5 source material ingots, plus the 3 from before. You now possess 8. Looking at the boss kill leaderboard, aside from the 2 we defeated, only 1 more has fallen. Rare monsters are unlikely to appear in great numbers. Apart from you, it seems only 2 or 3 ingots are left to be distributed. Wait a moment, wasn't that boss slain by Tigerback and Bare Waist? Let me get in touch. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement. If I acquire that ingot, I will only need 1 more and will soon delve deeper. After defeating that boss, I could accept the quest and gain a considerable lead over others. Hey, what's up? Why are you looking for me? Currently, our identities are a closely guarded secret. Tigerback and Bare Waist have also gathered a few individuals, but they dare not utter the word trust, so we can only pretend to be friends when communicating. Do you two happen to have a magical source material ingot? How did you know? I've already taken down 2 boss. How else would I know? I'm just 2 ingots away from completing my collection, so hand it over. We're fine with that. I'll consult the opinions of the rest of the team. They said it must be sold for 1,000 gold. Each of them would take 200, and we could keep ours, but we can't do anything about theirs, considering we've only just met. All right, that works. Just send it directly to me, and set up payment for the delivery. I can't argue with that. Fortunately, having defeated 2 boss and farmed so many monsters, Little Snow has around 1,000 gold as well. Converting money into strength is a wise choice. Once currency exchange is available, gold will surely depreciate. And holding on to it 1 TB of much use. Ding, you have a new email. To access the attachment, a payment of 600 gold is required. Attachment, magical source material ingot. 1. Little Snow, please lend me 600 gold. It won't hurt to share a bit with them, as they also need funds for their development. We can earn money quickly. Xiao Xue, of course, remained silent, and none of us voiced any objections. Our team stood at the forefront of the national server, and money was certainly not a concern. With a generous payment made, I received the enchanted source ingot. And a surge of fervor welled up within me as I gazed into the depths of the forest, eager to confront that formidable boss. With unwavering determination, we charged forward, slaying anything that dared to obstruct our path. Before long, we caught sight of a colossal form, and a shiver ran down my spine. Could it be the Abyssal Demon Lord? Impossible. That entity represented the pinnacle of the Burning Legion's might. If a true Abyssal Demon Lord were present, our only option would be to flee. As I pondered this unsettling thought, the figure suddenly flickered and trembled before vanishing from sight. Cold Ice, witnessing the spectacle, had an epiphany. Wow, it turns out to be a holographic projection. The technology of the Burning Legion is indeed advanced. Given his expertise in computers in real life, his assertion left no room for doubt. With a sigh of relief, I realized I had nearly frightened myself to death. As long as it was not the Abyssal Demon Lord, we could proceed to ascertain the nature of this frontline commander. We stealthily eliminated the surrounding demons one by one, drawing ever closer to the location of the earlier projection. Remarkably, it was Shashue's keen eyes that detected the boss before any of us. She instructed us to climb the trees to observe the situation from a vantage point. The boss appeared to be a humanoid entity, likely a spellcaster wielding a staff. Surrounded by a plethora of common demon creatures, quite a challenging scenario. Wait a moment, though. These surrounding creatures were not elite. They were merely referred to as apprentices. I have discerned the situation ahead. The minor creatures present no significant challenge, as they are merely ordinary foes rather than elite ones. Our group of DPS possesses extraordinarily formidable output capabilities. We can eliminate most adversaries with just a couple of strikes. In fact, both Xiao and I can dispatch a single foe with ease. After contemplating our approach, I began to devise a strategy, uncertain of the boss's abilities. Our immediate task is to clear the surrounding minions. I charged forth, initiating an assault on the boss before swiftly redirecting my attention to the lesser creatures. Given that the boss is a spellcaster, it is unlikely to pursue me, opting instead to unleash its abilities against me. I will do my utmost to block its attacks. Once I have aggroed the swarm, Xiaolong, unleash your blizzard. These minor foes will surely perish rapidly under such AoE damage. Xiao, focus on targeted eliminations, and Xiao Shui. Do not rush your attacks. Once the minions are vanquished, direct your efforts solely on the boss. With so many minor foes, if I fail to maintain control over one, you may be quickly overwhelmed. It is prudent to proceed cautiously. Once the minions are defeated, unleash your full might upon the boss without fear of aggro. I will manage that aspect. My dear wife, ensure your healing is unwavering, for if I fall, we all fall. I will engage first. You all remain on the branches. Once the minions are dispatched, Xiao Shui, descend from the tree. All right, let us proceed. I am uncertain who uttered these words, but at this moment, all my focus is directed towards evading and countering the onslaught of those diminutive foes. Charge forth. Seek vengeance. With 30 points of rage, I unleash the frenzied slash. And in that fleeting instant, the true visage of this boss is unveiled before me. The demon commander, appearing as a humanoid creature, reveals its true nature upon closer inspection. It merely resembles a human. To my astonishment, this creature is a level 39 boss. Fortunately, everyone has just reached level 35, for otherwise defeating it would have been utterly impossible, and now there exists a glimmer of hope. I dared not indulge in wild fantasies as hatred surged within me, propelling me into yet another charge, a thunderous strike. In an instant, the minions converged around me, and my fury escalated rapidly. However, my health dwindled at an alarming rate. The holy radiance of falling blossoms illuminated my head, while divine smites were hurled at me, their cooldowns barely manageable, and my vitality plummeted uncontrollably. At last, the minions gathered within a 5-meter radius around me, and I unleashed another thunderous blow, simultaneously shouting for increased damage output. A swarm of minions battered me mercilessly, while shadow arrows from the boss rained down relentlessly. Besides evading, I was left with no choice but to desperately block the boss's skills. The minions' attacks were manageable, yet I dared not take the brunt of a single skill from the boss. Whenever my health dipped below 35, I unleashed a frenzied slash, fueled by 50 or 60 points of rage. Thanks to the second-tier talent, Wind of Revival, which granted me 25% lifesteal, I found myself fully restored each time. In that moment, I recognized the formidable synergy between these two skills. A single strike could inflict around 10,000 damage, and the 25% lifesteal would siphon over 2,000, nearing 3,000 health. With my total health around 3,500, each time my vitality dropped to 35, it would instantly return to full. Did this not imply that unless I were to be instantaneously slain while above 35 health, I was virtually invincible? With this thought, I suddenly perceived the boss before me to be less daunting. 10, 20, 30, an unknown number of minions fell one after another. To ensure I had sufficient rage to unleash a high-damage frenzied slash for healing, aside from dodging, I could only rely on thunderous strikes and the nearly infinite use of revenge. Even so, a diminutive figure remained perched upon a tree beside me. After half an hour, the minions finally succumbed, and the blue of falling blossoms was now depleted. With no other recourse, I activated a special skill, allowing for 30 seconds of spellcasting without cost. After these 30 seconds, my naturally regenerating mana would suffice to sustain me for another 2 or 3 minutes. Fortunately, this boss was a spellcaster, despite the immense damage dealt. Even when I blocked his skills, I would lose around 20 health. However, he was still relatively fragile, with a mere 7 to 800,000 health. Turning once more to charge, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that the boss was susceptible to stun effects, and his skills could indeed be interrupted. My dear, utilize the sanction if available. He is vulnerable to stuns and interrupts. Xiaolang, your magical counter as well. In a near-full rage state, I executed a frenzied slash, dealing instantaneously over 20,000 damage, and astonishingly, a critical hit was triggered. I now had a total of around 3, and it seemed I had struck a fortunate chord. A diminutive yet precise set of skills cascaded down, instantly inflicting over 10,000 damage. The boss let out a furious roar, continuing to hurl shadow arrows at us. The boss's health dwindled slowly. After 30 seconds, approximately 15 of its health had been depleted. However, at this juncture, our explosive skills had been exhausted, and the small yet precise steady shots had not returned swiftly. Following the burst of damage, our DPS significantly declined. Fortunately, I was still able to inflict a furious strike exceeding 50 rage points intermittently, causing the boss's health to persistently decrease. 85, 75, 65, 60. Suddenly, upon reaching 60 health, the boss unleashed a skill resembling a blink, and I swung my weapon, missing and nearly stumbling. To my astonishment, the creature had blinked behind me, likely positioned at the center of our formation, and began to chant some incantation. Subdue him. Immune. Prepare to reposition. We must descend from the tree. It appeared that we had entered the second phase. Every boss typically exhibits such phase transitions. Denoted from the first phase to the nth phase is P1, Pn. Each phase is characterized by distinct traits, and the transition is generally contingent upon two conditions, health or time. For instance, the previous two demon sentinels had specific phase transitions. The first summoned hellhounds in P2, while the second transformed into a ranged spellcasting boss after a certain duration. Clearly, the boss before us was poised to unleash a formidable area attack in its P2 phase, immune to interruption. Remaining atop the tree would render evasion impossible. Descending was the prudent choice. I charged towards the boss, casting an appreciative glance at Luohua. Roar, you wretched ants. Witness my annihilation. It was evident that the boss was incensed, and the repercussions would be dire. Uncertainty loomed over us as we braced ourselves for the impending challenges. We had no choice but to maximize our output, inflicting as much damage as possible. Meanwhile, the character Cold Ice activated the Ice Flow skill, releasing frost arrows while maintaining a safe distance from those surrounding. As a hunter, Little One was adept at executing most skills while on the move, skillfully retreating in the opposite direction while simultaneously launching attacks. Falling Petals remained stationary, replenishing mana while intently observing the boss's movements, preparing for the next evasive maneuvers. The duration of the boss's skill casting directly correlated with its potency, a common rule within the game. The demonic commander before us had been channeling a skill for a daunting 30 seconds, leaving us to ponder the terrifying consequences of its release. However, time for contemplation was a luxury we could not afford. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if the sky itself had ignited in flames. I instinctively gazed upward, and an exclamation of disbelief escaped my lips. Meteor shower. Everyone, halt and prepare to evade. Chunks of varying sizes plummeted from the heavens, accelerating as they neared the ground. Newton's relentless law of universal gravitation applied even in the realm of NW. Thud, thud, thud. The meteors struck the earth with thunderous force, their sheer coverage leaving us with no option for retreat, compelling us to scramble for safety. Each meteor impact unleashed a wave of area damage. Proximity could even result in being flung away. Poor Cold Ice had already been knocked back once, suffering from a burning bleed effect. Fortunately, he activated the blink spell just in time to evade the catastrophic blow of an even larger meteor. In this chaos, no one could assist another. Survival hinged solely on evasion. Although we dodged the meteors, we could not escape the pervasive burning effects that spread across the ground, causing our health to dwindle. Cold Ice, though fragile, still had the Ice Shield skill to absorb damage, while Cloud and Snow were prepared with their own damage reduction abilities. Little One, however, was at a disadvantage, lacking any defensive skills. Dear, focus on yourself and Little One. Don't worry about me. I recognized that if we did not showcase our skills, annihilation was imminent. Falling Petals lacked a group healing skill, and preserving even one individual could ensure the survival of the rest. I have recently taken to the art of dance, though not out of a desire to perform, but rather as a comical attempt to evade chaos, resembling a humorous ballet in the process. Clad in heavy armor, I find myself unable to exhibit the nimbleness and agility typical of the real world. As my health dwindles, I experience a curious cycle of loss and recovery with each blow for several minutes. The relentless meteor shower leaves everyone in a state of exasperation, while my health fluctuates like a roller coaster, causing anxiety among the onlookers. Thankfully, we persevered, with Xiao Xiao and Xiao Shui teetering on the brink of death, only to be pulled back from the precipice by Luohua. The unfortunate Cold Ice remained steadfast throughout, relying solely on his ice shield, using it at every opportunity, as well as his blink spell whenever it was off cooldown. After the boss completed its meteor shower, it suddenly spewed forth a large volume of green blood, causing its health to plummet by 50%, leaving it with less than 10% remaining. It staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, its lips moving as if to utter words that never came. Witnessing this scene ignited a firestorm of fury among us, and we charged forward with fervent attacks. even Luo while wielding her healing hammer with fervor. Before long, the boss heaved forth one last gasp of blood and ceased to breathe. As the boss finally succumbed, I collapsed onto the ground, as did the other four, all of us gasping for air. Goodness, it's finally over. I am utterly exhausted. Cold Ice, panting heavily, expressed his astonishment, and indeed, it was a remarkable feat for 5 level 35 individuals to vanquish a level 39 grand boss, emerging victorious without any casualties. After taking a brief respite, I rose once more and, regardless of all else, I ultimately vanquished the formidable foe. This boss was evidently of a different caliber than the previous ones. It appears that even among bosses, there exists a hierarchy of ferocity. I dread to think that there may be even more ruthless bosses lurking in the shadows, likely ones that could not be subdued by even a dozen elite players. It was only later that I discovered that the boss we had defeated was not intended for a single team, but rather designed for a small party of 10. To have triumphed over it truly was a stroke of fortune. Let us examine the spoils of our conquest. Come quickly and see what treasures have emerged. The first item, lo and behold. At last, it is mine. A level 35 purple plate chest armor imbued with strength. The second item, a level 35 purple cloth arm guard. Although it bears the attribute of spirit, Xiao Lang, you may as well use it for now, for it must surely surpass your current gear by leaps and bounds. The third item, a level 35 purple DPS leather chest armor, Xiao Shui, take hold of this. The fourth item, a level 35 purple healing plate helm, my dear wife. This is undoubtedly yours. Indeed, we have finally acquired the 10 pieces of enchanted primal essence. Oh, what is this additional item? An unknown token. The purpose of this item is yet to be revealed. Please consult the historians in the major cities for rewards. How intriguing. It possesses an unknown attribute. I shall inquire with the historian when the time comes. Now that we have gathered the 10 pieces of enchanted primal essence, and all have reached level 36, it is time to return and rest. Other players would require at least half a day to catch up with us. Since our entrance into history, we have maintained a continuous online presence for 24 hours, engaged in relentless high-intensity combat, with scarcely a moment's respite. Should we persist in this manner, I fear no one will withstand the strain. Previously, everyone had set their hearthstones to the inn near the training grounds, and now we all activated them together, returning to the inn to rest. Fellow adventurers, would you care for a comprehensive service at our inn? Please, do not misunderstand. It encompasses food, drink, and lodging. Without further ado, bring forth your most delectable offerings and some refreshingly cold water. Cold Bing Bing collapsed languidly onto the inn's chair. While the three ladies maintained a semblance of decorum, yet their slight shivers and the fatigue evident in their eyes were impossible to conceal. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke up, suggesting that everyone continue their meal while I made my way to the commander to inquire about any available equipment for exchange. Upon my departure, the group waved me off with a lackadaisical gesture. With a smile, I shook my head and exited the inn, heading towards the training grounds. The area was bustling with players. Although small squads of demons sporadically emerged, they were swiftly dispatched by the collective efforts of the players, often before they could even approach. Commander, I have returned. Oh, it's you. I have already heard of your exploits. To have vanquished 2 formidable generals of these malevolent beings, alongside a divisional commander, with merely 5 individuals, is truly commendable. It was merely luck, nothing more. Luck is indeed a facet of prowess. Your ability to eliminate such formidable foes is a testament to your skill. As a reward, I shall grant each of you 20,000 points of justice, redeemable here for powerful equipment. In the commander's gaze, I discerned a newfound respect. Ding. NPC Commander Fadial S affinity for you has increased by 20. Current affinity, 30. Very well, let me see what can be exchanged. It appeared that our significant accomplishments in vanquishing a multitude of demons had earned us a measure of respect from the commander. I remained uncertain of the practical implications of this newfound affinity, but it was clear that it could not bode ill for us. My heavens! The abundance of blue equipment sets above level 25 is staggering, along with the presence of purple sets. The lower-tier items have become obsolete. Our focus must now shift to the armor of level 40. The Berserker set, comprising 8 components: headgear, chest armor, shoulder plates, arm guards, gloves, belt, leg armor, and footwear, each commands a redemption price of 500 justice points. The level 40 purple accessories, including necklaces and rings, are each valued at 4,000 justice points. Furthermore, the level 40 purple weaponry is priced at 4,000 500 for one-handed weapons, 500 for two-handed weapons, and 2,000 for offhand shields. I glanced at my current points of justice, totaling over 38,000. A complete set of level 40 purple gear costs 28,000, leaving me with a surplus of 10,000. I could exchange for 2 accessories, such as rings or necklaces, and still acquire a level 40 purple shield. Quite satisfactory indeed. However, should this notion reach the ears of others, I cannot fathom the scorn I might endure. While we approach 40,000 points of justice, others with a mere 1 or 2,000 would be considered fortunate. Even among those standing at the pinnacle, having 10,000 is already extraordinary. Without hesitation, I exchanged for a full level 40 purple set, 2 rings, and a shield, leaving me with just a few hundred points of justice. Nonetheless, the attributes of these items are undeniably impressive. The Berserker set grants a total of 100 strength, 80 stamina, and 1,300 armor. The 4-piece bonus reduces damage taken by 10, while the 8-piece bonus increases critical hit chance by 10 and enhances health by 10. The Berserker rings add 40 strength and 20 stamina, with a set bonus that boosts damage by 20 for 5 seconds following skill usage. The Unyielding Warrior's Shield offers an additional 280 armor, 30 strength, and 40 stamina, reducing damage taken by 50 after a block. Beholding these enticing attributes, I yearn to don them immediately, yet I am only level 36, rendering me unable to equip them. A wave of fatigue washed over me, prompting me to hasten to the training ground inn. Players can comfortably rest in-game, with NW providing a simulation of real-life sleep, offering better restorative effects than actual slumber. Ah, you've finally returned, boss. Would you like something to eat? We've finished our meal, and by the way, the sudden addition of 20,000 points of justice must be from your quest completion, right? Cold Bing Bing, having finished her meal, visibly regained some vitality. I'm not hungry. Take a look at the items I exchanged for, I replied, sharing the details of my recent acquisitions and the principles of exchange. This incited a chorus of excitement among the others, urging them to rush and make their own exchanges, leaving me somewhat exasperated. All right, just this one tea escape you. There is no limit on exchanges, so why the rush? Rest up, and you can exchange tomorrow. Besides, you can't equip them yet anyway, so what's the hurry? I'm heading to sleep now. You all can figure it out. Wait, darling, I want to sleep with you. Instantly, the mischievous laughter of 3 echoed, causing Lu Hua's face to flush a deep crimson, tempting enough to provoke a bite. Yet, I was utterly exhausted and decided it was best to retire for the night. Upon entering the room, Lu Hua and I disrobed completely and shared a shower. However, neither of us possessed the energy to continue any further. Instead, we embraced and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Grumble, darling, are you not awake yet? What time is it? So sleepy. I rubbed my blurry eyes and suddenly caught sight of Lu Hua's bare form, instantly dispelling my drowsiness. Rogue, haven't you had enough? As the petals fell, she caught me gazing at her bosom, and a delicate blush adorned her rosy cheeks. I gently pulled her into my embrace and softly whispered, how could one ever have enough? A lifetime would never suffice. All right, stop teasing. Everyone is awake now. If we don't get up soon, we'll be scolded. Next time, during our break, I shall keep you company, as you promised. No backing out, hee. I sprang to my feet, swiftly donning my armor. While Falling Blossom efficiently tidied up, hand in hand, we descended the stairs, only to be met with the icy, lecherous gaze of Cold Ice. Hey, boss, no offense, but could you pay more attention to your health? We don't know how long we'll be fighting. I'd hate to see you collapse on us later, haha. To hell with you. Go find a cooler spot to linger. I kicked Cold Ice and, regaining my composure, inquired whether we had received progress reports from the other guilds. Despite Cold Ice's often frivolous demeanor, as the vice president, I trusted his ability to handle affairs. The Guild Fearless had already been established, boasting over 200 members, as their focus was primarily on gathering information, which allowed for more lenient recruitment standards compared to our guild and others. The Guild Blood God had also been formed, currently with only a small team like ours, showing promise, yet still needing time to prove themselves. The duo Bear and Tiger had not formally established their guild, but were scouting promising solo players, intending to form a guild once they assessed this group. Taking advantage was in a similar situation. The guilds established were named Earth Pavilion for Fearless and Reverse Blood for Blood God. It appeared everyone had their plans. It was time for us to prepare as well. A pressing question arose. Should our guild begin recruiting members? Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. This was a crucial matter. If we started recruiting now, the sense of belonging among future members would surely be stronger. However, everyone was diligently leveling up, making it challenging to evaluate whether they could handle such a monumental task. Falling Blossom was the first to respond. Darling, I believe we don't necessarily have to disclose our mission to recruits right away. For now, let us present ourselves as a professional player guild, seeking reputable and capable solo players. Every guild has its adversaries, and we are no exception. Our foes happen to be the Bone Dragons. When the time is right, we can reveal our mission. By then, they will not remain idle. And any untrustworthy or unscrupulous individuals would have already been expelled from the guild. My wife is brilliant. I think this plan is excellent. What do you all think? I agree. I'm fine with it. Little Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. I'll follow my brother's lead. You decide. Very well, it is settled. Let us begin the recruitment process. We have indeed delved too deeply into the demon territory, scarcely encountering anyone. Now that we have gathered 10 source quality ingots, I'll return to take on a task. You all find missions to level up. I suspect the weapon forging task is individual. If it turns out to be a group task, I'll call for you. Dismissed. As the dawn of our endeavors approaches, I opened my backpack to behold the enchanting essence ingots. A fervor surged within me. Orange weapons. In the classic realm of World of Warcraft, orange equipment was abundant. Dual daggers, orange staffs, chicken leg staves, orange axes, orange hammers, and orange daggers, each a symbol of prestige. Now, in the new World of Warcraft, orange gear has transformed into a unique entity, representing not merely high status but also the pinnacle of combat prowess and identity. With 10 essence ingots in my possession, I find myself on the verge of becoming the first to claim an orange artifact. Upon gathering these 10 ingots, the system prompted me to seek out the leaders of the major cities to embark on my quest. The one I am most familiar with is Thrall. In terms of character, strength, and experience, he is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, he is no longer the chieftain of the Horde, but has joined the esteemed Circle of Earth, composed of powerful shamans. I wonder if approaching him would be wise. Nonetheless, it seems prudent to try. A radiant light enveloped me, and soon I emerged from the historical mode, standing before the history keeper of Orgrimmar, who greeted me with a whimsical grin. Ah, young one, it appears you have gleaned much from the vast river of history. Indeed, thank you, sir, I replied. This NPC is a pivotal link to the past, and who knows how formidable he truly is. It is wise to show him respect. Just call me Elderlong. Your current strength may not be exceedingly great, but you have only traversed this historical path for a brief time. The rapid enhancement of your abilities speaks volumes of your potential. Moreover, I can detect the scent of the enchanting essence ingots. At this revelation, I was taken aback. Typically, items stored in my backpack are beyond detection. Observing my astonishment, Elder Long chuckled. Silly boy, have you forgotten my abilities? Haha. Oh right. He is indeed a master of time, the very one who sent me back into history. If he wishes to know of events, is there anything he cannot uncover? Elder Long, please do not jest with me. Elder Long, evidently in high spirits, stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ding. Your respect for the NPC history keeper has earned you his appreciation, unlocking a favorable disposition. Current favorability, 10. Young one, whom do you intend to seek for assistance in embarking on your next quest? Well, I wish to find the esteemed shaman, Thrall, but I am uncertain of his whereabouts. Ah, a wise choice indeed. Who better to understand artifacts than Thrall, apart from those haughty night elves? I happen to know his current location. Would you care to learn? Elder Long's gaze scrutinized me playfully. Goodness, Elder Long, you cannot possibly mean to pry into my affairs. I sell my talents, not my body. Go away. I, Long Yi, have no affection for men, yet assisting you in finding someone is quite exhausting. Old Long has many loves, but none surpasses a fine cup of wine. Would you be so kind as to procure some for me? Ding. Do you accept the task of helping the historian find wine? Accepted. It seems this is part of my duty. Moreover, honoring the elderly and cherishing the young is a cherished virtue of our Huaxia culture. If Old Long desires wine, it should be a simple matter to procure it. This is one of the largest main cities, Orgrimmar. Surely, there is nothing here that cannot be found. The auction house is not far off. While I have yet to acquire any beverages myself, with billions of players in Huaxia, there are bound to be those who have. Ding. Opening the auction house. Please search for keywords. I returned with a bulging satchel filled with an assortment of wines, totaling no less than 10 sets, each comprising 10 bottles. And each set unique. These wines are hardly valuable. The The most expensive set is merely 10 silver. At present, I still possess a few gold coins, so I can afford this. Old Long, I have yet to find any fine wine in the short term. Please take these for now. Goodness. It's Chief Thrall. As I approached Old Long, greeting him, a flash of white light revealed a figure beside him, green skin, a slightly worn robe. And at his waist hung the legendary artifact, the Dew Hammer. The vividly depicted snow wolf emblem at the center symbolizes the Frost Wolf clan. Who else could this be but the legendary Thrall? Little one, do you recognize me? Thrall's words caused a bead of sweat to form on my brow. In this world, who does not know you? Chief Thrall, your renown is thunderous. How could I not recognize you? Haha, what thunderous renown? Merely the misguided praise of the masses. Old Long mentioned, you had something of great importance to discuss with me? Come now, little Thrall, what is the hurry? If I summoned you, it must be a matter of significance. Come, let us speak inside. As he waved his hand, a replica of himself appeared, standing still. And then he opened a portal, stepping through. Thrall followed, and I closely trailed behind, pondering Old Long's reference to Thrall as Little Thrall. It is hard to fathom the lofty status Old Long must possess to refer to the legendary Thrall in such an endearing manner. I stepped through the portal, traversing the iconic white light, and found myself in a peculiar realm. Why peculiar, you may wonder? Because there was nothing, indeed, nothing at all. Surrounding me was a chaotic expanse, reminiscent of mist, with a small area of approximately 20 square meters at its center. Suddenly, with a mere wave of his hand, the ancient dragon conjured a stone table, chairs, vibrant flowers, and even a towering tree. The once barren space transformed instantaneously into a fragrant paradise. Under the dragon's lead, the three of us settled upon the stone chairs. With a serious expression, Sal inquired, "What is it, old dragon? You've even brought out this divine artifact." "Young one, it is your turn now. Present the items," the dragon commanded. "Oh, esteemed Sal, please behold," I said, revealing the 10 enchanted essence ingots. Sal's eyes widened, resembling the size of cowbells. "These, where did you acquire such items? They have been lost for ages. Dear Sal, have you forgotten my mission here? This lad is the one I hold in high regard among the first adventurers sent into history. His future is limitless." "What? Such high praise?" Sal's gaze towards me shifted, softening considerably, no longer as indifferent as before. The boy had acquired 10 ingots, while he himself possessed only 3, a significant disparity. "Young one, strive diligently. Perhaps in the future, we may find ourselves in need of your prowess. Sal, continue your conversation. I shall refrain from intruding. I must take my leave." With another wave of his hand, the dragon gradually faded away, disappearing from our sight. Now, back to the matter at hand. The energy contained within these essence ingots is extraordinarily formidable. I trust you understand their purpose? Indeed, esteemed Sal. My intention in acquiring these enchanted essence ingots is to forge a weapon of great power. Sal paused for a moment before responding, "A divine artifact. Few in this world possess a deeper understanding than I. I can assist you in crafting the weapon you require, but there is one condition. Please, speak, my lord. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall exert every effort." Sal nodded and began to speak slowly. "The dragon holds you in high regard, and I trust his judgment. However, you are still quite weak and possess little capability at present. Your sole task now is to grow stronger rapidly. History is replete with opportunities, and within it, you can enhance your power. When the time truly comes for your assistance, I shall seek you out." I nodded. Though I was uncertain of the true identity of the ancient dragon, it was evident that his words held great significance for Thrall. "Red dust. What manner of weapon do you wish to forge? Merely relying on this enchanted or ingot will not suffice. Should you aspire to create a weapon of unparalleled potential, the rarity of the additional materials required is equally formidable. Without a doubt, I desire a colossal sword, a two-handed sword. A two-handed greatsword, you say? Very well. I possess some materials which I shall bestow upon you. Consider it an advance investment. These materials have taken me a lifetime to gather. Should you embark on the quest to collect them yourself, it would undoubtedly take an eternity. However, the elements I command are ill-suited for weapon forging. So you must seek out another, someone with the surname of Copperbeard. Copperbeard, the Three Hammers Council of Ironforge. Even though the war has ceased, I suspect it will not be an easy task to persuade Copperbeard to assist me. Indeed, that is true. Yet, you may present this letter I have penned. When it comes to forging expertise, none rival the Copperbeard clan. Our world currently faces a tremendous crisis, which is why the war has completely halted. If the Alliance and the Horde do not genuinely unite to resist, The entirety of our world may face unimaginable calamities. Take this token. With it, you may contact me at any time. Thrall produced a bone token, intricately carved with the visage of a snow wolf, reminiscent of the engraving on his artifact. The Hammer of Doom. Very well, I shall seek out Copperbeard. By the way, what purpose does this object serve? I intended to show it to the ancient dragon, but he departed prematurely. This is a valuable item. Present it to the ancient dragon upon your return. It will yield numerous benefits in the future. After bidding farewell to Thrall, I stepped through the portal. The ancient dragon remained, assisting others in their passage through history. I handed him the enigmatic object, and he instructed me to attend to my business and inform him once I had deciphered its purpose. He also provided me with a communication token, fashioned from bronze, adorned with the image of a great dragon. Upon seeing this token, a flicker of understanding sparked within me. Now, all the races of the world had united, claiming it was to withstand the impending disaster, yet none would divulge the nature of this calamity. A portal had also been established between Orgrimmar and Stormwind, maintained by several human mages. After teleporting to Stormwind, I continued towards the subway leading to Ironforge. The subway ride was brief, yet I remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the Copperbeard clan. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Ah, curse this Ironforge. How does one navigate this place? Who can guide me out? I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before me. It seemed this player was a quintessential member of the Horde. The Ironforge could easily bewilder anyone, rivaling even the Undercity of the Horde. Brother, you must be from the Horde, right? Indeed. Could you guide me to the Horde's territory? This place is driving me to madness. I can. But I have some matters to attend to first. I need to find someone from the Bronzebeard clan. Let's befriend each other, and I shall take you back shortly. I replied as I sent a friend request to him. Huh. Goodness, are you not that player who holds numerous top rankings? Take me along. Do you wish to enter the Three Realms? Haha, that's possible, but we do not accept the weak. How dare you look down upon me? If it weren't for this wretched Ironforge consuming so much of my time, I would surely be among the top on the leaderboard now. Just look at this skill, he said, showcasing a remarkable ability. Indeed, it was a unique skill, Bloodthirsty Dance, a passive skill that permanently increases attack speed by 100 and attack strength by 100, and allows the player to recover 15 of the damage dealt as health. I was momentarily taken aback by the skill's attributes. Wow, isn't this quite similar to my passive? Yet, he has lifesteal but lacks the active skill that grants triple attack speed and strength. That skill is impressive. What level are you now? I'm level 33, and I am on the leaderboard, though not very high. By the way, you mentioned you were looking for the Bronzebeard? He appears to be quite skilled. Judging by his solitary demeanor, he must have trained alone. Achieving level 33 is no small feat. I sent him a guild invitation. Yes. Do you know where the Bronzebeard are located? Indeed, I do. I've roamed this place for 3 to 4 hours. If it weren't for returning to buy supplies and repair my equipment, sigh. Enough of that. I shall take you to find the Bronzebeard, and then you can lead me back. I followed the newly recruited player ahead of me, making my way towards Ironforge. Suddenly, it struck me that I had added him as a friend without even glancing at his name. I pulled up my friends list to check, and upon seeing it, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is so funny? Did my pants rip? He retorted. No, plate armor doesn't tear that easily. I just repaired it. I chuckled. Ah, my friend, your name is quite remarkable. Indeed, it's simply extraordinary. I laughed heartily. It's a splendid ID. I've always been quite impressive, after all. Upon our arrival at the forge, I noticed a female NPC named Moira inside. If memory serves me right, she is the daughter of Magni Bronzebeard and a current member of the Council of Three Hammers. I was familiar with her story. She was once the princess of the Bronzebeard clan, married to the king of the Dark Iron Dwarfs. After her father, the king, transformed into a massive diamond and perished. She returned to Ironforge. Theoretically, she is now one of the highest authorities in Ironforge. All right, I shall seek her out. Please wait for me here, and I will introduce you to the others in our guild shortly. In the entire forge chamber, there was only one female NPC, and it was evident without a doubt that it was Moira. I approached her respectfully. Your Majesty, I bring a letter from Lord Thrall. Thrall? What does he want with me? She inquired as she accepted the letter and began to read. As she read on, her expression grew grave. After finishing the letter, she cast a surprised glance at me, ignited the letter, and tossed it onto a nearby stone table. Gesturing for me to follow, she turned and walked outside. The letter smoldered on the table, and through the haze, I could make out a few words. Destiny. History. Gears. Red dust. you have emerged. Oh, why is the queen also coming out? I asked as I trailed behind Mora. Your Majesty, are you accompanying me to meet Lord Thrall? Mora turned to face me, her demeanor slightly serious. There is no need to seek him out just yet. Although he has gathered the materials, there is still one item lacking. Without it, the weapon you desire cannot be forged. What item is that? The water of the Well of Eternity. At the mention of those words, my mind went blank. The Well of Eternity had long since been destroyed, which meant I would have to delve into history to locate the well and retrieve its water. However, that was a sacred relic of the Night Elves, who could easily obtain it. Ignoring my astonished expression, Moira continued. Almost all artifacts in history require the water of the Well of Eternity during the forging process, except for those crafted by legendary races or those born from the fabric of the universe. Thus, if you wish to forge an artifact yourself, the water of the well is essential. Regardless of how you acquire it, you must obtain it. Since the Dragon Lord has faith in you, I believe you will find a way. Alas, the formidable Dragon Elder. Where am I to procure water? Never mind. I shall return to contemplate this matter further. If divine artifacts were easily attainable, then everyone would possess one. Beside me, the bewildered onlooker, with a furrowed brow, pondered, artifacts? The Queen? Thrall? The waters of the Well of Eternity? He scratched his head but refrained from voicing his inquiries. As Mira turned to depart, I addressed the perplexed observer. Brother, let us return. I shall elucidate this matter to you in due course. As I have always maintained, I trust those I employ and doubt not their integrity. This fellow appears to be rather straightforward, lacking ulterior motives. While vigilance is prudent, I find myself inclined to place my faith in him. Brother, allow me to clarify the situation. I recounted the details of weapon crafting, and his expression transformed to one of dawning comprehension. As we traversed the path back to Orgrimmar, he was momentarily taken aback upon entering the subway. Goodness, the Alliance's technology is remarkably advanced, even a subway system. How has the Horde endured all these years? Let us hasten. Beyond the subway lies Stormwind. Presently, a portal connects Orgrimmar and Stormwind, and in a few minutes, you shall return to the Horde's domain. I believe it is essential for you to familiarize yourself with the Alliance's territories as well. My knowledge of the major cities within the Alliance is somewhat limited, yet I am well acquainted with the areas beyond their walls. By the way, from what you mentioned earlier, it seems you have yet to experience the historical mode? Indeed, I ventured there but returned swiftly. Upon entry, I lacked levels and equipment, having completed merely 2 quests before being beset by the Burning Legion. Every foe was an elite monster. Although I had 3 friends with me, they only joined the game the following day and fell behind in levels. Consequently, I opted to exit the historical mode, awaiting their ascent in levels before re-entering. Little did I anticipate encountering you now. They are all good friends of mine in real life. Why not invite them into our guild? Well, as I previously mentioned, our guild, the 3 Realms, only admits those of exceptional prowess and virtuous character. Are they suitable? The onlooker assured me. I guarantee their integrity. Otherwise, I would consider them my brothers. Moreover, one is a police officer and the other 2 are soldiers. Their character is beyond reproach. We share a friendship spanning over a decade. As for their capabilities, they may be a bit underleveled at present, but they possess impressive special skills. So it should not pose a problem. They are currently in Orgrimmar. I shall summon them for your assessment. If they are suitable, great. If not, there is no obligation. With his insistence, I conceded, very well, summon them. I shall call upon our existing members as well, so everyone may meet. Half an hour later. Wow, Chief. Who is this imposing figure? The frigid tone and voice were unmistakable. I turned around to see Xiao Xiao, Luo Hua, Yin Yushui, and the coldly indifferent 4 returning together, all gazing at Diao Gu, awaiting my response. Indeed, darling, who is this? Patience, patience. This is a player I just recruited. A warrior, albeit a berserker. Although his level is somewhat low, his potential is immense. His unique skills are quite similar to mine. Diao Gu. Why don't you introduce yourself? Diao Gu, feeling a bit flustered, scratched his head and smiled warmly. Hello everyone, I am Diao Gu, likely older than all of you. If it's not too much trouble, just call me Diao Gu, alright? Haha, Diao Gu, your name is delightful. I can't believe I didn't think of that. I am Long Bing Bing, an ice mage, and the vice president of the Sanjie Guild. She was the first to speak, extending her hand for a shake. I am Luo Hua, the girlfriend of Hong Chan, and also serve as a vice president. I am a holy knight by profession, Luo Hua said, offering a polite smile and a nod. Yun Yushui, chairman of the Elder Council, specializing in assassination. I do not primarily engage in combat. Rather, I manage the guild's finances, information, and external threats, Yin Yushui stated, nodding her head, though her tone was rather aloof. It was surprising to discover that Xiao Shui was so cool and distant. Lastly, it's my turn. ID, Xiao Xiao, a beastmaster hunter, and the guild's main DPS. Interestingly, we are actually rivals, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, playfully nudging. While the first 3 introductions were fairly standard, Diao Gu seemed momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xiao Xiao's title. Main DPS? Little girl, don't blame uncle for picking on you. I could not help but burst into laughter. Noticing Jiao Ji's bewildered expression, I nodded at Xiao Xiao, who understood and showcased her sharpshooter skills. Seeing her skills, Diao Gu rolled his eyes dramatically, mirroring our initial reaction to this ability. Well, in single target damage. I could never hope to surpass you. It seems I will have to vie for the title of AoE Damage King, he said cautiously, glancing at Lung Bingbing, who had a distinct advantage in AoE capabilities. Upon seeing this, Lung Bingbing revealed her own skill, Goddess Whisper, a passive skill that doubles casting speed. Witnessing this, Diao Gu nearly despaired, yet it was Lang Bingbing who alleviated his anxiety. Haha, Diao Gu, fear not. I am determined to become the master of crowd control. I want to compete for damage with you. Are your friends arriving soon, Diao Gu? Diao Gu checked the time and replied, they should be arriving shortly. They're not too far away. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called from behind. Diao Gu, we've been here for ages, and you haven't even noticed. Before the grand gates of Orgrimmar, both in the old and new worlds of Warcraft, this place has always been a bustling gathering spot, teeming with people. Akin to a vibrant event square. It can be quite a challenge to locate someone amidst such a throng if one does not pay close attention. I have listened to your introductions, and now I shall commence mine. Our current levels are somewhat modest, so we fully understand if the 3 realms are reluctant to accept us. Nevertheless, we will proceed with our self-introductions, allowing you to assess our qualifications for entry into your esteemed realm. My ID is Bodyguard of Zongnanhai, a disciplined priest. With a unique skill, Selfless Justice, all damage reduction skills are doubled. Armor-based damage absorption is also doubled. While losing all healing capabilities, my damage output is doubled. Next, we have Instant Kill, a fire mage, with a special ability, Eye of the Barrier. Any single target spell cast may additionally select 2 extra targets, each suffering 100 damage from the skill. I have relinquished my ice and arcane abilities, gaining instead a 30 increase in fire skill damage. And all damage skills can inflict a mind burn effect on targets, interrupting current casting and silencing for 3 seconds. Lastly, we present Major Han, a protection paladin. With a distinctive skill, Body of Divine Favor, increases health by 100 and armor by 50, with an active effect that boosts health by 300 and armor by 150. The 3 individuals before me are undoubtedly impressive, and when considering Diao Gu, each possesses extraordinary skills. Yet, my attention is captivated by the last person. His visage and name seem familiar, as if I have encountered them before. Major Han, what prompted you to choose such a name? I inquired. It is merely what everyone in the military calls me. I am not particularly adept at naming, he replied casually. I am Drunken Dragon. Suddenly, Major Han's previously stoic expression transformed dramatically. After a moment of surprise, he promptly saluted me, declaring, Major Han of the Special Forces Disguised Squad reports to you, General. Indeed, it is you. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around us, I returned the salute and continued, shouldn't your unit currently be in disguise? Conducting a thorough search for Bone Dragon in the real world? General, he responded, as a disguise unit. We find it exceedingly rare to encounter those who are not engaged in NW. Conducting a meticulous search while safeguarding our identities is essential. Therefore, participating in the new World of Warcraft serves as a form of camouflage. Moreover, I will receive immediate updates regarding any disturbances in the real world, ensuring our mission remains unaffected. Very well. Hey, Major? What exactly is his status? You are a major, yet you treat him as if he were a superior. Remarked Meow Sure, presumably another soldier, whose unique skills suggest he is a reconnaissance specialist combined with a special operations sniper. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the youngest major general in China, and he is also the overall commander of the Dragon Group in NW. General, I wish to join your operation. Oh, I may consent to this, but there is one condition. If you are needed in the real world, you must not allow my affairs to delay your actions. Understood? A crimson glint flashed in Major Han's eyes. I am aware of his story. Ostensibly, he is the adopted son of Bone Dragon. However, he is exceptionally righteous, being the first to galvanize China's military districts against Bone Dragon's plans. Even when Bone Dragon and his associates fled, he wept as he fired his weapon, striking Bone Dragon's ear. Thus, I trust him implicitly. His willingness to disclose our identities to these individuals indicates that they, too, can be trusted. Upon hearing this, Miao Shi hastily stood at attention and saluted me, adding, I was unaware earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I indicated that there was no need for such formality, then slowly began to speak. You all should be trustworthy, so I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. I currently require additional manpower, and I fear this may demand considerable effort from you. We must expedite the elevation of our ranks. For the Bone Dragon's faction is hiding deeply, and reliable leads remain elusive. Thus, the two of you engaged in reconnaissance are precisely what I need. Major Han promptly responded. Rest assured, General, we shall catch up in the shortest possible time. Excellent. I now need to undertake a solo mission. You all number 8. Divide yourselves into 2 teams to level up. Xiao Lang, should they require assistance, they will contact you. Offer them your unwavering support. Additionally, Xiao Shui and Xiao Xiao. The 4 of them will be joining the Elder Council, and you 2 shall oversee their integration. At this moment, Xiao Xiao stepped forward to speak. Regardless of the circumstances, I am a member of the Dragon Team, and my rank exceeds that of Major Han. I am a colonel. Major Han, rest assured that under my command, you shall not be at a disadvantage. Miao Shi was taken aback, unfamiliar with the concept of a young dragon, and was about to inquire when Major Han interjected, Yes, sir. At this juncture, Miao Shi, Brother Diao, and the bodyguard from Zongnanhai could not fail to recognize the identity of this adorable little girl, whose rank was evidently superior to that of Major Han. A wave of questions rippled through their minds. What on earth was happening in this world? Was there no room left for survival? The current situation indeed left little to elaborate upon. The newly formed quartet boasted levels around 30, with only Brother Jiao slightly higher. Yet each possessed extraordinary skills that rendered their eventual empowerment merely a matter of time. The original 5-member team had dwindled to 4 due to my upcoming weapon forging mission. Although we could no longer challenge bosses for substantial experience, undertaking tasks of lesser difficulty remained well within our capabilities. The paramount concern now was how to procure water from the Eternal Well. With everyone having split into their respective teams, I found myself enveloped in solitude, an unwelcome sensation. Once, I had been a solitary wanderer, journeying alone wherever I went. Yet who could have foreseen that I would now be surrounded by so many friends, brothers, and, of course, my beloved Luohua? Suddenly embarking on this path alone stirred a profound sense of loneliness within me. I have located the ancient dragon, who informed me that Sargeras is already aware of my current predicament. However, there is little he can do, and I must rely on my own resources. Foolish child. Allow me to offer you a hint. Contemplate history. Who among the privileged few has access to the Well of Eternity, and of those? Who might you be able to approach? Upon hearing this, I found myself momentarily speechless. Naturally, those who can access the Well of Eternity are the highest-ranking night elves, such as Queen Azhara and her attendants, as well as the Guardian of the Grove, Malfurion, and his beloved, the Moon Priestess Tyrant. Then there is the tragic yet helpless figure of Illidan in history. Yes, Illidan. He is a man driven to madness in his pursuit of power, often regarded as the mightiest warrior of the night elf race. Given the current state of history, he must have been deeply wounded by the affection shared between Tyrant and his brother Malfurion, and is likely consumed by a singular desire for immense strength. If I can find him, perhaps there lies a way. In my heart, I began to ponder all the tales surrounding Illidan. It must be said that he is a tragic figure. The love he harbored for Tyrant was unrequited, for she was enamored with his brother, Malfurion. Stripped of love, he embarked on a relentless quest for immense power. In his madness, he resolved to absorb the magical energies of the Well of Eternity, gradually losing sight of his true self and becoming enraptured by its formidable magic. The allure of the well had ensnared many within the night elf race, even their queen, Azhara, who fell under its spell, ultimately summoning the Burning Legion. In response, Malfurion and Tyrant, along with their allies, resolved to destroy the well. Fearing that he would never again experience the wonders of its magic, Illidan betrayed his brother and beloved Tyrant by revealing their intentions to Azhara. Consumed by jealousy towards their love, he felt no remorse for his actions and vowed to protect the well, yet ultimately he faltered. The well exploded, fracturing the entire continent, and leaving behind a colossal vortex, a perpetual reminder of the events that transpired. Illidan had foreseen this outcome. He understood that the Burning Legion would inevitably obliterate elven civilization. Therefore, he diligently collected vast quantities of the well's sacred waters for his own benefit, while the vanquished Queen Ishara and her followers fled, cursed and embittered, gradually transforming into grotesque forms. They concealed themselves, biding their time to return to the world. A millennium later, they emerged, having lost their elven identity, now transformed into the infamous Naga. Meanwhile, the surviving kin of Malfurion and Tyrant endeavored to reconstruct their homeland. They discovered that their sacred mountain, Mount Hyjal, had also survived the cataclysm. Upon ascending Mount Hyjal, they stumbled upon a serene lake, only to find that its waters were indeed those of the Well of Eternity. Realizing Illidan's nefarious intentions, Malfurion resolved to thwart his brother's dreadful scheme. He summoned the demigod Cenarius to subdue Illidan, imprisoning him within a vast subterranean prison, where he was bound by immense magical chains, forever unable to wield his power. Malfurion entrusted the young warden, Maiev Shadowsong, with his watch. The Night Elves, having embraced the ancient powers of Druidism, dedicated themselves to healing the nearly devastated world. The great dragon aspects arrived, and after a millennium of reflection, Malfurion emerged as one of the most powerful druids. He conveyed to the dragons the reason behind the birth of a new Well of Eternity. Yet they hesitated to destroy it, fearing the resurgence of another catastrophic explosion that might shatter the world anew. The dragon aspects were profoundly concerned that the new Well of Eternity would once again attract the Burning Legion. In response, they planted a seed within this newly formed well, drawing upon its potent waters. This seed swiftly took root and blossomed into a magnificent tree, which posterity would come to know as the World Tree. It absorbed the essence of the well's waters, emanating a healing aura that enveloped the world. Additionally, Malfurion made a pact with the three great dragon aspects to safeguard the new Well of Eternity, ensuring that the Burning Legion would not find a way to invade this realm. Although 10 millennia later Illidan escaped from his prison, he ultimately met his demise while being pursued. I must confess, I have a deep admiration for this character, yet how few are aware of his tragic plight. He vanquished countless demons and earned the title of Demon Hunter. However, in a moment of passion, he was imprisoned for a millennium. Ultimately, he perished in a foreign land. How could one not feel sorrow for such a figure? If only it were possible, I would seek to rescue this legendary hero and prevent him from treading the path of no return, even though I remain quite powerless at present. My mind is in turmoil as I meander like a soulless creature towards the heart of the continent, the very location of the Eternal Well. Along the way, I encounter a plethora of demons, forcing me to exert every effort to evade them. The closer I draw to the Eternal Well, the more formidable the demons become. Initially, I could easily dispatch them one by one, yet now I find it increasingly arduous. Just as I struggle fiercely against a demon, a familiar voice reaches my ears. Ah, how unexpected it is to encounter you here, young adventurer. As I turned back, I was taken aback to see none other than Commander Fadiel standing before that squad of elven warriors. Commander? What brings you here? I inquired. What lies beyond the training grounds? That was merely an illusion, he replied. As one of the commanders of the elven warriors, I cannot simply remain there to assign tasks and exchange equipment. These cursed demons must be vanquished every single moment to restore our ravaged and beautiful world. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Although Illidan was the brother of Malfurion, he too must hold the title of commander at this moment. With this realization, I ventured to ask Commander Fadiel, I seek to find Commander Illidan. Might you assist me in this matter? Illidan? Illidan Stormrage? What do you want with that fellow? The Stormrage clan is not known for their amiability. Sir, I truly have pressing matters to discuss with him. Please, I beseech you for your assistance. Fadiel furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Very well, your potential has garnered my approval. If you genuinely seek him, I shall grant you this favor. We are all en route to the Well of Eternity to deliberate our next course of action. He will be joining us. Come, follow me. A surge of excitement coursed through my heart. I had not anticipated that the disheartening events of earlier would soon reveal a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the circumstances, my immediate priority was to seek out Illidan. This band of elven warriors was undeniably formidable, advancing with an overwhelming force that left no demon capable of impeding our progress. Upon our arrival at the Well of Eternity, I found myself in awe, for the beauty of this place was beyond description. Its grandeur defied the limitations of language. Ah, Zue Hongshin, this must be your first visit to the Well of Eternity. You have earned my approval. Go forth and receive the blessing of the holy water. What? The blessing of the holy water. Does this mean I am to bathe in the well of eternity? I had been pondering how to acquire some of its water, and now he directly urges me to immerse myself in its sacred essence? Surely, this cannot be a jest. I slowly approached the vast pool known as the Well of Eternity, casting a glance at the Legion commander, Fadiel, who offered me a reassuring nod with a smile. I felt a surge of resolve and stepped into the Well of Eternity. A tremendous surge of magical energy enveloped me, and in that moment of panic, I instinctively inhaled. To my astonishment, I discovered that I could breathe. With each breath I took, I felt my experience bar incrementally rise. Though the increase was but a mere fraction at a time, it was undeniably a genuine accumulation of experience points. I greedily inhaled, and within a short while, I had ascended to level 38, 39, 40, 50, 60, 70. I can hardly believe my eyes. I have been immersed in the waters of the Well of Eternity for a full 10 hours. A few hours ago, I overheard a conversation between the commander and his adjutant. They stated that no one could remain submerged in the holy water for more than 5 hours. Except for one individual, Illidan Stormrage. He had soaked for over 9 hours, and at this moment, I have utterly surpassed his record. After greedily absorbing the essence for a while longer, I have now attained level 80. At this point, no matter how much I absorb, my experience bar no longer rises. I realized this must be my limit. In the sacred waters, I retrieved several magical crystal vials. I truly possessed very few of them. After hastily filling more than 10 vials and placing them in my backpack, I slowly rose to my feet. Surrounding me were no longer the few individuals from before, but a throng of people, among whom I discerned a familiar figure. Illidan. Ding. System notification. You have received the blessing of the Dragon of the Well of Eternity, unlocking a unique hidden class, Dragon Warrior. Do you wish to change your class? A unique hidden class? Dragon Warrior? Confirm class change. Ding. If you transition to Dragon Warrior, you will lose half of your current level. The Dragon Warrior class grants double the attribute points for each level gained, increases all inherent statistics by 20, and replaces all skills with those of the Dragon Warrior class. Except for special skills. Each time you acquire a warrior-type skill, it will be substituted with a Dragon Warrior skill. Do you confirm? Oh, what hesitation remains? Although I have lost levels, these ranks were merely bestowed upon me without effort. With each level gained, I received double the attribute points, which fundamentally grants me an advantage over others, as my inherent statistics, namely attack power, armor, and critical hit rate, are significantly elevated. An increase of 20 in these attributes is indeed substantial. While I am unsure of the skills possessed by the Dragon Warrior, one can only presume that the abilities of a hidden class would be exceptional. Ding. System announcement. A player has obtained a hidden profession, thereby activating the National and Hidden Profession system. Ding. System announcement. A player has obtained a hidden profession, thereby activating the National and Hidden Profession system. Ding. System announcement. A player has obtained a hidden profession, thereby activating the National and Hidden Profession system. The system repeated its announcement thrice, and a radiant light enveloped me. My body began to tremble involuntarily as my equipment underwent a transformation. The once formidable armor now radiated an air of majesty. Sharp, dragon-like spines erupted from the armor, and the previously gleaming white plate now shimmered in a deep, lustrous black. My helmet resembled the head of a mighty dragon. And this entire ensemble evoked memories of a game I once played, Miracle. The armor bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon King set worn by warriors in that game, yet it exuded an even greater aura of power and ferocity. The dragon spines seemed to transform me into a humanoid machine of slaughter. Any adversary wishing to attack must first contend with this formidable array of spikes, lest they suffer retaliation. I am currently observing the transformations in both my physique and equipment when a voice resonates through the air. It is none other than the esteemed Legion commander, Fadiel. I initially believed you would be fortunate to absorb the essence for 3 or 4 hours, yet you have astonishingly shattered that record. It is not every individual who experiences such a profound transformation upon receiving blessings. As members of the elven race, we are all bestowed with the blessings of the moon goddess, significantly enhancing our strength and vitality. However, you, not being one of my kin, have received the blessing of the dragon god. This is indeed the highest form of sanctified blessing. Fortunate lad, regardless of the circumstances. I must express my gratitude to Lord Fadiel for bringing me here, as it has afforded me this extraordinary opportunity. I bowed deeply to Fadiel, a gesture stemming entirely from my heart. Without him, I cannot fathom the immense effort I would need to exert to procure the waters of the eternal well. let alone acquire this unique hidden profession. Ah, yes, the singular hidden profession. Haha, young one, there is no need for such formalities. Vanquishing more demons shall suffice as your tribute to me. Are you not in search of Illidan? There he awaits you. I had just caught sight of Illidan. Yet I refrained from greeting him as I observed the transformations unfolding within him. At that moment, he fixated his gaze upon me intently. I bowed once more to Fadiel before striding towards Illidan, a bold plan taking shape in my mind. Young one, Fadiel mentioned you were seeking me. Do we have an acquaintance? Illidan inquired. He was a solitary figure, as Fadiel had noted. Those of the Gale Strider lineage were notoriously difficult to engage with. Yet I possessed my own methods. Lord Illidan, might we converse privately? I suggested, not looking at him, but rather turning towards the adjacent woods. Illidan emitted a disdainful click of his tongue before following in my wake. After all, I had also received the blessing of the dragon god, and for someone like Illidan, who revered strength, my presence intrigued him. After confirming that no one was around, I turned to Illidan. He was even taller than I had envisioned, standing at nearly 1.5 times my height. For reference, I am a respectable height of 183 centimeters, while the average height among the elf race is around 2 meters. Yet, Illidan towered at almost 3 meters. Speak your mind, lad. I'm here, and no one dares eavesdrop. Very well, I shall speak plainly. I trust you are aware of your brother Malfurion and Priestess Tyrant's plan to destroy the Well of Eternity. Correct? Illidan took a step closer, emanating a terrifying aura of power. How do you know this? This matter is known only to the three of us. Let us set that aside for now. I am also privy to your own plans, your personal ambitions. In an instant, Illidan unsheathed the warglaives of Azzinoth from his back, the infamous egg knives, and pressed one against my throat. Who exactly are you, and how do you come to know this? I harbor no fear of him taking my life, for even in death, I possess the ability to resurrect, as I hail from the future. So it is. I have long heard of a clan among the dragon deities skilled in the art of time magic, and it appears that this is indeed the case. I initially presumed that Illidan would deride me, yet to my surprise, he was aware of these matters. After a moment's contemplation, I continued to inquire. It appears you are not as reckless as the records suggest. Surely, you must comprehend the implications of your actions? Is power truly of such paramount importance to you? What do you know, boy? Everyone believes my coldness and ruthlessness stem from a desire for power. But why should I venerate strength? My pursuit is for Tyrant. She only loves my brother, and I cannot act against my own kin. Thus, I relentlessly seek power, so that I might not be consumed by thoughts of her. Even if I were to perish in the end, it would matter not, as long as she finds happiness in this world. A tremor coursed through my heart upon hearing those words. Indeed, in Illidan's heart, power pales in comparison to the esteemed position Tyrant holds in his eyes. This revelation grants me a glimmer of opportunity. Illidan, I hail from the future, specifically, from over 10,000 years hence. Are you aware of your fate? I am uncertain, yet I can surmise certain aspects. I clandestinely smuggled the sacred water, and after the destruction of the Well of Eternity, he will undoubtedly perceive my actions as an attempt to monopolize its power. However, he would not resort to my demise. Even if he were to ally with Tyrant, they would not prevail against me. Perhaps he would summon the demigod Cenarius to aid him. Ultimately, I fear the outcome would be my imprisonment. Yet, at least this would allow Tyrant the chance to visit me. I know she harbors feelings for me, though not in the same manner as for her beloved brother. Still, in her heart, I remain family. As I listened, a sense of dread enveloped me. Could this truly be the madness born of love? Indeed, Azhara is destined to fail, and your attempts to enlighten her will bear no fruit. The elven race faces annihilation, as Azhara is utterly bewitched by the Burning Legion's leader, Sargeras. Little do you know, her very actions have precipitated the Legion's invasion. Ultimately, the explosion of the Well of Eternity rends the continent asunder. This historical truth is immutable. Had the well not been destroyed, our world would have fallen prey to Sargeras' wrath. You found yourself imprisoned for a millennium, until Tyrant finally liberated you, compelled by the Legion's resurgence and the world's impending doom. Her intent was to harness your strength to turn the tide of battle. In return, you would claim the head of a formidable being, drawing power from it, only to metamorphose into a demon, ultimately perishing at the hands of the Watchers. Is this truly your desire? Illidan fell into silence. The veracity of my words weighed heavily upon him, for such a mighty being could not help but contemplate the purpose behind these actions. I cannot fathom why. Upon your release, you would betray once more. The answer lies in your 1,000 years of confinement, dear brother. During that time, your spirit withered. Although Tyron's appearance sparked a flicker of conscience within you, witnessing her affection for your brother shattered you anew, driving your relentless pursuit of power. The head you coveted is steeped in malevolence, yet your singular focus on strength left you heedless of the consequences. Upon acquiring that power, you became a mere pawn, irrevocably transformed into a demon. Why, then, do you question your betrayal? Very well, I concede, this is not my desire. What, then, do you propose I do? In my view, your sole wish is for Tyron's happiness, yet you cannot quell your thoughts of her, can you? The solution is simple. Distance yourself from her. Redirect your focus. Should you choose, you may still pursue power, but not in this manner. The only outcome of your current path is to ensure that Tyron despises you, perhaps even loathing herself for having freed you. She may harbor hatred for me, but never for herself. Illidan's agitation was palpable, prompting me to reassure him. The very reason I have come to speak with you is to avert such a fate. Let us remain calm and devise a strategy together. Illidan began to temper his emotions, though I wondered how long he could sustain this restraint against the backdrop of his labored breaths. Illidan, what purpose does blinding yourself serve? It is, of course, to hunt demons. These wretched beings have obliterated our home, and I shall eradicate them all. Excellent. I believe this presents a splendid opportunity to divert your attention. Even after the well's destruction, countless demons still lurk within this world. You must adhere to the original plan and inform Azhara of your intentions, but you must also confide in your brother and Tyrant. You wish for me to inform them? Surely they will imprison me on the spot. No, no, no. Listen to me. I have a brilliant plan. You must inform Illidan of your strategy, revealing the direction of your assault while concealing the timing. Find a way to keep this under wraps, then return to convey this information to Malfurion and Tyrant, proposing a delay of 3 days. By that time, a portion of Illidan's forces will surely be exhausted. Then, instead of advancing from the original direction, choose an alternate route. Any direction will suffice. Seize the opportunity to strike decisively when they are weary, and proceed to execute the original plan to obliterate the Well of Eternity. You must also inform Malfurion and Tyrant of the new Well of Eternity, but only they should be privy to this knowledge. You can express your desire to ensure that such a divine gift does not simply vanish. As long as Malfurion and Tyrant can safeguard this new well, it shall not attract the Burning Legion again. In truth, the Legion will return, but it will not be related to the new well. If you follow this course of action, Tyrant will regard you with newfound respect, believing that you have learned from your mistakes and devised a plan that achieves their objectives while significantly reducing losses. After they have relocated to Hyjal to establish their new home, you should depart. If you leave, Tyrant will certainly remember you, though her heart belongs to your brother. Your actions will indelibly mark her memory. After your departure, you may hunt demons, as the future continent will fracture into several realms, giving rise to numerous races and inevitably leading to wars. Unless the Burning Legion invades again, refrain from engaging in battle. If all goes well, the next incursion of the Burning Legion will coincide with Tyrant's search for you to return and save the elven race. Your arrival will turn the tide of battle, and you will emerge as a hero among the elves. I believe we shall meet again. If possible, I will assist you in resisting the temptations of Gul'dan's skull, the very thing that threatens to transform you into a demon in the future. If you can withstand that trial, you will irrevocably alter your fate. Illidan listened, drenched in cold sweat. Boy, I've realized that opposing you leads to a fate far worse than that of a minor demon. It is my fortune to know you, and I trust you. Ding. System notification. You have persuaded the NPC Illidan Stormrage, unlocking favorability. Current favorability, 50. You have become Illidan's most trusted confidant. Upon hearing this notification, a grin involuntarily spread across my face. By the gods, I have truly succeeded. Illidan, thank you for your trust. I'm still quite weak and must focus on strengthening myself. With the blessings I receive, I will grow swiftly. And perhaps we may fight side by side in the future. My brother from the mortal realm, I can take you to the finest training grounds of our elven kin, where you will receive exceptional training. This was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, may I bring a few friends along? Your friends are my friends, Illidan declares. As long as you trust them, I have no objections. You are indeed the benefactor of my destiny. The character of Illidan truly resonates with me. He is willing to sacrifice everything for those he cherishes. Even in moments of profound sorrow, he refrains from harming his loved ones. His principle of trusting those he employs while remaining wary of others is commendable. Once he regards you as a friend, you become a brother for life. With the assistance of such a formidable deity as Illidan, I anticipate a significant enhancement in our leveling efficiency. We are currently among the highest-ranked teams, and I wonder how far ahead we can be. Previously, I spent 10 hours bathing in holy water and receiving blessings, and I am curious about the circumstances of others. Upon opening the private chat, I was taken aback by the flood of hundreds of messages. I quickly sent a private message to Luowa, and the moment it connected, I was met with a barrage of exclamations. "Ah, you finally replied. Why couldn't I reach you before? Oh dear, please don't be angry. I was engaged in a weapon forging task, and I couldn't communicate in that special environment. What happened? Why the rush? Hurry to the training ground. Jiao Gu and the others were ambushed an hour ago, and we are on our way." Upon hearing the news, I was instantly infuriated. Brother Jiao had already transcended the 3 realms, while we, at the very least, lingered at the forefront of various rankings. Who could be so blind as to provoke us? I hastily made my way back, though it would take some time. I am currently at the Eternal Well. You all just need to hold them off until my arrival. Do not perish. Yes, understood. Hurry. As I ended the private chat, a surge of malevolence surged uncontrollably within me. Brother Hongchen, what troubles you? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Illidan unsheathed his blade, brandishing it with a flourish, and continued, "Even my brothers dare to challenge me. Let them witness the might of the weapon in my grasp." After a moment of contemplation, I realized that returning from here would take at least 2 hours. Certainly too late to meet Brother Illidan. Is there any way you could transport me beyond the confines of history? Illidan awkwardly shook his head. I am not a dragon capable of wielding the magic of time. This is beyond my abilities. Suddenly, a figure sprang to mind, and I retrieved the bronze token from my backpack, activating it swiftly. I called out, "Old dragon, are you there?" "Ahem. Kid, what do you want?" I exhaled softly, relieved to establish a connection. I had initially feared that the passage of time would create an insurmountable barrier. "Can you, my venerable friend, transport me through history? I find myself in pressing need." I said, "Young one, this endeavor requires considerable energy. What is it that demands your urgency? There is no time for elaboration now. Please take me back quickly, and I shall reward you handsomely." "Oh, what could you possibly possess that might pique my interest? Yet, given our familiarity, I suppose I can oblige." "Very well, remain still. I shall assist you in your journey." I tucked the token away and bowed my hand in greeting to Illidan, saying, "Brother Illidan, I must take my leave. Farewell." However, I paused and added, "Allow me to offer you a messaging token as well." Illidan then retrieved a token engraved with the image of dual blades and tossed it to me. I held it in my hand, squeezing it gently, yet I found myself perplexed by its material. At that moment, a radiant light began to envelop me. "Brother Illidan, we shall meet again another day," I exclaimed just before being completely enveloped in the luminous glow. In the distance, I vaguely heard Illidan muttering, "By the light. I once believed the time dragons to be mere legend. I never imagined they truly existed." Before long, I found myself standing before the ancient dragon in Orgrimmar. However, pressed for time, I hastily addressed the dragon. "Old one, here are 2 vials of the holy water from the Well of Eternity. One is a gift for you, while the other I ask you to deliver to Thrall. Please, send me back to history, specifically to the training grounds where I previously resided." In principle, one could only transport in and out of history from the inns located within it, emerging from the same inn one entered. Why, you little rascal. If you wish to go to the training grounds, you should have simply said so. Instead, you made me teleport you out only to send you back in, wasting my precious mana. The old dragon huffed and puffed, visibly exasperated. I must admit, I completely overlooked this matter. In a flurry, I concocted an excuse. "Oh, but I have come forth to deliver the sacred water from the Well of Eternity." Upon hearing this, the ancient dragon uncorked the bottle, inhaling its essence with a hint of surprise. "What on earth transpired previously? I was unable to trace your existence through the annals of history, and now you emerge bearing this sacred water." I forged a bond with a Legion commander who escorted me to the Well of Eternity. He declared his endorsement and permitted me to receive the blessings of the well. I was immersed for a solid 10 hours. No one could reach me. And I never anticipated you were in the same predicament. "Goodness," the ancient dragon exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "You have shattered Illidan's record." I even encountered Illidan and successfully persuaded him not to betray us. He hastily recounted our dialogue, and the dragon's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Young one, This represents a significant alteration. While it holds little sway over the main historical narrative, it does modify the elves' perception of Illidan. If your plans unfold as intended, the Temple of the Dark may soon change hands. I shall require time to calculate the implications. For now, I shall escort you to the training grounds, and we shall discuss the rest once my calculations are complete. Wait. I suddenly recalled that I have yet to allocate my attribute points since my class change. Nor have I reviewed my skills. The ancient dragon paid me no mind, mumbling to himself, likely lost in contemplation of the historical changes. I opened my attribute list and, adhering to my previous allocation method, distributed my 40th level free attribute points, totaling 320, according to a 3:1 ratio between strength and stamina. I then examined my attribute list. Name, Drunken Red Dust class, Dragon Warrior level, 40 primary attributes, strength, 470, agility, 40, intelligence, 40, spirit, 40, stamina, 198. Secondary attributes, none health, 6040, 1208 from blessings, 604 from set bonuses, Dragon Rage max, 100 attack power, 510, 102 from blessings, armor, 3930, capable of mitigating 39. 30 of damage from monsters of the same level, 7, 86 from blessings, critical hit rate, 4, 0, 8 from blessings, 10 from set bonuses, critical damage, 150 skills acquired, Dragon's Blessing, passive skill, doubles free attribute points gained upon leveling. Inherent data increase of 20, Furious Wind's Might, passive effect, permanently increases attack power and speed by 100, active effect, increases attack power and speed by 300 for 1 minute. With a cooldown of 3 hours. Dragon Strike consumes 30 Dragon Fury, delivers a powerful attack to the target, inflicting 150 damage and generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards the shared cooldown time. Dragon Mastery passive skill allows the user to wield any weapon with one hand. Reverse scale counterattack, cooldown time 6 seconds, instantly strikes one main and 2 additional enemies, dealing double damage to the primary target and normal damage to the secondary targets, generating 20 Dragon Fury. Each successful dodge, parry, or block reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. Dragon Flash, casting range 2 to 15 meters, instantly teleports to the target's presence, causing 2 seconds of stun, generating 10 rage points. The target must be an enemy. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Dragon Aura can activate the current stance. Black Dragon Stance reduces all damage taken by 30. Blue Dragon Stance. Normal attacks generate double Dragon Fury. Red Dragon Stance loses all damage reduction properties, increases damage output by 20, and lifesteal by 5. Dragon Might consumes 10 Dragon Fury, inflicting 100 attack strength damage to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their movement speed by 60 for 10 seconds, cooldown time 5 seconds. Frenzy Dragon Slash can choose to consume Dragon Fury. Each point of Dragon Fury consumed inflicts an additional 50 attack strength damage, plus a fixed damage equal to 10 times the current player level, generating considerable threat. If the Frenzied Slash kills an enemy, instantly gains the current maximum of 100 Dragon Fury, and skills can be cast within 3 seconds without consuming Dragon Fury or cooldown time. Equipment. Level 40 Purple Quality Set. Berserker Set. Increases strength by 100, stamina by 80. Armor by 1300. 4-piece set effect. Reduces damage taken by 10. 8-piece set effect. Increases critical hit chance by 10 and health by 10. Berserker's Ring. Increases strength by 40. Stamina by 20. Set effect. Increases damage by 20 for 5 seconds after using a skill. Unyielding Warrior's Shield. Armor 280, strength 30, stamina 40. Reduces damage taken by 50 after blocking. Demon Guardian's Sword. Level 30 Purple Two-Handed Sword. Strength 20, stamina 18, 120 to 150 damage. Special item. Endless Fruit Basket. Consumable food item. Each use allows the extraction of 1 fruit, restoring 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds. Can only be used outside of combat. Considering this, my health has nearly reached 8,000. I won't even bother calculating my attack power. It is undoubtedly on par with the mightiest. With these attributes, I am compelled to exclaim, I want to fight 100 foes. The old dragon transported me into history. As the blinding light faded, I found myself in a tavern on the side of the training ground. I couldn't help but wonder how Jiao Gu and the others were faring. With their unique skills, they should be managing just fine, or so I reassured myself. Yet, Despite my attempts at self-comfort, my pace quickened slightly. Upon exiting the tavern, I was taken aback by the sheer multitude of people surrounding me. It was impossible to count them, let alone estimate their number. The crowd was bustling. Some were likely accepting or delivering quests, while others were acquiring supplies. In such a throng, locating my companions seemed an insurmountable challenge. In desperation, I resorted to reconnecting with Luo through private chat. Hey, where are they? What are the coordinates? There are so many people, it's like an ocean. I can't find anyone at all. I decided to follow the tide of humanity, noting that many among the crowd belonged to the opposing side. My strategy was to observe where groups congregated and moved in unison. Surely, that would lead me to them. Though no conflict had yet erupted, tensions were rising, and it wouldn't be long before negotiations fell apart. We needed to hurry. Our numbers were insufficient to withstand the onslaught that would surely come from the opposing side. I hung up the private chat, murmuring to myself, am I truly destined to engage with 100 today? Or perhaps 1,000? As I surveyed the scene, I indeed witnessed a throng of individuals, their numbers exceedingly vast. At this moment alone, I estimated at least 30 to 40 people. I stealthily followed. Though there was no need for discretion given the sheer density of the crowd, they would hardly notice my presence. Not long after, I heard the resonant voice of Brother Diel. He exclaimed, "You lot, is it beyond reason now? Are you planning to resort to violence? What do you intend to achieve with so many of you? If you dare, I will take on 10 of you single-handedly." I must admit, this individual is truly remarkable. Faced with the daunting presence of hundreds, he remains utterly unfazed. Such a demeanor resonates with me. A rather effeminate voice emerges. "My dear brother, you are mistaken. How can we be in the wrong? It is clearly a member of my guild who accepted the quest first. By what right does it belong to you? What the hell did you just call me? Repeat it, if you dare." The slight figure, with a delicate voice that hardly conveys masculinity, suddenly darkens, hurling a furious shout at our protagonist. Huh, everyone heard that, didn't they? He wants me to call him a little fairy, a little demon, a perverted freak. Are you satisfied now? Are you content? Charge. Let us eliminate these pests. At this moment, I knew it was my time to intervene. Excuse me. Is it not a tad uncouth and unethical of you? I commanded attention with a gesture, halting their advances, my voice laced with a hint of anger. And who might you be? Did your family fail to teach you the importance of introducing oneself before inquiring about others? Did your manners get devoured by dogs? Or were you simply raised without guidance? I am the vice president of the greatest guild in Huaxia, the Rebirth Guild, and the chairman of Hualan Enterprises. And you are, oh dear, revealing your real-world identity in a game? How frightening. Come, kill me if you dare. Summon your assassins, I am waiting. Such foolishness, attempting to intimidate me with your real identity? What are you even worth? This individual, named Fierce Tiger, flaunted his in-game ID. Yet his physique hardly matched such a moniker, rendering it incongruous. Who the hell are you? Faced with my disregard for his identity and my mockery, he hesitated. His ascent to his current status clearly required caution. If I did not reveal my identity, he would not dare act recklessly. Who am I? You encircle my comrades, threatening their lives. How do you propose I respond to you, little fairy? As I displayed my own ID, a stir rippled through the crowd. Drunken Dream? He is the one who tops several leaderboards? Indeed. I have heard he is the leader of the Three Realms Guild. Currently, only 5 individuals have reached level 40. All from his guild. Oh my, what splendid equipment he possesses. It looks magnificent. Who knows? I have never seen gear like that before. Humph, what are the 3 realms? What of level 40? They are but a handful, while the Rebirth Guild boasts nearly 1,000 members present. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Their rapid advancement surely indicates some level of skill. The mere presence of numbers does not guarantee efficacy, for there may well be others lying in ambush nearby. The whispers of the crowd naturally reached the ears of the enraged tiger, whose face flushed crimson with fury as he bellowed for blood. Instantly, a throng of warriors surged towards me, and a cold smirk graced my lips. It seems you do not comprehend the reason behind the bloom of the flower until you witness its splendor. As the first warrior charged towards me, I executed a dragon flash, vanishing from my spot and reappearing beside the lithe tiger. 2 seconds of disorientation ensued, followed by the dragon's visage. The stance of the Crimson Dragon. The power of the Tempest surged within me. Tenfold Dragon's Fury unleashed the Mad Dragon Slash. A staggering damage figure of 15. 985 critical hit appeared, and an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings, as if even the drop of a pin could be heard. After approximately 10 seconds, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The exceeding 10,000 damage was anticipated, yet I was taken aback by the unexpected critical hit of less than 15%, amplifying the commotion further. At this stage, who among them could boast a health pool exceeding 10,000? Even I barely reached 8,000. I could only imagine the despair that might afflict other tank professions upon hearing my thoughts. Even with full stamina allocation, one could expect no more than 6 or 7,000. It was at this juncture that those who had undergone reincarnation began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Someone shouted in disbelief, "What the hell? He just eliminated the vice president. Avenge him. No matter how strong he is, he stands alone. We cannot possibly fail to vanquish this pup." Swish, swish, swish. 3 piercing sounds echoed, and I recognized it was the swift strike of Xiao Xiao. 1. 950, critical hit. 2. 442, critical hit. 2. 109, critical hit. The target of these arrows was the very individual who had spoken earlier, a sturdy paladin whose health was substantial. Yet, even he succumbed instantly to the overwhelming damage of 6,000 dealt by 3 arrows. The raucous crowd fell silent once more, and a chilling voice pierced the quiet. "Who told you he fights alone? To insult my brother is to invite death." Xiao Xiao's expression was indeed somewhat terrifying at that moment. Her face void of emotion, she executed the kill without so much as a blink. My heart warmed at the realization that she genuinely cared for me. "Haha, boss. You've finally decided to show up. This bunch." Before he could finish, I raised my hand to interrupt coldly. I knew he had heard everything. It appears this so-called First Guild of Huaxia, reincarnation, is unaware that some individuals are not to be trifled with. If that is the case, why show any mercy? Let us eliminate them all. Surrounding us was an eerie silence, with onlookers wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit a watermelon inside. We were merely 9 in number, my 5-member team and Diao Ji's 4-member group, facing an adversary of nearly 1,000. Yet, they remained silent. For the display by Xiao Xiao and myself had utterly intimidated the crowd, leaving them in complete awe. With a soft utterance, Xiao vanished from sight, executing the Dragon Flash. Having transitioned into a Dragon Warrior, all his abilities had been augmented. Dragon Flash, an evolution of the former charge, not only halved the cooldown period but also extended the stun duration by an additional second. Most crucially, it was no longer a mere dash towards the enemy but a swift teleportation. No trajectory involved, just pure instant teleportation. The enemy was densely packed, and I teleported directly to the farthest adversary. These were merely ordinary guild members, their names of no interest to me. A flurry of melee weapons swung towards me, one-handed swords, hammers, daggers, two-handed swords, polearms. Almost every weapon type from the realm of World of Warcraft was present, and in the chaos, I even spotted a staff being thrust at me. Dragon countenance, in the form of the Black Dragon. The armor, which had recently turned red, reverted to its original black hue. I had already activated the Wind Fury power. Wasting time was clearly unwise. Faced with such a multitude of foes, I had no intention of dawdling. Dozens of weapons struck against me, along with skills infused with basic attacks, causing my health to plummet by 70 to 80% in an instant. However, my Dragon Fury had reached its peak. Without hesitation, I unleashed a full-powered frenzied Dragon Slash, dealing damage exceeding 100,000. The unfortunate soul on the receiving end met their demise instantaneously. Thanks to the vampiric effect of my second-tier talent, my health was restored to full. While this spectacle left the onlookers in shock amidst the siege, there were those who wished to flee but found no escape. With 3 seconds of no consumption, and by executing Frenzied Dragon Slash to vanquish my enemies, my Dragon Fury was replenished to the brim once again. One strike, another strike as time slipped away. My Wind Fury power swiftly reached its limit. Yet, even in the absence of triple damage, the passive damage bonuses remained formidable. Each full Dragon Fury Frenzied Dragon Slash inflicted over 50,000 damage, simultaneously extinguishing a life. I fought with fervor, enduring countless strikes every second. My health fluctuated like a roller coaster. Yet, no one could bring me down. My hands grew weary from the relentless slaughter, my vision blurred with a crimson haze, and my mind drifted into a state of trance. I lost count of how many lives I had extinguished, but I was certain that all foes lay vanquished. Although we too suffered losses, Xiaoxue, cold ice, and seconds of death, all perished, we emerged victorious in the end. 9 of us against 1,000. The scene remains etched in my memory. It was a moment that truly marked our presence before the players of Huaxia. Countless videos captured by players flooded the major forums and discussion boards. In the chaos, the actual number of enemies slain was far fewer than 1,000, perhaps only 400 or 500, while many fled, and some even abandoned the Rebirth Guild in the midst of my frenzied onslaught. We emerged victorious, yet I stood there, breathless and clutching my colossal sword, utterly motionless. After more than 2 hours of relentless combat, my nerves had dulled. Suddenly, the absence of foes left my mind reeling. Luhua approached my side, her gaze fixed upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, her shock evident. However, having merely supported from the periphery, her experience lacked the intensity of mine. I hunched over, my great sword embedded in the ground, bearing the weight of my weary form. Having concealed my helmet's display during my earlier exchange with the fierce tiger, I was now oblivious to the number of souls whose blood stained my body and hair, a sight that indeed appeared quite grotesque. I cast my gaze towards the heavens and let out a prolonged howl, releasing the pent-up negative emotions that had long been festering within me. No one can touch my people. No one. Once I had finished shouting, a wave of fatigue washed over me, and before I could collapse, falling blossoms steadied me. After all, I am merely at level 40. Stamina not only enhances my health but also possesses a hidden effect, improving physical resilience. Those lacking in stamina cannot sustain prolonged combat. In other words, the more abundant one's stamina, the less susceptible one becomes to physical exhaustion. This is one of the reasons why all professions require their weaponry and equipment to augment stamina. Unbeknownst to me, this scene was captured by an onlooker and uploaded across various forums and discussion boards. In the blink of an eye, I acquired the epithet Blood Azura, and that photograph came to be known as the gentle grave of Blood Azura. Falling Blossom tenderly wiped the blood from my face. Uncertain of how much belonged to me and how much to my foes, I fell into a slumber, unaware of how long I had been asleep. Upon awakening, I found myself alone with only Luo Hua by my side. As I opened my heavy eyelids and surveyed my surroundings, it dawned on me that I was in the inn situated beside the training grounds. Luo Hua was beside me, resting her head on the edge of the bed. My heart ached as I gently stroked her silky hair. She was in a light sleep and immediately stirred awake, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at me. "It's all right. It's just a game. Can I truly be exhausted to the point of collapse?" I reassured her. "Oh, silly girl. I was well aware of that." Yet my heart ached for her. At that moment, you were so fearsome, but undeniably handsome. Haha. I vow to protect you for eternity. In this life, in the next, across countless lifetimes. Luo Hua's eyes sparkled with joy, and she quickly sprang to her feet, declaring, "I'll call the others back." They were all nearly frantic witnessing your earlier state, especially Lang Bingbing, Miao Shi, and Diao Gu, who were fervently dragging the others to level up. Even Shui Jia proposed an idea concerning herself and our guild. "I'll summon them back, and you can speak with them." Before long, the group returned. It wasn't just Miao Shi, Lung Bingbing, and Jiao Gu. The others, too, clenched their fists tightly. Xiao Shui and Xiao Xiao rushed towards me, scrutinizing me from head to toe, making me feel like a critically ill patient. "It's all right. I'm fine," I reassured them, observing that I was indeed unscathed. They finally calmed down. Silence enveloped the room, each of their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even Diao Gu and Han Xiao Jiao bore remnants of green blood upon them. The blood of demons, revealing the perilous task they had undertaken. They hadn't even found a moment to wipe the stains from their bodies upon their hurried return. With a sense of discomfort coursing through my body, I propped myself up against the wall, while the nimble Hua Hua swiftly produced a cotton pillow to cushion my back. There is no need to dwell on the events that transpired earlier. I invite you all to share your thoughts instead. My voice remained somewhat hoarse, and upon hearing it, the eyes of those present reflected an increased sense of guilt, particularly from Diao Gu and his quartet. Xiao Xue was the first to speak, declaring, "In this turbulent world, I have decided to withdraw from the front lines." What does this mean? I found myself perplexed by Xiao Xue's words. My capabilities in direct combat are rather lacking. One might even say they are feeble. The recent chaos was a stark demonstration of this, as I managed to eliminate scarcely 10 adversaries before succumbing myself. Despite donning a level 40 ensemble, with such an advantage in both level and equipment, I was among the first to fall, and indeed, my contribution was the least significant. Therefore, I have resolved to withdraw from the frontline combat team to oversee the various affairs of the guild, thus allowing me to still contribute in a meaningful way. After a moment of contemplation, I realized that Xiao Xue was indeed correct. Her prowess now far exceeds that of the average player. However, Her true strength does not lie in direct confrontation. If entrusted with the complete management of the guild, her contributions could be even more significant. I understand. And I have faith that you can excel in this role. What are your thoughts? Jiao Ji's mental state appeared the most unstable as he trembled and spoke up. This matter is entirely my responsibility. Let all the consequences fall upon me, for they are not to blame. With a smile, I replied, Oh, Jiao Gu, what have you done wrong? He stammered, at a loss for words. I continued, though we may have lost time, what else have we truly lost? Moreover, I don't believe our time has been wasted. I assume that amidst the deaths of so many in our rebirths, you managed to recover the equipment they dropped? Cold and anxious, he hurriedly responded, Yes. We retrieved it. I reassured everyone. There's no need to be anxious. What I wish to convey is that you have performed splendidly. I disregarded the astonished gazes of those around me and continued, Indeed, I am fatigued, but what do I stand to lose? And what do you lose? Nothing really. It merely amounts to a bit more rest. Leveling up is not an issue for our team. I can see that Major, Jiao Gu, Miao Shi, and the bodyguard. You all have been putting in tremendous effort. Previously, we were several levels behind, yet now we have reached levels 38 and 39. Do you honestly believe that we will fall behind due to a few hours of delay? The majority of the main forces are merely hovering around levels 35 to 38. So we still possess a significant advantage. Moreover, are you aware of the immense benefits that can be derived from the equipment we acquire in this operation? I have contemplated one crucial aspect. For a guild's development, financial resources are paramount. If we were to rely on currency exchange to obtain development funds, how could we compete with those affluent conglomerates? Therefore, my strategy is to leverage our dominant position in the game to procure more powerful equipment or items. Should anything surplus to our needs arise, we can sell it through a network of connections to those wealthy individuals who require it, thus securing the funds necessary for our growth. The higher the caliber of the equipment, the more valuable it becomes, so as long as we maintain our lead, we shall prevail. While the equipment obtained this time may not be of high level or exceptional quality, its abundance allows us to sell it to guilds in need, thereby alleviating our current financial requirements. In this light, what do we stand to lose? Furthermore, our guild currently comprises only 9 members, although each possesses extraordinary abilities. You have all witnessed that this time, we faced hundreds of opponents. What if next time, they number in the thousands or even tens of thousands? What means do we have to resist? Thus, we need to create momentum. We require a compelling reason to attract formidable players to join us. Would you not agree? Mr. Eavesdropper? Haha, indeed, I was captivated by a figure appearing at the door of my room, clad in dark leather armor, a rogue. I am quite curious. How did you discover my presence? Quite simple, he replied. My ears, though I cannot see you. I heard you inadvertently knock over a vase in the corner of the room upon entering. None of my people venture there. They all stand by the bed after entering. Thus, it is certain that someone has infiltrated. Clap, clap, clap. The rogue applauded. Indeed, you are quite formidable, as are your companions, yet I am no slouch either. I have come to recommend myself, so please, continue your discourse. I can consider my inclusion at a later time. I cast a glance at him. Since he dared to reveal his presence, it was clear he was not here for any clandestine assassination. I continued, as I had mentioned earlier, we need to create momentum. The 3 realms do not accommodate the inept. In NW, players are inadvertently categorized into various tiers. And what we seek are the formidable individuals from the first and second tiers. However, what reason do we have to invite others to join us? This incident has become an excellent catalyst. This thief is the first, but there will surely be a second and a third. Although many average players may wish to join us, entry into our 3 realms is not open to just anyone. Xiu Xue, I entrust this matter to you. Maintain strict oversight. If you encounter players of considerable strength and potential, consider granting them membership. Of course, the most crucial factor is their character. You possess the authority to expel individuals. Should you identify someone unsuitable, there is no need for elaborate explanations. Simply remove them. Having said this, I turn my gaze towards the eavesdropping thief. Pondering briefly before continuing to inquire, I assume your presence here is not merely to self-recommend? The fact that you have managed to lurk among such skilled individuals for so long, and given that access to the inn's rooms is only permitted with the owner's consent, you must have entered alongside them. Many within this group are law enforcement personnel, as well as military scouts. Even if you were somewhat careless in your eagerness, your skills in stealth are remarkably high. One might even say extraordinary. Had it not been for that brief sound you made, I would not have discovered your presence at all. Such proficiency truly is remarkable. With abilities like yours, it is evident you are no ordinary person. Perhaps you have undergone specialized training? Military training does not encompass such pure techniques of tracking and stealth, and special police forces certainly do not possess them either. The only two origins I can surmise are Blood Nest or Dragon Group. Ha ha ha, drunken red dust. You are indeed impressive. From this scant information, you have deduced so much. I am in awe. Drunken red dust, or perhaps I should refer to you as Drunken Dragon. Indeed, I am part of Blood Nest, the largest assassin organization in Huaxia. However, I am also affiliated with the Dragon Group, codenamed Hidden Dragon L721-546-5277. Currently, I am undercover in Blood Nest with the mission to gain complete control over the organization. As the general spoke, the thief straightened his posture, an aura of justice and righteousness emanating from his not particularly imposing physique, and he saluted me. Hidden Dragon. You are Hidden Dragon. It is truly excusable that I was so exhilarated. The notoriety of Hidden Dragon is immense. He is one of the older members of the Dragon Group, and more critically, he is loyal to no one but his own convictions. The mission to infiltrate Blood Nest was proposed by him, making him a legend within the Dragon Group. Yes, General, I am Hidden Dragon. I have come specifically to aid you. I have already gained significant control over Blood Nest. The remaining issues cannot be resolved in haste. With time on my hands, I decided to engage in the new world of monsters, only to inadvertently uncover your mission. Upon contacting the Dragon Group, I realized the importance of this task. The Bone Dragon and his associates must pay the price. Upon learning that you are the highest authority, I decided to pay a visit. Indeed, as expected, the discerning eyes of the three generals are not to be underestimated. You are truly remarkable. Coupled with the combat prowess you previously displayed, I find myself in agreement with your capabilities, and now I am at your disposal, General. This truly feels like a stroke of fortune, especially as we were just lamenting our lack of personnel, and here you are. What a formidable presence. Ladies and gentlemen, this individual is a legendary figure from the Dragon Group. Known as Hidden Dragon, there is no need for concern. He is undoubtedly the most righteous person I have encountered. As I spoke, I extended a friend request and a guild invitation to him. His name had been concealed until now, and in that moment, the fatigue in my body could not suppress my laughter. Prehistoric talent. I exclaimed, what a truly classic name. Hidden Dragon scratched his head and said, oh dear, I knew you would laugh. I have no idea why I chose this name. Perhaps deep down I believe I am indeed a person of talent. I never anticipated that this legendary figure could possess such an endearing side. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of ease. We introduced ourselves, of course, including our unique skills, which is a fundamental criterion for becoming a formidable force in NW, while not a mandatory requirement. Possessing extraordinary skills can undoubtedly save considerable time on the path to strength. The special ability of the prehistoric talent is deceptively simple, yet it undeniably falls within the realm of the extraordinary or even super extraordinary. The skill, known as Divine Concealment, renders all stealth and invisibility effects untraceable and unbreakable, with the first strike during invisibility inflicting tenfold damage. This is akin to a divine technique for assassination and pillaging, allowing one to claim the life of an enemy commander amidst a battlefield of thousands. Imagine this. When two armies confront each other and tensions escalate, suddenly, a shadow appears behind the commanding officer of the opposing force, delivering a lethal strike and vanishing without a trace. What a chilling scene that would be. As this thought crossed their minds, a wave of coldness swept over the gazes directed at the prehistoric talent, and beads of cold sweat began to form. I remarked, why are you looking at me? I'm not here to kill you. His skill is undeniably powerful, that goes without saying. However, I discerned a crucial limitation. He can only eliminate one person at a time. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly fall victim to an overwhelming assault. He strikes, disappears, and retreats. If he attempts to eliminate another before the cooldown for invisibility has elapsed, his demise is inevitable. Thus, he serves as a trump card. The quintessential choice for any decapitation mission. Having spent quite some time in this endeavor, I must now contemplate the unique characteristics of each team member, considering the circumstances under which they can exhibit their utmost capabilities and the roles for which they are most suited. As for the prehistoric talent, it goes without saying that they are the prime candidates for assassination. After a brief discussion, we eventually dispersed at the request of Diaogo. His quartet was the lowest in level, while the prehistoric talents had already surpassed level 39. Thus, he was eager to catch up in levels. And I too deemed it unwise to squander time in idle chatter. I proceeded to arrange our upcoming plans. My body was still constrained, and Luo Hua insisted on keeping me company, so she remained by my side while the remaining 8 ventured forth to hunt the boss. Engaging in boss battles is undoubtedly the most effective means of leveling up, provided one possesses sufficient strength to succeed. From level 40 onward, the rate of player progression declined sharply, a phenomenon I observed while monitoring the experience required for leveling up during my blessings. Prior to level 40, each level up necessitated approximately double the experience of the previous level. However, defeating monsters of the same level or completing quests yields significant experience rewards. Therefore, although the pace of leveling slows considerably, the change is not immediately apparent. Between levels 40 and 80, the experience required for each advancement increases exponentially. By level 80, the experience needed to progress from 79 to 80 is nearly tenfold. This phase seems to be a convergence point for players of various tiers, as the gap in levels begins to narrow. Consequently, distinctions among players will increasingly rely on equipment, skill, and teamwork, an opportune moment for robust development of guild organizations. Luo Hua lay beside me, her beautiful eyes fixed upon me without a blink, while I regrettably succumbed to sleep once more. I do not know how much time passed before I awoke again. Luo Hua had also fallen asleep, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. I relished this rare moment of tranquility, fully aware that it would not be long before I was thrust back into the fray. Indeed, serenity is fleeting. And approximately half an hour later, I received a private message from Diaogo. Boss, how are you faring? Oh, I am well now, having nearly returned to normal. Oh, I see. We have all reached level 40, just as you previously informed us. The experience required for leveling up has increased by more than double. Currently, the one with the highest experience is Xiao Xiao, who is only about 4 to 5 points away from reaching level 41. What shall we do next? Upon reflection, I realized that after descending to level 40, my experience was not null but rather 99, which essentially equates to being at level 41. Now that everyone has attained level 40, it may be prudent to seek out Illidan and explore the so-called finest training grounds. Please return to the training ground in first. In no time, everyone had returned, each adorned in a complete set of purple gear befitting level 40, all acquired through justice points. They recounted their exploits, having vanquished 2 bosses and a multitude of lesser demons, resulting in a rapid accumulation of justice points. After exchanging their points for an entire ensemble of equipment and accessories, they found themselves with a small surplus. In the midst of their accomplishments, my gear had unfortunately become the least impressive. Nevertheless, bolstered by my extraordinary attributes and skills, even without several pieces of equipment, none could hope to best me. I retrieved the communication token left for me by Illidan and activated it. Brother Illidan, are you busy? I inquired. Brother Hanshun, I am currently training some new recruits. What brings you here? Has the matter been resolved? Feel free to ask for assistance. He replied with a chuckle. Thank you for your concern, brother. The issue has been settled. Did you not mention that you could take me and my friends to a superior training ground? Is that still an option? Oh, I see. No problem at all. In fact, I have something to discuss with you as well. How skilled are your friends? They are on par with me, having reached level 40. That is excellent. My minimum requirement here is level 40, so you all meet the criteria. Please head to the location where we previously conversed. I am not far from there. Let me know when you arrive, and I will come to escort you. Very well, I shall see you shortly. With that, I ended the communication. As I turned, about to say something, I was met with the wide-eyed expressions of the group. I shrugged my shoulders in resignation and then recounted the events that had transpired between Illidan and myself, which prompted a wave of cold sweat among them. Brother Dio candidly remarked, Boss, you truly are my brother. Although the system suggests that players might alter history, I doubt many would entertain such notions. How could the history of Warcraft be so easily changed by players? Yet now, my perspective has shifted. Boss, you are indeed my true brother. It's remarkable that you have altered Illidan's fate. The others nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain. What can I say? To be honest, I never anticipated that I would so effortlessly alter the course of history. Swiftly donning my armor, I rose to stretch my limbs, preparing to embark on my journey. At this moment, it would be prudent for me to remain silent, for anything I might utter could easily be perceived as pretentious. While there is still a slight ache in my muscles, the pain has subsided. It appears that the act of taking lives has indeed left its mark, resulting in muscle strain, a rather genuine predicament. Although this training ground is situated relatively close to the heart of the continent, a direct path to the Eternal Well will still require a considerable amount of time. I have no intention of requesting the old dragon to transport me. I shall forge my way through. Low-level foes are inconsequential, and those of higher caliber will prove no challenge in the presence of our formidable group. As we advance, our path is punctuated by combat, and unexpectedly, we encounter a freshly spawned boss. Naturally, we shall eliminate it. There is no reason to spare it. The spoils are all potential wealth for us, with the only truly valuable drops being justice points and the mana-infused Oregon. I possess a substantial amount of the sacred water from the Eternal Well, which others would find difficult to acquire. It is important to note that the mana-infused ore is not exclusively for forging artifact-grade weapons. The purple variants can also be utilized, and they do not require the sacred water from the Eternal Well. This may indeed be a popular choice among players, especially considering that the Eternal Well is on the brink of catastrophe. In time, any future needs will necessitate a journey to a new Eternal Well, a locale fiercely protected by the Elven race, a formidable challenge to access. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Eternal Well, I contacted Illidan to inform him of our location. It is not that I am unwilling to leave. Rather, this group is reluctant to depart. They are all aware that I have become the sole individual to receive the blessing of the sacred water, thus attaining a unique hidden class, and naturally, they wish to experience it for themselves. Moreover, the scenery here is undeniably breathtaking. Before long, Illidan's imposing figure emerged, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. Brother Hongchun, you've arrived quite swiftly. It is evident that your companions wish to bask in the sacred water as well. Go on, you have my permission. The excitement among the group was palpable, for who knows who might achieve a hidden class. Even if that is not the case, significant benefits are surely to be gained. As I watched everyone immerse themselves in the water, I intended to make my way to the new training ground when my other token suddenly chimed. It was the one given to me by Thrall. The sound of Thrall's token signifies a matter concerning weapon forging, and given that we have not had any further communication, this is likely important. I made the decision to respond without hesitation. Drunken Red Dust, I reached out to inform you that there are some minor issues with the weapon forging that require your expertise. Are you able to come over? Certainly. What seems to be the problem? Is it serious? Upon hearing of the predicament, an unsettling tension enveloped me. This weapon was indeed the first artifact possessed by players in the entire NW. Although the situation was not dire, it necessitated your presence here. If possible, I shall request the old dragon to escort you back immediately. Very well, grant me 30 seconds for the teleportation. Without uttering another word, Sal severed the communication. I stowed away Sal's token and turned to continue my conversation with Illidan. Brother Illidan, I am in the process of forging a weapon and must attend to it now. So I shall forego joining you at the training grounds. I entrust these friends to your care, if you would be so kind. Not a problem, rest assured. Once they emerge, I shall take them to the training grounds. However, you must return swiftly, lest you fall behind. While reaching level 40 is indeed a milestone, in my training grounds, the pace of advancement before level 50 will not falter. Should you delay, you may find yourself left behind. Understood. I shall return as quickly as possible. Until then, I take my leave. 30 seconds would pass swiftly, and as the radiant light enveloped me, the anticipation of encountering my artifacts surged within me, overriding my concerns. Yet, I could not dismiss the worry that arose from not seeing Sal and Bronzesmith. What troubles could they not resolve on their own? Was my involvement truly necessary? The blinding light shimmered around me, and in an instant, I perceived a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, it seemed as though something was flowing within that brilliance. The teleportation concluded in a heartbeat, leaving me no opportunity to discern the nature of that movement. As my vision cleared, I found myself face to face with Sal and the old dragon, one man and one beast. Young brother, you've finally arrived. Come, follow me, Sal urged without further explanation. When I inquired, he merely stated that clarity would come upon arrival. Thus, with no other choice, I followed Sal onward. We swiftly approached a colossal forge, and it was only upon arrival that I grasped the reason for not teleporting directly here. The heat was overwhelming. As I approached the furnace, beads of sweat began to trickle down my body. The oppressive heat rendered me unwilling to linger even for a moment, hinting at the extreme temperatures within. Observing my distress, Sal raised his hand, and 3 water shields enveloped me, beginning to swirl around. I recognized the skill. A gift from the healing priest, yet I was only now discovering its remarkable efficacy. Once Sal noted that my complexion had returned to normal. He nodded approvingly and turned to proceed deeper inside, prompting me to hastily follow. As the grand door swung open, a scorching wave of heat surged toward me. Even with the protective water shields bestowed by Sal, I found myself perspiring anew. The shields began to evaporate into steam. I tentatively poked at the rotating water shield beside me. Fortunately, it was quite substantial. Before me stood a female dwarf, diligently working at the forging station. She was a member of the Three Hammer Council, the heir of the Copperbeard clan, and one of the current leaders of the dwarven race. Upon noticing our presence, she paused her work and approached us. At last, you have arrived, young one. Listen closely, for what we are about to forge may surpass our wildest imaginations. I have added an excessive amount of water from the Well of Eternity, according to our current understanding. 1/3 to half a bottle is sufficient to create a weapon of legendary status, regardless of its type. However, for your weapon, I have utilized an entire bottle. If successful, it may very well become one of the most formidable artifacts in history. Yet, there lies a challenge ahead. I swallowed hard, attempting to soothe my parched throat. What issues could you possibly resolve? What purpose do I serve when I currently feel so feeble? Sal shook his head and then spoke, asserting that this matter was not one of strength, but rather of willpower and fortune. More importantly, only the rightful owner of this divine artifact can undertake this task. Fortune? Willpower? I seem to possess neither in abundance. Yet, I am the bearer. What is it that I must do? My will and fortune are far from formidable. What if I fail? Success is imperative. Should you falter, the wondrous forging will be utterly devoid of hope, relegating it to the status of merely a purple weapon. I cannot allow this, young one. The truth is, your fortune is exceedingly extraordinary, though you may not yet realize it. You possess the first ancient skill, have encountered the first boss, and are accompanied by formidable allies with immense potential. You have even altered Illidan's fate. Such feats could only be accomplished by one blessed with remarkable fortune. As for willpower, I cannot articulate it clearly. It will depend upon your performance this time. As I gazed upon their indifferent faces, I felt a sense of helplessness. Without them, hope would be utterly extinguished. At least now, there remained a glimmer of possibility. Perhaps, as the old dragon suggested, my fortune might yet come into play. What should I do? I pondered. The three exchanged glances before Sal spoke up. To be honest, we are uncertain as well. What? This truly left me feeling despondent. If they were clueless, how could I prepare? Sal continued. The issue arose from the birth of the weapon's soul, which has rendered the internal space of the weapon unstable, creating a void. Your task is to enter, locate the spirit, and subdue it. How powerful is this weapon spirit? The three chorused, we do not know. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them. If only I could overpower them. Alas, engaging in such futile conversation was of no consequence. What more could I do? I sighed, shaking my head, and resolved to commence the task, for I was devoid of knowledge and uncertain of how to prepare. I suggest you first attend to other matters. We are not in a rush. You can begin within 24 hours. Once you enter, no one can predict how long it may take, so it is prudent to ensure everything is arranged properly. Very well, the old dragon was not mistaken. If too much time were wasted, it would be disastrous. Then, I kindly ask you, old dragon, to send me back to history. I must organize my affairs. In a flash of light, I soon found myself beside the eternal well, where everyone was still receiving blessings in the holy water. Upon seeing me return, Illidan turned to inquire what had transpired. I recounted the events truthfully, and I noticed Illidan's brow furrow deeply. Brother Hanchin, this matter seems exceedingly difficult. I have no doubt in your abilities, yet even the most formidable of experts would hesitate to claim certainty regarding this issue. My Ashenatha's blade is merely an ordinary artifact. It possesses no spirit. It is said that artifacts with spirits wield cataclysmic powers which none can easily control. Even if you succeed, the time required would be unimaginable. And if you were to fail, the losses would extend beyond the weapon to encompass a significant amount of time. Our plan is set to commence in 3 months. If you cannot return, I cannot afford to wait for you. Indeed, yet this represents an opportunity. Could you truly accept letting it slip away? I am determined to take the risk. As for the plan, should I fail to return, proceed as we previously discussed. My presence or absence will not greatly affect the outcome. We shall see each other again in the future. Illidan's brow remained furrowed. revealing his skepticism regarding the matter at hand. Even though he felt compelled to persuade, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. In truth, if one could achieve success, time would not be squandered. It is said that mastering a divine artifact imbued with a spirit could yield substantial rewards, potentially elevating one's level by 20 or 30 in a single leap. I could only respond to Illidan's attempts at consolation with a wry smile. At that moment, the first individual to receive the blessing emerged, none other than Xiaoxue. Indeed, it was evident that she was not suited for the role of a combat player. 2.5 hours was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to others. How did you manage to locate this group of monsters? It is likely that the others could endure for no less than 5 hours, showcasing terrifying potential. One could scarcely imagine their battle prowess upon reaching level 100. Illidan gazed at those still basking in the holy waters, expressing his astonishment. Indeed, they were formidable, yet I felt an immense pride. They were my brothers, my family. As time slipped by, Illidan and I engaged in sporadic conversation while others gradually emerged from the waters. Following Xiaoxue, the next to surface was Lang Bibing, who exceeded Illidan's expectations by enduring for 6.5 hours. Afterward, the appearances became more frequent, with the longest lasting being Xiaoxiao, Luohua, Major Han, and Diaogu, each surpassing 8 hours. The remainder of the group averaged around 7.5 hours. Xiaoxiao, Major, and Diaogu were all either current or former soldiers, so their physical prowess was unquestionable. However, I was somewhat surprised that Luohua could endure for such an extended period, yet she seemed reluctant to share the details, and I had no intention of prying. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Upon leaving the Eternal Well, everyone received various blessings, yet none acquired a hidden profession. The circumstances were fairly uniform. Those with shorter durations received lesser rewards, while those who persisted longer reaped greater benefits. Xiaoxue attained a singular skill, devoid of any other rewards. But this skill was enough to leave everyone in awe. God of Wealth increases all monetary and resource gains of the guild by 100. When the skill holder is within the guild's residence, all defensive structures double their defense, defensive weapon attack speeds are doubled, and the Guardian Beast's attributes are enhanced by 20. What captivated me most were the phrases guild residence and Guardian Beast. With such descriptions, it was certain that a guild residence system would soon be established, along with an enhancement of the Guardian Beast system. I could only speculate about the nature of this Guardian Beast, yet it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. For more chapters, please visit. This skill is truly a divine asset for city defense, and the resources mentioned in the skill description likely pertain to the upgrade of structures within the stronghold. With the doubling effect, the development of the stronghold will undoubtedly surpass that of others, enhancing the advantage even further. Aside from this, Xiaoxue received no additional rewards. According to her, she was completely unaware during the process of receiving the blessing, feeling as if she had fallen asleep and did not gain any experience points. Others nodded in agreement, and I glanced at Illidan, who helplessly shook his head, seemingly just as perplexed as I was, as he experienced a similar effect while bathing in the Well of Eternity. After Xiaoxue finished speaking, Lung Bingbing entered the conversation. Although both siblings are merely ordinary individuals, Lung Bingbing remained in the Well of Eternity for over 6 hours. Illidan clarified this for me, suggesting that her endurance stemmed from her brain's response speed. As a supreme deity, Illidan possesses insights far beyond my own, and his words led me to consider Lung Bingbing's unique abilities, which could offer an explanation. Yet, even he seemed uncertain, wearing a look of bewilderment. Nonetheless, having an explanation is better than none. The rewards received by Lang Bingbing were simpler yet more formidable, a skill that is a passive ancient attribute. Divine Mind. Players who learn this skill will permanently double the effects of all their passive skills, excluding this one. The implications of this are self-evident. Not to mention, Lung Bingbing's unique skill now grants her quadruple casting speed. A basic frost bolt, which originally required 18 seconds to cast, now takes less than 0.5 seconds, allowing her to unleash 2 frost bolts in a single second. This is simply invincible. Next up were Miaoxue and the bodyguard from Zongnanhai. Their fortunes seemed equally matched, with their times in the holy water being nearly identical. For more chapters, please visit. Miaoxue also acquired a skill, and at last, I am convinced that everyone has indeed received skills. Flame of the Celestial, ancient skill. All fire-based magic becomes area damage, and the damage is doubled. The skill can freely target enemies or be released on the ground. The description is succinct, yet its power is evident to all. Originally, A fireball spell dealing 100 damage to a single target can now affect an area, such as 10 individuals, resulting in a total damage of 1,000. Coupled with the doubling effect, this escalates to 2,000 damage. Moreover, Miao Shui's unique skill allows him to select 2 additional targets, effectively transforming a single target spell into 3 area of effect strikes. With an additional 30 damage increase and a silence effect, he becomes an invincible force in team battles, capable of interrupting 3 opponents with a single high-damage spell. The only drawback lies in the casting range, but even so, it is undeniably formidable. The bodyguards of Zhong Nanhai have acquired an active skill, Divine Shield, an ancient skill that grants a shield with a maximum capacity of 500 health points to all allied units within a 50-meter radius, lasting for 1 hour and consuming 80 of the caster's current health, with a 10-hour cooldown. The innate ability of the Zhong Nanhai bodyguard is the loss of healing capability, however. The damage absorption capacity of the shield skill is doubled, resulting in a shield of 1,000 health points. Given my current health, it is akin to donning a shield that sustains around 800 health points. I could withstand attacks for an extended period, and even if besieged, I could effortlessly break free. Next, we have the prehistoric talent. While he is a legendary figure of the dragon group, he is now at least in his 40s. And a slight decline in physical condition is understandable. He has received an active ancient skill, God Layer, a forceful assault on the target, consuming 90 of current health points and inflicting 5 times the amount of lost health as damage. This skill might be somewhat lackluster in the hands of an average rogue player, as, despite its impressive power, the damage is contingent upon lost health points. And rogues typically do not invest in health. Furthermore, other players possess various damage reduction techniques. Thus, one could inadvertently lose 90 health points without eliminating the opponent, resulting in their own demise. However, for the prehistoric talent, this skill is akin to divine intervention. His unique ability already allows him to inflict 10 times the damage during a critical strike, and with this skill's 5-fold damage multiplier, it amounts to 50 times the damage based on lost health. Such damage potential is indeed substantial. His invisibility cannot be pierced, nor can he be forcibly revealed, enabling him to execute this lethal strike without hesitation before swiftly activating his disappearance skill, once again vanishing from the battlefield. Lastly, we have the 4 individuals with the longest duration, Jiao Gu, Luo Hua, Xiao Xiao, and Colonel Han. Jiao Ji's skill is particularly well suited to his style. Unleashed Carnage, an ancient skill that doubles the attack range of all damage skills and increases the number of single target attacks to 5, while also doubling the damage of area attacks. Upon witnessing this skill, I can only utter one phrase: a slaughtering machine. Why? Because Jiao Ji's special skill is quite similar to mine, with doubled attack speed and strength, and 15 of the damage inflicted is restored as health. Just imagine the sensation of him rushing into a throng, relentlessly striking, with a powerful single-target skill hitting 5 foes, or an area of effect attack with doubled range. The amount of health he could restore and the damage he could inflict is staggering. Luo Hua has acquired an active skill. The following content has been refined and translated into a more elegant form. For more chapters at a faster pace, please refer to the source. The skill Divine Feather, a mysterious ability that instantly restores the target's health to its maximum limit and grants a buff lasting 1 minute. All attributes are doubled. Damage taken is reduced by 50, and for each enemy killed during this state, the duration increases by 1 second. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 10 seconds. With a cooldown period of 24 hours, proves to be immensely impactful for me. In the days to come, large-scale group PvP battles are undoubtedly in store. With this skill acquired by Falling Blossom, I can assure its effective application during combat. Given my damage output, as long as players do not overwhelmingly reach level 100, I can essentially guarantee a one-hit kill. Each kill reduces the cooldown by 10 seconds, perfectly aligning with Dragon Flash's cooldown of 10 seconds, allowing me to execute a flurry of strikes, 1 slash, 1 kill. This skill can also serve as an emergency rescue ability. The Paladin possesses a healing skill that instantaneously restores a significant amount of health, although it is not yet available. It is only a matter of time before it is acquired. Thus, Falling Blossom will have the means to save 2 lives in an instant. One aspect that piques my curiosity is the initial description of the skill, Mysterious Skill. Aside from Xia Xue's ability, which is not an ancient skill, everyone else possesses ancient skills. This term is new to me, and I ponder its meaning in vain. I shall set this question aside for future contemplation. The next skill. 100 Steps to Piercing Yang. an ancient skill that doubles the range of ranged attacks, with damage increasing based on distance. Up to a maximum of 200 and a minimum of 20, is described simply, yet its power is evident. For a hunter, what constitutes the key to victory? Undoubtedly, it is the combination of extended attack range and high damage. This skill is tailor-made for hunters, with an already formidable damage output. The enhancement this skill provides raises that damage to extraordinary heights. What about reduced accuracy at long distances? For Xiao Xiao, a divine marksman, this is not a concern. Lastly, we turn to the final participant, Major Han. I possess some knowledge of him, though not extensively. He can be characterized as a quintessential tank, high health, substantial armor, and significant damage reduction, albeit with limited offensive capabilities. The skill he has acquired exemplifies this perfectly. Holy Shield, an ancient skill that grants all attack skills a shield equivalent to the damage dealt, reducing incoming damage by 50 while the shield is active and doubling the amount of threat generated. The true strength of this skill lies not in the shield's ability to absorb damage, but rather in the damage reduction it affords while active. Although the shield's health may be modest due to Major Han's low offensive output, a 50 damage reduction is a remarkable advantage. With the presence of healing, he can effectively stand and deliver, ensuring the shield's perpetual existence. When combined with other skills that reduce damage and the mitigation provided by armor, it is easily conceivable to surpass a total damage reduction of 100. Even against foes with armor penetration and damage negation attributes, the damage he endures will be significantly diminished, leading to a marked increase in his survivability. The acquisition of hatred points has doubled, and the stability of aggro has reached an unprecedented level that no one can surpass. Each individual has already acquired their own extraordinary skills, which, upon observation, seem to align perfectly with the needs of the group. This appears to be a deliberate design by the system, for the challenge of receiving the blessing of the Well of Eternity is indeed formidable. Were it not for a fortunate twist of fate, I would not have so easily guided everyone to partake in this experience. Each person has undergone a profound transformation. However, a single remark from Illidan jolted me back to reality. While the skills obtained are commendable, I advise you all not to rejoice too prematurely. The Well of Eternity has existed for eons, and formidable beings are not in short supply, not only among the elves, but also across various other species, including beasts. These creatures, before their natural demise, undoubtedly bequeathed a wealth of legacies. For you, the adventurers of the future, obtaining these legacies may not be excessively challenging. Indeed, the more potent the legacy, the greater the difficulty of acquisition. Yet, having received one of the most powerful legacies, the blessing of the Well of Eternity, does not preclude others from attaining equally formidable or even superior legacies. Thus, it is imperative to live well and maintain a posture of humility. This will enable you to endure longer in this vast realm and become true paragons of strength. As of now, you have merely attained the qualification to become strong. If one cannot even secure this qualification, how can one truly aspire to be part of a team that stands atop the pinnacle? I adjusted my mindset and then spoke to everyone about my forthcoming task. Dear friends, I may need to leave you for a while. Do not be alarmed. It is merely the weapon forging assignment, a task that I alone must undertake, and it is quite time-consuming. Hence, my need to depart for a period. Luo Hua, evidently anxious, hurriedly inquired, "How long will you be gone? Is there any danger? What will we do if you leave?" A barrage of questions left me both amused and exasperated, prompting me to reassure her, "There's no need to worry. As for the duration, I cannot say for certain, but I estimate it will be at least 2 to 3 weeks. After all, we have only been in the game for a little over a week. Not yet 2 weeks. Moreover, I will still log off occasionally, and we can keep in touch outside the game. Regarding danger, there is no actual death in the game, so fear not." Upon hearing my reassurances, Luo Hua's anxiety somewhat subsided, yet the concern in her eyes remained undiminished. At that moment, Diagu interjected, asking, "Boss, if you leave, what shall we do? What shall we do next?" I have contemplated this previously and will respond directly. You should accompany Illidan to his training grounds. According to him, the efficiency of leveling up there will significantly improve. Wherever you practice, your levels will undoubtedly not fall behind. If, by the time I return, you have all reached level 50, we shall proceed together to inquire with Illidan regarding certain information and seek out manageable bosses to acquire equipment and justice points. Illidan mentioned that justice points can be exchanged for gear at his location, and he is willing to offer us a 20% discount. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. I will strive to maintain my level while forging weapons, and even if I lag slightly behind, it is of little consequence. Possessing the weapons should double my combat prowess. We shall formulate a strategy centered around me, and the overall strength of the team should increase by at least 30%. Should it not? Brother Diao nodded in agreement and fell silent, while the others had no objections. Aware that I was about to embark on an extended personal journey, I wished to spend more time with everyone, so we proceeded to the training grounds together. This training facility, named the Ragewind Training Grounds, was not particularly crowded and appeared to belong to the Illidan family. Glancing at the time, I noted that there were approximately 10 hours remaining until the deadline set by Thrall. I thought it prudent to experience this place, as one could never be too cautious regarding potential dangers within the weapon space. Illidan did not linger at the training area. Instead, he guided us into a cave. Not long after, I beheld a pool of ethereal blue light, surrounded by stone platforms. Just as confusion began to settle in, Illidan spoke. Brothers of the mortal realm, and dear friends, welcome to the training grounds of our Ragewind family. Though referred to as a training ground, it is, in truth, an illusory trial arena. Upon entering the illusion, each participant can select a combat target, whether it be a common creature, an elite monster, or even a boss. However, it is essential to understand that this realm is merely an illusion. The experience gained here does not stem from slaying monsters, but rather from tasks bestowed upon you. Approximately 1.5 times the experience of similar creatures in the external world. The monsters here do not drop items and yield no tangible rewards. Yet for every 100 minor creatures you defeat, you may come to me for an experience bonus, along with a modest amount of justice points. Each boss slaying grants a similar opportunity. You are welcome to continue battling endlessly and redeem your rewards from me in a single exchange. For now, I have little else to attend to, so I shall remain here to accompany you for a while. I nodded and took the lead, sitting upon the stone platform in the center of the small pond. The others followed suit, and once I observed that everyone was settled, I gestured subtly to Illidan. With a mere wave of his hand, Illidan unveiled the trial of illusions. My eyes beheld a brilliant white light, reminiscent of the radiance associated with teleportation. Yet there was an ineffable difference that I could not articulate, for my observation was fleeting, merely a brief moment in time. In the next instant, I found myself, along with others, in an expansive space, a colossal cube, surrounded by what appeared to be glass walls. We stood at the very center of this cubic realm, with nothingness enveloping us. Suddenly, a vision materialized before us in midair. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the legendary old stag, Malfurion, who gazed at us with curious eyes, sending a shiver down my spine. Could it be that this ancient being had an affinity for such encounters? But wait, wasn't he romantically entangled with Tyrant? Surely, he must be a straight man. Unbeknownst to Malfurion, my thoughts wandered, and at last, he spoke. Addressing me, you must be Drunken Dust, and I thank you for guiding Illidan back to the righteous path. My clan, the Thunderbluff, owes you a debt of gratitude. Realizing that this was the motive behind his appearance, I let out a sigh of relief and replied, it was nothing, it was my duty. No, he insisted. You have saved my brother, and I truly owe you. This trivial illusion training hardly suffices to repay such a kindness. Let us set aside other matters. I shall take charge of this illusion training entirely. What type of adversaries would you prefer to face? Beasts, titans, or demons? Upon hearing that even titans could be summoned, I couldn't help but stick out my tongue in disbelief. This was beyond extreme. Malfurion, clearly amused by my astonishment, chuckled. Ah, are you curious that even the Titan race can be simulated? In truth, the Titans are merely one race among countless others in this vast world. Their early emergence granted them immense power, even the ability to create new worlds. However, does that mean the Titan race is devoid of weaker members? That is simply impossible. If I were to conjure the Dark Titan Sargeras, do you believe you could achieve victory? Haha. At his words, I nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Titans are but a race, not true deities. Even the mightiest newly born Titan cannot instantly transcend all others. Upon reflection, I have concluded that our future adversaries shall either be demons or humanity itself. Engaging in combat against simulated enemies is evidently futile. For the true strength of humanity lies not in sheer power, but in our limitless creativity, our intellect. Nothing can authentically replicate the intricacies of human thought, save for one entity, the artificial intelligence we currently employ in our gaming endeavors. As for the demons, let us commence with the elite foes at level 44. As for their numbers, I leave that to your discretion. Malfurion nodded and then vanished from sight. Everyone braced themselves with utmost vigilance. Enemies of a higher level than ours, while formidable, remain within our capacity to confront. A single encounter would undoubtedly result in their swift demise at our hands, although the extent of Malfurion's summoning remains uncertain, prompting a serious demeanor among us. This has been a quality I have consistently nurtured, to exert full effort against even the weakest of foes, never to succumb to complacency. From beyond the wall ahead, a cacophony of squeaks and chattering emerged, accompanied by the rhythmic thuds of approaching footsteps. We all understood. The monsters were upon us. The first wave of adversaries materialized, numbering around 20 to 30. I smiled subtly. It appeared Malfurion had underestimated us, for these creatures were hardly a challenge. The Major and I positioned ourselves at the forefront, while the bodyguards from Zongnanhai swiftly enveloped us in protective shields. The shield provided a commendable amount of damage absorption, equating to nearly a third of my health. Although this might not seem substantial, its advantages lay in its low consumption and brief cooldown period. As I observed the approaching swarm of demonic creatures, I executed a dragon flash, teleporting in an instant to the side of the largest demon. I unleashed a 10-dragon fury frenzied dragon slash, and indeed, my assumptions were validated. Old Lu had not underestimated us excessively. The creature I targeted was, in fact, a boss, a level 40 demon. The Major engaged the smaller minions, while I focused on the boss, and everyone else directed their full might against the lesser foes. The bodyguards from Zongnanhai provided me with an endless supply of shields, and Luohua kept a vigilant watch over our health. The pressure on me was manageable. Despite facing a formidable assembly of demons, there was no sign of panic among us. Rather, confidence permeated the atmosphere. The various skills acquired not long ago had elevated everyone's capabilities significantly. While the battle was not without its challenges, no one felt overwhelmed. One by one, the demons fell beneath our onslaught. The demon before me was a veritable behemoth, its health astonishingly high at 500,000, coupled with formidable armor. My attacks merely chipped away at its health, akin to a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, its offensive capabilities were correspondingly low, exhibiting only a single skill to augment its damage reduction. It appeared this boss was nothing more than a pure tank, much like the Major. We exerted every ounce of strength, and after more than 40 minutes of relentless combat, we finally vanquished it, including the time spent on the lesser foes. The entire endeavor consumed nearly an hour. At that moment, Malfurion reappeared. Impressive, truly impressive. Initially, I anticipated that it would take you over an hour and a half to defeat this bloodthirsty demon, yet you concluded the battle in roughly half that time. Clearly, you are indeed capable of great potential. Well, it seems we shall need to increase the difficulty next time. Do you wish to claim your rewards now? After some contemplation, I decided it would be prudent to assess the outcomes before making any further commitments. Thus, I readily responded, very well, let us first receive our rewards. I calculated the potential benefits, and then, ding, I had completed the illusion trial task set by Malfurion. This task could be undertaken an infinite number of times, yielding rewards such as 1,000 justice points, an increase in Malfurion's favor, and a single experience elixir. An experience elixir, you say? It appears this item serves as a substitute for traditional experience points. The experience elixir, small, grants the equivalent of 33 experience points at my current level. Indeed, this is rather impressive. It surpasses the 1.5 times multiplier mentioned by Illidan. In just 1 hour, I could acquire 33 experience points, meaning that in approximately 3 hours, one could level up. Presently, the average player's leveling efficiency hovers around 5 hours per level. Gentlemen, the more consecutive stages we conquer, the greater the rewards we shall reap, whether in justice points or experience elixirs. Upon hearing this, I could not suppress my eagerness, and I noticed the glimmer of excitement in the eyes of those around me. With Malfurion's assistance, our group quickly became engrossed in this slaughter. From my perspective, the experience gained here is bountiful, but more importantly, it fosters synergy among the participants. Whether engaging in dungeons, battlegrounds, or player versus player combat, coordination is paramount. In encounters where both teams possess comparable gear and skill levels, the team with superior cooperation will prevail, a truth well understood by all. Within this Tempest Mirage, we could wholeheartedly engage in combat with demon creatures. It not only honed our individual skills, but also enhanced our collective synergy while providing ample experience points. Truly, it was a trifecta of benefits. Enthralled in the frenzy of battle, waves of monsters fell before us, and amidst the chaos, We shared lighthearted banter, all the while witnessing a steady increase in our abilities. Several hours later, I observed the team's coordination and nodded to myself, noting their significant improvement in mutual understanding. However, it was time for me to depart. I was uncertain how long this absence would last, and I refrained from disclosing the dangers that lay ahead, wishing to spare them unnecessary worry. Their steady growth and strength would better prepare them for future battles. As yet another wave of monsters fell, I signaled for the group to pause and take a moment to rest. The expression in Falling Flower's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy as she gently inquired whether I was indeed leaving. I paused in silence for a moment before nodding. Luo Hua fell silent, and the rest of us were at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Brother Jiao who broke the stillness. All right, let us not linger in the silence any longer. The leader is leaving, not for himself, but to enhance our strength. Our adversaries still lurk in the shadows. The leader departs to fortify our capabilities. We must not lag behind. After all, it was the leader who brought us here. Shall we not share a portion of the burden with him? Let us strive together. I cast a glance at Jiao Ge and smiled before turning to embrace Luo Hua, who was in a rather dismal mood. I felt compelled to offer her solace once more, reminding her of the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Do not be upset. I shall return, I reassured her. This is hardly a mere separation. Sighing, I conceded, alas, I cannot hinder you. I simply find it difficult to part. With a lingering gaze, Luo Hua looked deeply into my eyes, and I mirrored her sentiment, wishing fervently that time could stand still. Yet, reality is often harsh, and I found myself with little time remaining. After releasing Luo Hua, I bid farewell to everyone once again and retrieved the communication token given to me by Lao Long. Take me back, I uttered, but was met with silence, save for a sudden burst of radiant light enveloping me. Moments later, I found myself back in the dark alleys of Orgrimmar. Are we entering the weapon space now? Lao Long inquired. I pondered for a moment, deciding not to respond just yet, as I still had some time. I thought it prudent to gather some supplies, uncertain of what might be required. I would assess the situation further before making any decisions. Lao Long nodded in agreement, falling silent, revealing his own apprehension regarding the matter at hand. Orgrimmar, as one of the largest cities on the continent of Azeroth, exudes an undeniable vibrancy. During my previous visit, many players were engaged in leveling up, and now, after several days, the population within the city had swelled to a considerable number. This is, after all, a globally renowned MMORPG, attracting a diverse array of players. Among us combatants, there are also those dedicated to crafting and production, merchants engaged in trade, and leisure players who indulge in the game at their own pace. The streets were alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. With some time to spare, I decided to peruse these stalls, for I have always held a keen interest in such markets. Many valuable items are often sold at low prices. Simply because the sellers are unaware of their true worth, encountering such treasures is a delightful stroke of fortune. Hey there, young man. I have some marvelous items here, including blue gear for level 30, the vendor exclaimed. However, I found myself uninterested, as I was fully equipped with purple gear of level 40 or higher, save for my weapon, which, while lacking, still held purple quality. Instant health potions. Come take a look. Each potion restores 1,000 health with a mere 15-second cooldown. The vendor called out. Instant health potions? A commendable item, though the restoration amount seemed somewhat modest. I continued my stroll, my gaze wandering, when suddenly, a particular stall captured my attention. Good sir, do you sell only liquor here? I inquired. Indeed, young man. I specialize in fine spirits. What type do you desire? The proprietor, a robust man in his 40s, bore the appearance of a combat player rather than a life-skilled one. What is your finest liquor? Oh, when it comes to spirits, the best is undoubtedly the divine monkey wine. Regrettably, I do not possess that, but I do have some standard monkey wine. While it may not compare to the divine variety, it is certainly the most precious I offer, albeit at a steep price. Oh, how much for a bottle? 1 gold per bottle, each containing approximately 20 servings. Please do not balk at the price. I do not engage in haggling. And this wine will only increase in value over time. Purchasing it now could be considered an investment. Monkey wine, I had indeed heard of it. Its rarity among ordinary wines is unparalleled in the World of Warcraft. As for the divine monkey wine, it transcends mere mortal beverages, regarded as divine nectar. Beyond the reach of ordinary folk. How many bottles of monkey wine do you have? My funds are somewhat limited. The guild's resources are with Xiao Shui, leaving me with just over 100 gold. Acquiring this wine was merely a whimsical thought, yet it would make a splendid gift for Lao Long. I have approximately 15 bottles. Ah, wait, 16 bottles. I shall let you have them for 15 gold, considering I'm gifting you one. The vendor said with a generous smile, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Is it customary to conduct business in such a manner? The street vendor seemed to perceive my bewilderment and chuckled lightly before continuing. The renowned Zui Hongshan has come to purchase wine from me. How could I not offer a discount? Amused by his explanation, I inquired further. Oh, how did you know I am indeed Zui Hongshan? He replied. You truly are unaware of your own reputation, aren't you? I have watched your previous videos. Although your armor is concealed, my keen eye, honed over 2 decades in business, can still discern your identity. This is indeed a skill essential for my livelihood. I couldn't help but silently commend his sharp perception. I had hidden my armor. As the dragon spikes adorning it could easily reveal my identity, and showcasing such features in a crowded place would be quite inconvenient. 2 decades in commerce? Surely you must be selling wine? I ventured. Not at all, he replied. I intend to establish a purely commercial guild. In reality, I am engaged in business and have achieved a modicum of success. As a merchant, I naturally recognize the vast opportunities within NW. Thus, I plan to seize a share of the profits. My interest has been increasingly piqued. I continued to inquire about the uncle's business intentions. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, Actually, it's no trouble to share my thoughts with you. Like many others, I believe that the most lucrative venture lies in high-level equipment. However, I currently lack a reliable source, which poses a significant challenge, one that deters most merchants. With the impending launch of currency exchange, I anticipate an influx of capital, which I plan to invest in acquiring high-level, high-quality gear to sell at a profit. The primary issue remains securing a source. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, indicating that this dilemma had troubled him for quite some time. At that moment, a new idea struck me. Uncle, I believe I have a solution to your predicament. Huh? What solution? It's quite simple. I can be your source. The uncle opened his mouth, seemingly taken aback, as I continued. My level and that of my team are prominently displayed on the leaderboard. You should understand that our potential within the 3 realms is immeasurable. This is not mere boasting. We genuinely possess such prowess. The street vendor nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with my words. I gathered my thoughts and elaborated, as your source. I cannot supply equipment in vast quantities, as my guild is not primarily focused on farming gear. However, we do possess an advantage. The equipment we offer will undoubtedly be of the highest caliber and quality across all of China. Additionally, we will occasionally have batches of slightly lower level and quality gear, as our guild will inevitably engage in numerous battles in the days to come. For instance, after our recent skirmish with that reincarnation guild, we still have over 500 pieces of equipment unsold. While they may be lower in level, their quality is commendable. We have yet to reclaim the white and green items. I believe 500 pieces of blue gear around level 35 constitutes a substantial stock, does it not? The uncle's eyes began to glimmer with interest. As a merchant, he could certainly gauge the value of my proposition. Uncle, I have yet another strategy that will set you apart from the crowd. Do tell. You are truly my angel. His gaze towards me had transformed. We can provide high-level purple items. While orange items may be unattainable, purple gear is of the highest quality available, as orange items are exceedingly rare, and each individual can only equip one. Purple gear is in great demand, and we can supply the highest level, which you would then be responsible for selling. How does a profit-sharing arrangement sound? I have contemplated this idea several times. If one were to manage a commercial organization, it is inevitable that time will be consumed. Moreover, such organizations are susceptible to the infiltration of individuals with ulterior motives, which poses a significant concern. While minor details may be of little consequence if disclosed, the most critical aspects must remain concealed, such as the existence of other guilds. The older gentleman's eyes darted about, seemingly formulating some thoughts, and I chose not to interrupt, merely smiling at him. Before long, he reciprocated, extending his hand towards me, and I reached out to shake it. My name is Ting Hai. May our collaboration be fruitful. Zui Hongshan, it surely will be. I have befriended Uncle Listening to the Sea, and subsequently informed Xiaoxue to add him as well. Currently, all equipment, whether it be the blue gear above level 35 or the latest purple items that are unwanted, resides with her. I have entrusted the entire trading task with Uncle Listening to the Sea to Xiaoxue, as it proves to be more convenient. Upon hearing my intention to seek high health supplies, Uncle Listening to the Sea readily assumed the role of guide, asserting that his extensive experience in the market would serve me better than my own aimless wandering. Young brother. He confided, I did not embark on this venture to NW alone. My company has established a dedicated NW department, and currently, there are no fewer than 20 or 30 of my associates in the bustling market. Oh, what do you primarily sell now? I inquired. Our contingent consists of roughly 100 individuals, all merchants and lifestyle players. They employ diverse methods to gather resources, with no singular technique prevailing. My only stipulation is that there are none. You may refrain from delivering goods, but that would result in no wages or commissions. After all, they're all employed by my company. Therefore, the materials, ores, herbs, and other items they acquire are typically submitted voluntarily. I then distribute these to various crafting lifestyle players for processing, who subsequently return the finished products. These are then allocated to the sales team, along with players specifically tasked with procuring low-cost materials. Although this system may not be flawless, it is functioning quite well at present. As I listened and contemplated, I could not help but concede that this method, albeit simple, is indeed remarkably practical. Without a robust marketing system, an individual, no matter how many resources they acquire daily, can only sell them at a meager price. The market for raw materials is evidently less lucrative than that for finished products. In NW, each player is restricted to selecting a single secondary profession. If one chooses gathering, they are bound to gather. If one opts for forging, they must forge. And the same applies to alchemy. A significant change is that gathering professions are no longer divided into several branches, but are entirely consolidated. Gatherers can now simultaneously collect minerals, herbs, wood, leather, fabric, and all manner of resources. Reflecting on this, I realized that none of our group had chosen a secondary profession. After much deliberation, I resolved to pursue gathering. NW boasts a plethora of monsters and bosses, and defeating them could yield exceedingly rare items. For instance, slaying a dragon might allow one to collect dragon scales, tendons, and bones. Such treasures are invaluable in crafting. An item that previously required a moderately resilient beast tendon to forge a level 30 green bow could, when crafted with dragon tendons, transform into a level 40 purple bow. Moreover, the equipment produced through forging is undoubtedly superior to that obtained through exchanging justice points or drops. Positioned at the forefront of the Huaxia gaming community, we confront the most formidable bosses. Even with the worst of luck, we are bound to gather some rare resources, are we not? Lost in thought, I followed Uncle Hai for quite some time, only to raise my head and realize, lo and behold, I had stumbled upon an auction house. My young companion, earlier, one of my employees stationed at the auction house acquired a substantial quantity of instant recovery potions, each capable of restoring 2,000 health points with a cooldown of merely 15 seconds. A set of 20 bottles is priced at just 20 silver, equating to a mere 1 silver per bottle, which is significantly less than half the market price. You mentioned your need for higher-tier supplies, and I thought this potion might suffice. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement. Instant recovery potions are invaluable. I quickly inquired about the total quantity available. 20 sets, which amounts to 400 bottles. Excellent. I shall take them all. Uncle Hai promptly sent me a trade request and placed all the potions on the table. Clicking confirm. Uncle, how much do I owe you? I asked. Oh, what need is there for money? You have provided me with the source of these goods. I should be thanking you instead. Today, I shall cover your expenses for the supplies. He chuckled heartily. In my heart, I silently applauded. Truly, he is a shrewd businessman. The calculations he made were executed with such finesse, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Acquiring supplies for me. Even the most expensive ones would scarcely amount to a few dozen gold coins. If I were to provide him with my entire set of equipment, he would undoubtedly make a profit of at least 1,000 gold pieces, with a pure profit of several hundred gold pieces in hand. Spending a modest sum to cultivate a friendship is undeniably a wise investment. However, how could I voice such thoughts aloud? It suffices that we are all aware of the unspoken understanding. Thus, my gratitude to the esteemed gentleman is in order. Subsequently, the gentleman guided me to several locations, each brimming with excellent wares, attribute resistance potions, attribute enhancement potions, strength boosting potions, and armor potions. There were numerous varieties of potions. Without hesitation, I accepted them all. One can never predict what one might encounter in that weaponry space, and it is prudent to be well prepared. With the potions in hand, the gentleman intended to show me some equipment he had gathered. I promptly halted him and displayed my entire set of gear. He appeared taken aback, then tapped his forehead in realization. Ah, I've grown forgetful. It is evident that you level up swiftly. Your equipment must be commendable. However, I noticed that your weapon seems to be merely a level 30 purple weapon. Indeed, I shared my slight frustration regarding this matter. I was still some distance from exchanging my justice points for a level 40 purple weapon. The finest weapon I had acquired thus far was the one I currently wielded. Let me inquire if there are any superior weapons available. Do you have any specific type in mind? At that moment, I could no longer dwell on whether I preferred a two-handed sword. I promptly responded that any two-handed weapon would suffice. I possess the Titan's grip and prefer a two-handed sword, as it suits my style. If possible, acquiring two would be ideal. I am no longer an ordinary tank. While shields provide substantial armor and blocking attributes, at present, aside from my stance, no, it is now dragon form. Aside from dragon form, I lack any shield-related skills. In critical situations, high damage is often more valuable than defense, especially since no one would be there to heal me in that space. Very well, let me ask around. The gentleman sent private messages to several individuals, and before long, responses began to roll in. Upon concluding a private chat, the gentleman revealed a smile. Young brother, you are indeed fortunate. I have just received two two-handed swords, both at level 40, one purple, one blue. However, their attributes are quite impressive. The blue one is forged and is nearly on par with the typical purple. Splendid, I exclaimed, uttering good thrice in rapid succession. It seems that as a merchant, he certainly does not lack in equipment. The gentleman proceeded to trade the items to me without charging a fee. Just as I intended to protest against receiving such equipment without compensation, he preempted me, stating that this would be considered a deposit for the batch of equipment he had acquired. With the matter presented thus, I had no choice but to accept. With the equipment and potions nearly prepared, I pondered what else might be lacking. I furrowed my brow in contemplation. The equipment I possessed was already the finest I could don. The necklace could be exchanged for justice points. Yet I had not encountered anyone adorned with accessories of this caliber. It seemed that such items did not yet exist within this tier. I had prepared a plethora of potions, yet I found myself at a loss for what else might be necessary. The elder continued, revealing that there were indeed many useful items often overlooked. In the realm of the old World of Warcraft, numerous tools, such as bombs and robots crafted through engineering, proved to be remarkably effective. Various types of bombs existed: explosive, smoke, stun, and gas bombs. Currently, the combat effectiveness of robots was rather lackluster, akin to that of a level 20 creature. However, one particular type of robot stood out, functioning like a remote blacksmith. It could repair equipment and dispose of unwanted items. And how could I forget about enchanting? I noticed that your current gear bears no enchantments. Most players hailing from the old World of Warcraft tend to neglect enchanting until they reach max level. In truth, enchanting during the leveling process is quite advantageous, as the cumulative enhancements from enchanting can equate to the attributes provided by one or two pieces of similarly leveled epic gear. Yet, due to the rapid turnover of equipment, many opt not to invest in enchanting to avoid unnecessary expenses. Indeed, enchanting proves to be exceedingly beneficial. Do you know any players with the enchanting profession? Haha. I am an enchanter. Young lad, you are fortunate. What attributes would you like to enchant? Upon reflection, aside from weaponry, the attributes I primarily require are strength and stamina. The precise ratio of stamina to strength is rather elusive. Thus, I shall allocate the enchantments evenly. Although you are a hidden class, you still embody a warrior type, making these two attributes particularly advantageous. I shall enchant your boots to enhance your movement speed. The recent system update has inexplicably removed cloaks from the equipment roster, which is rather puzzling, as I could have bestowed upon you a damage reduction property otherwise. As I spoke, the sea uncle commenced the enchanting of my equipment. Currently, these low-level enchanting materials hold little value, primarily due to the meager demand. Most players intend to wait until reaching level 100 before enchanting. One by one, my entire set of gear was soon enchanted, resulting in a total increase of 30 points in strength and 20 points in stamina, alongside an enhancement of 10 to movement speed. Given that the mount system has yet to be unveiled, this increase in movement speed is quite commendable. Before long, an assortment of engineering explosives was delivered, all of which I accepted without hesitation, as they cost nothing. I opened the equipment attribute list to examine my status. Name: Drunken Red Dust class, Dragon Warrior level, 42 primary attributes: Strength, 529, Agility, 42, Intelligence, 42, Spirit, 42, Stamina, 311. Secondary attributes: None health points, 9330, 1866 Blessing. 933 Set, Dragon Fury Cap, 100 Attack Strength, 571, 114 Blessing, Armor Value, 4075, capable of mitigating 40.75 of damage from monsters of the same level. 8. 15 Blessing, critical hit rate, 4.20. 8 Blessing, 10 Set, critical damage, 150 acquired skills. Dragon Blessing, passive skill, doubles freely allocated attribute points upon level up. Inherent data increase of 20, Furious Gale passive effect, permanently increases attack strength and speed by 100, active effect. Enhances attack strength and speed by 300 for 1 minute with a cooldown of 3 hours. Dragon Strike consumes 30 Dragon Fury, delivers a powerful attack on the target, inflicting 150 damage and generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards the global cooldown. Dragon Mastery, passive skill, allows the wielder to use any weapon with one hand. Reverse scale counter, cooldown of 6 seconds, immediately strikes 1 primary target and 2 additional enemies, dealing double damage to the primary target and normal damage to the secondary targets, generating 20 Dragon Fury. Each successful dodge, parry, or block reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds. Dragon Flash, casting range of 2 to 15 meters, instantly teleports in front of the target creature, causing a 2-second stun, generating 10 anger points. The target must be an enemy. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, Dragon Form can choose to activate the current stance. Black Dragon Stance reduces all incoming damage by 30. Blue Dragon Stance, normal attacks generate double Dragon Fury. Red Dragon Stance loses all damage reduction properties, but increases damage output by 20 and lifesteal by 5. Dragon Might consumes 10 Dragon Fury. Inflicts 100 attack power damage to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius, and reduces their movement speed by 60 for 10 seconds. With a cooldown of 5 seconds, Frenzied Dragon Slash can choose to consume Dragon Fury. Each point consumed adds an additional 50 attack power damage, plus a fixed damage based on the player's level multiplied by 10, generating substantial threat. If an enemy is slain with this ability, the user instantly gains a maximum of 100 Dragon Fury and can cast skills for 3 seconds without consuming Dragon Fury. With no cooldown, equipment, level 40 purple quality set, Berserker set, increases strength by 100, stamina by 80, armor by 1300, for piece set effect, increases damage reduction by 10. 8-piece set effect, increases critical hit chance by 10 and health by 10. Berserker's Ring, increases strength by 40, stamina by 20. Set effect, damage increases by 20 within 5 seconds after using a skill. Unyielding Warrior's Shield, armor 280, strength 30, stamina 40. Damage reduction by 50 after blocking. Engraved Greatsword, level 40 purple two-handed sword, strength 35, stamina 25, 210 to 290 damage. Backpack, Molten Greatsword, level 40 blue two-handed sword, strength 30, stamina 20, 190 to 250 damage. Enchantment, 30 strength, 20 stamina, 10 movement speed. Special item, Endless Fruit Basket, food item, each use produces 1 fruit. Restoring 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds, can only be used outside of combat. Upon reflection, I find myself somewhat astonished. My health has surpassed 10,000, reaching over 12,000. My attack strength now stands at 685, with my weapon's average damage of 240, totaling 925, approaching 1,000 damage. I can inflict over 1,000 damage with a single strike, excluding the enemy's armor value. Am I truly a professional in the T-field? As I closed the equipment attributes interface and glanced at the time, it was nearly the appointed hour. With no other pressing matters at hand, I pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to seek out Thrall and the Old Dragon. The vastness of Orgrimmar and NW is truly astonishing. Without the Old Dragon's guidance, I would be utterly lost in navigating my way to the forge. Since I still had a bit of time, I strolled leisurely towards the Dark Alley district, taking this opportunity to meticulously observe the grandeur of this magnificent city. Orgrimmar, founded by Thrall, stands as a testament to the formidable challenges faced in constructing such an enormous city in a region known as the Barrens. Every structure within Orgrimmar exudes an aura of solemnity, with the valiant orc warriors stationed at every corner, seemingly ever vigilant and prepared for battle. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a fierce resolve within me. After all, if Thrall could lead his people away from the curse and erect such a monumental city, why should I hesitate, merely seeking to venture into an unknown space even entertaining fleeting fears. Though many might dismiss it as merely a game, and question why one should take it seriously, in my heart, and perhaps in the hearts of many others, this world transcends simple entertainment. The grandeur of its history and the vividly realistic scenery render the boundary between reality and illusion nearly indistinguishable. I cannot fathom how many souls have completely succumbed to this realm, yet I am acutely aware of my own entrapment. I have developed an insatiable longing to exist perpetually within this world. Lost in thought, I soon arrived at the dark alley district, where I spotted the old dragon busily attending to his tasks from a distance. A smile escaped my lips as I waved at him. "Old dragon, you certainly seem busy. I've brought you something delightful." "Oh, what is it?" The old dragon's interest was piqued as he looked up at me with a grin. "Haha, I knew you'd be intrigued. Old dragon, since you enjoy fine spirits, I have brought you some exquisite wine." At the mention of this, the old dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he wished to devour me whole. "Where is it? What sort of wine?" "Monkey wine, though it is still a common brew." "It is undoubtedly one of the finer varieties," I declared, producing a bottle and shaking it in front of him. Upon uncorking it, a rich aroma wafted through the air, even drawing the attention of someone like me, who seldom partakes in alcohol, leaving me parched and eager for a taste. The old dragon hurriedly lunged forward, pressing my hand to close the bottle, then glanced around furtively as if he were a thief. "This is a prized possession. Let us not be so ostentatious," he whispered conspiratorially. I found myself in a state of both amusement and bewilderment. After all, it was merely a bottle of liquor priced at a gold coin. Was there truly a need for such a fuss? However, it was only after I came to understand the esteemed position of the monkey wine in the market that I grasped the reasoning behind Lao Long's actions, which, upon reflection, seemed entirely justifiable. Yet, in my current state of ignorance, I remained under the impression that this wine was abundantly available. I bestowed half of the monkey wine upon the old dragon, whose eyes curved like the crescent moon, leading me to believe I was the finest person in this world. After engaging in conversation with the old dragon, Sal suddenly materialized, of course, within the confines of the old dragon's spatial artifact. Upon witnessing Sal's arrival, I understood that the time had come for me to depart. Indeed, Sal approached me directly and inquired, "Young brother, once the supplies are ready, shall we set forth?" "Time is of the essence." The old dragon, too, set aside his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. "Young one, if it were possible, I would feel compelled to counsel you to reconsider. However, I am acutely aware that you will not yield, and should this weapon be forged, it may very well send ripples throughout the entire continent." I nodded, affirming that I could not relinquish my aspirations. Opportunities are bestowed upon everyone, yet success hinges upon one's ability to seize those opportunities. Approaching the colossal furnace, I cast a glance at Sal, who remained silent, merely summoning a water shield around me with a flick of his hand. As I stepped into the immense furnace, I comprehended why Sal had sought me out over an hour in advance. The spatial entrance of the weapon had begun to contract. In mere minutes, I might find myself unable to enter at all. The estimation of time was accurate. Yet I had not anticipated that the portal would not close instantaneously, but rather diminish gradually. Having come this far, I could not falter at the final moment. I steadied my gaze, inhaled deeply, and then offered a respectful gesture to the old dragon, Copperbeard, and Sal, regardless of whether they grasped the significance of my actions, before stepping through the spatial gateway. To my astonishment, I was not met with the familiar white light, but rather a profound, inky darkness, seemingly boundless. I extended my hand to gain a glimpse, only to discover that I could see nothing. This sensation was akin to that of a blind person. The darkness was not merely a lack of color, but a void that penetrated the depths of the soul. The moment I realized I could not see my own hands, it dawned on me that there was no light here. Time became an indiscernible concept as I lingered in that terrifying silence of darkness. A thought crossed my mind. Could the transfer truly occur in an instant? And was the world within the weapon destined to be shrouded in such perpetual darkness? No one answered my unspoken queries, and I fell silent once more, beginning to empathize with the plight of the blind, who are unable to perceive anything and, consequently, unable to act. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. To me, they represent an essential component of our very existence. In the vast expanse of darkness, I dared not make any sudden movements. I soon realized that I could move freely and quickly deduced that my assumption was correct. The transfer was instantaneous. In that moment of engulfing darkness, I had arrived in the realm of the weapon. With no visibility, I extended my hands before me, groping my way forward. I ventured left, right, backward and forward, encountering no barriers. At that juncture, I made a decision, one that caused me both amusement and exasperation. I spun in place until I felt dizzy, then arbitrarily chose a direction to proceed. My resolution is to surrender to fate. I find myself uncertain of the path I traverse, only aware that I have wandered for at least 2 or 3 hours without encountering anything. A sense of trepidation begins to stir within me. Should I persist in my journey, retrace my steps, or perhaps embark upon a different direction? I find myself in a state of uncertainty, having lost my vision. It appears that my judgment has similarly vanished. In an instant, my mind has become a blank canvas, rendering me incapable of making any decisions. I can only continue walking. But the direction? I remain uncertain. Time has passed. How long? I still do not know. My outstretched hands have fallen at some point, and I estimate that I have been walking for at least a day and a night, yet I have encountered nothing. Perhaps this place is devoid of anything at all. I attempted to touch the ground beneath my feet. It felt cool and smooth, certainly not like ordinary terrain, and yet it was also remarkably hard. When I struck it with all my might, I felt not a hint of vibration. Initially, I would attempt this after every stretch of walking, but after dozens of attempts, I surrendered. As I continued my journey, weariness enveloped me, both mentally and physically. Fortunately, I remembered the bountiful fruit basket resting in the first compartment of my backpack, from which I could extract fruit by instinct to satiate my hunger. When fatigue overcame me, I would lie down momentarily to rest. When hunger or thirst struck, I would consume the fruit. This routine persisted day after day, or perhaps it was longer. I could not say for certain. Who knows whether I slept during the day or the night? I simply succumbed to exhaustion and slept, awakening to resume my walk. In a moment of unbearable frustration, I let out a roar to the heavens, yet no sound returned to me, not even the faintest echo. I fell silent. It was futile. I pressed on through this dark realm, and I mused that even the legendary ascetics have not endured as I have, for at least they can see and hear. I have reached the limits of my physical endurance and slipped into sleep 2 or 3 dozen times. I can no longer feel my body. I do not even know if I still exist. I am left pondering the thought that perhaps the moment I stepped into this realm, I was erased from it entirely. My existence nullified. Log off? No, I am not foolish. I have tried that long ago, and another attempt would merely yield a solitary chime, followed by nothingness. I understand. That sound is undoubtedly a system notification, a reminder that one cannot log off in this peculiar realm. After 30 cycles of slumber, I feel as though I have become a mere shell of my former self. Time and again, I succumb to sleep, only to awaken repeatedly. All actions have become automated, requiring no cerebral engagement. Thankfully, the game does not necessitate restroom breaks, which prompts a long-forgotten self-deprecating smile as I continue my relentless journey down this forsaken path. At last, I find myself unable to proceed any further and succumb to the ground. Indeed, I have surrendered. There is no end in sight. An escape seems utterly impossible. This notion has surfaced more than once, yet this time, it has finally bested me. I yield. I whispered my surrender, conceding defeat, begging to be released from this torment. Yet the sound that escaped my lips startled even me. How aged and hoarse it was. I whispered, gradually transforming into a howl, which then morphed into maniacal laughter. I felt as though I were on the brink of madness. Why? Why must I become this way? What manner of space is this? Images began to materialize in my mind. The orphanage of my childhood, the Dragon Squad, being eliminated from the Dragon Squad, entering NW, the Fallen Blossoms, fighting alongside everyone. Vivid scenes floated through my consciousness. Am I to perish? Indeed, it seems so. I am to die. Let me embrace death. I lay on the ground like a forlorn soul, incessantly murmuring, utterly devoid of the strength to forge ahead. At that moment, a sigh unexpectedly echoed from an unknown source. Upon hearing that sigh, every hair on my body stood on end, for I realized that I was not alone in this desolate place. Who could it be? Who on earth? I cried out in anguish, having lost track of time in this wretched locale. I am not one to shy away from solitude. Yet this was the first time my senses had been so cruelly stripped away. Is this all you are capable of? A fragmented voice emerged, hollow and devoid of the essence of any living being. It was not merely unsettling. The sound seemed to resonate from every direction, rendering me unable to discern its origin. The surrounding darkness only amplified my terror, leaving me with goosebumps aplenty. Yet amidst this disconcerting utterance, I detected a hint of something. Mockery? No, it lacked any tone of disdain. Indeed, it was disappointment. Why? Why did I sense an overwhelming current of disappointment in those words? The hollow voice resounded once more. And I was not mistaken. It was indeed disappointment. At the very least, it had reached a breaking point. I remained silent, for I had come to understand that this darkness was a trial. Although I had passed, my performance was but the lowest of grades. Come with me. As the words lingered in the air, a point of light suddenly materialized before me. It circled around a few times before settling approximately 2 to 3 meters in front of me, then began to expand. Upon witnessing what it ultimately formed, tears cascaded down my cheeks. It was a door, a portal to another realm. Without hesitation, I stepped forward, pondering what could be worse. As I emerged from the portal, the blinding radiance compelled me to squint slightly, yet I resisted the urge to close my eyes. It was light, the vibrant colors I had longed for, the very illumination I had yearned for in the depths of darkness. Moments later, I acclimated to the brightness, however. As I surveyed my surroundings, my legs weakened, and I sank to my knees, gasping for breath. Once I had released my pent-up emotions, I prepared myself for the next challenge. The familiar voice echoed once more, and now I could see it clearly. As I gazed around, I found no sign of any person or other source of sound. Only an ancient forest enveloped me. Towering trees cast long shadows, and it was then that I realized the oppressive heat. No, it was stiflingly hot. After the voice spoke, it vanished without a trace, leaving me to search in vain. As if it had never existed at all, I let out a sigh. Although I had not completely departed, I could at least perceive that, in my view, this was far superior to the preceding dark realm. 3 days later, I conceded my error. This place was scarcely better than that shadowy domain. The reason was quite simple. There was no night here, and even beneath the shelter of the towering trees, the blinding light rendered slumber elusive. As the days passed, my nerves once again reached their breaking point. This forest, though not vast, was entirely encircled by desert, which was shrouded in an eerie mist. What kind of place was this, and why did everything seem so utterly irrational? Clearly, this question could only be answered through my own exploration, as no one would provide the answers. The desert outside was certainly not a realm to be ventured into lightly. So I began to meticulously explore the interior of the forest. I examined one great tree, then two. After scrutinizing a mere dozen trees, I uncovered a troubling pattern. It was as if they had been copied and pasted. There were only 3 distinct models of these grand trees, the sole variation being their size and height, while the rest were utterly identical. This realization rendered further inspection unnecessary, for there was nothing new to discover. Thus, my only option now was to step into the desert beyond the forest. Without hesitation, I chose a direction at random and ventured forth, instantly engulfed by a fierce wave of heat. I did not look back, for behind me lay an equally desolate expanse. Upon entering the desert, I proceeded in a straight line, for this was indeed a realm crafted by the imagination. Here, one's trajectory could be controlled and fixed. Unlike in reality, where one may believe they are walking straight, only to find themselves meandering in circles. After a brief while, I arrived at the edge of a peculiar mist. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that it was not mist at all, but rather a substance resembling smoke, swirling gracefully in the air. This nocturnal realm was not devoid of wind, yet the smoke remained undisturbed, refusing to be swept away. Though the reason eluded me, I understood that I had no choice but to press onward. I took a tentative breath of the air within, finding no ill effects. The smoke seemed to possess an uncanny ability to avoid human presence. As I approached, it parted to create a path, leaving a clear radius of approximately 10 meters around me, while beyond that, the smoke continued to blanket the surroundings. The only consequence was a limitation to my visibility. Continuing my journey, I was met with an unexpected delight. There were indeed living creatures in this place. Beneath my feet lay the vast expanse of the desert. And just moments ago, I had inadvertently stepped upon something solid. In an instant, the thought of a scorpion crossed my mind. For these creatures are known to thrive in desert habitats. For reasons unknown, I paused to excavate the sand beneath my feet. However, after only a few shovels full, I was taken aback. What I unearthed was not a scorpion, but a skeleton. Digging further, I soon uncovered yet another skeletal remains. I continued to excavate, losing track of time, and unearthed at least 70 or 80 skeletons in total. Was the ground beneath this desert truly littered with such remains? And what lay deeper still? What secrets awaited discovery? I halted, for a sense of dread had begun to seep into my heart. If this desert were strewn with corpses, how many souls had perished here? I dared not ponder further. Yet, I mustered the courage to continue my journey. The more I advanced, the broader my perspective became. From the moment I entered the fog until now, the distance traversed was merely 2 or 3 kilometers. Despite this, my singular focus was on the diminishing haze ahead. I should have felt elated, but joy eluded me, for the sky had grown dim, not from the onset of night, but rather from ominous clouds obscuring the sun, casting a bleak and malevolent atmosphere. Nothing could now impede my progress. Even if faced with thousands of corpses, what of it? They were merely a throng of the deceased. Regardless of their demise, what concern was it of mine? I comforted myself with these thoughts as I pressed on. As my vision expanded, I discerned that my instincts had not betrayed me. I could faintly perceive a fragment of the sky. Through the fog, the clouds became distinctly visible, resembling clusters of black cotton intertwined, each connected, swirling around an enigmatic void at their center. An aura of palpable malevolence emanated from their midst, unmistakably sinister. Gazing upon those peculiar clouds, I felt a shiver run through me. Merely observing them nearly ensnared my senses. What in the world was this place? I yearned to unleash a resounding cry, to gallop forth in fury, yet the current circumstances render me hesitant. The heavens may be in disarray, but I shall choose to ignore them. Surely, they cannot descend upon me and cause me harm. This is merely my habitual approach, self-psychological suggestion that numbs my nerves. A rather effective strategy, I must admit. Engaged in my own musings, I continued my journey for approximately half an hour, when suddenly, an unfamiliar scent wafted toward me. While not entirely foreign, it evoked a haunting memory, the scent of blood. During my childhood training with the Dragon Squad, our instructors had tasked us with memorizing various blood aromas. Yet, the metallic tang now permeating the air was indistinguishable, reminiscent of a hodgepodge of all kinds of blood. A shiver coursed through me as I peered through the thin veil of smoke toward the source of the odor. There, atop a hill, flanked by 2 colossal peaks stretching outwards, lay the only path forward, leading directly to the origin of the sanguine scent. Despite my attempts at mental reassurance, an unsettling anxiety gripped my heart, its rhythm quickening with foreboding. As I proceeded, determined not to let the stench influence my psyche, I pinched my nose shut. After a brief interval, I found myself unable to advance any further, for an eerie tableau unfolded before me. The smoke had dissipated entirely, only to be replaced by another kind of fog, a fog of blood. I scarcely dared to breathe, for the very air around me had transformed into a deep crimson hue. I waved my hand through this eerie atmosphere and, upon retrieving it, confirmed my fears. It was indeed blood. Fresh blood had morphed into a mist, swirling in the air, a sight I had never envisioned even in my wildest dreams. As I gazed further ahead, the only passage became visible. That small hillock was now discernible. Yet, it was far from a mere hillock. It was unmistakably a grand city. Its center elevated while the periphery sloped down, creating an illusion of a modest mound from a distance. I helplessly glanced around, finding no alternative path, and thus could only retrace my steps back to the forest within the desert. Yet, I was reluctant to do so, no matter what lay ahead. Death was merely a trivial consequence. After all, in a game, one does not truly perish. Psychological suggestion. Under the influence of self-hypnosis, I disregarded the abnormal occurrences surrounding me and pressed on. Before long, I found myself standing before the grand gates of the city, where I hesitated, even feeling an overwhelming urge to turn back. The reason was simple. This city was profoundly unsettling. In an atmosphere that had been oppressively hot, a chilling wind began to stir intermittently, emanating from the colossal gates. With each gust, I could not help but shudder. Despite feeling as though I would suffocate from the heat, I was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling coldness. No, it was more than that. It was a frigidness capable of freezing one's very soul. The stark contrast left me feeling as if I were caught in a realm of both ice and fire. Suddenly, a thought, both absurd and amusing, crossed my mind. Could I possibly catch a cold? The biting wind was bearable, merely a physical discomfort. But what truly deterred me was the sight of the gates and the surrounding walls. They were constructed from bones, unmistakably human remains. I shuddered to think of the count. Just the walls and gates must contain millions of corpses. What lay within? If the entire city were crafted from bones, coupled with the skeletal remains in the desert, it seemed implausible that the combined corpses of the entire world could yield such a vast city of bones. Upon the walls were long poles, each adorned with a head. Though not human, they were enormous, perhaps as large as that of an elephant. Surely, these were the heads of some monstrous beasts, as all human skeletons lacked their heads, their whereabouts unknown. Though a deep desire to retreat surged within me, I understood that the only escape lay within the city. To turn back now might mean forfeiting any chance of departure. Suppressing my revulsion and fear, I continued towards the city's interior. The moment I passed through the gates, an overwhelming urge to flee surged within me. There were indeed figures moving inside. No, upon closer inspection, they were not mere humans. They were skeletons, and not the kind from the old world of magic and beasts, which still bore remnants of flesh. These skeletons were utterly bare, devoid of any flesh whatsoever. I stood there, my legs trembling, when suddenly I beheld an astonishing sight. A skeleton. A vendor? It actually waved at me, beckoning me to approach. I dragged my legs toward him, and the moment I approached, he surprisingly seized my arm with remarkable agility and led me into a room fashioned entirely of skeletons. The skeletal figure possessed immense strength. Perhaps it was due to my own weakness, but I found myself utterly unable to break free. Upon entering the room, I discovered several more skeletons, one large and two small. Could it be that they were a family? My mind struggled to comprehend the absurdity. Could skeletons have wives and children? The taller skeleton that had pulled me in glanced around at the door before shutting it and darting toward me, chattering animatedly, gesturing wildly. Seeing his demeanor, I began to grasp the situation. Though my nerves were somewhat dulled, I finally managed to respond, but I could not understand him. The skeleton suddenly paused, then dashed toward the back of the house. After a few seconds, he returned, clutching brush and ink. Without waiting for me to speak, he placed a sheet of paper on the table and began to scribble. Fortunately, the table and the furnishings in the room were not made of bones. He sketched for a while, then handed the paper to me, continuing to chatter away in a language I could not decipher. I took the paper and examined it. It was not inscribed with words, but rather resembled a collection of hieroglyphs and illustrations, making it somewhat challenging to interpret. Furrowing my brow, I managed to finish reading it, and a sense of understanding began to dawn upon me. Good sir, you spoke. You claimed that you and your kin were once denizens of this realm, living in serene contentment for generations. Yet, your world was obliterated by a being who descended from the heavens, leading to the demise of nearly all. Those who survived were coerced by this entity to construct this city from the bones of the deceased, while the remaining souls were afflicted by some dreadful curse, transforming them into skeletons who continued to exist in the city. The skeletal figure chattered away, but upon meeting my gaze, it suddenly paused, ceased its speech, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. I have gleaned some understanding, and then I inquired further, why do you share this with me? The skeleton resumed its drawing on the paper. I glanced over and noticed the simplicity of the artwork. In the first illustration, there were figures, the skeletons, the enigmatic individual, the crowned skeleton, and myself, a being of flesh and blood. The second illustration depicted 4 skeletons within a city, presumably representing their family. Subsequently, I was slain by the crowned skeleton. The third illustration showcased 5 skeletons in the city. One of them bore a striking resemblance to me. I comprehend now. The skeletal figure is urging me to hastily depart from this place. A wave of emotion surges within me at this realization. Very well, dear sir. There is no need for your counsel. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not turn back. A surge of bravado wells up within me, and I find myself rather admiring this moment of courage. The gentleman resumed his drawing, this time laboring over it for an extended period, crafting something intricate. Yet I grasped its meaning at a single glance. The first image depicts the skeleton king vanquishing a lion-like beast, perhaps illustrating his formidable prowess. The second image shows me wielding a sword against the skeleton king. The third image conveys nothing but a question mark, as the skeletal figure gazes at me, parting its lips in silent inquiry. I understand that the inquiry pertains to whether I possess the capability to vanquish the skeleton king. Dear sir, while I cannot ascertain my ability to defeat the skeleton king, I can assure you that I shall exert every ounce of my strength. The skeletal elder nodded in acknowledgement, then approached the door, slightly ajar, casting a glance around before returning to guide me towards the narrow opening. He pointed towards a towering structure at the heart of the city, and in that moment, the location of the skulls I had previously encountered became clear. They had been repurposed to construct this very tower. The skeletal elder gestured towards the tower and then indicated the depiction of the skeleton king. I comprehended that the skeleton king resided within that colossal edifice fashioned from human skulls. I bid farewell to the skeletal figure, evading the other skeletons in the city as I slowly advanced towards the tower of human heads. observing the skeletal families along the way. A wave of sorrow washed over me. What a tragic spectacle it was. These were merely ordinary individuals, yet they were subjected to such suffering. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to forget that they were, in fact, nothing more than NPCs, mere aggregates of data. However, their hollow eye sockets evoked a profound sense of melancholy within me. As I drew nearer to the tower, my fury intensified. Upon reaching the base of the tower, I could distinctly sense the aura of hostility enveloping me. Fortunately, I did not suffer from a fear of clusters. The tower was entirely constructed from bones, the outer layer densely adorned with human skulls. How many lives must that wretched being have extinguished to forge such an immense city of skeletons, culminating in the construction of this towering edifice? Rising 2 or 3 dozen stories high? Without hesitation, I cleaved a gaping hole with my sword and swiftly plunged into the depths beyond. At that moment, a singular thought consumed my mind. I must vanquish that wretched scoundrel. As I stepped into the Tower of Heads, a tremor coursed through the very structure. In the next instant, a multitude of skeletal soldiers erupted from the tower, their menacing forms armed with an array of weapons, each glimmering ominously, signifying their lethal intent. The sheer number of skeletons was staggering. I summoned my colossal sword and shield, executing a swift dragon slash towards the nearest skeletal warrior. Though the creature collapsed at my strike, I discerned their level, an alarming 45. At this moment, I find myself at level 42. These monsters do not exceed my limits, however. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Thus, I dare not underestimate the sheer number of skeletons before me. Swiftly, I activate my dragon visage and assume the form of the black dragon, wielding my massive shield to block the relentless assaults surrounding me. I then unleash a dragon flash from the farthest distance, propelling myself up the staircase. A throng, no, an ocean, of skeletons surges towards me like moths drawn to a flame. Despite my every strike being capable of shattering a skeleton, it proves futile. Their numbers only seem to swell. Glancing at the spiral staircase above, I make a resolute decision. I must charge upward. The Skeleton King undoubtedly resides on the top floor, and it is indisputable that unless I confront him, this relentless tide of skeletons will never cease. As if to validate my thoughts, I observed several skeletons reassembling the fallen skeletal soldiers I had just obliterated. The shattered forms, once lifeless, spring back to animation. Are they truly immortal? Witnessing this scene strengthens my resolve. The overwhelming horde of skeletons renders me immobile. No matter how I swing my weapon, I am unable to carve a path through their ranks. The only means of movement available to me is the dragon flash, and I have no alternative. Each time the 10-second cooldown elapses, I execute the dragon flash, teleporting beside the farthest skeleton. Repeatedly, I engage in this mechanized dance of combat. Occasionally glancing back at the ocean of skeletons below, my heart sinks with a profound silence. These were once living beings, fueled by an uncontrollable fury. I persist with my dragon flash once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, 500 times. I lose count of the dragon flashes as I finally confront the last few skeletons standing between me and the final platform. With frenzied determination, I summon all my strength to vanquish these final adversaries and step onto the last platform hall. The tide of skeletons recedes behind me, revealing in the center of the hall a bed crafted from jade, upon which lies a singular colossal skeleton, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high. Clad in armor, a massive cleaver stands propped against one side of the bed. I silently invoke a curse. Damn you, let me see what you're truly capable of. Suddenly, the colossal skeleton on the bed stirred, uttering an unnerving phrase. Ah, the essence of life, a long-lost breath. The skeletal figure rose, bending to grasp the enormous blade, and slowly lifted its gaze towards me. To my astonishment, my skeletal king still had a day to absorb the essence of flesh and blood. From the previously hollow eye sockets, 2 streams of blood-red flames erupted, each socket harboring a flickering crimson flame, while a thick mist of blood enveloped its body, exuding a pungent scent of blood that churned my stomach, leaving me on the brink of retching but unable to expel anything. Let me ponder, how shall I consume you? Observing this creature completely disregarding my presence, muttering to itself about devouring me, my rage ignited, and I snapped, thinking, do you presume I am so easily consumed? Oh, wait, you have no brain. How could one be so foolish? The skeletal king continued its soliloquy, remaining oblivious to me. By the heavens, I cursed under my breath and activated Dragon Flash, instantly appearing behind the skeletal king. Without hesitation, I unleashed a frenzied dragon slash. In the next moment, I hastily retreated to create distance, for I had glimpsed the skeletal king's level information. Indeed, it was a boss, yet its tier remained uncertain. Most crucially, this creature was a level 45 boss, and my previous strike had merely diminished its health by approximately 0.1. My heart quivered at this revelation. The damage from Frenzied Dragon Slash was the most formidable skill I had encountered thus far, and my equipment was of the highest caliber available to players at this stage. Yet, to inflict only this meager amount of damage? How could I not feel trepidation? The skeletal king took a few slow steps, astonishingly beginning to stretch its limbs, twisting its neck and hips. It even performed a full-body stretch. Goodness, I could no longer contain myself. This creature was blatantly disregarding my presence. Dragon countenance, crimson dragon form. I then removed my shield and grasped another two-handed sword, fully embracing an offensive stance. Dragon Flash, swiftly closing in for a reverse scale counter. This skill had not seen use for quite some time. Since acquiring Frenzied Dragon Slash, I rarely employed it. Now that no creature could be slain in a single blow, the infinitely charged Frenzied Dragon Slash was unattainable, leaving reverse scale counter as my only means to accumulate Dragon Fury swiftly. Each execution granted me 20 points of Dragon Fury, making it the sole skill capable of replenishing my fury in this moment. As I unleashed a Frenzied Dragon Slash, consuming 30 points of Dragon Fury, the Skeletal King had finally completed its stretching, just as my great sword was poised to descend upon it. The massive blade in its grasp was raised at a speed imperceptible to my eyes. Clang! It blocked. Fortune has smiled upon me. This time, I delivered a critical hit. Although it was blocked, it still inflicted considerable damage. The Bone King was evidently enraged, swiftly raising his massive blade and launching an onslaught towards me. The speed of his attacks was such that even I, endowed with the passive ability of the Gale, found my scalp tingling in apprehension. In the midst of the chaos, I found myself unable to launch a counterattack, forced instead to retreat incessantly. His rapid strikes left me struggling to defend myself, and in a moment of carelessness, I was struck. Yet, the damage inflicted left both the Bone King and me astounded. 1206. Gazing at that figure, I was momentarily bewildered. As a level 45 boss, he could only deal a mere 1,200 points of damage to me, and this was while I was in dragon form, having entirely relinquished my defensive capabilities. The Bone King, in a fit of rage, leapt into the air, bellowing in disbelief. This is impossible. This cannot be. While I was astonished by his damage output, his feeble strikes presented an opportunity for me. A damage total just exceeding 1,000 might seem formidable, but with his rapid attack rate, he could bring me down in mere moments if I were not careful. A swift idea crossed my mind, remarkably simple in its essence. I would revert to my black dragon form and once again shoulder my shield. In that case, he would likely inflict only 500 or 600 points of damage with each strike, rendering evasion unnecessary. His incredibly rapid attack speed, in my eyes, merely translated into an expeditious accumulation of Dragon Fury. Once my health dipped below 35, I would expend all accumulated Dragon Fury to unleash the Frenzied Dragon Slash, surely allowing me to recuperate the lost vitality. As this thought crystallized in my mind, I initiated my plan. I sidestepped and executed a backward leap, temporarily evading the Bone King's attack range, swiftly setting my actions in motion. Dragon countenance, black dragon form, I proclaimed, then opened my inventory to switch my equipment. The entire sequence flowed with the grace of a river. Just as I equipped the shield, the Bone King swung his weapon toward me, and I calmly raised my shield. Clang! A damage figure of 366 block floated above me, prompting an involuntary laugh. Indeed, as I had surmised, his strikes felt akin to mere tickles. You insolent wretch! How dare you provoke me, the Bone King? Do you believe my methods of annihilating worlds amount to so little? He bellowed. A flush of color crept across the skeletal visage of the Bone King. Whether from rage or embarrassment, it was unclear. With a furious roar, he charged at me, this time wielding his weapon with both hands. Yet, I remained unfazed, persistently raising my shield to block. Bam! A thunderous crash reverberated as I was sent flying. A staggering damage figure of over 8,000 appearing above my head. The sight of such damage sent a chill of cold sweat down my spine. Had I not transitioned into black dragon form and equipped the shield, this blow would surely have obliterated me. After blocking, the damage still exceeded 8,000 without the block. Would it not have been around 15,000? I certainly did not possess that much health. Curiously, after delivering that strike, The Bone King ambled toward me at a remarkably sluggish pace, and I noted this was entirely due to the exceedingly slow speed at which he moved at that moment. My gaze involuntarily drifted towards the imposing blade. At first glance, this weapon appeared unremarkable, devoid of any distinctive features. However, the astonishingly rapid attack speed and the prodigious damage it inflicted were undeniably linked to this very sword. I discerned clearly that it was the alteration of weight. The Bone King wielded a weapon capable of changing its heft. When light, it granted a substantial increase in attack speed, while when heavy, it slowed both attack and movement speed, albeit at the cost of inflicting terrifying damage. This predicament had me ensnared completely. I am not intimidated by swift assaults or overwhelming numbers. Rather, I dread the kind of explosive damage that can obliterate me in an instant. In the presence of many foes, I could unleash my full dragon fury to reap heads while simultaneously restoring my health. Against rapid attacks, I could adopt a defensive stance to accumulate dragon fury. And once my lifesteal activated at health levels below 35, I could unleash a frenzied dragon slash to sustain myself. However, in my current state, I possessed no means to evade a fatal strike. This meant that when faced with an adversary capable of inflicting exorbitant damage, even if it were but an ant, I could do naught but flee. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted upon me, the Bone King erupted into a boisterous laugh. Though his foot movements were sluggish, the weight of his weapon did not hinder his audacious tongue. "Curse that insolent wretch. Do you see? You dare to swagger into my skeletal domain. You want to even comprehend how you perished? Ha ha ha." The sound of his laughter was grating, akin to a mouse caught in a door. Without a hint of mercy, I retorted, "What a cacophonous laugh. Might you take a moment to quench your thirst? Perhaps soothe your throat before continuing? If I were to laugh in such a manner, I would surely die before ever laughing again. Listen closely. This is laughter. Ha, ha, ha." Instantly, the Bone King's laughter ceased. He hefted his cleaver and advanced towards me once more. Though I had bested him in verbal sparring, my health had yet to recover. I hastily consumed a vial of instant healing potion and sought to distance myself. Thankfully, the Bone King's current pace was quite sluggish. Observing this situation, it seemed likely that the adjustment of his weapon's weight was subject to a cooldown period or some other condition. Otherwise, he could have easily approached me with a light weapon and then suddenly increased its weight to deliver a devastating blow. The reason for his restraint must lie in some underlying constraint. I dared not be overly ambitious. It was akin to facing a formidable nemesis. Although my dragon rage had reached an impressive height, instantly replenishing my health with a single ferocious dragon slash, that glaringly large sword still rested upon his shoulder. After successfully blocking with my shield, the damage I sustained was still considerable. Should I charge forth and receive a strike before delivering my own? It would undoubtedly spell my demise. The ensuing battle was rather monotonous. I would fully restore my health, then charge forward with my shield to endure a blow before retaliating, creating distance to regain my vitality, and then repeating the cycle. This tedious exchange continued for approximately 3 to 4 hours until at last, the Bone King's health dwindled to a mere 1. Amidst his furious roars, I finally succeeded in vanquishing that wretched creature. The moment the Bone King fell, I was met with exuberant shouts from outside, one after another, filled with astonishment, joy, and exhilaration. Almost every positive emotion imaginable. I smiled. But I had a more pressing task at hand, to loot the corpse. The demise of this boss yielded rather scant rewards, only 3 items. The first was a skill known as Shield Bash, a warrior skill that allows the user to strike an enemy with their shield, inflicting triple attack strength damage, generating a significant amount of threat value, and granting 20 points of rage. If the Shield Bash results in a critical hit, the subsequent heroic strike will consume no rage points and will guarantee a critical hit, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Upon seeing this skill, I felt a surge of excitement. While my current skills were commendable, this one was equally impressive, providing a swift means of acquiring dragon rage and considerable damage output. Without hesitation, I acquired it and simultaneously received a system notification. Ding! You have obtained the warrior skill, now evolved into the dragon warrior skill, Shield Strike. Huh? It merely changed one word? And from bash to strike? Could it be a reduction in power? Filled with curiosity, I opened the skill list, and upon reviewing it, I chuckled. Shield Strike utilizes the shield to strike an enemy 3 consecutive times, each inflicting double attack strength damage, generating a substantial amount of threat value. Each successful strike grants 10 points of dragon rage and can hit 1 to 3 different enemies, with damage calculated separately. A critical hit allows for an additional strike on any target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Shield Bash had evolved into Shield Strike. Perhaps Shield Combo would have been a more fitting name. With this skill, I gained an additional method to acquire Dragon Rage, and it significantly enhanced my area of effect capabilities. The second item was a peculiar substance, a translucent orb containing a wisp of white smoke. Its name bore 3 question marks, leaving me uncertain of its purpose. However, one cannot expect anything less than valuable loot from a boss. As I prepared to store it in my backpack, I was astonished to discover that I already possessed one. The third item was rather straightforward, a crescent-shaped key. Being a key, it was undoubtedly meant to unlock something. Indeed, upon examining its attributes, I found a singular phrase. It is intended to open the gateway to the 3rd level. Logically, having acquired this key, one would expect the entrance to the 3rd level to be in close proximity. However, after rummaging through everything for quite a while without success, I reluctantly decided to leave the Tower of Heads and seek information outside. With the Bone King defeated, no more skeleton soldiers spawned within the tower, allowing me to descend with ease. Yet, the moment I stepped through the tower's gate, I found myself surrounded. Gazing at the crowd encircling me, I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, everyone had returned to their former selves, no longer in skeletal form. Heroes, come forth, let us properly honor our champion. Oh, noble hero, I adore you. Thank you so much, dear hero. Amidst the cacophony of gratitude from the crowd, I refrained from intervening, understanding their need to express their emotions. If they didn't, it might stifle them. In the distance, I spotted a family of 4 standing by the city gate, watching me. Among them, one towering figure caught my eye instantly. It was the skeletal gentleman from before. Gradually parting the throng, I approached him. Sir, I have not disappointed you. I have succeeded. The gentleman now beamed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Indeed, you have slain the Bone King. You are the hero of our brave world. I too smiled, sharing in the laughter with the elder, yet his mention of the courage and justice world piqued my interest. Courage and justice, perhaps? At this point, I couldn't help but ponder the initial trial I had faced, the current challenge, and the impending third one. These are merely tests. However, if they are tests, they must come with questions. This stage appears to center on the themes of courage and justice. What then was the prior trial? Likely it revolved around willpower or conviction. I barely passed the first trial. How would I fare in this second one? My performance should be satisfactory. Yet what enigma awaits with the third challenge? Elder, do you know of a door somewhere that can be opened with this? I produced the crescent-shaped key and inquired of the still laughing elder. He subdued his mirth, took the key for a moment, scrutinized it, and then returned it to me, saying, this should indeed be the key to the enormous stone gate beyond the city. It is said to lead to another world, though I cannot attest to its veracity. I nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed I was not mistaken. For an NPC, such words served as a clear indication. After years of gaming, if I could not decipher this, it would truly be a waste of my existence. Under the guidance of the elder, I swiftly arrived beside the so-called colossal stone gate. It was only upon reaching this point that I understood why it was deemed immense. The truth was, it was genuinely gargantuan. Previously, I had observed that this city lay nestled between 2 mountain ranges, and this stone gate astonishingly bridged them. What on earth was being referred to as a gate was, in fact, nothing less than a fortress wall. Yet, the towering archway and its entire form left no room for jest. This was undoubtedly a gateway. I glanced upward and estimated the height to be approximately 300 meters, while the length seemed to be around 400 or 500 meters. In utter frustration, I turned to the elderly man beside me. With a door of such colossal proportions, searching for a keyhole would be a futile endeavor, taking a century to find. If the key were equally enormous, it would at least render the keyhole visible, resembling a cavern that one could spot at a glance. However, the key was minuscule. Even if I pressed it against the wall, it would be impossible to locate the keyhole. The old man chuckled heartily and gestured for me to follow him. As we made our way towards the mountain range on the right, I could not help but utter a string of expletives upon reaching the foot of the mountains. Goodness gracious, is this not an utter farce? If they intended to construct a city wall, then let it be a city wall. But why must they erect a colossal stone gate? It left me utterly bewildered, and to add insult to injury, they had the audacity to place a small door in such an obscure corner. Who on earth designed this? I implore the creator to step forth and face my ire. Meanwhile, the uncle beside me was laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, while my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It had been years since I felt such exasperation. The sheer absurdity of it all felt like a cruel joke. I approached and inserted the key into the small door's lock, gently turning it. Indeed, the stone door creaked open with a push, revealing a dark passageway beyond. However, the corridor was not particularly long. From a distance, I could discern the glow of light at the opposite end. I turned to bid farewell to the old man, intending to step inside, when he mysteriously grasped my arm and whispered, "Young lad, there is a rumor here. No matter who you are, entering this place will lead to the loss of everything." Loss of everything? What exactly does that entail? I pondered. This phrase has merely been passed down through generations. Perhaps, centuries ago, someone understood its meaning. But as it has reached the present day, the sentence has become fragmented. Who can truly grasp its significance? Nonetheless, this warning must be conveyed to anyone who dares to unlock this great door. It is a tradition of our brave and righteous world. I shook my head in resignation. What have I lost? Everything. What does that encompass? Equipment? Levels? Companions? Life? Who knows? There is no choice but to proceed. Shall I reside in this realm of valor indefinitely? Certainly not. Nodding at the uncle, whose name I still had not discerned, I turned and stepped into the passage. It was hardly my fault for not noticing his name. After all, the only words hovering above his head were simply uncle. The journey through the passage lasted merely a few minutes, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. Upon exiting, my first instinct was to survey my surroundings. But I was disheartened to discover that this world was painfully mundane. Why mundane, you ask? Enormous trees, fertile land, mountains, rivers, the sun, and so on. This place appeared to be a remarkably unremarkable world. I found myself just behind the colossal stone door, suggesting that no form of teleportation had transpired. Indeed, that passage was merely the thickness of the immense stone door. Beyond the door lay an endless forest, starkly contrasting with the previous desert's woodland. This was a primordial forest, where even a single tree would require the embrace of 4 or 5 individuals to encircle its trunk. The place I have arrived at is a highland, resembling a basin, surrounded by a downward slope in all directions. From this elevated vantage point, I can gaze upon the entirety of the basin, which is entirely engulfed in dense forest. At the very center, an object stands, distant and indistinct, yet I possess an inexplicable intuition that this is the destination I must seek. Its striking presence is undeniable. Upon leaving the passage, it is the first thing that captures my attention. I did not linger here for long, but instead plunged directly into the forest, making my way toward its very heart. Merely a few minutes after entering, when I glanced back, the imposing stone gate had vanished from view, obscured by towering trees. I donned a hooded cloak and pulled up a fabric mask, for the stench was unbearable. The area was replete with swamps, and the sight of the grotesque sludge creatures crawling about made me feel nauseated to the point of retching. Who, in the realm of World of Warcraft, had the audacity to bestow upon these abominations such an endearing name as Little Softy? Each sludge creature was larger than I, its putrid muck oozing down its form, writhing. Writhing. Ugh. With a dry heave, I could no longer tolerate the scene and quickened my pace to escape this wretched place. The swamps did not diminish along my path. I had just passed one when another emerged ahead. I dared not venture directly into the mire, opting instead to circumvent it. Yet, the forest was far from tranquil, teeming with various beasts ranging from level 1 to level 50. Fortunately, they were merely common monsters, and with my extraordinary damage prowess, each fell swiftly before me. Even when encountering creatures beyond my level, I felt no trepidation. Should my initial strike fail to inflict damage, I would simply strike again. And again, eventually, I would land a blow. These ordinary monsters possessed little health. A few strikes were sufficient to bring them down. They could attack me if they wished. My extensive health pool would withstand their efforts, and I relished the challenge of seeing how long it would take them to defeat me. As I advanced step by step, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. Why was it that the deeper I ventured, the weaker the monsters became? This was utterly contrary to the conventional logic of games. Typically, one would expect the foes near the end of a level to be increasingly formidable, culminating in a final confrontation with a boss. Yet here, the scenario was entirely inverted. With no understanding of the cause and no means to alter my course, I resolved to proceed to the very center. The weakness of the monsters was fortuitous and would not hinder my progress. With a swift strike for each creature, I transformed into my black dragon form and wielded my twin great swords, dispatching foes with ease. A glance at my experience meter startled me. These monsters granted no experience. Yet my meter began to fluctuate. My experience bar began to fluctuate, yet I found no joy in it. for it was decreasing instead of increasing. The rate of decline was excruciatingly slow, but I observed intently, and indeed it was diminishing. Suddenly, the words of the old man echoed in my mind. I would lose everything. Could he be referring to my level? It was futile to ponder, for my destination lay at the very heart of the basin. Watching my experience bar oscillate incessantly, I instinctively quickened my pace, only to discover that the faster I moved, the more rapidly my experience dwindled. What could possibly be causing this accelerated loss of experience? Could it be my speed of movement? That seemed implausible. If movement speed were the factor, then logically, standing still should prevent any loss. Yet here I stood, and my experience was evidently depleting at a faster rate than before. Wait, could it be that the proximity to the center was the culprit? To test my hypothesis, I sprinted a short distance forward, and indeed, my assumption was validated. The closer I drew to the center, the quicker my experience diminished. I was compelled to halt and ponder the implications. The center was undoubtedly my destination, yet what good would it do to arrive if my level dropped to 0, only to be obliterated by a mere minion? What if a formidable boss awaited there? However, what strategies could I possibly devise against such an unprecedented predicament? In the realm of World of Warcraft, I had never encountered the concept of experience loss, and the same held true for NW. Yet, by conventional reasoning, when faced with such anomalies, solutions should be evident in the surroundings, yet I found no guidance, no means to commence my search. After much deliberation, I dared not venture deeper, and instead, I retraced my steps to the place I had come from. After all, in the outermost regions, the loss of experience was nearly negligible. If I remained stationary now, I would surely lose a level within mere minutes. The journey back was uneventful. The creatures here posed no threat, the only terror being the experience loss, which increased the closer I approached the center. Based on my previous observations, I had scarcely traveled a fraction of the distance, perhaps 1/10. The rate of experience loss was nearly tenfold compared to the outermost area. What then awaited in the depths? 100-fold? 1,000-fold? I dared not contemplate it. Remaining there for just a few minutes would likely reduce me to level 0. Upon returning to the outermost fringes, my mind began to race. This issue must be resolved. Otherwise, I would be unable to progress. The problem clearly stemmed from the environment, not from within myself. Thus, I resolved to investigate the elements nearby. I surveyed my surroundings, observing this and touching that, inhaling the scents and poking at things. Yet, this place was utterly akin to a primordial forest, where the only company was that of monsters and the vibrant flora, towering trees, and the like. What could possibly stem the tide of this experience depletion? I continued my search an hour, 2 hours. Before long, 5 hours had elapsed. However, my exploration yielded no results, not even the faintest hint of a clue. At this juncture, I was compelled to halt, for I had already descended a level. Gazing at the steadily dwindling experience points, a chill coursed through me, a tremor of apprehension. If I was mistaken, and there was truly nothing here to counteract this decline, then remaining at this periphery would lead to my inevitable descent to level 0. The pace at which the feral beasts lost levels was evidently dissimilar from that of the players, while I had fallen a level. The surrounding creatures remained at their original rank. Suddenly, a thought struck me, causing my heart to sink. Although losing 1 or 2 levels might bear some impact on my strength, the ramifications would be negligible. However, what if I were to drop 10 levels? 20? It is crucial to note that even if I lingered at the outermost fringes, the rate of my decline would accelerate, as the experience required to ascend a level increases significantly, while conversely, the experience needed for the subsequent level diminishes drastically with each level lost, thereby hastening the pace of decline. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to charge straight into the heart of this domain. Whether I lived or perished would be left to fate. I had fruitlessly searched the periphery for 5 hours. It was likely that another 5 hours would yield similar futility. Hesitation was not in my nature. If death awaited, then so be it. I summoned my mental fortitude once more. Once resolute, my movements became swift. Aware that the monsters posed no threat to me, I disregarded them entirely and sprinted directly towards the epicenter. The only obstacles to navigate were the treacherous swamps. To become ensnared in such a mire would likely mean awaiting my descent to level 0. Upon reaching level 0, I should have the option to teleport back to my birthplace, thereby escaping this cursed place. Yet, this remained mere conjecture. After all, reaching level 0 would signify the utter failure of this quest. Remaining here held little meaning, and I could not log out unless someone outside forcibly removed the gaming helmet from my head. Cautiously maneuvering around each swamp, My pace quickened slightly beneath my feet. Level 40. The deeper I ventured, the greater my trepidation grew. The rate of experience depletion here was alarmingly rapid. I could even observe the experience bar visibly diminishing. I dared not pause. Every second was a precious fragment of experience. As I ventured deeper, the surrounding environment gradually transformed. I could no longer discern the ancient colossal trees of the primordial forest. Instead, I was surrounded by the commonplace flora that, while still towering, lacked the oppressive aura of their predecessors. However, at that moment, I was far too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery, for I had plummeted 5 levels. The descent was exhilarating, and I had scarcely traversed a little over half the distance. Yet, undeterred by wind and rain, I pressed on. The loss of experience was mounting rapidly, and suddenly I noticed that the creatures I encountered were frequently of a higher level than I. At my current level of 35, I was astonished to find monsters exceeding me by 10 levels. A wave of realization struck me. This cursed place harbored yet another trap, should my pace falter. I risked being outpaced by the surrounding beasts, making it exceedingly likely that I would fall victim to their attacks. What punishment awaited me upon death? I dared not speculate. Perhaps a direct loss of a level? I was unwilling to test this theory, so I quickened my pace, nearly stumbling in my haste. At level 30, my focus had narrowed to mere survival, oblivious to all else as I ran. Fortunately, my speed was sufficient, and the general level of the monsters around me had stabilized in relation to my own. Any pause now would erase the progress I had painstakingly regained within mere seconds. Silence enveloped my journey as experience continued to dwindle, and my nerves dulled. When I finally lifted my gaze once more, I was startled to discover that I was remarkably close to the epicenter of this realm. There, in the very heart of it all, stood an enormous sword, towering to an estimated height of 20 stories. I could not help but feel a surge of bewilderment. Was this colossal sword the source of experience absorption? But why was it so immense? And who had driven it into the ground here? My mind swarmed with unanswered questions, yet I pressed on, encouraged by the clarity of my surroundings, suggesting that I was nearing my destination. I continued my journey, traversing an area where the monsters were all below level 10. At this juncture, I felt no trepidation. My own level had dwindled to a mere 12. Even if I were to plummet to level 0, I would not fear the creatures surrounding me. After all, I was still clad in my equipment. Although my attributes declined alongside my level, I was far from the state of a newborn character, whose initial gear was utterly devoid of any stats, rendering their damage and armor woefully inadequate. Now, I found myself losing a level every couple of minutes. The distinction between levels 10 and 0 mattered little to me. My sole desire was to unravel the mystery of this sword. After hours of relentless pursuit, my stamina was nearly exhausted. At that moment, drenched in sweat, I continued to advance towards the sword. A half-hour later, I finally stood before its majestic form, and in that instant, my level dropped to 0. A notification chimed. System alert. Your current status is that of a novice. Would you like to return to your point of origin? No. As I had anticipated, descending to level 0 allowed for an exit, but departing would mean the demise of my character. I would have to start anew. To my astonishment, the trials of the first stage had revealed such unwavering resolve within me. It seemed I might receive additional merit for my performance in this initial challenge. A sudden voice startled me. Following the sound, I turned towards the sword, squinting to see a spectral figure beckoning me forth from below the colossal blade. Having come this far, I could not depart empty-handed. Even if I gained nothing tangible, I at least sought to understand the situation. I stepped closer, halting before the apparition, and suddenly, clarity washed over me. The spirit before me appeared youthful, yet there was something eerily familiar about him. As I scrutinized his features, recognition dawned, and I spoke softly. So, I've arrived here. Will you now reveal the circumstances behind this encounter, old man? Indeed, this figure was none other than the skeletal guardian I had encountered earlier, the very one who had spoken to me during the first stage. Ah, you've caught me. He chuckled. Indeed, I am the guardian of these 3 trials, and I am the spirit of the sword that stands before you. The spirit of the sword. The realization struck me. The purpose of my arrival in this realm was to seek this very spirit. Moreover, could it be that the weapon I had forged was this very giant sword? The spirit disowned my thoughts and spoke with a reassuring smile. Fear not. This sword is indeed the weapon you have crafted, and I am the spirit you seek. However, such a divine blade cannot be wielded by just anyone. The trials I present are merely the conditions under which I willingly submit to be wielded. I nodded in agreement. realizing that if this divine sword were to fall into the hands of the bone dragon and its ilk, or any other nefarious beings, the chaos that would ensue is beyond imagination. Do you have a name? I inquired, looking at the spirit of the weapon. Let us postpone that discussion for now. What is of utmost importance is whether you have retrieved my soul fragments, the spirit replied. Upon mentioning the soul fragments, it was evident that the spirit was gritting its teeth, suppressing its agitation. I could perceive its struggle quite clearly. However, what precisely are soul fragments? Suddenly, it dawned upon me. They are the two orbs, the ones shrouded in mist. As I spoke, I took out the two orbs and offered them to the spirit. Yet, it waved its hand, signaling me to retract them, and spoke. My soul fragments are not as powerful as I am. And since I am in control of the sword's true form, if I could have touched them, I would have acted long ago. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brows and inquired, why is that? They are your soul fragments. You should be able to absorb them, right? No. They are indeed my soul fragments, but they are no longer so. If they had merely separated without any consciousness of their own, I could easily absorb them. However, the dilemma now is that they have developed their own consciousness, originating from my very essence. Thus, although my strength vastly surpasses theirs in terms of soul consciousness, we stand on equal ground. Should I attempt to forcibly consume them, it would be uncertain who would ultimately devour whom. I nodded knowingly. Yet suddenly a realization struck me, prompting me to lift my gaze and inquire, does that not imply your incompleteness? If you are indeed incomplete, what shall become of my sword? To which I responded, precisely. This is why I require your assistance. You see, I have divided my essence into 3 fragments. 2 have already returned. 1 remains within this forest. If you could help me reclaim these 2 fragments and then merge with me, I would be able to return to the sword's body. In doing so, you would be able to wield it, and the effects of experience absorption here would dissipate. All that would remain for you is to gradually locate that elusive orb. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. How vast is this place? Yet I am tasked with finding such a minuscule object, no larger than a human head. It is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, what can I say? Without that gem, my sword remains incomplete, and I cannot accept an imperfect weapon. By the way, how long has it been since I entered this world? I have traversed through 3 realms, each with a peculiar sense of time. And I am utterly oblivious to how long I spent in the first realm. The spirit of the weapon counted on its fingers and slowly spoke. You have been here for approximately 23 days and 4 hours, totaling 556 hours. However, time flows 10 times faster in this world than in the outside realm, which means that only 55.6 hours have passed outside, roughly 2.5 days. After murmuring calculations to itself, it nodded affirmatively, indeed. Just under 2.5 days. Yet, at that moment, my mind seemed to halt. Why? Goodness, this divine artifact can manipulate time. Although it only alters the internal flow of time, it is still a powerful tool for time control. Numerous artifacts possess internal spaces, such as the spatial artifact belonging to the old dragon, which I had previously entered. However, judging by Sar's utterly unfazed expression at the time, it is clear that he understands far more than mere knowledge. He likely possesses something similar. However, artifacts that not only contain an internal space but also alter the passage of time within that space are rare indeed. It is said that Sargeras' weapon can temporarily alter the flow of time in the real world, undoubtedly possessing a similar effect. Could it be that the weapon I forged is on par with Sargeras'? The weapon spirit looked at me and grinned knowingly, clearly perceiving my thoughts. Actually, do not overthink it. Even if my soul were to be fully restored, there remains a considerable distance to the realm of the super artifact. Super artifact? I inquired, puzzled. Wasn't it said that the highest rank in NW is the artifact? What is this super artifact? A super artifact is still an artifact. But there exists a hierarchy among artifacts, which you must surely comprehend. In truth, the sword I embody was not forged by you. It has existed long before your time, and even predates the emergence of this world. The race that forged me is known as the Titans. You may have heard of them. However, I was shattered in a great war long ago, which explains the fragmentation of my soul. This time, the weapon you have forged closely resembles my previous form, which strikes me as curious. Was it crafted in imitation of my likeness? Regardless of the circumstances, it is through this form that the gateway to this world was opened, allowing me to manifest within it, while simultaneously bringing my original sword along for refinement and forging. However, due to the fragmentation of my soul during the forging process, complications arose, resulting in a mere semblance devoid of the true brilliance of a divine sword. The moment you entered, I perceived you as an opportunity, a chance to emerge into the light once more. Thus, I promptly sent you to the first soul gem, each representing a fragment of my wisdom or abilities, which simultaneously served to test your worthiness to possess my legacy. The first trial disappointed me greatly. Yet now it appears your will is remarkably robust. Perhaps the initial challenge was overly stringent. This trial embodies both darkness and light, representing my foremost ability, the complete deprivation of the opponent's vision for a limited duration, an effect that cannot be broken. The second trial is simpler, encompassing courage and justice. Although I was branded a demonic sword in that era, none who perished by my blade were anything but nefarious beings. My designation as a demon stems from another ability I shall not disclose at present. My second power is suppression. Anyone lacking a righteous heart before me is diminished by at least 30%, or even to an immeasurable extent, regardless of their standing in existence. However, should one possess a noble spirit, this ability becomes ineffective. The third ability pertains to that soul fragment you have yet to locate, which possesses the power of evolution. However, it remains dormant due to its diminutive size upon fragmentation, buried somewhere in this world, its whereabouts unknown. The fourth ability is my own, which you have previously sensed, the power of gain and loss. Simply put, it allows for the absorption of any power after vanquishing an enemy. For instance, slaying a beast would yield certain experience points, yet its essence would dissipate into the ether. My ability allows me to extract a portion of this impending loss, which I share with the wielder, you. With my evolutionary capacity, I can gradually mend myself after absorbing this experience, with the hope of one day reclaiming my former exalted status. Moreover, it is not limited to mere experience. I can absorb all forms of power, such as enhancing your vitality, attack strength, speed, and even sensory perceptions like sight and smell. As long as it exists, I can absorb it, provided you can find suitable beings to offer their resources or be slain. Of course, various magical scrolls can also be absorbed, as magical energy is equally applicable. Listening to this entity speak so eloquently left me in a state of astonishment. How could I be unaware of his second ability? In the annals of beastly history exists a sword known as Quelserer, wielded by a legendary figure in human history, Anduin Lothar. He was the seventh leader of the Brotherhood of the Horse, regent of the Kingdom of Azeroth, supreme commander of the Alliance of Lordaeron, and the sole heir of the Arthi bloodline, each title bearing significant weight in the world of Azeroth. This weapon, known by another name, is familiar to all who have ventured through the realms of the old World of Warcraft, Quelserer. The reason I find myself contemplating this sword is due to the intriguing narrative it embodies, which elucidates its uniqueness. This exceptional quality has earned it an epithet, the Sword of Nobility. This blade possesses unparalleled power. However, it is incapable of engaging in combat alongside those of noble character. This aspect bears a resemblance to the second ability previously mentioned by the weapon spirit. Now, regarding the first ability, light and darkness, I can surmise that it likely resembles a blinding effect. This ability is indeed remarkably practical. Imagine a duel between two adversaries where, suddenly, one becomes completely blind. The outcome is quite evident. Typically, the duration of blindness is fleeting, and any inflicted damage would dispel the blinding state. Yet, the blindness conferred by this sword is unbreakable. Such a slight alteration can lead to momentous transformations. Finally, we arrive at the third and fourth abilities, which when combined, facilitate the absorption of experience and evolution, thus endowing this sword with limitless potential. Its forging material is the legendary demonized source metal. The conventional method of evolution involves the utilization of higher-grade materials for enhancement, accompanied by a certain failure rate. I am already wielding the demonized source metal. Where might I procure materials of even greater caliber? However, with this ability, the scenario shifts dramatically. It inherently possesses the materials of an ancient blade, requiring only time and experience points to evolve. The fourth ability, when considered independently, is equally formidable, allowing the absorption of various powers. Does this not imply that as long as I prepare an array of magical scrolls, I can alter my combat style at will? Whether it be damage-oriented, tank type, or agile. I could even transform myself into a magical swordsman. With the weapon absorbing diverse magical energies, my attacks could incorporate substantial magical damage. Is this not the essence of a magical swordsman? I find myself drifting amidst the ocean of my fantasies, and upon awakening, the next utterance from the spirit of the instrument exhilarates me even further. Do not lament the levels you have just lost. They are beyond my control. The ancient sword must meld with the new blade, a process that demands immense energy. Moreover, you have not truly forfeited those levels. My eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation. Although I could swiftly regain the lost levels, it would still consume precious time. I hastily inquired, "Will I be able to reclaim these levels?" The spirit, with a confident nod, replied, "Not only will you restore your levels, but you may even surpass them." As I observed the surrounding beasts and monsters, I recalled that they had once been at level 100, especially those nearer to this place, whose former levels were even higher. I find myself somewhat perplexed. What difference does it make? Slaying them yields no experience. Once I was at level 100, yet now I am not. This is a grave misunderstanding. Defeating these creatures indeed grants experience, but it has been consumed by the sword's fusion process, which is why you have not received any. This realm is unlike the two previous worlds, which were mere illusions, conjured by my fragmented soul, though this world is also ephemeral. The beasts and monsters here are far from fictitious. They are captured by me each time I awaken, all in anticipation of this day of resurgence. I firmly believe in the vastness of destiny. If I have not completely dissipated, it surely means I am destined to re-emerge. I am uncertain how much energy the days ahead will require, hence my continuous capture of creatures. I have lost count of how many level 100 monsters I have seized. The beings I have captured are all of at least level 80. Though their powers have significantly diminished since the onset of this fusion process, causing their levels to drop considerably. Now, as the sword's fusion approaches completion, only a modest amount of experience is needed for it to fully take shape. At that moment, the experience from the monsters you have slain will be attributed to you. Furthermore, the experience granted by these creatures is not based on their current levels, but rather on their original levels. In essence, when you vanquish these monsters now, it is akin to defeating creatures of level 100. So, I ask you, how long do you believe it will take for you to regain your level? Haha. The more I listened, the more exhilarated I became, ultimately leaping up in excitement. Initially, I thought that sacrificing my levels for this extraordinary artifact was a considerable gain. However, to my astonishment, I now had the opportunity to regain my original levels, or perhaps even exceed them. How could I possibly remain calm under such circumstances? Without further ado, please assist me in suppressing and absorbing these two fragments of souls. Once I succeed, I will be able to wield a significant portion of the Divine Sword's power, essentially allowing you to utilize me during our upcoming monster hunt, thereby enhancing the experience points considerably. How may I assist you? The immense temptation before me had ensnared me completely. I doubt anyone could resist such a lure. It's quite simple. While I am consuming, just hold them down for me. The spirit of the artifact spoke with a hint of excitement, his emotions undoubtedly difficult to articulate. Yet as an experienced entity, he must not lose composure in my presence. Upon hearing this response, I was taken aback. Was it really that straightforward? Indeed, it is that simple. The spirit affirmed with a nod. Although they lack physical forms and are merely ethereal, the act of absorption between us is something outsiders cannot assist with. You merely need to restrain them to prevent erratic movements, which will compel them to allocate a portion of their will to resist the pressure you exert. Consequently, my will can surpass theirs, and the absorption will be accomplished in mere moments. Moreover, this suppression does not entail physical restraint. Rather, it involves exerting willpower. In fact, this method is easier than using hands. Just fixate your gaze upon them, instilling the fear that you might annihilate them. Controlling one's will is not within your current capabilities. Hence this approach must suffice. Upon hearing this explanation, I couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Is this what they call slaying with a mere gaze? Nevertheless, resignation aside, I nodded in agreement and retrieved a soul orb, signaling to the spirit that we could commence. The spirit nodded in acknowledgement, his expression growing serious. I placed the orb on the ground, gripping it tightly with one hand, while an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from my being. Fixating my gaze upon it with unwavering intensity. Ah, what a spirited fellow. Such formidable malevolence. Ha. This will surely facilitate my endeavor to devour and merge with it. Maintaining this posture is truly no trivial matter. To fixate on a single object without blinking would tire anyone's eyes, and I am no exception. Yet, this pertains to my divine weapon. No matter how strained my eyes may become, I must persevere. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Time trickled by, and after approximately 15 minutes, just as I was on the verge of yielding, the spirit of the artifact bellowed, "Do not relinquish your resistance. Release it." Suddenly, the soul orb beneath my hand transformed into a wisp of smoke, wafting into the mouth of the spirit. The entity began to emanate a faint, ethereal glow, closing its eyes, while I too shut mine, not from the act of absorption and fusion, but merely due to the strain in my eyes, seeking respite. After a while, the atmosphere around me shifted abruptly, prompting me to open my eyes, just in time to witness the spirit also awakening, its gaze revealing a glimmer of gratitude, coupled with renewed vigor far surpassing its previous state. Next, I mused. This time the duration shall likely be even shorter. I retrieved the second orb, offering a faint smile. The gratitude reflected in its eyes was genuine, unmistakable, thus the remnants of my wariness dissipated entirely. The spirit nodded in acknowledgement, its grateful eyes slightly reddening. I did not utter much. Some matters are best kept within the confines of one's heart, unnecessary to vocalize. As before, I placed the second bead upon the ground. And a surge of murderous intent coursed through me as I fixated intently on the bead before me. The spirit of the artifact swiftly sprang into action, appearing significantly more at ease than moments prior. It seemed that devouring the previous fragment of the soul had greatly benefited it, and a sense of joy welled within me. For it is the spirit of the divine instrument that I am soon to possess, my ally, my very essence. In essence, it is akin to a comrade upon my chariot of war. Its strength brings me delight, and with its increasing power, my weapon becomes ever more formidable. As I grow stronger, I am better equipped to fulfill my missions and safeguard those dear to me. My eyes had already begun to tire. Yet I gritted my teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze enveloped me, soothing my weary eyes. The spirit's movements became markedly swifter. Before long, cracks emerged upon the soul bead. In but 2 or 3 minutes, the bead shattered completely, transforming into a wisp of smoke that the spirit eagerly consumed. Devour, refine, absorb, integrate, all executed in a seamless flow. The spirit gradually opened its eyes, erupted into laughter, and bellowed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I, the demon of radiance, have regained my form. I stood by, observing him unleash the tempest of emotions within him, and I too was profoundly affected. In the midst of battle, his body lay shattered, his soul fragmented, ensconced in the depths of his inner world for an unfathomable number of years. He now finally glimpsed the light of day once more. The emotions that surged within him required no further elaboration. After a hearty laugh, the spirit of the artifact tempered its expression, then gradually approached me, kneeling on one knee with a resounding voice, proclaiming, I pay my respects to my master. My true name is Yao Mo, bestowed upon me by my previous master. In this life, I exist because of you, my master. I humbly request that you grant me a name. I smiled and nodded, pondering for a moment. A name blossomed in my mind. Since you were forged by the former master, I cannot strip away the esteemed surname bestowed upon you by that divine being. Thus, let us retain the character while replacing the second character with, in this lifetime, you shall reign as the sovereign of sorts. Yao Huang? Yao Huang. Ha, splendid. I shall not disappoint the master's lofty expectations. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Yao Huang. With that, Yao Huang waved his hand, causing the colossal sword behind him to dance gracefully before swiftly shrinking in size, until it transformed into a great sword, slightly longer and broader than a typical two-handed sword. Before coming to a halt, Yao Huang, cradling the magnificent sword with both hands, knelt on one knee before me, beseeching the master for a drop of blood to truly become the rightful owner of the Yao Huang sword. Without hesitation, I gently traced my finger across the spiked armor of the dragon, eliciting a droplet of my blood that fell onto the radiant emperor sword. With a soft hiss, my essence mingled with the blade, and in an instant, a vivid image of the sword materialized in my mind. Indeed, it was the very emperor sword before me. At that moment, I sensed an indelible connection between us. With a mere thought, the emperor sword soared into the air, firmly grasped within my hand. The intensity of this sensation, akin to a profound unity, was overwhelming, as if the emperor sword had become an integral part of my being. With a casual flourish, I sliced through the air, the sound of the tearing atmosphere attesting to the blade's sharpness and formidable power. Yao Huang spoke again, Master. I wish to further familiarize myself with this new blade. It seems to possess certain unique qualities yet undiscovered. Once I have comprehended its essence, I shall return to elucidate it for you. Very well, you may enter. By the way, refrain from calling me Master in the future. We are not bound by the master-servant relationship, but rather, we are friends, brothers, and comrades in arms. A strange glimmer illuminated Yao Huang's eyes, and unexpectedly, A tear rolled down his cheek. He nodded, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. Simultaneously, his voice resonated in my mind. I have entered. It appears there are still remarkable aspects here. Oh, Master. No, how should I address you? Haha, simply call me Hongchen. All right, Hongchen. Now attempt to control it with your mind, and command Yao Huang's sword to divide. I grasped the Radiant Emperor's sword and contemplated its essence. A thought crossed my mind, and suddenly, the sword emitted a brilliant golden light. From the hilt, another hilt sprang forth, with a swift tug of my other hand. I was astonished to find yet another sword materialize. Upon examining the two swords in my grasp, it was evident that both were indeed Radiant Emperor's swords, albeit slightly more slender than before. Indeed, the worldly echoes continued to issue commands. Transform my left hand into a shield. I complied with the instructions, and to my astonishment, the blade of the Radiant Emperor's sword in my left hand suddenly unfurled what appeared to be wings. Subsequently, the hilt bent downward, becoming entirely parallel to the blade. At the junction where the hilt and blade met, two additional wings sprang upwards. Observing its stillness, I turned it over and realized it was unmistakably a shield. Though it felt remarkably lightweight in my grasp, it was forged from magical source ingots, incorporating materials crafted by the Titan race eons ago for the creation of artifacts, the robustness of which requires no further elaboration. With the Radiant Emperor's sword in my right hand and the Radiant Emperor's shield in my left, clad in armor transformed by dragon essence, I presented an image of unparalleled martial prowess. What intrigued me, however, was that the Radiant Emperor's shield had not undergone the dragon's transformation. Upon deeper reflection, I comprehended the reason. The Radiant Emperor's shield did not originate in this era. Its existence likely predates even the Dragon God. Therefore, the blessings of the Dragon God could not be conferred upon the Radiant Emperor's shield. Conversely, this implies that the Radiant Emperor's shield possesses formidable strength, entirely capable of standing independently without the divine favor of the Dragon God. Upon examining the attributes list, I realized that the current Radiant Emperor's sword and shield possesses no discernible attributes, and its name is accompanied by a parenthetical fragment of 3 incomplete characters. It appears that without discovering the final soul gem, I will remain oblivious to the true might of the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. Radiant Emperor, can you perhaps provide a vague indication of the location of the last gem? With a mere thought, communication is established, which is indeed quite convenient. However, I cannot ascertain this information independently. I can only sense a trace of its presence when in close proximity. It is certain that it resides within this very forest. The voice of the Radiant Emperor echoed back to me. I, too, shook my head in resignation, then continued to inquire how much experience was still needed for the Radiant Emperor's sword to fully merge with the ancient sword body. How many more monsters must I slay? It seems we are nearing saturation. The experience gained from directly vanquishing foes with the sword far surpasses that of merely standing still and absorbing it from the vicinity. I estimated that around 100 more would suffice. A mere 100? It would take but a short while. With that thought, I ceased further discussion, grasped the Radiant Emperor's sword, and transformed it into a pair of great swords. I unleashed a dragon slash toward a nearby monster. In this realm, it is customary that creatures below level 10 do not engage players, hence they're all marked in yellow. These once formidable level 100 beasts, too, gazed at my Radiant Emperor's sword with gritted teeth, yet they could not launch an attack, which struck me as quite amusing. I have lost my rank, yet my skills remain intact. The health points of the lowly creatures I encounter hover around a mere 100 and seldom exceed 200. Under the swift onslaught granted by the fury of the Tempest and the devastating power of the Mad Dragon Slash, I relentlessly harvest the densely packed monsters surrounding me. Perhaps only half an hour has passed when I suddenly ascend to level 4, jumping from 0 to 4 in one fell swoop. I realize at last that the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield has finally reached its saturation point. Radiant Emperor, have you completed the absorption? I chuckle. Indeed, the initial fusion and restoration have been accomplished. The subsequent experience can now be shared with you. The experience that propelled you to level 4 just now was merely the leftover 10 points after my saturation. I am not deceiving you. Am I? Upon hearing this, a surge of desire ignited within me. 10. Just 10 points of experience allowed me to leap to level 4. How immense must the original experience have been? Moreover, after all this time spent slaying, I've only claimed a trivial fraction of the total, an inconsequential portion in relation to the vastness of the entire forest. An overwhelming fervor surged through my mind. while the Radiant Emperor chuckled and shook his head, remarking on the exhilarating unpredictability of life's great rises and falls. I fought fiercely, relentlessly, for 3 to 4 hours, yet the thrill within me remained unabated. Such is the essence of human desire. I realized that what lay before me was not a monstrous beast, but rather a wealth of experience, an abundant reservoir of knowledge. My level has been restored to 40, and I have already cleared a significant portion of the forest. Although the monsters on the outskirts possess higher levels, the experience they yield remains relatively unchanged. I can unleash a full dragon fury with every strike. Thus, the level of these non-elite monsters holds little significance for me. As I continued to vanquish these foes, a troubling thought furrowed my brow. With so many marshes in this area, what if the soul gem sank beneath the mire of one of those swamps? Frowning, I pressed on in my slaughter, feeling powerless. If it had indeed sunk into the swamp, I might have to devise a means to clear each marsh one by one. At last, in the vast expanse of the forest, I could find no living monsters left. My level had risen to 51, a remarkable increase of 9 levels since my previous descent, nearing 10. My spirits soared. According to the calculations of the Radiant Emperor, I had only been in this realm for a mere 2 or 3 days. I was likely the only individual exceeding level 50. However, a dilemma arose. I still had not located the gem. What should I do? Was I truly required to overturn every swamp? Even a year might not suffice. Yet, the next words from the Radiant Emperor eased my furrowed brow. There were still monsters remaining. I sensed a formidable creature over 1,000 meters to the north that had yet to be slain. How peculiar. I had conducted a thorough sweep, yet some remained. Nevertheless, despite my confusion, I trusted the Radiant Emperor's words. Having undergone the blood oath, our bond had become inseparable, and given his extensive time in this realm, he had even captured these monsters himself. I adjusted my direction to head due north, and after traversing approximately a kilometer, a vast swamp unfolded before my eyes. At this moment, a sudden realization dawned upon me, and I discerned the whereabouts of the elusive fish I had been seeking. This swamp was unlike the previous ones I had encountered. Here, the air was not thick with the stench of decay, and the mire was not saturated with filth. Instead, the surroundings were marked by clusters of soft, squishy terrain known as sludge creatures. However, this particular expanse was entirely different. It lacked the foul odor, and the muck within the mire was minimal. In fact, one could argue that this was not a swamp at all, but rather a tranquil pond. The area was remarkably clean, devoid of any sludge creatures, and all of this indicated one undeniable truth. Something was undoubtedly concealed within this very lake. I muttered to myself that this fellow is indeed clever, hiding in the lake to resist the consuming force of experience. His level must be quite high. Yao Huang, do you have a way to lure him out? Hee, just watch me. A thought emanated, and in response, Yao Huang's form surged forth from the Yao Huang sword shield. Plunging headlong into the mire, I stood outside, my hands firmly gripping the Radiant Sovereign sword and shield. While the sword in my left hand transformed into the Radiant Sovereign shield, my dragon visage had also morphed into that of a black dragon. Indeed, my conjecture proved correct. Hiding here could effectively stave off a significant portion of the experience absorption. The Radiant Sovereign burst forth, closely followed by the creature concealed within, an enormous serpent-like entity. In the realm of the Warcraft universe, there exists a creature akin to this, known as the Burrower. However, the creature before me was considerably larger than the usual burrowers. I recalled encountering a similar being in the initial dungeon, the Rage Fire Chasm, where a boss residing within the molten depths bore a striking resemblance to this one. Wait, a boss? Could this creature also be a boss? The Radiant Sovereign dove back into the Radiant Sovereign sword and shield, as the massive serpent's colossal head lunged towards me with astonishing speed, leaving me no time to evade. In a frantic attempt to block the strike, I raised my left hand. Thud. I was sent flying, suffering over 2,000 points of damage, and this was the damage incurred even after a successful block. I hastily rose to my feet, and at last, I beheld the enormous serpent before me. Indeed, it was a formidable boss, a level 65 one at that. A wave of helplessness washed over me, not out of fear, but because it seemed utterly insurmountable. In terms of attributes, without considering equipment, I was akin to a level 100 player clad in level 40 gear. My fundamental stats were exceedingly high, while my strength was comparable to that of this creature named the Swamp Giant Python. A particular game mechanic left me utterly defenseless: the evasion rate that escalates when one's level exceeds that of an opponent by 5 levels. With such a stipulation in place, I found it nearly impossible to inflict substantial damage. Do not fear, engage him. All artifacts possess a level-ignoring effect. The voice of Yao Huang resonated in my mind, and I was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, I hadn't realized such a feature existed. A spark of desire ignited within me. This creature effectively possessed the experience of a level 100 boss. Should I succeed in vanquishing it, I could only imagine the levels I might gain. My mind began to wander with possibilities, yet my hands remained steady. Since I could strike, I now had the means to resist. The swamp giant python lunged at me once more, its massive head exuding an air of intimidation. My previous hit had caught me off guard. But I would not afford it that opportunity again. The loss of over 2,000 health points was inconsequential in the face of my instant healing potions. A single dose would restore me considerably. I sidestepped and leaped, simultaneously swinging the Yao Huang sword down toward the nape of the serpent's neck. As the adage goes, strike a snake at its weakest point, which is located not far behind its neck, precisely where I aimed. At that moment, I bore no dragon fury. Even unleashing the frenzied dragon slash would yield minimal damage. Thus, this strike was merely a standard attack. Following it, I executed a skill now known as reverse scale counterattack, which allowed me to accumulate dragon fury. Seizing the moment while the giant serpent remained unresponsive, I struck it thrice with the Yao Huang shield, delivering shield bashes that garnered me considerable dragon fury. The serpent emitted a deafening roar. It seemed my earlier blows had inflicted enough pain, as evidenced by the damage that floated above its head. Though the numbers themselves were modest, the accompanying descriptor, critical hit, explained the serpent's anguished cry. With a flick of its head, it swung towards me like a meteor hammer. I dared not confront it head-on, opting instead to prostrate myself on the ground. In the next instant, the serpent's head soared over me, the rush of air slicing against my skin painfully. I had not yet risen when the colossal swamp python unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of venom towards me. Witnessing that deluge of green liquid hurtling in my direction made me feel nauseous, almost on the verge of retching. I immediately summoned all my speed to evade it. Yet at the last moment, I was still splashed by a bit of the vile substance. Instantly, damage surged forth at a rate of 500 per second, persisting for a minute. My goodness, that amounted to 30,000 health points. Where on earth could I procure such a vast quantity of health? At present, my own health barely exceeded 15,000. Even utilizing a health potion would not suffice, as it was on cooldown. Simultaneously, the gigantic serpent emitted a triumphant hiss and lunged ferociously towards me once more. A sigh of exasperation escaped my lips as I contemplated the perilous situation I found myself in. The life-and-death scenario unfolding before me sent tremors of fear coursing through my heart. I bore the burden of a grievous wound, bleeding profusely, while the source of this venomous threat loomed ominously fixated on me. Just then, a voice thundered in my mind. Here, right here, the last soul orb resides with it. A sense of urgency washed over me. Alas, escape was no longer an option. Should I flee, the final soul orb would be lost forever. Moreover, the prospect of retreat was daunting, for the monstrous serpent would not grant me a moment's respite to contemplate my next move. The serpent lunged at me once more, even more ferociously than before. Damn, it seemed the creature was intent on taking advantage of my vulnerability. With a sigh of resignation, I pressed on, determined not to let my guard down for even a moment. I hurriedly evaded, knowing that I had to endure the venomous onslaught and survive the loss of health. Such an AoE attack, laden with toxic damage, could not be employed frequently, or else it would be futile. Indeed, for the next 30 seconds, the colossal serpent refrained from spewing venom again. I maintained my distance, evading its attacks, yet I found myself in dire straits. Despite consuming several health potions, my vitality had plummeted to the brink of extinction. The poison damage had only reached its midpoint, and I was devoid of health, with my potions still on cooldown. What to do? What to do? Just as I was drenched in sweat from anxiety, a sudden movement from the boss serpent caught my attention. Hiss, hiss. This creature had unexpectedly halted its assault, hissing softly as it flicked its tongue. Witnessing this scene, a realization dawned upon me. This was the precursor to summoning minions. For most, summoning minions in such a precarious situation would spell certain doom, but for me, it was an entirely different matter. After a prolonged battle in which I had nearly met my end, the boss had lost less than 10 of its health. As it hissed, I seized the opportunity to strike back with a counterattack, following up with a series of shield strikes. In an instant, my rage meter was filled to the brim, and I sensed the impending arrival of summoned creatures as a radiant light enveloped me. In the next moment, 4 or 5 smaller serpents emerged, hissing as they lunged towards me. This was fortuitous, with my rage at its peak. Although my health was critically low, hovering around 1,000, I had mere seconds before succumbing to the poison. These minions were a timely boon. Dragon Flash. Frenzied Dragon Slash. The actions flowed seamlessly as I unleashed my fury. Indeed, summoned entities are typically frail, and before my full-powered Frenzied Dragon Slash, they fell in a single blow, granting me a generous boon as my health was restored to full capacity. That was merely one serpent, and with 30 seconds still left on the poison timer. I needed to slay at least 2 more minions to ensure my survival. I resolved to spare the remaining 3 or 4, allowing them to attack me while I evaded. And when my health ran low, I would eliminate one. I had just dispatched a small serpent when I found myself with 3 seconds of no cooldown. I certainly would not squander such a golden opportunity. A dragon flash materialized behind the colossal serpent boss, its massive form turning slowly. Frenzied Dragon Slash. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In rapid succession, I dealt 3 quick blows, inflicting over 20% of its health. I was momentarily taken aback by the damage. These 3 strikes collectively dealt nearly 200,000 points of damage. By that calculation, did the serpent possess a staggering 1,000,000 health? However, the ability to inflict damage also held the promise of victory. As the 3 seconds elapsed, the serpent's head swung around, roaring as it lunged at me. Dodge! I dared not do anything but evade. The boss now appeared quite menacing, with gaping wounds on its back from my frenzied dragon slash, seeping blood slowly. Remarkably, it had entered a bleeding state. It appears that fortune has smiled upon me today. Mere seconds elapsed before my health points once again dwindled to nothing. This time, I refrained from consuming a health potion. In front of me were these sluggish entities, their attack power and vitality rather meager, resembling moving reservoirs of life. It seemed prudent to conserve my potions. After all, they were purchased at a cost. Dragon Flash. Frenzied Dragon Slash. This double strike was indeed a lethal weapon. I darted in, struck down my foe, and retreated. With enough practice, I could perform remarkable feats of swift engagement and disengagement. With a single stroke, I extinguished the life of a small serpent. Before the others could encircle me, I executed another Dragon Flash, positioning myself behind the colossal python boss. 3 seconds of relentless assault ensued, depleting 20 of the boss's health before I swiftly retreated, repeating my previous maneuvers. 20 seconds passed, and my 2 Dragon Flashes had recharged. Moments ago, the effects of poison had faded. The giant serpent once again raised its head high. Drawing from my earlier experience, I deduced that this action signified a toxic spray. Nevertheless, I made no other movements. This area of effect skill required ground casting, and my position would remain the focal point of the spell's execution. Thus, moving now would be futile. A large pool of venom erupted alongside the serpent's roar, and I decisively employed Dragon Flash, targeting the last remaining small serpent. Frenzied Dragon Slash, and it was vanquished. I continued with another Dragon Flash, now aimed at the boss. Dragon's Majesty. Red Dragon Form. Gale Divine Power. Activate. My left hand transformed into a sword. I let out a furious roar as my dual blades, the radiant sovereign swords, began to dance in the air, striking again and again. With all the small serpents eliminated, I knew that seizing this 3-second window of no resource consumption was critical. Any unforeseen mishap could lead to trouble. I had already observed that the giant python required at least 3 seconds to turn its head, and my Dragon Flash had a 10-second cooldown, making it impossible to alternate between striking and retreating. Thus, I resorted to my current strategy. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and I could not ascertain how many frenzied Dragon Slashes I had unleashed. In any case, the boss's health bar now hovered perilously close to the final 5. At this moment, the serpent's head had turned towards me. I could not afford to ponder further, so I began to circle around it, striking as I ran. Reverse scale counterattack, shield bash triple strike, frenzied Dragon Slash. Whenever I had enough Dragon Fury, I unleashed frenzied Dragon Slash. At this juncture, instant high damage was not my goal. I simply needed to deplete the boss's remaining health to claim victory. 3. I continued to circle, the serpent's head lunging towards me, mere inches away. I had just over 60 Dragon Fury. 1 strike would certainly not suffice. Damn it, here goes everything. Frenzied Dragon Slash. The giant python roared, and I echoed the cry. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. Boom. Thud. I was flung backward, blood gushing from my mouth. Yet I smiled, for I beheld a number, While the number itself was inconsequential, the suffix was what mattered. Critical hit. I am aware that the recent dragon slash, had it landed a critical hit, would undoubtedly have obliterated that wretched serpent. At present, I am engulfed in a profound ache throughout my body. Gazing at my dwindling health, which now teeters below 10, I exhale a long sigh of relief. Fortunate was I to have achieved a critical strike, for otherwise, I would have truly met my demise today. Rather than hastily confronting the boss, I opted to sit upon the ground, drawing deep breaths. The battle I just endured can be deemed the most intense I have experienced since entering NW. And it was certainly the closest I have come to crossing the threshold of life and death. I retrieved a basket of fruit that I could not finish, casually selecting a piece to consume, and my vitality began to gradually restore. Before long, I found myself back in peak condition, although my body still ached. At least my health was fully replenished. As I searched the corpse, the radiant monarch leaped forth, gazing at me with palpable excitement. He had previously mentioned sensing the last orb nestled within the immense serpent, which brought me a sense of relief, as it meant I need not devise a way to traverse that treacherous swamp. Alas, it appears that the boss here offers no equipment. Only 3 items were dropped: a skill book, a sparkling stone, and a soul orb. The soul orb requires no explanation, as it is the final fragment of the soul needed for the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. The sparkling stone, aptly named, bears the description of a quest item, available to those fated to encounter it. This phrase left me somewhat perplexed. Its wording seemed reminiscent of Buddhist or Taoist expressions. Is such a notion truly present within NW? The final item is the skill book. It bestows the ability to create a domain, usable by all classes, a mysterious skill that generates an area around the user, with effects determined by the class employed. A mysterious skill. To my astonishment, this is yet another mysterious skill. The only prior instance I had encountered was with that girl, Luohua. I hastily activated it, as its rarity surpasses even that of ancient skills, and it certainly sounds quite formidable. A rush of dark blue light flickered around me, followed by the system's notification. Ding! You have acquired the mysterious skill, Dragon God Domain. The number of mysterious skills on the Huaxia server has reached 10. Successfully unlocking the skill leaderboard. Ding! Your skill, Dragon God Domain, and Mad Dragon Slash have ascended the skill leaderboard. This leaderboard cannot conceal IDs. It only displays the skill names without revealing their effects. I nodded slightly. Although certain abilities can be inferred from their names, such judgments remain merely speculative. Upon accessing the so-called skill rankings, I was astonished to discover that my 2 listed skills ranked impressively within the top 10, one in second place, the Dragon God's Domain, and the other in fourth, the Frenzied Dragon Slash. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. The Frenzied Dragon Slash, my most formidable technique, ranked only 4th? Remarkably, the Dragon God's Domain surpassed it in power, securing the 2nd position. The 4 individuals, Diao Gu, Luo Hua, Xiao Xiao, and Han Major, had all achieved skills that placed within the top 10 during their last venture at the Eternal Well, while the others, aside from Xiao Shue's financial acumen, had their skills listed within the top 20. However, the rankings did not account for unique abilities, which are innate skills acquired at birth, indicating that these skills are excluded from the rankings. The foremost skill, ranked first, is known as the Ghost Seal, another mysterious ability. Yet its effects and the identity of its wielder remain shrouded in secrecy. Having perused the top 50 skills, I found my initial thoughts confirmed. The mysterious skills are not necessarily more powerful than the ancient ones, but rather more elusive. Now, our team boasts 2 mysterious skills, and all our members rank within the top 20 of the skill leaderboard, a result that brings me considerable satisfaction. Each name is adorned with our guild's illustrious title. The 3 realms, undoubtedly drawing the attention of those from the Bone Dragon faction. As I turned my gaze to the other leaderboards, I found myself firmly seated in the top position of the level rankings at level 52. After consuming the experience from a boss, I successfully ascended to level 52, with an additional 80 experience points to spare. Surprisingly, the 2nd place is not held by anyone from the 3 realms, but rather by a name I had never encountered before, a single character, SH. Following closely are the valiant members of the 3 realms. Brother Jiao and the others have successfully caught up in levels. Now, every member of the 3 realms occupies a spot within the top 20 of the leaderboard. I now comprehend the words Illidan shared with us earlier. We possess the rapid leveling training ground he provided, yet even so, many others are rapidly closing the gap, with some even surpassing us. My situation is rather unique, The second-ranked individual is merely at level 50. However, who can guarantee that others will not experience similar encounters in the future? Closing the leaderboard interface, I murmured to myself that it was time to return. Yao Huang. What should I do now that I wish to depart? The voice of Yao Huang, tinged with a hint of joy, resonated in my mind. Do not rush. Once I consume this final soul gem, I will unlock all my abilities. Departing from here will then be a mere formality. Though for others, I have only been away for 2 or 3 days. My senses tell me that my time spent here has felt far more prolonged. I have had my fill of solitude over these many days. Very well, then, hasten your efforts. Yes, let us return to the center first. After the consumption, there are still some procedures to complete. It will be swift, rest assured. Before long, I returned to the heart of the forest with the Yao Huang sword shield. This time, the process was markedly easier than before. The absorption and consumption took merely seconds. Yet, Yao Huang remained with closed eyes, not opening them for a considerable time. I understand that impatience is futile. I am utterly incapable of assisting in this process. I can only watch helplessly as time ticks away. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, as if nature itself has erupted in fury, threatening to consume the entire world. A glance at the floating figure of the radiant emperor reveals him to be still, eyes closed and hands in a meditative gesture. Clearly, he is the source of this upheaval. Before long, I discern the secret behind the earth's tremors. The entire basin is rising. It is akin to an elevator, but not merely ascending. The center rises to a greater extent than the surrounding areas. In no time, the basin transforms into what resembles a mountain peak. No, it is indeed a mountain. As this peak rises, the surrounding landscape comes into view. Surveying the panorama, I behold 4 distinct realms, for each cardinal direction presents a vastly different visage. Separated by towering mountain ranges. To the east lies a desert, reminiscent of the arid world I had previously traversed. To the south, a vast expanse of grassland stretches into the distance, hinting at the presence of some life forms. To the west, a desolate terrain emerges, strewn with peculiar rock formations, akin to the barren land of the ogres. To the north, a realm flickers with light, devoid of any terrestrial life, composed solely of black and white luminescent points. At this moment, the radiant emperor finally opens his eyes and declares that this is the full panorama of the world within the sword. The 4 segments represent the essential elements required for the existence of a world. Those black and white points symbolize darkness and light. This realm is not a tangible world, lacking sunlight, night, stars, or moons. The interplay of light and dark within this world relies on these magical elements, which served as the foundational model for the creation of worlds by the Titan race. The desert signifies sand and stone. The grassland embodies life. The barren land represents the omnipresent earth beneath our feet, while mountains and rivers depict the environment. When combined, these elements form all the materials necessary for a world. It is only when these elements are wholly gathered that diverse elemental powers can be birthed. Wind, lightning, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and even more advanced forces like time, space, and nature. Only when all natural elements are fully assembled can these elemental powers find their foundation, thus acquiring the significance of existence. If I were to grasp the essence of this, indeed, any realm devoid of these seemingly mundane elements could not possibly exist. The power of all elemental forces, to put it succinctly, serves as the source of strength wielded by those who command the magical elements within this world. The ice magic of a wizard is but a transformation of water element, while the fire magic embodies the essence of fire element. Arcane magic represents a unique form of elemental power. The warlock draws upon dark elemental forces, and the shaman harnesses the powers of wind, lightning, and nature. Similarly, the druid also commands the forces of nature. In a sense, every profession utilizes a diverse array of elemental powers, which are fundamentally rooted in our world. As I pondered deeply, the radiant sovereign continued, elements are the very foundation of existence in any world, and they are the bedrock upon which a person becomes a formidable force. Should one fail to master various elemental powers, they must instead enhance their own physical capabilities, thus embodying the essence of physical classes, such as warriors and rogues. These professions occasionally tap into elemental powers, yet they primarily rely on their innate strength, be it the brute force of a warrior or the agility of a hunter or rogue. There are also those like the paladin, who seamlessly blend magical elements with physical prowess. Then there exists an anomaly like you, the dragon warrior. From my perspective, I can surmise the existence of similar entities. The power of Titans has once birthed professions akin to their might, and I believe such existences continue to thrive in this era. Your identity as a dragon warrior bears resemblance to this notion. Titans can be said to command all elements. Although they have not exhaustively studied them, they can at least wield them without hindrance. This is a feat no race has achieved, save for one, the dragons. Yet, they are bound by significant constraints. Each dragon is limited to mastering a singular elemental force. Red dragons wield fire, yellow dragons command earth, and while some may control 2 or 3 elements, they are exceedingly rare, and each of them stands as an unparalleled force. In a multitude of worlds, among countless races, how did your kind, humans, emerge as such extraordinary beings, capable of wielding all magical and natural elements, and even those enigmatic forces? Though there are limitations, nearly every individual can command several elements. It is no wonder you are regarded as the favorite of the Titan deities, especially considering your unique ability to master all elements. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. In truth, I was unaware that the warrior class possesses so few elemental skills, existing primarily as a brute force class. I posed this query to the Radiant Sovereign, who patiently elucidated the matter. In this world, you are not the sole dragon warrior. This is merely my conjecture. There once existed a realm where an extraordinarily powerful warrior was born, capable of wielding nearly all dragon language magic. What do you suppose was his identity? I nodded in acknowledgement, certain that he undoubtedly shares a profound connection with the dragon clan, akin to my current identity. Could it be that I, too, might learn the arcane art of draconic magic? Alas, for the present, these musings are mere fantasies. I have yet to reach even the 100th level. So what power can I truly claim? Hongqin, we are on the precipice of shaping this world into its true form. However, if I understand your words correctly, this world was once whole. What then of its inhabitants? Are they merely the skeletal remains found in the desert realm? How could that be? I still exist here. If there were indeed people in this world, I would never permit such occurrences. Those previous scenes were merely illusions conjured by fragments of my soul. Indeed, upon reflection, there were numerous inconsistencies within those worlds, though at the time I was blinded by my own involvement. Looking back now, the clarity is undeniable. Hongqin, I am about to commence. This may create quite a stir, so hold on tightly and be cautious not to lose your footing. Just grasp a sturdy tree if necessary. I obediently nodded, jesting that the commotion from earlier had been quite significant, leaving me unsteady on my feet. I could hardly bear the thought of the greater tumult that was to come. Grasping a sturdy tree for support, I signaled to Yao Huang that he could commence. What followed was truly cataclysmic. The details need not be elaborated upon. The resultant world left me utterly astonished. Although, in essence, I am the proprietor of this realm, I found it beyond my imagination. The mountains, rivers, forests, prairies, and the faux sun composed of luminous elements in the sky, alongside a few harmless creatures roaming the ground, all brought forth a profound realization within me. I began to understand the significance of this world's existence. Yao Huang, perhaps this world does not merely exist as a world. Does it? Yao Huang smiled faintly. You've discerned the truth. Indeed, this world could be described as a prison, designed to bestow magical power upon you and me. I chuckled softly, realizing that my thoughts were indeed correct. The Radiant Emperor's sword and shield require a myriad of magical energies to unleash their extraordinary power. If I could capture a diverse array of magical creatures to cultivate within my inner world, I would be able to directly draw upon the necessary elements whenever needed. However, at this moment, relying on magical scrolls to absorb power seems far more feasible, as I currently lack the ability to capture those formidable beings endowed with potent magical prowess. Not to mention, the challenge of subduing them alive is far greater than merely vanquishing them. In this mortal realm, I have expended too much energy and require a period of slumber to recuperate. Nonetheless, this world is nearly complete. The remaining tasks I entrust to you. The more creatures you slay with the Radiant Emperor's sword, the more swiftly I shall recover. Furthermore, my strength is intrinsically linked to yours, so hasten your growth. I have a foreboding sense that chaos is on the horizon. I nodded, and then the Radiant Emperor retreated into the Radiant Emperor's sword shield, succumbing to slumber. I have my own interpretation of the last words of the Radiant Emperor. The player's entry into this world will undoubtedly bring about monumental changes, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it chaos. However, I did not anticipate that the Radiant Emperor's foresight was far more profound, and that this calamity would arrive with alarming swiftness. Not long after, This disaster wrought immeasurable transformation upon the entire NW Huaxia region, simultaneously giving rise to countless heroes, of which I would undoubtedly become one. Just before the Radiant Emperor fell into slumber, he imparted the methods of wielding the Radiant Sword into my mind, akin to a legendary manual. Exiting the inner world was remarkably simple. It merely required me to issue a mental command to the Radiant Emperor Sword Shield. Radiant Emperor Sword Shield, grant me passage. In the next moment, a familiar white light enveloped me. As the brilliance flashed, my vision momentarily faded to white. And upon reopening my eyes, I found myself outside the inner world, standing before none other than Old Dragon, Sal, and Copperbeard. Well, to be precise, one human, one beast, and one dragon. Witnessing these three figures standing at the spot from which I had departed stirred a profound sense of emotion within me. I had spent a considerable amount of time within, although scarcely 3 days had passed in the outside world. Nonetheless, I felt immense gratitude towards these three. Without their assistance, I could never have attained the Radiant Emperor Sword Shield. I smiled and nodded at the three of them, exclaiming, "I have returned, little one from the mortal realm. How could it be so swift? Logically, it should have taken at least several weeks." The old dragon furrowed his brow at me, a hint of concern in his expression. "Could it be that you have failed?" Both Sal and Copperbeard gazed at me with palpable tension. Unable to contain my laughter, I exclaimed, "Ha ha, I have succeeded. And while it may seem like merely 3 days to you, it was far more than that for me." Sal and Copperbeard were momentarily taken aback, but it was the old dragon who first regained his composure, loudly inquiring, "Could it be that?" I nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it was the capability of your Time Dragon clan." Upon hearing these words, Sal trembled violently, his copper whiskers quivering uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat appearing upon his brow. The ancient dragon, filled with fervor, rushed towards me and grasped my shoulders with his gnarled hands, his eyes betraying an unrestrained excitement that left me utterly bewildered. "Old dragon, why are you so agitated?" I inquired. At my question, the old dragon attempted to compose himself, yet his fervor remained unabated. "Young one, I previously mentioned that we might seek your assistance. It seems that day has arrived. In my capacity as the ancient elder of the Time Dragon clan, I beseech you to rescue my kin." As he spoke, the venerable dragon even attempted to kneel, which was utterly unacceptable. To me, the old dragon was a cherished friend, a companion transcending generations. Moreover, as an ancient elder, his existence dates back to times long past. And such a distinguished being, a powerful dragon, should not be reduced to kneeling before me. How could this possibly be allowed? I hastily grasped him, preventing him from kneeling, while loudly addressing the old dragon, "Old dragon, this cannot be allowed. If you are in need, I shall certainly exert every effort to assist you. But this is simply unacceptable." Upon hearing my words, the old dragon trembled slightly, ultimately rising from his kneeling position, and I let out a great sigh of relief. To have such a formidable being kneel before me would have been utterly humiliating. "Old dragon, please express your concerns directly. What could a mere child like me possibly offer to a creature as ancient as yourself?" Suddenly, I recalled the word that had caused the old dragon to lose his composure earlier. Was it due to my ability to wield the power of time? The old dragon collected his thoughts and began to speak slowly. "It can be said that to this day, the number of humans capable of controlling time is exceedingly rare. Though you may now exhibit such potential, I suspect you are still unable to utilize the power of time in the outside world. This is inevitable. Even we, the Time Dragon clan, cannot freely exercise the power of time in the external realm. We bear another identity, while the Titans granted our lineage this ability. They also bestowed upon us a task to maintain order and ensure that the world progresses in a reasonable manner. Thus, without the Titans' blessing, it is unequivocal that you cannot wield the power of time in the outside world." I refrained from speaking, for I was already aware of this. The power of time is merely a force that can be wielded within the confines of the Radiant Emperor Sword and Shield, a revelation imparted to me by the Radiant Emperor himself. The old dragon inhaled deeply before continuing. "It appears you have grasped the concept. Thus, I need not elaborate further. Your weapon spirit is indeed a remarkable entity. What is its name?" "It was once known as the Radiant Demon, but I have since renamed it the Radiant Emperor, signifying the Sovereign of Swords." Not only did the old dragon express astonishment, but even Sal and Copperbeard widened their eyes in disbelief. The old dragon hastily interjected, "The Radiant Demon. It is indeed the Radiant Demon. Young lad, remember this name. Apart from us few, do not divulge it to anyone else." though I was somewhat perplexed. I nodded, confident that these individuals posed no threat to me. You have truly stumbled upon a great treasure. What of its former form? Ah, it has merged with the current Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. The old dragon's eyes glimmered as he continued. Indeed, this is your fortune. Make good use of this weapon. Now, I must impart some knowledge to you, which you must remember carefully. As you are aware, we are the indigenous inhabitants of this world. While you adventurers are perceived as beings devoid of a past and future, we understand your existence to a degree, and you cannot be entirely extinguished, a power we lack. However, we possess an ability that you cannot attain, the mastery of the essence. Essence, the elemental magic? Sal spoke up this time. Precisely. You may wield magic and elemental forces, yet it leans more towards a contractual form. You can utilize them, but you cannot create more potent skills based on your understanding of the elements. To put it simply, although every individual or species in this world is capped at level 100, we indigenous beings can exceed that threshold. For instance, I am currently at level 103. I nodded once more, for I have always been aware of this premise. For instance, the formidable bosses within the vast team dungeons are predominantly entities exceeding level 100. Level is but one facet. Our profound understanding of elemental origins endows us with vitality beyond your imagination, which is the reason for our exceptionally high life force. However, due to the constraints of the world's rules, our offensive capabilities cannot be infinitely augmented, which constitutes your advantage. Theoretically, you possess no limits, as you are not bound by these worldly regulations. Yet, it is precisely due to these two factors, one being the inability to perceive elements and the other being unrestrained by rules, that you are unable to acquire any elements beyond those applicable to your own profession. I suddenly realized the reason why players can never learn skills across different professions. This leads us to the question of why the ancient dragon seeks your assistance. Firstly, it is your potential. The potential of adventurers is boundless, yet it remains merely potential. Whether one can truly become a formidable force requires time to demonstrate, along with a certain level of personal capability. However, we have witnessed your abilities, and it is evident that you are destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Secondly, it pertains to the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield in your possession. Although you have yet to fully mature, once the sword and shield reach their full potential, their power will be formidable beyond comprehension, something that is beyond your current understanding. There is little use in elaborating further. The third point concerns the power of time. A super artifact can incite battles among the strong, while a super artifact with an inner world can lead to widespread carnage. Any supreme power will inevitably emerge as a result. The birth of a super artifact that possesses an inner world capable of manipulating time would indeed plunge the world into chaos. With the aid of the Time Dragon clan's power, theoretically, you could alter history at will. Upon hearing this final statement, a cold sweat abruptly broke out over me. To change history at will. What does that truly mean? It implies that I could potentially alter any event that has already transpired. Naturally, the Time Dragon clan would never permit such occurrences. The ancient dragon continued, I seek your help because our Time Dragon clan has faced a tremendous catastrophe. However, you are not yet equipped to change the current state of affairs. You must first fully mature before you can genuinely assist us. Rest assured, ancient dragon, your concerns are my concerns. I shall grow at the fastest possible pace. The ancient dragon nodded, a look of reassurance gracing his face. Red dust. It seems I underestimated you. The ancient dragon possesses remarkable insight to have discovered you. You should now be able to perceive some pearlescent light spots during your teleportation, correct? Light spots. I gasped, realizing that I had already been able to see them long before acquiring the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. Moreover, they were not solely white. There were also some faintly yellowish-white light spots. What could those be? In that instant, the three of us nearly dropped our jaws to the ground. And the surrounding silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged silence, Sal finally spoke. Could it be? Even the spatial elements can be detected? Spatial elements? I asked, bewildered. I had noticed these light spots every time I teleported. Is it truly remarkable to be able to perceive them? Indeed, the ancient dragon nodded. I have viewed you with increasing admiration countless times. It appears you are indeed a variable. Perhaps that plan will need to be expedited. Sal, taken aback, quickly interjected, Ancient Dragon? That plan is still in its nascent stages and is not guaranteed to succeed. What plan in this world can ever be 100% successful? I have faith in this young man. The old dragon spoke to Sal, yet his gaze was fixed intently upon me. What on earth is this plan about? The trio of the old dragon, Sal, and Copperbeard remained tight-lipped regarding this so-called scheme. Though Copperbeard had been silent, it was evident she was well informed. Could it be that this plan pertains to the upper echelons of the entire continent of Azeroth? Nonetheless, their silence left me with no recourse, and all I received was a fleeting admonition to grow stronger swiftly before they vanished. After their departure, I found myself abandoned in the shadowy alleys of Orgrimmar. With a resigned shrug, I opened my private messages, only to find a scant few unread notifications. A bitter smile crept upon my face. It seemed I had indeed overdone the precautionary measures. The messages were from Falling Blossom, clearly representing the collective. The first informed me of my level plummeting to 0, and the anxious tone was unmistakable. The second detailed my level's inexorable rise, and the last inquired when I would return. "Hey, darling, I'm back." The voice of Falling Blossom rang cheerfully through the communicator. "Honey, you're back so soon. Didn't you say it would take several weeks?" "Yes. I resolved matters ahead of schedule, so here I am. I didn't want you to worry about me, even though I have emerged. I prefer you remain unaware of the events that transpired within." "Wow, I'm so happy, everyone. Red Dust is back." Listening to the jubilant voices on the other end, warmth flooded my heart. It seemed I favored the company of others over solitude. "My dear wife, where are you? I'm on my way to find you." "Yay. We're right here with Brother Illidan. Hurry over." "All right. Wait for me patiently. Goodbye." With that, I terminated the private chat and retrieved the communication token given to me by the old dragon. "Old dragon, please take me to the Well of Eternity." "Oh, very well. Seek out my avatar. He will guide you inside." With that, the connection was severed, revealing just how busy he truly was. I found myself in a dimly lit alley, just a few steps away from the avatar of the old dragon, who transported me into the annals of history. A lengthy beam of white light enveloped me once more. I held my breath and focused intently, observing the myriad of milky white and pale yellow specks swirling through the air. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to exhibit a certain pattern. As I continued to gaze, suddenly, all vanished. I realized the teleportation had concluded. It appeared that achieving a seamless transition was an impossibility. Before me lay the familiar Eternal Well. I produced Illidan's token, summoning him to my side. With a bit of time to spare, I opened my attributes list to assess my current status. Name: Drunken Red Dust class. Dragon Warrior level. 52 primary attributes. Strength: 690. Agility: 52. Intelligence: 52. Spirit: 52. Stamina: 380. Secondary attributes: none health points, 11, 400, with an additional 280 from blessings, 140 from set bonuses. Dragon Fury limit: 100 attack power, 742, with an additional 148 from blessings, armor value, 270, capable of mitigating 52. 7 damage from creatures of the same level, with an additional 54 from blessings, critical hit rate, 2, with an additional 8 from blessings, 10 from the set bonus, and 50 from the Radiant Royal Sword Shield, critical damage, 300 acquired skills. Dragon's Blessing, passive skill. Doubles the free attribute points gained upon leveling up, increases inherent data by 20. Dragon's Domain, suppresses all enemy units within a 100-meter radius centered on the player, reducing all attributes by 50. The user receives a doubling of all attributes, lasting until the domain dissipates. Duration of the domain is 3 hours. With a cooldown of 7 days, Tempestuous Divine Might passive effect permanently increases attack power and speed by 100. Active effect boosts attack power and speed by 300 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Dragon Strike consumes 30 Dragon Fury, delivers a powerful attack against the target, inflicting 150 damage and generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards shared cooldowns. Dragon Mastery, passive skill, allowing the user to wield any weapon with one hand. Reverse Scale Counter, cooldown of 6 seconds, instantly strikes 1 target and 2 additional enemies, dealing double damage to the primary target and normal damage to the secondary targets. Generating 20 Dragon Fury. Each successful dodge, parry, or block reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds. Dragon Flash, casting range of 2 to 15 meters, instantly teleports to the target's location, stunning them for 2 seconds, generating 10 rage points. The target must be an enemy with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Dragon Countenance, choose to activate the current stance. Black Dragon Stance, reduces all damage taken by 30. Blue Dragon Stance, normal attacks generate double Dragon Fury. Red Dragon Stance, forfeits all damage reduction properties, increasing damage output by 20 and lifesteal by 5. Dragon Might consumes 10 Dragon Fury. Inflicts 100 attack strength damage to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their movement speed by 60 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Frenzied Dragon Slash, option to consume Dragon Fury. Each point of Dragon Fury spent inflicts an additional 50 attack strength damage, plus a fixed damage equal to 10 times the player's current level, generating vast amounts of threat if the Frenzied Slash kills an enemy. The player instantly gains 100 rage points, and skills can be cast for 3 seconds without consuming Dragon Fury, with no cooldown. Shield Strike utilizes the shield to strike enemies 3 consecutive times, each dealing double attack strength damage, generating substantial threat. Each hit grants 10 Dragon Fury. Can strike 1 to 3 different enemies, with damage calculated separately. A critical hit allows for an additional attack on any target, cooldown of 5 seconds. Equipment, level 40 purple quality set. Berserker set, Dragon Transformation, increases strength by 100, vitality by 80, and armor by 1300. For piece bonus, damage reduction of 10. 8-piece bonus, increases critical hit chance by 10, increases health by 10. Berserker's Ring, Dragon Transformation, increases strength by 40, vitality by 20. Set bonus, increases damage by 20 for 5 seconds after using a skill. Radiant Emperor's Sword and Shield, an incomplete super artifact that evolves with the player's level. Consisting of 3 stages, currently at stage 1, it triples the player's strength, doubles vitality, and increases armor tenfold, permanently raising critical hit chance by 50 and critical damage to 3 times. Weapon Skill 1, Vision Deprivation, blinds the enemy for 2 seconds, cannot be broken. With a 10 trigger chance, immune to all blinding effects. Weapon Skill 2, Suppression, reduces all attributes of dark power wielders and evil beings by 30 in the presence of this sword. Weapon Skill 3, Power Drain. The Radiant Emperor's sword and shield can absorb all elemental power, making each attack deal significant magical damage based on the absorbed elements and greatly enhancing resistance to the same elemental type. Weapon Skill 4, Experience Drain. This skill disappears once the player reaches maximum level and the Radiant Emperor's sword is fully evolved, depriving slain monsters or players of a certain amount of experience, which is granted to the player and the sword and shield. Weapon Skill 5, Evolution. Experience gained from slaying enemies can elevate the weapon stage. Current weapon experience is 0. Each stage grants 1 sword skill and 1 shield skill. Sword Skill 1, Sword devours heaven and earth. Unleashes an unparalleled sword intent against a single target or in an area, triggering instant death for enemies whose level does not exceed the player's level. Cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. Ignoring all defensive skills, area effect causes 500 damage based on the player's current attack strength, centered on the player with a range of 300 meters. Cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried, but damage can be reduced by defensive skills. Cooldown of 24 hours. Shield Skill 1, Magic Shield. Activates an endlessly sustainable magical shield which breaks after absorbing damage exceeding the player's maximum health by 100, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Enchantment, 30 Strength, 20 Vitality. 10 Movement Speed. Special Item, Endless Fruit Basket, Food Item. Each use allows the extraction of 1 fruit, restoring 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds. Usable only outside of combat. My current vitality has nearly reached 15,000, and my attack strength has approached 900. However, the most crucial aspect lies in my Radiant Emperor's sword and shield, along with the recently acquired skill, the Dragon's Domain, which ranks 2nd on the leaderboard. The attributes of the Radiant Emperor's sword are astonishing, its array of skills dazzling to the eye. The first 5 skills are those previously mentioned by the Radiant Emperor, yet he omitted one crucial detail: the ability to ignore blinding effects. This particular trait is, without a doubt, exceptionally formidable. As for the sword and shield techniques, I can only utter 2 words: terrifying, utterly terrifying. The sword technique effectively allows me to eliminate any being of a level not exceeding my own unconditionally every 24 hours. Even a boss. However, the more outrageous aspect is the AoE effect. With my high damage enhancement, for instance, by invoking the Gale God's Might, the Red Dragon form, or even activating the domain, and subsequently employing the sword technique's AoE effect, I could essentially obliterate any creature within a 300-meter radius. Alas, the AoE effect can be countered by defensive skills. Against monsters, this is manageable, Yet should it be against players who activate damage reduction, the outcome remains uncertain. If they activate invincibility, they are entirely unscathed. Should the domain be activated simultaneously, it is likely that without an invincibility skill, they may still withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, the NW world brims with countless fortuitous encounters. Who can say how many individuals may acquire other skills? Perhaps there are skills or equipment capable of countering such attacks. Such as the top-ranking skill, the Ghost Seal. One can only speculate what that skill entails, as its superiority over the Dragon Goddess domain suggests it is nothing short of extraordinary. As for the Dragon Goddess domain, I find myself at a loss for words. When activated, it grants a state of invincibility for 3 hours, doubling attributes, while having the battlefield, resulting in a fourfold disparity. Coupled with my other extraordinary skills, it is akin to the emergence of a war god. The only drawback is the cooldown period of 7 days, an entire week. Perhaps I am being a tad greedy. With the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield and my plethora of formidable skills, were I to speak of them, I might well be drowned in a deluge of disdain. At that moment, Illidan approached, and upon seeing me, he finally broke into a joyful smile. Ha ha, you rascal. Have you truly succeeded? As I gazed at the approaching Illidan, a smile crept upon my face. With a chuckle, I scratched my head in a moment of fortunate success. Let me see, I thought, harboring a deep trust in Illidan. After all, even if he were to slay me, he could never claim my Radiant Emperor's sword. While ordinary artifacts are obtained through vanquishing foes, my Radiant Emperor's sword is bound to a spirit, one that acknowledges me as its master. Unless I were to depart from this realm entirely or willingly relinquish my claim, no one else could wield its power. Thus, I summoned the Radiant Emperor's sword, executing a flourish before handing it to Illidan. He examined the sword from various angles, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Is there a spirit? It seems less formidable than I had envisioned. Ah, this is merely the beginning, I replied with a grin. The Radiant Emperor's sword possesses the potential for advancement. Currently, it remains in its most rudimentary form. Imagine if I were to attain a perfect super artifact. It would be utterly extraordinary, capable of dispatching any foe in an instant. Illidan's furrowed brow relaxed as he acknowledged the truth of my words. The laws of the universe would not permit one to wield an artifact beyond their capability without a gradual progression. Very well, demonstrate it for me. I am curious to see how your Radiant Emperor's sword compares to my Ashbringer. Hastily, I waved my hand. Oh, Illidan, my brother. The Radiant Emperor's sword is still in its initial stage, and it pales in comparison to your Ashbringer. A demonstration is one thing, but let us avoid any direct confrontation. Fear not, my friend. However, once it has matured, you must allow me to savor its true potential. Indeed, allow me to show you, I replied, proceeding to demonstrate the fundamental transformations of the sword. Even this modest display elicited considerable admiration from him, as he exclaimed, "What a remarkable weapon!" I then revealed the attributes of the Radiant Emperor's shield, and as he read each line, his astonishment grew, his mouth agape. Upon witnessing the annihilating attributes, his eyes glimmered with envy. Brother Red Dust, your Radiant Emperor's shield is truly extraordinary. It must be wielded with utmost care. I too nodded solemnly, acknowledging my awareness of the situation. By the way, how is the plan progressing? Let us converse as we walk. Illidan led the way towards a certain direction in the forest, and I closely followed behind him. As for the plan, there are currently no issues. My brother and the others are diligently training more warriors, and numerous adventurers, much like yourselves, have chosen to assist us. However, it is worth noting that Queen Azhara has also attracted a considerable number of adventurers to her cause, promising them greater access to the powers of the Well of Eternity. At present, both sides are engaged in a fierce race for development. I furrowed my brow, realizing it was indeed my oversight. I had already informed Isara and Malfurion of the plan to destroy the Well of Eternity, and she certainly could not wait idly for Malfurion to come knocking at her door. Although she perceived Illidan as one of her own, it was evident that she could not solely rely on this to turn the tide. The greatest variable in this situation was the adventurers, those of us who play the game. Some would choose to assist Malfurion, while others would undoubtedly opt to support Queen Isara. After a brief moment of contemplation, I spoke up, noting that our plans would need to be expedited. The allure of the Well of Eternity was undeniably significant. Currently, the number of adventurers attracted to both sides was likely comparable, but the longer we delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become for us. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Those willing to take risks to aid Isara's faction would only increase in number. We could no longer afford to dawdle. Illidan, taken aback by my words, quickly inquired what we should do. I suggested we summon your brother and tyrant. We must carefully calculate our next steps. With that, I fell silent, though my mind raced with thoughts. The current situation was abundantly clear. Neither side would easily initiate war, each striving to gather support. However, it was apparent that Isara's enticements were somewhat greater. Should the enhanced effects of the Well of Eternity become widely known, our side would rapidly lose its appeal. Thus, procrastination was not an option. It was imperative to act swiftly. The plan must be executed sooner rather than later. That much was certain. Yet, the specifics of how we would carry it out would need to be discussed with Malfurion and Tyrant once they arrived. Before long, Malfurion and Tyrant hastened to our side. Before I could utter a word, Malfurion gestured for my silence, then waved his hand. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped my vision, and the word teleportation resonated in my mind. As my sight returned, I beheld a few familiar faces, and a smile broke across my features. Indeed, before me stood my trusted allies. All members from the three realms had gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Hua took hold of my arm. I gently caressed her head when a sudden breeze swept past me. Turning around, I found Malfurion standing in the center, flanked by Illidan and the enchanting priestess of the moon, Tyrant. My young friend, Malfurion began, we have indeed contemplated the situation that Illidan previously mentioned. However, we faced certain challenges. Earlier, someone was eavesdropping outside, which compelled us to resort to this urgent measure of directly transporting you here. I hope for your understanding. Before me stood the towering figure of Malfurion, the leader of this faction of night elves. Hearing his humble words, I nodded in acknowledgement and slowly replied, Lord Malfurion, your regard for me is greatly appreciated, and I have no intention of withholding information. As you are aware, the identity of us adventurers is such that, to speak frankly, most have come to this era in pursuit of personal gain. The allure of the Well of Eternity, I believe, is unparalleled. Malfurion lowered his gaze in silence, prompting me to continue. Thus, we must take decisive action, for otherwise, our advantages will only diminish. A melodious voice interjected. It was Tyrant, the priestess of the moon. However, as devotees of nature, initiating war goes against the will of the moon goddess. Awaken, priestess, I countered without reservation. Does plotting for war truly align with the moon goddess's intentions? This is no time for sentimentality. As we step into history, we are forewarned that it may not unfold along its expected course. There is a possibility of our defeat, or worse, the entire Azeroth may fall to the Burning Legion. But Tyrant attempted to respond, yet Malfurion interrupted her. My young friend, please continue. I nodded, as I had mentioned earlier. This is not a time for persuasion or moralizing to resolve our predicament. Azhara is indeed the architect of the Burning Legion's resurgence. Although your kin remain unaware of this truth, it is an undeniable reality. In her quest for immense power, Azhara is willing to forsake anything. She has already succumbed to the temptations of Sargeras, the leader of the Burning Legion. Presently, she can summon these relatively lesser demons. But what of the future? Will she entice Sargeras himself to descend upon us? Who among us could possibly counter him? Cenarius? He is merely a demigod. Sargeras, on the other hand, is the most formidable warrior of the Titan pantheon. If Azhara is willing to go to any lengths to summon Sargeras, the annihilation of our world would align with the will of the moon goddess, would it not? Tyrant fell silent, her face paling visibly, while Malfurion furrowed his brow, remaining equally mute. It is commendable to have faith, yet faith must not devolve into blind adoration. If we were to lose the entire world for the sake of such so-called faith, we would be the true criminals of history. Malfurion interjected, urging me to share the plan. I concurred. We must not allow our actions to doom this world and plunge it into an abyss of suffering. I silently commend Malfurion. Indeed, he embodies the qualities of a true leader. To hesitate is to invite disorder. Your decision is undoubtedly correct. History, as they say, is penned by the victors. We have triumphed, and all that remains is to recount the facts. We are, after all, the champions of righteousness. Thus, even if we initiate war, our actions are justified in every conceivable regard. As for strategy, I am not one to lead troops. Perhaps I could charge into battle and direct a small contingent. But I am certainly not suited to the role of an esteemed commander, so I shall refrain from elaborating on such matters. In my view, the most critical element is to strike unexpectedly. Strike unexpectedly? Illidan inquired, for he is the true warrior, possessing unparalleled prowess in both warfare strategy and direct combat. Indeed, we must strike unexpectedly. Therefore, I propose that you maintain your guise as an undercover operative. Inform Azhara that we shall advance our assault sooner than anticipated. For instance, if we plan to attack at dawn tomorrow, you should convey that we will strike tonight. We need not deploy a large force at the front. In the dead of night, we can issue a challenge without engaging. The notion of seizing the initiative is paramount. A direct confrontation may initially evoke bravery from the opposition, but this resolve will wane after repeated encounters. Our true combat strength will emerge from the flanks. After a night's rest, their fighting spirit will inevitably diminish, as will their execution capabilities. Thus, our chances of success will significantly increase. Furthermore, Illidan, you must remain by Azhara's side. Currently, she bears the blessings of Sargeras, making a direct confrontation exceedingly challenging. When our army breaches their defenses, you must seize any opening she presents and strike with all your might. Should you fail to eliminate her, you must at least delay her. Once we achieve a resounding victory, she will be left powerless to retaliate. Malfurion, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed in approval, startling me. As the supreme commander, his military acumen is indisputable, and his endorsement of my thoughts signifies a significant affirmation. Yet, this is merely a broad outline. The specifics of the plan must be tailored by them, for I am but a humble soldier. The following day, by the shores of the Well of Eternity, my beloved, what shall we do now? This statement undoubtedly arises from a specific context. The day prior, after finalizing a general strategy with Malfurion, Tyrande, and Illidan, we resumed our training in the arena. My presence significantly enhanced the efficiency of our leveling. As we faced monsters at level 52, Major, with his formidable tanking abilities, absorbed the brunt of the attacks, while I assumed the roles of secondary tank and primary damage dealer. Now, everyone had uniformly reached level 50, while Zhao Gu and his companions had just attained this milestone. The likes of Luo Hua and others, who previously teamed up with me, were nearing level 51, whereas I had already ascended to level 53. After more than 3 hours, I had only gained a mere 20 points of experience, illustrating the evident slowdown in leveling speed post-level 50. At this juncture, although everyone had reached level 50, their equipment remained at the 40-level tier. The collective justice points of the group likely fell short of even a single level 50 set of armor. As we prepare for the impending war in a few days, the paramount concern is no longer merely leveling, but rather the quality of our gear. While level 40 equipment is indeed formidable, it is insufficient for the challenges ahead. This war demands that our 3 realms ascend to greatness in one fell swoop. Dialgo inquired, "Does this mean we are to confront a boss?" As these words left his lips, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Indeed, the monotony of slaying lesser creatures had dulled our spirits. The waves of monsters released by Malfurion were manageable for us, rendering the experience devoid of challenge. Each member of our group was undeniably powerful, yet battling foes of inferior strength offered limited enhancement to our combat skills. Indeed, this presents a viable approach. However, I opine that the more prudent course of action is not to engage bosses, but to delve into dungeons. Dungeons? Yes, having immersed ourselves in historical modes, we had momentarily forgotten the existence of the dungeon system. At level 50, shall we venture into Stratholme? A realization dawned upon us, as others echoed the sentiment. While our prowess had indeed surged within the historical mode, the expedient way to elevate our equipment within a short span is through dungeons. I took the opportunity to continue the conversation, affirming, indeed, Stratholme. Moreover, the current minimum party size for dungeons in NW ranges from 5 to 20 players. Therefore, we can venture forth as one cohesive group, which not only enhances our efficiency but also yields superior equipment drops in greater quantities, while fostering our teamwork. Does anyone have any objections? Silence enveloped the group, and I nodded in agreement. Subsequently, we marched towards the inn, departing from the historical mode. At present, our party consists of 10 members. I, the Dragon Knight, the Holy Paladin, Falling Blossoms, the Frost Mage, Cold Ice, the Beastmaster Hunter, Little One, the Assassination Rogue, Cloud and Snow, the Subtlety Rogue, Prehistoric Talent, the Fire Mage, Instant Kill, the Discipline Priest, Bodyguard of the South China Sea, the Protection Paladin, Major Han, and the Fury Warrior, Uncontainable. Aside from Cloud and Snow's slightly lower damage output, each member is a paragon of excellence. Thus, While the 10-player mode of Stratholme may represent an insurmountable barrier to others, for us, it is merely a dungeon for farming equipment. Moreover, the 5-player mode offers blue gear, while the 10-player mode provides purple gear. Even if not part of a set, the attributes surpass those of many level 40 sets. In the current World of Warcraft, all flight points are automatically unlocked. We find ourselves in Orgrimmar, located on the left side of the Azeroth continent, while Stratholme is situated in the Eastern Plaguelands, on the right side. Thus, we can easily take a Zeppelin to the Eastern continent, specifically to one of the main cities of the Eastern Kingdoms, Undercity, and then transfer to the in-game transportation, the Flying Bat, to reach the Eastern Plaguelands. This journey is effortless, filled with laughter and casual banter, and for a brief moment, we relish this tranquility. Before long, we congregated in the Eastern Plaguelands, where the monsters hover around level 50, predominantly skeletons and phantoms, with the occasional grotesque worm creature. Thankfully, everyone had prepared for this, as aside from prehistoric talent, there were no new players among us, so we faced little difficulty. Of course, the grotesque sights were unavoidable. But as for prehistoric talent, having experienced much in his time, this scene posed no challenge for him. After some time advancing, we arrived at the back entrance of Stratholme. Why not the front? This question is trivial for seasoned players, as the front and back entrances have evolved into two distinct dungeons through various updates. The front entrance features a larger map and a more scattered distribution of monsters compared to the back. In terms of experience gain, dungeon difficulty, efficiency, and speed of farming, the back entrance is vastly superior. Currently, the area is desolate, primarily due to the scarcity of players reaching level 50 and the fact that nearly all players are engrossed in historical mode. Our team composition is quite commendable, featuring 2 tanks. I serve as the vice tank while Major Han assumes the role of the primary tank. At this juncture, I find it increasingly difficult to distinguish between tanking and DPS roles, as my skills are better suited for salvaging situations, adeptly managing monsters that have strayed from their intended aggro. This not only facilitates Major Han's opportunity to hone his tanking abilities, but also highlights our deficiency in healing. While Luo Hua's paladin excels in solo play, the disciplined priest from Zhongnanhai possesses no healing capabilities due to his unique skill set, which renders him devoid of any restorative power. However, the damage absorption from his shields has significantly increased. Consequently, tackling this modest level 50 dungeon presents little challenge, as Zhongnanhai provides each member with an infinite shield, allowing us to engage in DPS when under no duress. Luo Hua merely needs to monitor Major Han's health, freeing me from concern. The monsters here pose minimal threat, and at a leisurely pace, I could solo the 5-man mode. The first run served as a period of acclimatization, and none among us had previously ventured into a 10-man mini-dungeon. Initially, we were somewhat flustered. Although no one perished, a plethora of amusing mishaps ensued. However, as we approached the first boss, our proficiency had markedly improved, and the dungeon itself proved to be quite manageable, albeit populated with an abundance of minions. Major Han, as a paladin, wields the holy light against these malevolent creatures with devastating effect, and as our coordination sharpened, the encounters unfolded as I had anticipated, exceedingly effortless. The first run consumed approximately an hour and a half, while the subsequent attempt was completed in an hour, with subsequent runs averaging around 40 minutes. Each boss yielded 4 to 5 pieces of purple gear. Xiaoxua voluntarily relinquished her claim to the equipment, as it was not of paramount importance to her. Her primary role remained that of a manager. I likewise bestowed all-plate DPS gear upon Jiao Gu and tank gear to the Major, only claiming duplicate components for myself. For the others, it was a simple exchange, 1 piece for each, given the necessity to grind this dungeon numerous times, and with our growing familiarity, the issue of gear contention dissipated. We continued this cycle of grinding, from daylight into the night, culminating in a marathon session lasting over 10 hours. By my calculations, we must have completed at least 20 runs by now. As of this moment, both Tiaogu and the Major have fully equipped themselves with level 50 purple gear, and I have procured 2 pieces of DPS gear along with 1 piece of tank gear, while the others are merely a piece or 2 away from achieving full level 50 equipment. At this juncture, I received a notification from Illidan. The plan has been finalized and will officially commence in 24 hours. I have infiltrated the operation. Please refrain from contacting me until the situation calls for it. I let out a soft sigh, my heart inevitably filled with a sense of worry and tension. At this juncture, there was little left to say. I could only strive to strengthen both myself and those around me. Everyone, the plan to annihilate the eternal abyss will commence in 24 hours. We must make the most of our time. It is precisely 12 o'clock. Let us exert ourselves for another 10 hours before collectively resting. Xiaoxue, you may take a rest for now while we focus on acquiring equipment. We are bound to procure a considerable amount of gear, all of which will be level 50 purple items. When the time comes, please coordinate with Uncle Tinghai to sell everything surplus, and use the proceeds to procure a variety of essential supplies for this venture. Instant health potions, mana potions, various magical scrolls, and even explosives, among other items. I entrust all of this to you. Additionally, please prepare some magical elemental scrolls for me. Devoid of any offensive effects, purely elemental magic will suffice. Everyone is aware of the Yao Huang sword shield's ability to absorb magical elements for its own use, so there were no objections. Xiaoxue, now feeling a bit drowsy, had no qualms with my instructions and subsequently exited the team to log off. The rest of us continued as if nothing were amiss, clearly accustomed to such energy-draining endeavors. After a brief moment of respite, we resumed our task of farming equipment. Time and again, the one member was absent. We still engaged in a 10-person mode. For only modes of 10 or higher yield purple items. Following over 20 consecutive hours of intense combat, fatigue began to show on our faces. However, upon seeing the substantial haul of equipment in my inventory, spirits lifted. This gear would provide our guild with resources for an extended period. To put it plainly, this currency would secure our supplies, which are notoriously expensive, while there are cheaper alternatives. The efficacy of a potion that restores 500 health pales in comparison to one that replenishes 5,000. This need not be elaborated upon. With funds, we can procure the finest supplies, and with the best supplies, we can acquire even better equipment, thus accelerating our progression. A virtuous cycle. Everyone was weary, myself included. After mailing all the equipment to the still logged off Xiaoxue, I too decided to log off and rest. Reflecting on the time, I realized I had not stepped away from NW for nearly a week, despite the physiological liquid sustaining my body's needs. Such prolonged inactivity made it difficult to rise upon logging out. My body felt entirely stiff. Upon leaving NW, I was met with the long-forgotten sensation of the murky air in reality. Although the act of breathing was far from comfortable, that tangible feeling was something the NW mainframe could never replicate. Stretching my limbs, I intended to check on the status of the others when, before I could even step outside, Xiao dashed into my room. Hongqian, significant events are imminent. Are you feeling anxious? Was her immediate inquiry. I let out a wry chuckle. How could one not feel anxious? Why don't you take a break? When immersed in NW, my physical body in reality feels as though it has succumbed to slumber. Perhaps there is a hint of fatigue within the game, but upon emerging, there is an utter absence of sensation. This experience is not universally shared. For those of us who have undergone military training, this level of intensity is hardly daunting. However, it is a different story for the majority of ordinary individuals. The body simulates sleep, yet it is not true rest. So what shall we do? Shall we first partake in a meal? Excellent. The fare within NW is delectable, though it is all but an illusion. In reality, my body has been sustained solely by nutrient fluids to maintain its functions. Upon exiting, I truly feel the discomfort of an empty stomach. Xiao and I left the room for a brief stroll, only to discover that apart from the two of us, everyone else remained within NW. We had no intention of rousing them, so we departed the base, opting to dine outside. The base is situated in the heart of the city, albeit underground. It was nearing noon, yet the streets were scarcely populated, a testament to the profound impact NW has had on daily life. Fortunately, many shops and restaurants were open, ensuring that we would not be left without a place to eat. Uncertain of what to eat, I casually entered a Sichuan restaurant. When it comes to dining, a seasoned gentleman, surely cannot compete with the petite gourmand, Xiao, who invariably takes charge of ordering. Meanwhile, I found myself perusing the latest news on my phone. To my surprise, I discovered that the advent of NW's launch had precipitated a remarkable 15% reduction in global crime rates. What an unexpected delight. It is indeed quite understandable. Many individuals resort to crime not solely out of financial desperation, as a significant portion of violent crimes stem from the pursuit of thrills. With the existence of NW, where murder is devoid of legal repercussions, numerous individuals with criminal inclinations are drawn into its fold. After all, where do those notorious gangs and bandit organizations originate? Xiao has her own thoughts on this matter, and I find myself in agreement with her. In reality, far too many people commit crimes for a multitude of reasons. Today, NW presents them with a lawless realm, allowing them to act with impunity. Yet, NW resembles a fantastical world from a novel, without formidable strength. One risks being slain rather than becoming the slayer. Ah, Xiao Xiao, look at this, I exclaimed, lifting my phone to play a video I had just discovered. Greetings, dear viewers. Recently, a highly publicized event has transpired within NW, featuring a seemingly formidable guild known as the Three Realms. The focal point of this incident is none other than the legendary guild leader, Drunken Red Dust. Numerous reports suggest that Drunken Red Dust possesses a rare profession, Dragon Warrior. To bolster the Three Realms Guild, he has chosen to contend against the third-ranked guild in all of Huaxia, the Reincarnation Guild, taking on nearly 1,000 adversaries single-handedly. Many of you have likely witnessed the breathtaking battle scenes, and he has even earned the moniker Blood Azura. Presently, he holds the top position on our NW leaderboard, as well as the combat power rankings. However, the guild rankings reveal no trace of the Three Realms, seemingly shrouded in secrecy. Could it be that they fear reprisal from the Reincarnation Guild? Personally, I find that unlikely. Blood Azura, Drunken Red Dust, is certainly not one to shy away from confrontation. Moreover, half of the top 20 players in the internal rankings belong to the Three Realms. They appear less hidden and more engaged in relentless efforts to elevate their levels and gear. Although the Reincarnation Guild continues to issue threats to locate members of the Three Realms and demand retribution, it seems that the latter remains unfazed, diligently preparing for the impending battle at the Eternal Well. On which side will they stand? Malfurion? Or Queen Azhara? I can't believe we've garnered attention too. I mused. Yet Xiao Xiao pouted, clearly displeased. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but laugh heartily. Silly girl, with the great battle approaching, do you truly fear there won't be a moment for you to shine? Indeed, at that moment, the sweet and sour pork was served, and the little one's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the dish. I chuckled softly and returned my attention to the news. The airwaves were saturated with reports regarding the Battle of the Eternal Well. It was unclear where the media had sourced their information, yet it mattered little. War was imminent, and we stood at the precipice, determined to assert our presence and elevate the reputation of the Three Realms to its zenith, compelling the likes of bone dragons to reveal themselves. With no further news of significance, I set my phone aside and began to eat. The long-awaited meal awakened my appetite, and before I knew it, I had devoured 3 large bowls of rice. The little one, too, matched my pace, and I marveled at where her tiny stomach could possibly accommodate such a feast. At that moment, a few young men and women entered, likely around 20 years of age. Have you heard about the Three Realms? One inquired. Of course. Who hasn't heard of it? I have a friend who is undergoing reincarnation. It seems that everyone in the cycle is searching for those from the Three Realms. It appears to be a relentless pursuit. A young girl chimed in. That Blood Azura is so handsome. I long to visit the Three Realms. Please, everyone knows that the Three Realms only accepts those with extraordinary strength. We wouldn't even catch their eye, another scoffed. We're not so bad ourselves, though we can't quite compare to the top-tier powerhouses. Yet, I believe the Three Realms cannot possibly only recruit the mightiest players. We still have hope, the young man leading the conversation said, his tone laced with a hint of confidence. Intrigued by his assertion, I asked my friend, what leads you to believe that you possess a chance of entering the Three Realms? My voice captured the attention of the 5 individuals who entered, 3 men and 2 women. The leading youth, upon closer inspection, indeed possessed a certain charm. Hearing my words, he turned his gaze in my direction. The guild known as the Three Realms is shrouded in mystery. Its only notable appearance was during the previous mass slaughter of 1,000. I couldn't assert my thoughts with absolute certainty. He shook his head, expressing a hint of nostalgia as he spoke. I chuckled with genuine interest. However, I had just detected a resolute confidence in your tone. Is that so? Perhaps. I believe that the 5 of us classmates possess a modicum of skill. Of course, we are not at the pinnacle, yet I contend that the Three Realms cannot solely rely on top-tier players. Mid-tier and high-tier players are equally essential. Among us 5, even the least skilled can undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of high-tier players, our gameplay being commendable, though our innate special skills may vary. Oh, so you consider yourselves quite formidable? Let us engage in a duel, then. This is a novel concept that emerged following the launch of NW, with every larger hotel or restaurant equipped with unverified gaming helmets. Although these helmets do not grant true access to NW, they can read the character information of the users and facilitate duels between 2 or more players. Very well, do go. Let us showcase our prowess." Just as the young girl spoke, Dugu raised his hand, interrupting her. He softly remarked, "What a coincidence, my friends. Perhaps our opportunity has arrived." Upon hearing this, I knew I had not misjudged. With such discernment, Dugu could not possibly be an ordinary individual. I laughed heartily, donned the helmet beside the table, and entered the PK arena. In a flash of white light, a figure stood before me, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. A rogue. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, unwilling to be left out, began a duel with the other 4 participants. Approximately 10 minutes later, Du Naisai, previously known as Do Good, and I exited the PK arena. My smile remained, yet my eyes concealed a sense of astonishment. Du Naisai's skills were undeniably sharp. In the PK arena, all equipment was standardized, and everyone was of the same level. Without relying on my Dragon Warrior attributes, I might have struggled against him. To summarize, Du Naisai's prowess surpassed my own. On the other side, Xiao Xiao had concluded her duels with 3 individuals, each of whom bore a countenance of dejection. Just then, the 4th player's duel with Xiao Xiao also came to an end. Observing the forlorn expressions of the quartet, Du Naisai sighed softly and shook his head. "Do you know who the young lady you just faced in battle was?" The 4 looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. While Xiao Xiao's skills had rendered them utterly defenseless, they were unaware of her identity. "Xiao Xiao, please introduce yourself," I said with a smile. "Greetings, for friends. You already know my ID. I am Xiao Xiao, the premier DPS of the 3 realms." Upon this declaration, their eyes widened in disbelief, jaws almost dropping to the floor. Among them, a fellow Eller girl stammered, "3 realms. You are from the 3 realms?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards me, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This young girl regarded me with the fervor reserved for idols, rendering me somewhat uneasy under her intense scrutiny. Du AC chuckled wryly and remarked that this group still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the level of top-tier experts. However, I interjected, expressing my belief that they were indeed quite impressive. While they may not be the absolute pinnacle, I considered them to be high-level players. Xiao Xiao smiled gently and continued, acknowledging that it was time to contemplate expanding the realms. Although we had already gathered a fair number of top-tier experts as a prominent guild, we certainly could not consist solely of elite players. Despite our policy of not recruiting those who merely coast along, a substantial number of mid to high-level players was still essential, and the 4 individuals before us seemed particularly well-suited for this purpose. I smiled and inquired of Du Naisi and the other 4, "Do you all wish to join the 3 realms?" "Indeed," they exclaimed, with the exception of Du Naisi, who remained relatively composed. "Well, it is not unfeasible to join, but be forewarned that the responsibilities will be quite demanding. Should you not perform adequately, expulsion from the guild is a possibility. Are you still willing?" "Absolutely. We shall endeavor to fulfill any task." The 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting the excitement mirrored in the other's eyes. To them, Du Naisi, though impressive, could only lead their small group to a moderate degree of success. If they truly aspired to thrive in NW, joining a substantial guild was indispensable. Now, as the most enigmatic guild in the entire NW, the invitation from the 3 realms was an opportunity not to be overlooked. "Very well, Xiao Xiao," I said. "Since they are eager, let us welcome them. Please inform Xiao Shui to commence the recruitment process." Upon completing my instruction to Xiao Xiao, who promptly dialed Xiao Shui, I turned back to the 4 and announced, "Your inaugural task will be to accompany our guild supervisor, Yun and Shui, to recruit new members. It is time for the 3 realms to take the grand stage." Du Naisi then remarked, "I have some friends who have formed a small guild. They do not recruit outsiders. It consists solely of our classmates. I was initially going to join them, but by chance, I encountered you and decided to join the 3 realms instead. Would you like me to inquire if they wish to join us?" There are about 30 individuals, all from our middle school to university days, predominantly high to mid-tier players, with even the least among them being relatively skilled. After much contemplation, I have decided to extend an invitation. Should anyone be unwilling, we shall not impose. Joining the Tri-World may diminish the freedom one previously enjoyed. However, I assure you that all who join will receive the utmost treatment, be it in equipment, supplies, or leveling efficiency. I possess the means to ensure they receive the very best. Currently, we find ourselves in a time of scarcity regarding personnel. I do not intend to recruit an excessive number. Given the current trajectory, a guild of fewer than 200,000 members would not be deemed substantial. Yet, I do not aspire to such numbers, as a larger assembly presents numerous risks. I seek individuals who are akin to sharp blades, each capable of taking on a multitude. An influx of members would result in a significant loss of time and resources in their training. At present, I have no concrete plans. This matter requires further discussion. Just as I was pondering this, Xiao Xiao reached out to me. It appears Xiao Shui shares similar thoughts. Hello, Xiao Shui. Xiao Xiao will send you the IDs of the new recruits shortly. Please take the lead in recruiting. As per our usual principle, we seek quality over quantity. The specific number can be determined later. There is no rush. Each individual who joins must undergo stringent scrutiny. The voice on the other end, Xiao Shui, responded, understood. Are there any level requirements? Well, I replied, there are no requirements regarding levels. The focus is primarily on skill and potential. After all, reaching the maximum level in NW is merely the beginning. Prior to that, it is merely a prelude, a preparation for future expansion. Let us proceed with that for now. Goodbye. This aligns with my thoughts. As long as one possesses potential and skill, growth is inevitable. At this stage, a high level does not necessarily equate to strength. It may simply be a matter of fortunate circumstances, which is perfectly normal. Little Du approached and inquired, what about my friends here? Rest assured, bring them all over. As long as they are willing to come, I will accept them all. A look of gratitude surged in Little Du's eyes. Do not worry, I will vouch for them. I nodded with a smile, placing my trust in your judgment as well as in my own. An hour later, Xiao Xiao and I returned to the base. We exchanged few words before diving straight into the game. As soon as I logged in, I received a private message from Xiao Shui. Red Dust, you have arrived. Yes. How is everything? There are too many people wanting to join, but even more are trying to take advantage of the situation. I've had to weed out a few reporters as well. Currently, we have recruited fewer than 10 individuals, all of whom show potential and possess commendable skills. 10. We must maintain this pace and ensure that everyone understands not just anyone can enter the 3 realms. I am quite pleased with the current tempo for this initial recruitment. I only plan to accept around 100 individuals, and Xiao Du's side has already claimed a third of that. All right, let us proceed. It's quite busy here. Please verify the individuals brought by Du Nai Si. By the way, who has time to serve as an examiner here? Otherwise, some candidates with insufficient strength may not meet the mark. I'll send Xiao Xiao over. After ending the private chat, I instructed Xiao Xiao to head to the first training ground, where the concentration of players was still highest. From level 20 to level 50, everyone was gathered there. And thus, Xiao Shui's recruitment fair was also set at the training ground. Checking the time, there were still 7 or 8 hours before we would commence the earlier disturbances. This task would be entirely managed by Malfurion and his team. We would only participate in the formal attack, which leaves us with plenty of time. I initiated a private chat with Xiao Du Hao as the contact on their end. Their guild has disbanded, and everyone has joined in, haha. They have just gathered, and were about to reach out to you when you called. One can discern from Xiao Du's tone that he is quite elated. Playing games with classmates and friends is undoubtedly the most enjoyable experience. All right, bring them directly to the gates of Orgrimmar. Avoid the historical area as it is overly crowded. Understood, I will arrive within 10 minutes. With that, the private chat was abruptly disconnected. As I logged in just now, I found myself soaring towards Orgrimmar. The airship had just arrived at the gates of Orgrimmar, and before long, I stood before the grand entrance. This place used to be one of the favorite gathering spots for the Horde players in the old World of Warcraft, no matter when one visited. It was always teeming with people engaged in battles, chatting, or calling for others to join dungeons. However, at a glance now, only a handful of players lingered. With nothing much to do, I began to observe a duel between 2 players, an ice mage named Dreaming Me and a druid known as Cowflower. In the brief moments of transformation, I suddenly realized that this slightly more skilled druid was, in fact, a girl, and a restoration druid at that. Both players appeared to be around level 45. Their moves and techniques were a delight to watch. Cowflower's maneuvers resembled a graceful dance. In the realm of World of Warcraft, spellasting can be exceedingly difficult to evade, yet this restoration druid managed to dodge numerous attacks. It was not that Dreaming Me, the ice mage, lacked skill, rather. It was Cowflower's adeptness in utilizing her shape-shifting ability and agility in cheetah form that allowed her to evade so effectively. Observing her evasion techniques left me feeling somewhat humbled. The druid class indeed possesses the greatest variability, as each form transformation grants different capabilities, making it challenging to counter. Dreaming Me, as a mage, understood that the essence of successful PvP lies in maintaining distance. He was likely an ice mage, frequently employing Frostbolt to effectively slow and ensnare his opponent. thus inflicting damage from afar. His execution as a mage left no room for doubt. The Restoration Druid's damage output was relatively low. Even in the formidable physical attack form of a cheetah, she could not close the gap to inflict damage upon her adversary. After a prolonged exchange, Dreaming Me emerged victorious. However, this did not necessarily indicate superior skill. Rather, it was due to Cowflower being a healing specialized druid who ultimately ran out of mana, leading to her defeat. Nevertheless, both players demonstrated commendable proficiency. Once the duel concluded, I stood up and stretched, only to be startled by the large crowd that had gathered behind me. Beside me stood Xiaodu, Dunaisai. What do you think of the duel, Xiaodu? I asked. Not bad. Their skills were commendable. Shall I give it a try? I nodded silently, harboring a deep confidence in Xiaodu in our previous duel. I must admit, I was bested. His skills were undeniably the finest I had encountered thus far. A mere 15 minutes later, it was evident. Xiaodu emerged victorious, both competitors succumbing to his prowess. At this juncture, Xiaodu gestured for me to approach. Friends, allow me to introduce you to the illustrious leader of the Three Realms, Drunken Red Dust. I thought to myself, amused at how he had seamlessly usurped my lines. Yet, I bore no ill will. How delightful. Hello, President Red Dust. I am Niu Xiaohua. And this is my friend Dreaming Me. The two friends regarded me with a rather indifferent gaze. Noticing their demeanor, I smiled subtly. This was the demeanor befitting a true champion, neither servile nor arrogant. Moreover, it was evident that their skills had reached a level comparable to that of Diaogu and his peers, with considerable potential to boot. Greetings. Xiaodu has likely informed you that we, the Three Realms, are in search of new recruits. Are you two interested? I extended my hand to them with a smile. We are both solo players and have never intended to join a guild. The constraints often feel burdensome. I wonder how the Three Realms fare in this regard. Haha. Rest assured, we are not the typical large guild with a multitude of rules. We aim to recruit around 100 individuals, and our numbers will not swell beyond that. As for regulations, there is but one: act with integrity. What do you think? Niu Xiaohua and Dreaming Me exchanged glances, both noting a spark of delight in each other's eyes. Dreaming Me finally spoke up. To be honest, playing as just two can be quite dull. We yearn for a casual guild akin to those of yore, yet they seem to have vanished. Professional guilds often stifle one's freedom. Since you've mentioned the absence of stringent rules in the Three Realms, we are not ones to overlook a good opportunity. Count us in. Haha, splendid. With your addition, the Three Realms grows significantly stronger. Xiaodu, nodding in agreement, then summoned the rest of the group. Everyone, allow me to present our esteemed leader. The one you've all been mentioning, Blood Azure Drunken Red Dust. As the sky gradually darkened, the soft, golden hues of the setting sun graced my face, enveloping me in a gentle warmth that elicited a smile. Beside me stood the current and future elite of the Three Realms: Xiao Xiao, Luo Hua, Lung Bingbing, Yin Yu Shui, Diao Gu, Major, Zhong Nanhai, Miao Shi, prehistoric talent, along with the newly joined Dunai Si, Dreaming Me, and Niu Xiaohua. Unbeknownst to us, the number of our skilled players had significantly increased, and behind us stood a formidable assembly of 100 mid to high-level players, neither more nor less. At this moment, we gathered before the gates of Orgrimmar, with 3 hours remaining until the time granted to me by Malfurion. Before venturing forth, it was imperative that I rallied our comrades. Brothers and sisters of the Three Realms, this is our complete assembly. Though our numbers may be few, each one of you has been meticulously chosen. Each of you is a powerhouse. The Three Realms have no need for the feeble. We require only the strong. Tell me, are you strong? Yes. The collective roar of the 100 voices resonated like a chorus of thunder, reverberating in unison, striking the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer, igniting a fervor that surged within each one of us, myself included. This occasion marks the first grand event for the Three Realms, our inaugural appearance before the world. I do not expect monumental feats from you, but we must not bring shame upon ourselves. Though few in number, each of us is capable of taking on many foes. Do you understand? Understood. The unified shout pierced the heavens, causing the clouds to quiver as if in response. This time, we stand in support of the Malfurion faction. I must share a crucial piece of information with you, but it is strictly confidential. Frankly, most of you have only just joined today, and some may have reservations. My trust in you is not yet complete. Remember, trust is built over time. The individuals standing beside me, whom you perceive as the so-called elite, do not eternally hold that status, nor does it preclude you from ascending to such heights. The information is this: We have acquired precise intelligence regarding the onset of hostilities between Malfurion and Queen Azhara, along with a comprehensive offensive strategy. We possess far more intelligence on the enemy's defenses than any other guild. Do not inquire how we obtained this. As I mentioned, trust is gradually established. As long as you prove yourselves worthy, you will soon delve into the deeper secrets of the three realms. Now, everyone, listen closely. Major Han Yaoshi, you will each lead a group of 20, forming a battalion divided into 4 squads, each with its own squad leader. You two will serve as the battalion commander and vice commander, respectively, and you may designate your team's codename. Yes, General. In a moment of exhilaration, the two individuals inadvertently revealed my identity as a general. However, this is merely a game, and such titles serve only as designations, of little concern to anyone. Instead, this title was disseminated, and for countless days to come, all within the 3 realms would refer to me as the general. Diaogu and Dunaisai. You two shall form the 2nd Corps, with personnel assigned as previously discussed. Yes, General. Zongnanhai, cold and indifferent. You two will lead the 3rd Corps. Yes, General. Mingdawa and Niuxiaohua. You are to command the 4th Corps. Yes, General. The first 3 corps were originally our team, and they are all aware of my identity, save for Dunaisai, thus addressing me as General is entirely justifiable. However, these two have only recently joined the 3 realms. Though they have ascended to high ranks, they remain oblivious to my identity. Their calling me General is merely a reflection of the prior exchanges. Lastly, the 5th Corps. Xiao Xiao, Luohua, you two shall lead. I have just calculated that we have precisely 20 female members in our guild, and you will be responsible for them both. Yes, General. Prehistoric talent, you are the veteran now. As Deputy Commander, direct the overall strategy. Yes, General. Xiao Shui, as the guild supervisor, you are not a frontline combatant, so you will act alongside me in talent as the Chief Coordinator. Yes, General. Have you all decided on the code names for your 5 corps? The captains of the 5 teams unifiedly called out, requesting the General's nominations. The synchrony of their voices made me wonder if they had conspired beforehand. Very well then, the 1st Corps shall be designated as Songlong, the 2nd Corps, Shenwu, the 3rd Corps, Tianhuan, the 4th Corps, Liyang, the 5th Corps, Meigui. Now, all members begin selecting their teams. If there are any old friends among you who have a good rapport with each other, inform your respective corps leaders in advance. They will endeavor to place you together. Another round of fervent shouts erupted as the spirits of the crowd ignited in a collective blaze. At that moment, regardless of gender or age, an overwhelming energy enveloped us, palpable enough to be visually perceived as a swirling aura. Report, General. The Songlong Corps is assembled. Please give your orders. Report, General. The Shenwu Corps is assembled. Please give your orders. Report, General. The Tianhuan Corps is assembled. Please give your orders. Report, General. The Liang Corps is assembled. Please give your orders. Report, General. The Meigui Corps is assembled. Please give your orders. At this moment, the 5 prominent teams radiate an unparalleled confidence, each member exuding an indomitable spirit. They hold their heads high, and their eyes seem to burst forth with tangible flames. Each pupil reflects my shadow. It is universally acknowledged that we are destined to become the premier team of the future. Yet, none could have anticipated that these 5 original teams would eventually be bestowed with the revered title of the 5 Saints. Akin to the 5 most steadfast pillars of NW Huaxia, staunchly resisting the formidable onslaught of rival nations, much like the sharpest bayonets of Huaxia. Ruthlessly penetrating enemy territories in the wake of impending war, vanquishing countless foes. In this moment, it feels as though I have transformed into a divine general amidst the vast army. I am filled with an overwhelming ambition to eradicate all who dare to infringe upon us. All teams, heed the call. Proclaim our name. Let the illustrious title of our 3 realms be revealed to the world. The crowd moved with thunderous resolve, and in the next instant, a sea of green IDs materialized. Each name adorned with the 2 characters of the 3 realms beneath it. Leaders and vice leaders of each team, stand ready. Raise the battle flag. The battle flag, emblazoned with the guild's emblem, is a grand banner, and our 3 realms banner is simple yet majestic, featuring a golden divine dragon that gazes down upon the world, a symbol of Huaxia. Each team has its own emblem, and just moments ago, these emblems were completed within the NW system. Upon envisioning a design, the system generates it automatically, eliminating the need for manual artistry. The emblem of the Songlong team depicts a colossal dragon, currently in slumber, a sleeping dragon that none dare disturb. For waking it would spell dire consequences. The emblem of the Shenwu team is a single-handed sword, well known among players of the World of Warcraft, famously named the Sword of the Wind's Blessing, Thunder Fury. It is a legendary artifact, colloquially referred to as the Wind Sword. The emblem of the Tianhuan team is rather peculiar, resembling a fog. Upon closer inspection, it appears more akin to an ethereal entity, its ghostly form emanating an uncanny aura. The emblem of the Liang team is simpler still, depicting a newly rising sun surrounded by a soft glow. Yet, it is well understood that the sun is untouchable. Whoever dares to reach for it will become naught but ash. The emblem of the Meguei team, true to its name, is a rose ensnared by thorns, a rose with sharp barbs, which, if one wishes to pluck it carelessly, will exact a steep price. Each of these 5 emblems is emblazoned upon the members of each team and upon the upper right corner of the guild's banner. As the battle flags rise, every individual grips their emblem firmly against their chest and gently closes their eyes in reverence to the flags. Though this is a virtual world, it is understood that the battle flag embodies the spirit of the army. While men may fall, the flag shall never falter. While life may be lost, the flag must remain unbroken. As I gazed upon the scene before me, I slowly nodded. These individuals had not disappointed me. The number of players aspiring to join the 3 realms was immense. After a stringent selection process, the final 100 who succeeded in joining this esteemed group were all individuals of remarkable potential. What mattered most, however, was their character. I have always believed that no amount of strength can surpass the importance of possessing a noble character. If one is to be a person, one should do so with integrity, rather than being akin to base scoundrels, for such individuals are unworthy of the title of humanity. Now, the battle banner has been raised. Dear brothers and sisters, it is time to take the battlefield. With that, I led the way into the city of Orgrimmar, having previously briefed Old Dragon. Considering the sheer size of our formidable entourage, who is that, commanding such a grand procession? I'm not sure. Let us step aside and not obstruct their path. Which guild do they belong to? Their numbers aren't particularly large. Surely they exceed 100. That qualifies as a small guild, doesn't it? A small guild? Are you certain? Just look at those 2 characters. The 3 realms? That name sounds familiar. The one in the armor leading the charge. ISNT, that blood azura, drunken red dust. Oh my goodness. It truly is. Wow, an idol. Heavens. It is indeed the 3 realms. Even this elusive and enigmatic guild has mobilized. It appears that the war to destroy the Well of Eternity is genuinely about to commence. Finally, some have discerned the truth. In reality, most players are well versed in the history of Warcraft, and the destruction of the Well of Eternity is a notably famous tale. Many are aware of it. Witnessing so many guilds rallying together, one can certainly make deductions. The whispers of the crowd were incessant, and we chose to remain silent. Some are destined to be mere players, while others are inherently positioned at the pinnacle. Although diligence can mitigate shortcomings, certain matters are irrevocable. Let us not speak of fairness. In this world, true equity is a mere illusion. Hey, have you heard? The battle to annihilate the Well of Eternity is about to begin. Is that true? Who told you? Oh, does it even matter? A few super guilds have emerged. Even the mysterious 3 realms has taken action. It cannot be false. Such rumors spread like wildfire, as if in an instant, all players across China were aware. While not many knew of our 3 realms' involvement, the movements of the super guilds could not be concealed due to their sheer numbers. Listening to the discussions around me stirred something within, prompting me to ask Xiaoxue, how many super guilds are currently active? Xiaoxue waved her hand to open in a game notepad, a remarkably convenient tool that effortlessly transcribes one's thoughts. Aided by artificial intelligence to ensure accuracy, this feature has garnered immense popularity among contemporary users, particularly among players who prioritize data, as well as merchants. Currently, there are only 5 guilds that can be deemed as super guilds, each boasting a membership exceeding 100,000. Among them, One Life Reincarnation stands out as the most formidable, with the highest average member level and strength. Its leader, known by the ID Eternal Reincarnation Dream, is a mage specializing in ice magic, ranked 7th on the leaderboard. Closely trailing us, the average level of its members is around 45, making it the most powerful guild organization on the surface. The second guild, Rebirth, has some animosity towards us. Led by the Warrior Flower World, who ranks 10th on the leaderboard. The vice leader is Fierce Tiger, who previously clashed with us and currently holds the 23rd position. Their average member level also hovers around 45, slightly below 1 life reincarnation, though the difference is negligible. These two guilds represent the most significant forces at present. The third guild, Royal Clan, is led by Holy Emperor, a paladin. Despite its formidable name, it lacks representation in the top 20 of the rankings, possessing somewhat lesser peak power. However, it boasts the largest membership, approximately 15,000, with an average level ranging from 43 to 45. Research indicates that even the lowest-ranked members have reached level 40, making their strength not to be underestimated. Fourth in line is the King of Hunters, led by the aptly named Hunter King, a marksman ranked 14th. While other players in this guild have relatively lower levels, averaging between 40 and 42, their numbers stand at around 120,000. Lastly, the fifth guild, New King, is led by a promise worth 1,000 gold. While this guild possesses considerable combat capabilities, its true strength lies in its commercial prowess. With only about 50,000 combat players, the remaining 50 to 60,000 members are dedicated to production and trade, making this guild the most dominant economic entity in the NW, wielding significant control over the market. As for other guilds, 3 lesser-known ones can be classified as large guilds, each with memberships ranging from 30 to 40,000. Yet their average levels generally fall between 35 and 40, predominantly comprising ordinary players. Although our numbers are fewer, we harbor no fear in confronting them. A multitude of lower-level players cannot hope to overwhelm us in direct confrontation. I silently nodded. Indeed, Xiaoxua's efficiency in handling matters is quite commendable. In just a single day, she has managed to gather a plethora of information from various major guilds, confirming my decision to appoint her as the guild's supervisor was indeed wise. Very well, I understand. Please compile and distribute the information from each guild to the respective team leaders and vice leaders. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. To engage in competition, this information is paramount. Furthermore, I request that each team leader and vice leader conducts an assessment of their current team's combat capabilities and promptly devise suitable combat strategies. It is crucial to establish a coordinated approach. We must avoid chaos when the battle commences. Report that Songlong team is suited for frontline combat. Primarily composed of various tank classes, absorbing substantial damage and directing the flow of the battle. Report the Xinwu team specializes in close-quarters combat, with a strong emphasis on control, primarily utilizing melee classes for their primary combat strategy. Report the Tianhua team consists of numerous ice mages and healing classes, adept at maintaining control and providing healing across the battlefield. Report the Liang team boasts a significant number of ranged attack classes, excelling in mobility and capable of adapting to various battlefield scenarios with effective long-range damage output. Report the Rose team is comprised of a mix of stealth classes and hunters, primarily focusing on assassination tactics, featuring 7 rogues and 3 feral druids. They are well suited for infiltrating enemy lines and providing auxiliary healing and ranged attack support. What has become of the young ladies today? It seems they are all honing their skills in stealth professions. However, this could prove advantageous, as it allows the Rose Brigade to serve as a secret weapon, unleashing unexpected effects. I have abandoned the previously prevalent tactic of mixed teams, opting instead to allow each group to specialize in a specific area, ensuring that each unit excels in its respective field. For instance, the Songlong team, despite having the mage Miaoshi, possesses a skill that unleashes devastating area damage. Shielded by a formidable front line of tanks, they plunge into the fray, causing foes to fall in droves. The Xinwu team operates as a pure melee force, devoid of any ranged classes, functioning as a colossal meat grinder that leaves a trail of blood wherever they go. The Tianhuan team, led by Zhang Nanhai and Lung Bingbing, boasts Lang Bingbing as a rapid-fire control specialist with commendable damage output, while Zhang Nanhai serves as a guiding beacon. Wherever he casts a shield, the healers follow suit. I prefer to refer to the Liang team as the heavy artillery unit. They act as a long-range missile battalion, targeting areas in need of firepower and unleashing their skills with unwavering precision. As for the Rose team, they exist as both assassins and a battlefield support unit, combining healing assistance with ranged firepower. The melee fighters are all stealth specialists, undertaking various assassination missions behind enemy lines. Should they find themselves lacking a commander, they need not fear, for we have the legendary assassin, Shi Qian, who can coordinate with the stealth team and assume the role of leader when necessary. The division of labor among the 5 teams is remarkably clear, and I must say, it is a bold endeavor. In my view, this allocation will significantly enhance execution efficiency. In the past, with each team fully staffed, there was a sense of disunity. While a complete distribution of various classes is preferable for dungeon raids, I believe this arrangement is more advantageous for the battlefield. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion, and the actual outcomes remain uncertain until put to the test. As we marched onward, coordinating various matters, we soon arrived at the historical first training ground. To my astonishment, I noticed that the participants were lined up in perfect formation. Upon closer inspection, I realized that these were none other than the renowned large guilds, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of members standing resolutely in their designated spots, exemplifying the grandeur of a major guild. In stark contrast, the surrounding throngs of casual players and small guild members were bustling about, animatedly engaging in fervent discussions. I smiled softly, gazing at the scarce vacancies situated in the very center among the prominent guilds, and gently uttered, "Let us join in the revelry." My entourage may be modest, numbering around 100, yet each individual possesses a presence that rivals those of the so-called grand guilds. Do you not comprehend who is permitted entry here? Suddenly, two individuals emerged, obstructing our path, their voices laced with hostility as they interrogated me, one of them pointing directly at my nose. Who, pray tell, is worthy of entry? Naturally, it is the renowned strong warriors and the mightiest guilds that grace the list. As I spoke, one of them let out a sudden cry. Hastily grasping the arm of the player who was speaking, whispering urgently, "Do not say another word. He is drunk in red dust." Drunk in red dust? Who is that? The other responded, bewildered, gazing at me in confusion. The player blocking him, with a hand pressed to his forehead in exasperation, remarked, "Blood Azura, the one at the top of the leaderboard, the ruler of the three realms." In an instant, the former's gaze towards me transformed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That red dust leader, his speech faltering. Shall we then be allowed entry? Yes. The eager child nodded fervently, as if he might snap his neck in enthusiasm. Let us proceed, I beckoned to my companions, deeming it unnecessary to engage with such insignificant characters. As we entered, the surrounding crowd resumed their hushed murmurs. Some expressed confusion, yet others swiftly elucidated our right to stand here. The gazes of the guild leaders varied. Some were perplexed, others seething with anger, particularly a scrawny individual named Fierce Tiger, while some regarded us with disdain. I have encountered such looks countless times, both in the game and in reality. Those who wear such expressions often face unfavorable fates. Esteemed leaders, may I inquire how many are yet to arrive? The guild leaders exchanged silent glances for a few moments before deciding to respond. For I am the foremost on several leaderboards, and ignoring my presence would not be a prudent choice. Surprisingly, it was the leader of Fierce Tiger's guild, the Rebirth Guild, who spoke up. "Red Dust Leader, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the president of Rebirth, Flowering World. Formalities must be observed. For this gathering comprises prominent figures. Should I exhibit excessive arrogance, I would transgress unwritten rules. It is one thing to offend a few, but provoking them all would be unwise. The leaders of the major guilds are not fools. They are aware that supporting the lineage of Malfurion is the judicious choice. Among those currently present, nearly all capable of making a mark have arrived. Only 2 or 3 medium to large guilds remain absent, perhaps having ventured elsewhere. I trust you all are aware of the commencement time for battle. How much longer must we wait? The esteemed leaders have already convened and decided that 1 hour prior to the commencement of battle, all members shall mobilize. Most of the independent players are also expected to join the main force in the fray. Considering the time, there are just over 10 minutes remaining. I nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. I then focused my mind, allowing my gaze to meticulously scan the faces of those around me, searching for any indication of where the Bone Dragon's followers might be concealed. My gaze swept across the faces of those present. I recognized the visage of the Bone Dragon. Yet the 5 competitors from the Dragon Group, who ranked before me, were strangers. This was hardly surprising, as visibility had been obscured during our previous encounters. It was also possible that the Bone Dragon had remained in the rear, unseen. Moreover, for individuals like the Ancient Dragon, finding like-minded companions was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Time flowed swiftly in the enveloping silence, with merely an hour remaining until the impending battle. Monsieur Luan Hui Meng, the president of the Reincarnation Guild, glanced at the clock and spoke gently. "It is time, my friends. Let us commence." There was no verbal response. We all nodded in agreement, and began issuing commands. With our smaller numbers, the communication was seamless, but larger guilds faced complications. After all, not everyone could constantly monitor the guild channel. Thus, orders typically flowed from the guild leader to the captains of each team, and so forth, down to the individual members. While sheer numbers could amplify strength, they also tested the execution of orders. Disjointed efficiency could lead to chaos. Within a few minutes, the various guilds had organized themselves, a vast sea of players surging forth. Reminiscent of water breaching a dam. Observing our movement, many independent players rose to join us, eager to capitalize on the chaos of battle. Among them were those of a newly emerged class known as scavengers. These individuals were not true scavengers, but rather opportunists who roamed the battlefield, collecting equipment dropped by fallen players to sell for profit post-conflict. However, succeeding as such a player required considerable skill. In terms of direct distance, the training grounds were not far from the Eternal Well. Our previous slow progress was simply due to the abundance of monsters along the way. Now that our levels had risen, the monsters around level 30 presented little challenge, easily dispatched by players wielding instant cast spells, thus maintaining our marching speed. Before long, we arrived at the vicinity of the Eternal Well, but further advancement was impeded. The area was heavily guarded, predominantly by forces from Azhara, alongside a few players. At that moment, one player revealed the identities of these individuals. Indeed, several medium to large guilds had aligned themselves with Azhara's faction. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I had nothing to comment, for everyone had their reasons, and forcing a judgment upon their actions was futile. All was merely a matter of choice. Some pondered thus, yet many others wore expressions of disdain, even disgust. As I had previously stated, everything boiled down to choice. A prominent figure, the leader of the Royal Guild, Ren Wang Shenghuang, unabashedly expressed his revulsion towards these individuals, deeming them scum. His words resonated with many. Yet a greater number remained silent, including the presidents and vice presidents of the other four major guilds, even the Fierce Tiger, who observed these events with indifference. Players from other guilds stationed near the Eternal Well noted our arrival, and we had no intention of concealing ourselves, with so many of us. It would be impossible to hide. They appeared visibly shaken, their affiliations turning red, marking them as enemies. Before our vast army, I imagined even the GM would tremble. In the blink of an eye, those few individuals vanished, not a soul pursued them. Our presence was undeniable. This was a confrontation of magnitude, where schemes and underhanded tactics held little sway, unless orchestrated by key figures capable of influencing the entire battle, such as the undercover Illidan. This remained a closely guarded secret, known only to Malfurion, Tyrant, and my earliest companions. Even the newly recruited members were left uninformed. This is what it means to hold one's cards close. Revealing one's hand unnecessarily is the folly of the unwise. As the saying goes, that which is unknown is the most terrifying, which elucidates why the three realms, despite their subtlety, reached such heights following a single incident. I retrieved the communication token that Malfurion had previously bestowed upon me, and swiftly dispatched an inquiry. We have arrived. What shall be our next course of action? At this moment, Malfurion was also engaged in the final preparations for battle. Upon receiving my message, he promptly responded, "I see you. Come over at once," before terminating the call. The intent was to create an atmosphere, and conversing directly with the esteemed Malfurion undoubtedly commanded attention that none could overlook. "Aha, little brother Hongqin, you have finally arrived." Malfurion's hearty voice resonated, instantly captivating the gaze of nearly everyone present, including all members from the three realms. A multitude of eyes were fixed upon me. Clearly having heard Malfurion call out my name, Hongqin, I paid no heed to the gazes around me, responding to Brother Malfurion, "My apologies for my tardiness." "Dear brother." With a hearty laugh, I remarked, "What are you saying?" The dialogue that followed was merely inconsequential banter. In that moment, individuals from all three realms stood tall and proud, for indeed, the leader of the realms was conversing face to face with one of the greatest deities in the history of the Warcraft universe, Malfurion. The mere exchange of titles, brother and little brother, was enough to inspire a sense of pride among all present, compelling them to lift their heads high and face the world with confidence. "Brother, let's set aside other matters for now. Time is of the essence. All major organizations of adventurers have gathered, with only a few minor factions having allied with the opposing side. It is not a significant concern. How shall we proceed with our assault?" Clearly, Malfurion had considered this matter well in advance, responding without hesitation that there were two approaches. One was to integrate into our legion, while the other was to act independently. I suspect most will lean towards the latter, he stated plainly, with a wave of his hand. Several leaders and vice leaders of major guilds vanished in a flash of white light, only to reappear instantaneously before Malfurion. I found myself positioned at the forefront, where no one dared to voice any dissent. Although their expressions were somewhat strained, the recent dialogue between Malfurion and myself had instilled a sense of unease, causing them to question the nature of our relationship while refraining from asking outright. Let us keep this conversation light. I assume you are reluctant to directly join my grand army, so we shall proceed with the second approach. Though your levels may not be high, each of you possesses an array of unique skills and can wield nearly all forms of magic and natural elements. This formidable assembly cannot be overlooked, and neither can the forces of Azhara. Therefore, I shall refrain from imposing demands upon you and will simply outline the general plan for your consideration. After a moment of contemplation, each individual nodded in agreement. No one was inclined to relinquish their military authority, and it would be uncomfortable for a band of players to be led by an NPC, even one as illustrious as Malfurion. Well, the plan is straightforward. It does not involve the complete annihilation of our foes, as each adversary wields immense magical power derived from the Well of Eternity. Engaging them directly would put us at a disadvantage, regardless of our numbers. To borrow a phrase from little brother Hongchun, to capture the bandit, one must first seize the king. Strike at the serpent's neck. The king and the vital point lie right before us, the Well of Eternity. If we can successfully destroy the well, their magical strength will dissipate, rendering them no longer a threat. Your task is simple. Forcefully breach their defenses from the left flank while our main force creates distractions up front. Then, we will strike from the right. Once we establish a connection between the two sides, we will immediately form a defensive formation. I will commence the arrangement to destroy the Well of Eternity, and I must not be disturbed during this process, which will take approximately half an hour. Are there any objections? At present, no one is aware of the true strength of the opposing defenses. None dare to make definitive claims. If it were merely a handful of guild players, it would be a simple matter to handle, but with so many involved, even a single drop of spit from each could create an ocean. Yet, the adversary boasts the enigmatic elite guards of Azhara, leading to a pervasive silence, even among the once arrogant and imperious Emperor Rawang. Ladies and gentlemen, I possess some knowledge regarding the approximate strength of our opponents. Just moments ago, Illidan discreetly conveyed an outline of their defensive capabilities. Given the current circumstances, it is not a time for me to conceal my own limitations. Do you truly wish to know how I acquired this information? Have you developed supernatural senses? The speaker is none other than the ferocious tiger. His mere presence ignites my ire, and his current demeanor leaves me speechless. He embodies a rogue, masquerading as the chairman of some enterprise. Is this not comical? Brother, kindly escort this individual away. And as for that flamboyant fellow, whose mere existence is indicative of the adage birds of a feather flock together. If someone as brazen as the tiger holds the position of vice president, then the president must surely be of a similar caliber. Malfurion waved his hand, and the tiger vanished from sight. The flamboyant individual hastily interjected, "Wait, Blood Azura, I harbor no ill will towards you. That man merely exploits his status as my cousin to intimidate others. Please do not implicate me." In that moment, the flamboyant individual's previous composure evaporated, replaced by a visage of despair. "All right, I believe you. You may stay, as I have my own channels to acquire this information. Those who doubt may leave now. Brother Malfurion will see you off." Noticing the crowd's sudden silence, I resumed speaking, informing them that the opponents had indeed enhanced their strength, as Azhara had bestowed upon them the blessings of the Well of Eternity. Though these blessings are but rudimentary, each individual has effectively gained the combat prowess equivalent to a 10-level increase. Previously, there were none within the top 30 in terms of power rankings. Yet now nearly all possess capabilities akin to the top 50. While their numbers are few, they should not be underestimated. Moreover, the elite guards of Azhara are exclusively composed of combat classes, with the most critical factor being their ranged magical powers. Each of these individuals has been imbued with the waters of the Well of Eternity, absorbing a significant amount of magical energy, resulting in formidable damage. I trust that everyone has prepared extensive defensive magic scrolls. When we encounter Azhara's magical battalion, do not hesitate to deploy them. Otherwise, we risk facing catastrophic consequences. As for their levels, these elite guards hover around level 50, with none exceeding 55, yet there are 3 boss-level entities, all at the pinnacle level of 55. It is crucial to contain them. Let us refrain from recklessly charging in, for the repercussions could be dire. I have laid bare all the information I have gathered, and it is evident that our adversary possesses formidable strength. Should we fail to approach this matter with the utmost seriousness, we may very well face consequences beyond our reckoning. With a resounding military command, the battle cries erupted, and the clash between the two factions swiftly unfurled, engulfed in clouds of smoke. Under the searing onslaught of magic, it seemed as though everything around us began to wither and decay. At this moment, I did not charge to the front lines. Just moments ago, we had delineated the positions of each guild. To my dismay, these detestable foes proclaimed that, given my modest contingent, we must consist solely of elites, thus relegating us to the central position of the fray. Yet, this was fortuitous. We had come to make a statement. Since they wish to witness the might of our 3 realms, we shall give them a spectacle to behold. Sky Illusion Guild, fall back. Azure Dragon Guild, advance. I commanded. Disperse your formations. Sky Illusion Guild, engage in direct healing. Divine Warrior Guild, interlace your positions with Azure Dragon Guild, ensuring output while safeguarding yourselves. Radiant Sun Guild, unleash widespread firepower to alleviate the burden on Azure Dragon Guild. Rose Guild, commence unrestricted assistance. With a steady flow of commands issuing from my lips, I was heartened by the realization that the players we had meticulously selected exhibited remarkable execution efficiency. Almost instantaneously upon my orders, each guild began to mobilize, completing their tasks in unison. The entire battlefield gradually progressed under our strategic maneuvers. I observed a few guild leaders nodding in acknowledgement. It was evident that our combat prowess had earned their recognition. Although our numbers barely exceed 100, our formidable execution compelled even the most seasoned guild leaders to concede. This was partly due to our limited numbers, which facilitated command and control, and partly due to our stringent recruitment standards. Only players of a certain caliber can join the realms and become a part of my Iron Legion. Currently, we face merely the first layer of the enemy's defense. The opposing forces are not numerous, nor are they particularly formidable. As we began our advance, their player teams swiftly reorganized themselves. We found ourselves confronting a unified group brandishing staffs, suggesting that they have, to some extent, adopted the subgroup strategy that I currently employ. Meanwhile, the prominent guild leaders flanking us attentively observed the merits and drawbacks of this divisional approach. Our Iron Legion was fervently engaged in battle when, all of a sudden, a meteor streaked across the sky towards us, targeting the Azure Dragon Corps and the Divine Warrior Corps ahead. The meteor approached rapidly, and within mere seconds, I realized it was alarmingly massive, nearly engulfing a substantial portion of our front lines, and astonishingly, my 2 foremost teams were entirely overshadowed. Ladies and gentlemen, I suspect this formidable magic hails from the arcane legions of Azhara. Let us employ our defensive scrolls in a layered manner. I shall commence. Guardian Tortoise Scroll. At the instant I called out, a dazzling azure light radiated from Luohua's hands, soaring into the air before dispersing, forming a gossamer barrier. However, the immense form of the Guardian Tortoise, entwined with serpents, slightly sank in the center, its deep, resonant roar providing reassurance to the onlookers. As the meteor plummeted, the Guardian Tortoise lifted its head, bracing itself against the terrifyingly large celestial body with its formidable shell. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, and in that moment of collision, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing. The earth trembled uncontrollably as towering trees fell and rose, bearing witness to the cataclysmic impact. The deafening roar compelled everyone to clasp their ears, including the opposing players and NPC legions, who gaped in astonishment at the explosion above. As the meteor shattered, fiery fragments scattered like shrapnel, igniting as they soared outward. A wave of dread washed over me. We had not fully mitigated the impact. Although the meteor had fractured, the resultant debris raining down would inevitably inflict widespread devastation. Now it is your turn. Although I voiced my concerns, no one initiated the use of the large-scale defensive magic scrolls. I cursed under my breath, feeling utterly powerless. Such scrolls are undeniably precious, yet in my view, failing to utilize them in this moment would be sheer folly. They outnumber us, so let them rely on their numbers to withstand the onslaught. Damn it! We have a limited supply of shattered meteorites here. Fiery Sun Group, concentrate your fire and shatter those meteorites within range. The others need not concern themselves with anything else. I too am filled with fury. These selfish individuals, I deliberately raised my voice for them to hear. Though we are few in number, our execution is remarkably high. Under the precise command of myself and Yo Shao Hua, each meteorite was shattered into smaller, harmless fragments that fell gently to the ground. In stark contrast, the larger guilds, despite their numbers, squandered precious time merely issuing commands. Moreover, the oncoming meteorites instilled such fear in many that they were rendered incapable of effectively organizing a response to shatter the meteors. A cacophony of screams ensued. Yet amidst the chaos, only one guild maintained an orderly approach. It was none other than the illustrious, top-ranked Guild of Eternal Reincarnation. I couldn't help but admire the sheer magnitude of this legion, executing commands with such remarkable efficiency and precision. Their level of control is undeniably impressive, and it is clear that they possess the capital to ascend to the pinnacle of the first guild. At the moment the meteor fell, I caught a glimpse of the entity wielding this skill. Indeed, it was an NPC. The lengthy string of names above its head was indecipherable from my vantage point, and the distance proved too great for a proper lock-on. A prehistoric talent has fashioned that being for me. As my voice resonated, a myriad of gazes fixed upon my countenance, each expression reflecting a unique sentiment. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the prehistoric talent vanished from sight. While the fierce tiger wore an expression of malicious delight, perhaps eagerly anticipating my blunder. However, I remained indifferent to the opinions of such a figure, resolutely issuing further commands as our formation began to contract, semi-encircling our legion. Since these individuals were unwilling to collaborate with us, it was unnecessary for us to linger in their company any longer. As my words echoed, the expressions of the guild leaders shifted noticeably. In mere minutes, the combat prowess exhibited by our modest assembly of just over 100 individuals rendered them hesitant to underestimate us any longer. With our departure, it was inevitable that one of them would have to assume our position. These self-serving individuals, each clinging to their own agendas, would certainly be unwilling to step up. However, I was indifferent to their reluctance. I have articulated and executed all that was necessary. Their unwillingness to collaborate with us absolves me of the need to remain in their company. In such circumstances, betrayal could occur at any moment, and I refuse to take such risks. I possess unwavering confidence in my legion. Even if we cannot penetrate the enemy lines, retreat will undoubtedly be achievable. Suddenly, a deafening scream pierced the air from afar, drawing everyone's gaze. It was the individual who had previously summoned a colossal meteor, now howling towards the heavens as cracks appeared across his body, revealing a core brimming with magma-like fire elements. His form swelled ominously, and it was evident to all that he was on the brink of explosion. It seemed that his attempt to coalesce another meteor had been violently interrupted. Moments later, that swollen figure collapsed, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the heart of the enemy camp. The detonation painted the sky in hues of molten red, merging with the nascent rays of the sun at the horizon, rendering it difficult to discern between the celestial clouds and the smoke of the explosion. After a brief interval, the figure of the prehistoric talent materialized beside me. With a calm yet resonant voice, he uttered a statement that instilled terror in the hearts of all the guild leaders. "Report, General. The mission is accomplished. The trust has been upheld." I laughed. Such a lethal weapon. Its debut was so astonishing that I believe no one will forget this thief, known as the prehistoric talent after this battle. Haha. Excellent. The recent explosion must have thrown our opponents into disarray. Assassination squad. Follow the prehistoric talent to harvest the enemy's rear. Once they regroup, we shall retreat immediately. Do not linger in battle. The Tsanglong Corps shall divide and protect our flanks, while the Divine Martial Corps advances with me. Let us slay with abandon. The Tianhuan Corps and the Liang Corps provide healing and ranged assaults. Ha ha ha. I laughed maniacally, leaping boldly to stand beside my brothers, Diao Gu and Du Naisai. Let us slay together. Diao Gu joined in my laughter, while Du Naisai revealed a hint of a cold smirk before vanishing. In the next moment, the three of us had appeared beside an unsuspecting enemy player or NPC. Suddenly, screams began to echo. As the entire Divine Martial Corps surged into the enemy ranks like a meat grinder operating at full throttle, I brandished the Radiant Sword, which had transformed into two formidable blades, executing the frenzied dragon slash. In my awakened red dragon form, coupled with an endless state of unspent energy, few could withstand a second blow from me. Brother Jiao unleashed his formidable attacks with grandiose style, claiming a life with each few strikes, all the while exclaiming in exhilaration, "What a thrill! One of Dunai's unique abilities allowed him to select any 2 skills each day with no cooldown. And today he chose Vanish and Shadow Step. He danced upon the battlefield as if performing a dark ballet. With each flicker of his form, a vibrant life was extinguished. The players and NPCs who fell to his hand emitted no cries of agony or lamentation. Upon closer inspection, each throat bore a faint crimson mark, all indicating lethal strikes, a swift cut to the jugular. At this moment, the guild leaders and their members behind us were rendered speechless. They stood frozen in place, some captivated by the gruesome spectacle before them, while others appeared paralyzed in terror, trembling, with weapons slipping from their grasp. It was a guild leader who finally voiced the collective sentiment that resonated in the hearts of all. 100. Merely 100. Are they truly human? Although the guild leaders and their members were utterly astounded, I had no intention of allowing our shock to fade so quickly. If we are to make a grand impression, let us astonish the entire world. The enemy is likely on the verge of regrouping. The explosion earlier must have decimated the magical legion of Acera. Even if not entirely destroyed, our assassination squad would surely eliminate them. However, this would undoubtedly attract more formidable foes to our cause. My comrades, do you have the confidence to continue this slaughter with me? My question was met with a thunderous roar in the very next moment. At this juncture, every member of the 3 realms was drenched in blood. Their eyes ablaze with fury, launching ferocious assaults against all creatures that dared to obstruct their path. In response, I continued to laugh maniacally. While the opposing side began to reorganize, it seemed that they would soon be able to regroup, and once they accomplished this, our current predicament would become perilous. Glancing behind, I realized that we had unwittingly advanced several hundred meters, nearing the epicenter of the earlier explosion. Regrettably, I had yet to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic figure responsible for condensing the meteorite, as the recent blast had utterly obliterated him. I summoned the prehistorical expert privately and commanded him to return. The other party responded promptly, preparing for the next course of action. Simultaneously, I noticed that the prehistorical expert, accompanied by his assassination squad, was making his way back. It appeared he too had sensed the enemy's movements and had chosen to withdraw, showcasing remarkable control over the battlefield. Up to this point in the conflict, we had only suffered a single casualty, a highly promising wild druid, albeit at a rather low level of merely 39. Earlier, while accompanying the prehistorical expert on a cleansing mission, he had been struck down by a desperate blow from the enemy, resulting in a critical hit that claimed his life. Had he been 3 or 4 levels higher, he might have survived. The enemy has regrouped, and the guilds behind me have begun to advance once more. Our objective is to tear through their defenses and create a passage for Malfurion to unleash his formation and obliterate the Well of Eternity. Consolidate the defenses. Implement the cylindrical tactic. Continue with the overlapping formations of the Azure Dragon and Divine Warrior squads, fully encircling the other 3 groups. A fierce assault is imminent. Major Han. Yes. Major Han immediately responded upon hearing my voice. Find someone to fill your position. Bring in the swift assassins. We shall strike hard. Understood. Xiao Xiao. Falling flowers. Cold ice. Brother Diao. Zongnanhai. Dunaisai. Expert. You all too, come over. Instantly, a chorus of synchronized responses echoed around me. Everyone, our respective groups have performed admirably. However, the forthcoming onslaught cannot be withstood by so few. Although they are commendable, their levels still fall significantly short. Let them return and advance alongside the other guilds. Brother Jiao responded, What do you mean? Are we to charge in alone? Precisely. Currently, we form the most formidable 10-man group within the entire player community. Let them progress steadily with the battle while we engage in guerrilla tactics. Major Han nodded in agreement, as did the others, with only the prehistorical expert expressing concern. But what if we cannot exit after we enter? Thus, I proposed a bold strategy. Previously, Xiao Shui had acquired a small area invincibility scroll that lasts for 10 seconds. I believe that this brief window will be sufficient for us to reach a relatively safe location. Furthermore, even if we encounter difficulties, we possess one last large area defensive scroll, ensuring our escape. Very well, if that is the case, I have no objections, the expert replied. I nodded and proceeded to arrange the tasks. Our primary objective was indicated by my finger pointing towards a small slope, situated in the rear of the enemy's defensive line, backed by a towering cliff. There, a ballista awaited, its range limited, yet its lethality immense. This small elevation would enhance the ballista's reach, and it would not be long before our main force fell within its range. Activating a defensive scroll for just a single ballista seemed impractical. However, should it strike a line of our soldiers? Our goal was to eliminate that ballista and seize the high ground, striving to repel the advancing foes. If we could no longer withstand the onslaught, we would retreat and activate the scroll. All factions, heed my command. Under the guidance of our leaders, Dream and Yo Xiaohua, everyone was instructed to withdraw and advance alongside the main force. They were to observe as I and a few other leaders plunged into the fray, delivering devastating blows. Dream and Yo Xiaohua exchanged knowing glances. Currently, they were at a disadvantage in levels, and our coordination was minimal. It was evident that sending them on such a deep infiltration mission was ill-advised, especially since someone needed to command our 100 warriors. Thus, this task was entrusted to them. While we would continue to inspire awe among those behind us, commands flowed from the lips of Dream and Yo Xiaohua, and all team members had received my directives. Now, they followed their leadership, beginning a rhythmic retreat, while the other 9 of us quickened our pace towards the targeted elevation. Dream leader, Miss Xiaohua, where do you think Boss Hongqian is heading? Inquired the leader of the reincarnation faction, Wan Shilun Hui Meng, as his title suggested the esteemed position we held within the 3 realms. Yo Xiaohua smiled slightly, saying, Reincarnation leader, just watch. Let our boss show you what true elites are made of. Wan Shilun Hui Meng's gaze sharpened as he observed the direction we were headed. It was apparent that everyone had surmised our intention to destroy the ballista. Yet, the recent feats of the prehistoric talents had already earned the group's respect. Why not simply repeat that magnificent display? Why deploy 10 individuals? This perplexity lingered in their minds, and while Yo Xiaohua had answered one question, she inadvertently posed another. I remain oblivious to the discussions behind me, acutely aware only of the vast ocean of adversaries before me, each possessing formidable prowess. Alone, I could effortlessly carve my path through them. However, my purpose transcends mere individual valor. I seek to forge a collective of heroes. The 9 individuals at my side are indeed the most fitting candidates for this endeavor. Once we near the range of the crossbow, we shall evade its assaults with utmost agility. Should circumstances render evasion impossible, you must swiftly eliminate the threat and strive to hold our elevated position, prioritizing our survival. Do you comprehend? Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a pivotal juncture. We have now encroached upon the crossbow's range. The adversaries flanking us are devoid of players. For those in the vicinity prefer to confront the formidable legions of various guilds rather than face our 10-member squad. A thunderous roar erupts as the colossal flaming bolt from the crossbow is unleashed, targeting us with alarming precision. It hurtles directly towards me. Disperse around me, 10-meter intervals. I command without hesitation, making a remarkable decision. Instead of evading, I transform my Radiant Emperor sword into its single weapon form, gripping it with both hands, and with all my might. I unleash a devastating dragon slash aimed at the incoming bolt. In that fateful instant before the bolt strikes, my sword meets its tip. The clash between the blade and the severed bolt generates a cacophony of friction, a dissonant screech that reverberates through the air, while the immense force threatens to overwhelm me. At last, just as I teeter on the brink of collapse, the bolt is cleaved entirely in 2. The momentum lost. The remnants of the bolt fall feebly to the ground. In the distance, I catch a faint shout of monster, but I have no time to dwell on it. Onward we advance. Major, protect me closely. Seconds of death, cold as ice, and little one, you 4 NPCs should absorb the taunts. If you falter, do not hesitate to call for aid. This mission permits no casualties. Little one and seconds of death, strike fiercely. Cold as ice, be mindful of your area of effect. Brother Jiao, Little Dew, and Talents, press forward with me, maximizing our output as we hasten towards the high ground. The formation shifted once more, and our pace quickened significantly. A throng of enemies surged forth from both flanks, each one ensnared by Major Han's wrath, only to be swiftly dispatched by the lethal strikes of Xiao Xiao. Before us, 2 warriors and 2 rogues forged an impenetrable wall of blades, leaving no corpses intact in their wake. Suddenly, tendrils erupted from the ground, and I found myself ensnared. Unable to move, as were the others around me. Concurrently, the piercing sound of projectiles sliced through the air once again, this time aimed directly at Luo Hua, who was valiantly healing our comrades. Just as the bolt was about to strike Luo Hua, in a moment of desperate clarity, I unleashed my frenzied dragon slash, severing the vines that bound me. Yet, time was not on my side to redirect the trajectory of the deadly arrow. In a frantic bid to protect Luo Hua, I hurled myself in front of her, and in the next heartbeat, the bolt struck me with brutal force, sending my body hurtling through the air. However, my Radiant Emperor's sword transformed into a shield, interposing itself between the arrow and my form, sparing me from a direct impalement. I was propelled several meters away, and the enemy NPCs instinctively distanced themselves from my trajectory, acutely aware that being struck by such a force was no trifling matter. In the next moment, despite having less than 10 hit points remaining, I rose to my feet. Though my body trembled, I managed to stand upright. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps echoed behind me, leaving me uncertain whether they emanated from the NPC monsters or the members of the guild. Currently, my health points are likely the highest across the entirety of the Huaxia server. The moment I was struck, I activated my Black Dragon form and raised the Radiant Emperor's shield. Even so, I was dealt a blow that reduced my health to less than 10. The power of that crossbow bolt is indeed formidable. To withstand such an assault, I must truly be an invincible cosmic bulwark. As I was sent flying by the crossbow bolt, the expressions of those around me varied greatly. Without a doubt, Luowa covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming with tears. The other team members wore faces filled with anxiety. I could not discern the expressions of the guild leaders behind me, yet I distinctly heard the mocking laughter of the fierce tiger. Afterward, I rose to my feet, and a collective sigh of relief resonated among our allies. The tiger's derisive laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a crow-like roar, clearly astonished that I was still standing. Just as I was letting out my own sigh of relief, a creature suddenly lunged at me from the side. I attempted to raise my shield in defense, but the pain coursing through my body rendered me momentarily powerless. With a series of whooshing sounds, I recognized the swift arrival of Xiao Xiao. 3 arrows flew through the air. The first struck the blade that was advancing towards me, while the second and third pierced deeply into the creature's skull, causing 2 damage indicators to appear above its head. One of the indicators startled me, as it indicated a critical hit. Upon glancing at the final arrow, I saw it firmly embedded in the creature's brow. I turned to Xiao Xiao, and she offered me a gentle smile, reminiscent of the warmth of spring breezes, causing my heart to flutter unexpectedly. I shook my head vigorously, muttering under my breath. In a certain sense, Xiao Xiao resembled my sister, and I was astonished by the peculiar thoughts that had crossed my mind. With heavy footsteps, I approached the crowd, feeling the pain gradually subside. It appeared that the healing skill of falling flowers had taken effect. The pain within the game had lessened considerably. Moreover, once the wounds healed, the discomfort would diminish. Yet if one remained in a critically injured state without tending to their wounds, the pain would intensify. Nonetheless, any injury would ultimately mend as long as one's health was fully restored, barring certain negative debuffs, such as bleeding effects, which would persist even with full health and cause continued blood loss, leading to eventual demise. Just moments ago, I had only sustained a hit without suffering from any negative effects, so as my health increased, the pain gradually dissipated. Brother Diao, your punch landed squarely on my chest. You certainly have the knack for that, I jested, eliciting laughter from everyone around, which lightened the previously somber atmosphere. Let us press on and not squander any time. I am fine, I declared. At this moment, we were mere steps away from our coveted high ground, and we all summoned our utmost strength, sword, dagger, and magic in hand. Within minutes, we finally stood on the long-awaited elevation. However, simultaneously, a multitude of NPC troops surged toward us from all directions. I hastily issued a series of commands. Little, Falling Blossom, Zongnanhai, Cold Ice, Swift Kill, Retreat. Stand at the innermost position, Major. Come forward with me. I will take the left, you the right. Diao Gu Xiao Du. Talents, you 3 fill the gap between us. Alternate positions, ensure no casualties. Falling Blossom, focus on healing those who retreat, with the condition that Major's health is secure. Do not worry about me. Zongnanhai, continuously cast shields for those at the front to absorb damage. As these orders were dispatched, the group sprang into action. Just as the Major and I took our positions, the first wave of the Asala Legion surged forth. A barrage of incomprehensible elven tongues assailed us. For heaven's sake. Even if you're cursing, could you at least use words we can comprehend? Cold Ice began to jest once more. The team maintained a buoyant spirit. Regardless of the formidable adversities we faced, we approached every challenge with unwavering resolve. No one could impede our progress. This was our creed. In that moment, a dense rain of arrows from Little, the chilling blue ice magic from Cold Ice, and the overwhelming flames from Swift Kill converged, creating a dazzling and ferocious spectacle of ice and fire. Zongnanhai continuously unleashed transparent shields, while falling blossoms' holy light spells illuminated our heads. My radiant sword shield. Major Han's one-handed hammer and shield, Diao Ji's colossal sword, and the daggers wielded by talents and Shadu relentlessly withstood the onslaught of the enemy legion, simultaneously striking at the flesh of our foes. Our seamless coordination transformed us into invincible warriors. No one could breach our defenses. What defines an elite? This is what it means to be elite. With elevated levels, impeccable skills, and harmonious teamwork, our actions flowed as effortlessly as drinking water. As I often say, details dictate success. Coordination among many is not merely about following orders. It involves a myriad of subconscious synchronizations. True synergy occurs when your mind functions without conscious thought, allowing for instinctive actions. The first wave of the assault was successfully repelled. The 10 of us stood firm, guarding the first high ground of the front line. Everyone understood that in warfare, seizing the high ground significantly contributes to victory, and we had secured the first elevation. Our objective was to hold it until the main force arrived. Though I harbor disdain for these selfish guilds, this was a large-scale conflict, one that would determine the course of history, far beyond the capabilities of our mere 100 personnel. Regardless of my feelings toward those behind me, reliance on them was essential for any hope of triumph. I opened a private chat with Dream, urging the main forces to accelerate their pace. As the enemy was primarily targeting our position, the pressure on your side would be significantly less, so hurry, for we cannot hold out much longer. Dream received my message, yet remained impassive, calmly addressing the guild leaders, my esteemed colleagues. Our leader has already surged ahead to seize the high ground. Do you intend to advance at this leisurely pace? The final cold chuckle carried a hint of derision, instantly jolting the guild leaders. To them, our ability to advance had surpassed their expectations, and thus far, all the credit belonged to the three realms, while they had merely been inching forward. Members of Reincarnation, accelerate your pace. All forces, advance. I commanded. All members of Transcendence, listen. Charge towards the leader of the three realms. Follow me to battle. The royal faction must not tarnish our name. Charge alongside me. Humph. Do you think I, the Hunter King, would retreat? Slay them. All members of the new king. Let us charge together. In an instant, various guilds began to organize their assault, each team swiftly adjusting their positions and formations. The Dream of Eternal Reincarnation was the first to lead a charge towards us, closely followed by other guilds, both large and small, orchestrating the initial wave of attack. At that moment, a crisis emerged. The air was filled with the deafening clamor of battle cries from the enemy's rear. Everyone listen. No retreat. We must hold the first high ground. I shouted, only to realize I had forgotten that the private chat was still open. I can hear you, leader, came Dream's resigned voice, prompting me to chuckle awkwardly. Soon, Dream relayed my words to the guild leaders, who understood the significance of this high ground. They ceased their petty scheming and committed fully to the charge, striving to secure the front line before an unknown-sized enemy legion could arrive. However, reality often defies expectations. Just as the charge from Eternal Reincarnation was nearing our high ground, the enemy's legion appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a mixed force from three medium-sized guilds, all advancing together. Their numbers were vast, beyond calculation. Assessing the distance, it seemed both sides would arrive at the high ground simultaneously, introducing a plethora of uncertainties. After a brief contemplation, I made a startling decision. Dream, inform the charge team that we will temporarily withdraw from the high ground, and the enemy will not completely seize it in the short term. You must swiftly retake the high ground and establish a defensive formation. Though the Dream self remains uncertain of my desires, as a pivotal member of the three realms, he resolves to execute my command, relaying this message to the leaders of various guilds. In an instant, a cacophony of shouts erupts behind me, yet I disregard their presence, sharing my strategy with the 9 individuals beside me. Esteemed colleagues, it seems we must risk our lives once more. We cannot afford to lose this high ground. If both sides arrive simultaneously, we shall be in peril. Rather than succumb to such a fate, let us charge forth and delay their advance. After all, we possess a limited invincibility scroll to shield us. We shall prolong our resistance for as long as possible. In the midst of battle fervor, the crowd harbors no dissent. Even if we were to perish in this clash, no one would dare question our resolve. Our actions thus far have already attested to our formidable strength before the eyes of the world. We adjust into a charging formation, leaving the high ground behind. As we surge forward, the clamor from behind ceases. What more could they say? Their prior shouts, at worst, amounted to accusations of cowardice. Should I concern myself with such remarks? Absolutely not. We shall let our deeds speak for themselves. Kill. This resounding cry escapes my lips. My singular aim is to stall the adversaries before us, even if only for a fleeting second. Instantly, the clash ensues. My sword cleaves through the neck of an opponent. Yet the major is met with several sharp blades and axes in response. Zongnanhai, while casting the shield spell, continues to unleash damaging abilities in an effort to inflict maximum harm. In this moment, nearly everyone unleashes their full potential. I too activate the Gale Divine Power. While Luahua's mana dwindles, her no-cost skills cannot last much longer. Now, I can only hope that my comrades behind me can muster their strength to reclaim the high ground, thus allowing our retreat. Before long, we find ourselves utterly surrounded by the enemy. Were it not for the existence of the invincibility scroll, our fate would surely have been total annihilation. My dream self remains on a private call, and amidst the haze, I catch a fragment of a phrase from the eternal reincarnation dream, a statement that emboldens every member of the three realms. Damn it, you bunch of cowards. Softies. Look at the warriors of the three realms, while you linger here, crawling at a snail's pace. Move faster, for heaven's sake. Everyone. Tighten the formation. I bellowed with all my might, as the formidable army behind me had established a significant lead. The elite charge of the reincarnation battalion had ascended the heights, and it was only a matter of time before they reclaimed the strategic position. As our formation of 10 began to contract, the invincible scroll in Luahua's hands finally unfurled. A radiant beam of golden light surged into the heavens, emanating from Luohua and enveloping an area of approximately 15 meters around us. In that fleeting moment, we found ourselves within this protective sphere, and simultaneously, a flurry of varying attacks, swords, axes, and magical assaults struck against the golden shield encasing us. The vibrations were intense, and the shield trembled violently, yet it remained intact. It seemed that the invincibility scroll indeed possessed its promised power. Alas, it was only effective for 10 seconds, and I pondered how long it would take to procure another. Though I felt a pang of regret, there was no time for nostalgia now. With merely 10 seconds at our disposal, I urged everyone to stay close, to not lag behind. With that, I seized Luohua's hand, and we dashed forward, not merely running, but racing with fervor. Relentless assaults battered the invincible shield, compelling us to refrain from using any acceleration skills to avoid straying from its protective radius. In the blink of an eye, those 10 seconds vanished. Yet we drew nearer to a relatively secure zone. Thus far, the only guild I found somewhat commendable was Reincarnation. Wancher Reincarnation Dream was a man of integrity, capable of discerning right from wrong. He had rallied the charge to assist our small band of 10, softening my perception of them. The leaders of several other prominent guilds displayed varied expressions as they witnessed Wancher Reincarnation Dream rushing towards us. Moments later, Hunter King and his followers joined the fray, followed by Qianjin Inua and the ambiguous Wawawa World, each leading their respective charges from New King Guild and Rebirth Guild. Although the royal faction did not advance, the formidable and proud Renwang Shengwang acknowledged me from afar with a nod. His battalion comprised primarily of paladins and warriors, predominantly defensive in nature, suited for holding the heights, but less so for facilitating our breakout. Renwang Shengwang led a coalition of various mid to large guilds and independent players to eliminate the remaining enemies atop the heights, subsequently establishing layers of defensive lines. I etched the faces of these individuals in my mind. Initially, I was consumed by anger. However, upon reflection, I recognized their selfishness stems from the fact that these scrolls were purchased with the collective earnings of the entire guild. Their hesitance does not imply a reluctance to contribute. The evidence before us substantiates this understanding. With the assistance of several assault teams, we engaged in a strategic retreat, successfully withdrawing to the first line of defense established by the Radiant Emperors, without a single casualty. At that moment, I finally exhaled in relief. A gathering of over 20 guild leaders and vice leaders assembled around a colossal table, upon which lay a detailed topographical map of the area surrounding the Eternal Well. The leader of the reincarnated faction, Wawawa World, was the first to speak, addressing me directly. Xiaohu, why don't you step forward? As Wawawa World finished speaking, the tiger, with his head bowed, stepped hesitantly into view and approached me, murmuring softly, Master Hongchen, I acknowledge my previous mistakes. Please do not take them to heart. I was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. I inquired, Oh, dear reincarnated leader, what exactly is the nature of your relationship? Wawa, wearing a wry smile, began to explain, As I mentioned before, he is my younger cousin. Our family is rather affluent, and he tends to be somewhat arrogant, having been spoiled. This has led to a vicious cycle of loneliness, resulting in few friendships. With the recent opening of NW, he decided to join in, naturally aligning himself with me. Moreover, he is not the chairman. That title belongs to his father. However, in a few years, it is likely that he will inherit the position. In truth, he is not a bad person. He merely enjoys having fun. His upbringing within the family has been commendable. And this apology was not a demand from me, but rather a resolution he arrived at on his own. I nodded thoughtfully, then turned to face the fierce tiger with whom we had previously experienced some friction. I shall not dwell on past grievances, as your brother has suggested. I have decided to place my trust in you. The fact that you have come forth to apologize speaks volumes. I believe your brother's praise of your character is well-deserved. However, I wish to impart a piece of wisdom. In our lives, we rely on our parents at home and friends when we venture out. In this vast world, no one can solely depend on their lineage to become the mightiest. Now that we find ourselves gathered here, we are all in the same boat. Perhaps we can transform enmity into friendship? With that, I extended my hand towards the tiger. The tiger lifted its head, eyes glistening with emotion. Red Dust, I am aware of my shortcomings, yet I genuinely yearn for camaraderie. Are you truly willing to forgive me and be my friend? Laughter erupted from me as I replied, indeed, that is my temperament. While our last encounter left me utterly exhausted, we ultimately suffered no losses. In fact, it was you who bestowed upon me the moniker of Blood Azura. If you take my hand, we shall be friends. The tiger, trembling slightly, raised its hand to clasp mine. The other guild leaders and vice presidents around us nodded in quiet agreement. While Monsieur Lewin, we burst into hearty laughter. Red Dust, I knew I had not misjudged you. You are a true man, just to my liking. I too must apologize for the past. However, you must understand, with so many members in the guild, it is quite a burden to support each and every one. This single scroll could exchange for 10 sets of level 50 purple gear, which explains the earlier incident. I hope you can forgive and not take it to heart. The other guild leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their desire to reconcile with me. I am not one to lack discernment. Those before me are formidable figures. Be they tyrants or heroes, all of them significant in their own right. I stand before the inscrutable bone dragon and others, and in the future, I shall encounter countless foreign servers. It is imperative that we cultivate a harmonious relationship with these individuals. Let us not dwell on the past. My nature compels me to speak candidly, so whatever was said previously, let it be bygone. However, moving forward, our collaboration must be characterized by unity and cooperation. I must impress upon everyone that we are confronted by a myriad of unknown adversaries. Thus, if we fail to work together, the crises we face may be beyond our imagination. As soon as my words escaped my lips, the expressions of the presidents and vice presidents tightened. And it was once again Monsieur Lewin Hui Ming who inquired, "Who are these individuals?" Due to certain reasons, I am unable to reveal their identities. However, rest assured, I am not deceiving you. They are all malevolent forces. My entry into NW and the formation of this guild in the Three Realms was solely to thwart their schemes. I am unaware of their names or any other details. The only knowledge I possess is that they are exceedingly powerful, capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly in reality. Therefore, the unique abilities acquired upon entering NW are undoubtedly of an extraordinary caliber, coupled with various combat strategies, rendering these individuals the most formidable threat within NW. The furrows on everyone's brows deepened further, as Hua Hua Shurjia interjected, "Shueshio Luo, it is not that we doubt you. It's just that this is indeed rather perplexing. After all, NW is merely a game. It may have some impact on reality, but surely a small group cannot alter much. Do not underestimate them. In terms of concealment, they are currently flawless. I have yet to grasp their whereabouts. Moreover, their plans are not about altering anything, but rather something far more immense." The Hunter King also spoke up, "Shueshio Luo, I am a straightforward man, yet I have rarely misjudged people in my lifetime. I acknowledge you. You are a true man. Just tell us what to do, and I will certainly cooperate." Seeing someone recognize me filled me with joy. Bone Dragon is also a legend within the Dragon Group, especially noted for his management skills, military strategies, and vast knowledge, which are all quite formidable. "Thank you, Hunter King. What I wish to propose is that we form an alliance. The existence of these individuals will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, and the sole objective of our alliance is to thwart their plans." Suddenly, the leader of the royal faction, Renwang Xing Huang, interjected. I require something that can convince me. Yet, a glimmer of inscrutable light emanated from his gaze, stirring a sense of doubt within me. Something to convince you. Perhaps? I pondered, furrowing my brow. None among them are fools. They are all formidable figures, and their meticulous minds require no elaboration. To deceive them would be futile. It seems I must reveal my identity. I trust that all present possess a certain degree of influence in reality. Please seek connections within the military or government and inform them of my code. Zue Long L844-1875889. Almost the instant I uttered this phrase, two individuals rose to their feet. One was Ren Wang Sheng Huang, and the other was the leader of a medium-sized guild, known as Bdeliencia, who was an LR. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously moved aside, stepping forward while saluting me, loudly proclaiming, "General, the captain of the 1st Special Combat Brigade of BJ City reports to you." I suddenly gasped. Special Forces? 2 commanders? You too, what is the meaning of this? Report, General. We are aware of the issues arising within the Dragon team. However, the team is currently in complete lockdown, and no one can establish contact. Upon learning of your entry into NW, the Supreme Leader of Huaxia has dispatched us to seek you out and to offer our full cooperation, replied the Holy Emperor Ren Wang in a resonant voice. At that moment, the other leaders also reacted, each initiating private conversations, seemingly to verify my identity. I returned the salute to the 2 individuals before me, while behind me, Brother Diao and the Major, along with a few others from Zhongnan High, also rendered their military salutes. These individuals represent the brothers from our various military and police forces. Like myself, Xiao Xiao is a member of the Dragon Group. And trust is a rare commodity these days. Please convey to the Supreme Leader that the core system of the Dragon Group is functioning normally, and any issues will be resolved in the shortest possible time. We also express our gratitude for his concerns. At that moment, Wan Shilu and Hui Ming stood up, followed by the presidents and vice presidents of several other guilds who gradually rose to their feet. Upon exchanging glances, they all recognized the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes, with Wan Shilu and Hui Ming ultimately breaking the silence. To our astonishment, Shuexiu Luo is indeed an elite of the Dragon Group, the youngest major general in China, and the supreme commander within NW. My father has stated that the Haolan Group agrees to form an alliance. Hualan Enterprises and Huafeng Enterprises have consented to cooperate. This pertains to the duo of Huahua World and the Fierce Tiger. The Northwest Luo family has agreed to ally, a promise of great significance. As the Northwest Luo family is one of the largest conglomerates in China, the Northeast Hunter Group has also consented to ally. The BJ Prince Gang is also on board. We must be involved in this matter, or we will not be able to enjoy ourselves in the future. Rest assured, we the Prince Gang are not mere spectators. While we relish in play, we can distinguish right from wrong, and our decisions are independent of familial ties, purely a choice made by our organization to form an alliance. This proclamation came from the president of the 6th-ranked guild, Playing with Life, known by the ID Lazy Person, aside from the 5 major super guilds. With this unity, our army of over 1 million can finally commence genuine collaboration. Initially, our disjointed efforts could only advance the front line at a slow pace, but now, united in purpose, our progress has accelerated significantly. We employ prior strategies repeatedly, utilizing our elite squad of 10 as a support point to capture one high ground after another, leveraging the advantage of elevation to press our entire army forward. After all, NPCs are merely data, and these mass-produced NPCs possess little independent thought. Everything progressed exceptionally smoothly until we encountered our first boss-level NPC. This NPC, as detailed in the information provided by Illidan, is level 55 and, based on the weaponry it wields, is classified as a Warrior Series boss, equipped with a shield. Its health is undoubtedly formidable, and its attack power is likewise impressive. Moreover, in the context of NW, melee bosses typically possess area damage skills, further complicating our approach. If it were a mage type, we could simply overwhelm it with numbers, as mage bosses generally have lower health and can be dispatched more swiftly, with their skill patterns being easier to manage. Frankly speaking, against our more than 1 million players, unless this boss exceeds us by 20 levels or more, it stands no chance of victory. It can only inflict casualties upon our players before its demise. Once again, I have taken on the formidable task of confronting T. Faced with such a terrifying and powerful presence, no one dared to claim they could withstand it. Only I. The invincible cosmic meat shield had the audacity to stand firm. However, As the first strike from the entity known as the Kara's battle machine collided with my radiant sovereign shield, I understood why it was deemed a battle machine. The initial blow struck my shield and pierced the suffix, although it did not truly breach the radiant sovereign shield. The significance of that suffix lay in its ability to negate the block effect. Thus, being hit on my shield was akin to being struck directly. The only difference being that I felt no pain, yet I lost health, over 70% of my maximum health, to be precise. Cold sweat instantly cascaded down my brow. Had it been a critical hit, it could have obliterated me in an instant, if it could take me down. What player could possibly withstand such a strike at this stage? Yet I still stood resolute. Everyone, unleash your attacks upon its face. My furious roar roused the dazed crowd, and simultaneously, my own first strike found its mark upon the battle machine's form. The sight of its health bar left everyone momentarily stunned, 100 million. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the sheer magnitude of that number was still disconcerting. But what did high health matter when faced with 1,000,000 players? Even if each attack merely inflicted a single point of damage, it would only be a matter of moments. The boss was indeed formidable. Each of its single target attacks could strip away 60 to 80 points of my health. Zhong Nanhai provided me with an endless supply of shields, while Luo Hua rallied all the healing classes of the Tianhuan Guild to restore my health. In an instant, my health bar seemed to embark on a roller coaster ride for the umpteenth time, oscillating wildly and leaving me in a state of perpetual anxiety. However, the AoE damage from the boss was not as formidable as I had anticipated. Only a handful of low-level cloth and leather classes were instantly vanquished. Those around level 50 remained unscathed, yet the sheer number of casualties caused chaos among the healers, leaving them flustered and overwhelmed. After several tense minutes, the boss departed the battlefield, taking with it the lives of thousands, and we were finally able to advance. The losses for our faction were minimal, with merely 3 or 4 low-level players sacrificing themselves. I communicated through the guild channel that there was no need for them to return to the battlefield upon resurrection. They should focus on leveling up. Although the deceased could not speak, the text messages across various channels remained visible. With the boss defeated, the path ahead was successfully cleared. We regrouped our forces and continued our journey. To put it plainly, this was merely the first line of defense. According to the information provided by Illidan, at least 2 more layers of defense awaited us. It was likely that we would encounter another boss only at the core, with one remaining on the NPC side as well. The 3 major bosses would undoubtedly leave only one to guard the central area, alongside Queen Azhara, who would surely be present. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at the second line of defense. Observing their formation, this challenge was not significantly more formidable than the previous one. The damage output was slightly elevated, and the enemy levels were marginally higher, yet their numbers had substantially diminished. We completed this segment in approximately 2.5 hours. Sustaining minimal losses, our faction emerged unscathed, with only the Flowering World expending a large area defense scroll. Next came the third challenge, which presented a slight increase in difficulty, nearing the limits of our current player capabilities. Each guild suffered nearly half their numbers in order to push through, and our faction was no exception. Excluding the higher echelons, only 62 members remained, yet each had gained ample experience, marking the campaign as a success. I believe that those who endured this battle would experience significant growth, fostering a greater sense of belonging within the guild. Ladies and gentlemen, the core area lies not far ahead. According to our previous strategy, our task is to swiftly rendezvous with Malfurion and establish a defensive line, granting him sufficient time to detonate the Well of Eternity. All the guild leaders nodded in understanding. This had indeed been our initial plan. Very well, let us pause here while I contact Malfurion to ascertain their progress. I retrieved the communication token of Malfurion and activated it. Brother Malfurion, how many layers of defense have you breached? Ah, young brother from the mortal realm. We are on the verge of breaking the 3rd layer, but there is a colossal battle machine before us. It may take us a little longer. What about you? Oh, has the 3rd one made its way to your location? That is fortunate. It should be easier for you to handle. We have already breached the 3rd layer, and we only encountered a battle machine at the final stage of the 1st layer. You must be facing the 2nd one, correct? Indeed, it is the 2nd one. According to the information I possess, this is the last one. Please hold on a moment. Let us meet in the middle before we charge directly into the heart of Azhara's stronghold. Once there, the task of racing against time will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, having come this far, no one will give up. Notify me once you are prepared. The individuals surrounding our call all heard it, and at this moment, There was a collective sigh of relief. If we were to confront another colossal battle machine, it would undoubtedly result in the loss of several thousand lives. All members of our guild. It would be ideal if they could all survive. By now, the number of solo players had dwindled significantly, leaving only the true elites, who are typically lone wolves. They tend to eschew guilds and despise constraints, making it exceedingly difficult to rally them. Hence, I do not consider this option at present. Half an hour later, Malfurion informed me that we could proceed to the central area to prepare for our rendezvous. This brief respite had lulled many into a light slumber. But upon hearing the call to advance, everyone perked up, eager and ready to embark on the path ahead, reassured that this route should pose little danger. Before long, we regrouped with Malfurion. Without unnecessary pleasantries or delays, we swiftly organized our defensive formations for cooperation and set forth towards our final destination, the Palace of Azhara, the very heart of the magical power of the Well of Eternity. This site was not far from the edge of the well, characterized by a towering cliff. The entirety of Azhara's palace resembled an underground realm, with the so-called core of the Well of Eternity situated in the deepest recesses of the cavern beneath the cliff. Only Azhara knows the true nature of that core, but soon, all of China will be enlightened. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the cusp of an imminent encounter. Let us await the appearance of Azhara and her cohort. Malfurion, you need not concern yourself with anything else. I will seize the opportunity to have Illidan assassinate Azhara. Her royal guard will be engaged with our combined forces, while you focus on deploying the formations. As I spoke, a sudden, harrowing scream pierced the silence, resonating sharply and capturing everyone's attention, yet nothing was visible to explain it. The only evidence of the recent event was the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, one of our own. The assailant alert. Illuminate with LR flares across the area. The enemy approaches, cried the ever-vigilant Wanshi Luanhui Meng. In an instant, brilliant flares illuminated the sky, and at that moment, an unfamiliar battalion appeared before us. Numbering at least 1,000, each one cloaked in invisibility, attacking without revealing themselves. Is this the result of the arcane power of the Well of Eternity? Humph. Malfurion let out a disdainful snort. As he spoke, the leaders of various guilds issued extermination orders, unleashing a barrage of spells and diverse assaults. The enemy's assassination squad dispersed with remarkable speed, leaving even the most agile rogues feeling utterly shamed. The air was filled with agonized cries as our ranks fell one by one, players and NPCs alike, each victim succumbing to a single lethal strike. The faint green glow emanating from the weapons of those who remained permanently hidden signified poison. It was evident to all that they were a repugnant breed. Nature's wrath. With Malfurion's furious roar, the very earth of the forest trembled, mountains and rivers quaked, and all that was tied to nature seemed to shudder. The ground split open beneath the feet of the enemy, swallowing them whole, before returning to a deceptive calm. Oh, what a delightful surprise, my dear Malfurion. Have you come to visit me? How rude to destroy my latest plaything upon arrival. A sultry yet enigmatic voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. The source of this disembodied sound was unknown, yet it resonated distinctly within each listener's mind. At that moment, a chill ran down my spine. For the voice's abrupt emergence was jarring. I squinted, fixated on the immense door upon the precipice. I knew Azhara was undoubtedly behind it. As expected, moments later, the massive stone door quivered and gradually opened. With its unveiling, a melodic laughter reverberated around us, and suddenly, a multitude of individuals began to scream in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their ears. Upon closer inspection, I noted that all those fallen were players and NPCs below level 45. I immediately shouted for all individuals of that level to retreat. Those around me, including Malfurion, gazed at me in astonishment. I felt compelled to explain that if merely her laughter could incapacitate players under level 45, her true power would undoubtedly obliterate them, leaving them utterly defenseless against her overwhelming might. Thus, it was prudent for them to withdraw and avert unnecessary losses. Upon hearing this, the gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. We were facing the infamous Queen Azhara, the ancient monarch of the Night Elves, a disparity that numbers could not bridge. Everyone followed orders. All individuals below level 45 retreated, distancing themselves from the front lines to form a reserve force. In this moment, guilds were irrelevant. Only comrades and foes remained. The endless cycle of reincarnation has unveiled the words hidden deep within my heart. All players below level 45 collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Merely the sound of laughter had such an effect on them. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue upon the true unveiling. I observed that Azhara remained indifferent to our movements, continuing to giggle as she took a few steps forward. Beside her stood none other than Illidan. Azhara, entwining her delicate arm around Illidan's robust one, addressed him, saying, "Dear Malfurion, did you ever imagine that Illidan has become mine? How does it feel to be deceived by your beloved brother?" Ha ha ha. Malfurion's expression was one of profound sorrow and indignation. "Illidan, how could you truly betray me?" "Betray your own kin?" he exclaimed. "Humph. Azhara is our queen, and I shall unwaveringly adhere to her commands. As for you, each of you conspiring against your sovereign, what punishment do you deserve?" Illidan's disdainful snort was indeed captivating. Several female players behind me were starry-eyed. Even Cao Xiaohua was among them. My gaze was filled with an oddity as I observed these two individuals, who surprisingly possessed the potential to be Oscar-winning actors. Illidan and Azhara had already fallen under the enchantment of the leader of the Burning Legion. "Do not succumb to despair. Come back. You are still my brother." Malfurion spoke with heartfelt emotion, while I, on the sidelines, relished the unfolding drama. Luohua and Xiao Xiao began to ponder the expressions everyone would wear when Illidan inevitably betrayed us once more. Observing these two, lost in their own thoughts, rendered me speechless. I shook my head in resignation and continued to enjoy the spectacle, lamenting the absence of popcorn, for that would have made it perfect. Ironically, while I criticized Xiao Xiao and Luohua for their frivolity, I found myself no better off. Azhara continued, "Dear Malfurion, do not be angry. Serving Sargeras, the ruler of the universe, is not wrong, is it? This is, after all, a world governed by the law of the jungle. Indeed, it is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. All must heed the call. Launch the attack." Frustrated, Malfurion finally issued the command to advance, and everyone, filled with rage, shouted and charged forward. Azhara waved her hands, and instantly, numerous formations appeared at her side, each comprising thousands of warriors. Though their numbers were not overwhelming, their formidable armor rendered them synonymous with danger. I informed everyone not to lay a hand on Illidan, trusting my instincts. He was beginning to embody a sense of command, and I could not be bothered to direct the chaos. If he wished to join, so be it. Not to strike Illidan? Why? The dream of eternal rebirth inquired. Confusion etched across its visage as it turned to me. I helplessly remarked, "Oh, just trust me and relay the message." The confusion on Wan Shijun's face deepened. Yet he chose to believe in me, for until now, my decisions had never faltered, and I possessed information that was unparalleled by anyone else. In an instant, the flames of war erupted. As Malfurion clashed with Azhara, our players, alongside the NPC Legion, engaged in fierce combat with the opposing forces. The cacophony of battle cries, agonized screams, and furious roars enveloped the air, as if, in that very moment, each individual transformed into a true warrior, fighting for glory and the justice that resided in their hearts. No one is devoid of the fear of death, however, among these valiant souls. Not a single person recoiled in terror. My gaze remained fixed on the remaining few individuals from the three realms. Their every maneuver, their techniques of offense and defense, were rapidly evolving amidst the chaos of battle. I recognized that these individuals would undoubtedly become formidable forces in the future. Relay the command to launch a full-scale assault. Do not squander time. After observing for a brief moment, I discerned that the opposing legion was not composed of true life forms, but rather magical constructs of unknown origin. It was unwise to expend lives in a futile struggle against such entities. Simultaneously, I retrieved Malfurion's communication token and activated it, preparing to charge forth. 30 seconds on the countdown, I declared before severing the connection. Then, I activated Illidan's communication token, instructing him to execute a covert strike against Azhara in 25 seconds. Understanding resonated through the token as Illidan's voice emerged. Upon hearing his words, the weight upon my heart was finally lifted. In truth, I had long harbored fears that Illidan had merely been feigning all along. 1 second, 2 seconds. I silently counted the seconds. 25 seconds swiftly passed. Suddenly, Illidan, who had remained uninvolved until now, revealed his twin warglaives. He was not far behind Azhara, having stealthily approached her moments ago. In an instant, Illidan leaped forward, aiming his legendary warglaives directly at Azhara. A soft clang resonated in the air, and at that moment, Azhara erupted into laughter. "Ah ha ha ha. You two are so naive, truly believing I am a fool." Alarm bells rang in my mind as I realized the cunning of Azhara. She had seen through our ruse. Where had we gone awry? I urgently shouted, Illidan, come back. Yet, in the very next moment, Azhara forcefully waved her hand, sending Illidan hurtling backward, crashing into the rocky wall behind him, from which he spat out a copious amount of blood. My heart sank as I witnessed Illidan, the foremost warrior of the Night Elves, so easily cast aside by Azhara, clearly wounded. Just how formidable was her power? Brother, continue the plan, Illidan shouted, swiftly rising to charge at Azhara. Seeing this, I could no longer remain still. Illidan's current state would lead him to certain doom. He intended to buy time for Malfurion with his very life. Damn it! Malfurion roared, yet he resolutely plunged into Azhara's subterranean palace. However, Azhara remained unfazed, continuing to approach Illidan with a playful smile. Dragon Flash. Again, in 2 successive moments, I found myself standing before Illidan, the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield in hand. No matter what, Illidan must not perish. This was the singular conviction that resided in my heart. Since our acquaintance, he had aided me countless times. In my heart, he had become my friend. Although merely a collection of data, in my eyes, he was a living being. Players could resurrect upon death, but NPCs could not. Red Dust, get away. The plan cannot fail like this. You are no match for her, Illidan exclaimed upon seeing me. Yet, I remained unmoved, calmly replying, do not speak of it. A plan is only complete when it is executed from beginning to end, making the right choices amidst countless changes. The current change is that we face her together. Brother Red Dust. All right, let us confront her side by side. Illidan laughed heartily. Finally, I can fight alongside you. Even if we perish, no one can destroy my homeland. No one. Roar. Illidan let out a furious howl, while my gaze had grown cold to the extreme. Azhara observed us with keen interest. At that moment, Xiao Xiao, Luo Hua, Jiao Gu, Colonel Han, Talent, Miao Shi, Zhong Nan Hai, Lang Bingbing, and Xiaodu resolutely stood by my side. Meanwhile, Ming and Niu Xiaohua were still directing the main forces in battle. Shortly thereafter, Wan Shi Luan Hui Ming, Hua Hua Shi Jia, Ren Wang Sheng Huang, Qianjini Nuo, and the Hunter King joined me as well. I uttered not a word, merely bowing my head. When I finally lifted it again, my eyes were filled solely with the spirit of battle. Ha ha ha, my dear, look at the expressions on their faces. The laughter of Luohua reached my ears. Turning around, I beheld the 5 newcomers whose countenances were beyond description. They glanced at Illidan, then at me, before lowering their heads with a heavy sigh. Ha, my friends, I refrained from mentioning this earlier for fear of revealing too much. I apologize. Illidan was persuaded to return long ago, allowing us to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the fight against the legendary Queen Azhara. The flames of war raged on, with each combatant fiercely engaged in battle, while we, the mightiest players of the entire Huaxia server, clashed with Azhara. Yet, a perplexing issue lingered. Why was Malfurion already inside, while Azhara remained so unfazed? This conundrum furrowed my brow deeply, rendering it unable to relax for quite some time. Everyone, exercise caution. There may be deception afoot. Azhara has remained remarkably composed thus far. My words elicited nods from the crowd. They were not fools and understood the gravity of the situation. Every move and gesture of Azhara was imbued with unimaginable magical power. Fortunately, it was merely magic and not skills condensed from magical energy. Otherwise, I feared none of us could withstand even a single strike. Only the likes of Luohua and the healer Illidan had the fortitude to endure Azhara's assaults. As for the rest of us, we were entirely reliant on your healing prowess. Should you fall, our demise would surely follow. Illidan stood resolutely before us. Though I possessed considerable resilience, I felt insignificant in his presence. I now approached my attacks with utmost caution. A mere brush against the residual force of Azhara's strike could leave me grievously wounded, if not dead. The others were equally wary in their offensive maneuvers, while Illidan took on the role of tank. Each blow he absorbed sent flesh and blood flying, yet under Luohua's swift healing, he recovered rapidly. However, the NPCs felt every ounce of pain, experiencing 100-fold agony with each hit, a sensation beyond my imagination. Still, Illidan persevered through gritted teeth. Not far away, Tyrant commanded the forces, her eyes occasionally glancing in our direction, glistening with unshed tears. Seeing her tear-streaked face spurred Illidan to fight even harder. I could not help but reflect on the narrative of past battles, where Illidan had been imprisoned for 10 millennia. Upon his release by Tyrant, he uttered those poignant words, "Tyrant, truly, it is your voice, which, after enduring a millennium of darkness, still shines into my heart like the purest moonlight. What a profoundly etched emotion this was, born of 1,000 years of confinement and longing. Yet, alas, such heartfelt yearning culminated in despair. The woman he loved had become the wife of his brother. I could scarcely fathom the depth of this anguish. Was it heart-wrenching? That scarcely sufficed. For a millennium, his heart had clung solely to his beloved, now forever entwined with his brother. Because I once cared for you, I shall eradicate those demons, tyrant. But I owe nothing to my people. As he uttered these words, I felt the bloodied turmoil within Illidan's heart. Everything he did was for her, for Tyrant. Who could say that Tyrant did not harbor feelings for Illidan? Perhaps it was merely a matter of differing circumstances. Yet, this was Illidan, willing to sacrifice everything for Tyrant. Whatever she desired, he pursued without hesitation, even against formidable foes. This was Illidan, whose pride prevented him from feeling any remorse for his transgressions, even if it meant standing against the entire world. So be it, my brother. These are the words spoken by Malfurion when he sought to expel Illidan. One cannot fathom the immense willpower it took for him to utter such a phrase, delivered with such nonchalance, as if everything were inconsequential. Yet, who can truly grasp the turmoil within his heart at that moment? He did not utter a single word of justification. Why did he refrain from offering an explanation? Was he to concoct a multitude of excuses to absolve his actions? To plead with the brother who had taken away his beloved? No. That was not the demeanor befitting a hero. Even if it meant opposing the entire world, he would not relinquish his pride and dignity. This is Illidan. Betrayal? In truth, I am the one who has been betrayed. Even now, I am hunted by the masses, despised by all. My sightless eyes can foresee a future beyond the comprehension of others. At times, destiny must be seized by one's own hand. When Illidan once again stands before the world, he has undergone a profound transformation. No longer does he embody the essence of an elf, the wings upon his back, the horns adorning his head, and the hooves engulfed in green flames all signify his new identity, a demon. Yes, a demon, and a remarkably powerful one at that. Illidan has become a demon. Yet he remains uniquely himself. His relentless pursuit of strength persists, his pride and haughtiness unchanged, and his love for the heart-wrenching tyrant endures. The only alteration is his unparalleled might, yet the helplessness in his commanding words betrays the turmoil within this tragic hero. A monster? Is that how you perceive me? Tyrant, I have always cared for you. I merely wish to prove this, with my power. When Tyrant referred to Illidan as a monster, his heart shattered anew. Though it had fragmented countless times before, this time it may never heal. The repeated heartbreak has left him battered and bruised. Tyrant's assertion that sheer strength does not equate to true power reveals the reason for her choice of his brother over him. Indeed, Tyrant is not oblivious to Illidan's feelings. She would rather embrace Malfurion, who sacrificed everything for his people, than accept Illidan's increasingly obsessive affection. She is not foolish, perhaps overly astute. Illidan is willing to betray the world for her, while Malfurion prioritizes their people above all else. Yet, as the priestess of the moon, Tyrant unwaveringly follows Malfurion, even as he lies in an unending slumber within the Emerald Dream. Trust me, my brother, despite our many differences, you know I would never harm Tyrant. I swear upon my life that I will bring Tyrant back, my brother. We have experienced countless disputes, and I ought to harbor an everlasting hatred for you. Yet, from my perspective, I yearn for a future where peace reigns between us. What a profound obsession it is, for the sake of Tyrant. Illidan relinquished a hatred that endured for 10 millennia. Indeed, his heart has grown cold, yet regardless of its fractured state, it remains filled with thoughts of Tyrant. How tragically devoted he is. Perhaps he is simply weary. To love someone for 10,000 years and to hate another for the same duration can indeed lead to utter despair, even for someone as formidable as Illidan. No matter what I do or how I may change, I will forever hold you in my heart, Tyrant. Illidan's final words have captured the hearts of countless souls. Perhaps he is precisely that kind of person, a tragic hero at the end of his journey, embodying unwavering devotion. Such a poignant sentiment is vividly expressed in his words. Perhaps his heart has long been given to Tyrant, and as a profoundly tragic figure, how could I not feel a deep sorrow? Why must Illidan be cast as a figure of tragedy? I refuse to accept it. My strength may not be great, but Illidan represents an obsession with the lore of Warcraft. A character of such magnitude should not meet such an end. Once again, Illidan is struck down, sent sprawling. Illidan! Tyrant can no longer contain herself and calls out. The moment her voice reaches his ears, it is as if he has consumed a potent elixir, and he swiftly rises. Despite his bloodied visage, arms and face marred, he manages to muster a faint smile, for Tyrant is gazing at him. Tyrant, behold, my heart remains unchanged. I loved you then, I love you now, and I shall continue to love you in the future. Even in death, I shall ensure your safe existence. Though he does not voice these thoughts, Illidan chooses to face the present with a smile. Perhaps, in his heart, merely seeing Tyrant's concerned face is enough. Azhara disregards all our assaults, relentlessly striking Illidan. Each blow sends him flying, yet the very next moment, he resolutely returns to the fray. Illidan, enough. Do not strike again. Tyrant's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she knelt, her delicate hands covering her mouth and the tip of her nose, unable to contain the flow of sorrow. At this moment, the battle between the legions had nearly come to an end, as Azhara's forces were, after all, vastly outnumbered. Our legion emerged victorious, yet no one cheered. Silence enveloped the scene as all gazed upon the unfolding tragedy. They felt helpless, they felt grief, and some even harbored resentment towards their own inadequacies. Why must this hero endure such torment? Tyrant's anguished cries reddened the eyes of all who bore witness. Illidan, everything he had done was for Tyrant. Once more, Illidan was hurled back, only to rise again, his gaze fixed upon the weeping Tyrant, and at last he spoke. Dearest Tyrant, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Perhaps this next assault would be the one that would overwhelm him. He yearned to prove his love to Tyrant in those final moments. Just as Azhara's magical onslaught was about to strike Illidan, fury surged within me. Damn it! If I must die, then let it be. I roared in anger. In dragon form. Shield in my left hand. Weapon skill, magic shield. Dragon domain. I activated every defensive skill at my disposal. Though I initially embraced the role of a tank, I had yet to acquire the true active damage reduction skills of a protection warrior. The dragon domain skill lingered on the leaderboard, hidden yet meaningless. I could not bear to witness Illidan's death. If death was inevitable, let us face it together. In that instant, I seemed to forget that I was merely a player, one who could resurrect after death. Yet even so, I could not stand idly by as Illidan fell. Dragon Dash? I unleashed the Dragon Dash. My form appearing between Azhara and Illidan. I relinquished my right hand's weapon, the Radiant Sword, and instead transformed the Radiant Shield into an immense barrier. No, a wall would be a more fitting description. This colossal and formidable shield stood before me, and in the next moment, Azhara's magical strike collided with my shield, sending me hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground nearby. I did not expect there to be such fearless ants. You dare obstruct my plans. Illidan, you shall die? Azhara let out a relentless cold laugh, gathering magical power in her hands once more, intent on eliminating Illidan. However, I am still alive. Under the influence of the dragon realm, Azhara's strength was halved, while all my attributes doubled. With nearly 15,000 health points, I now boasted close to 30,000. Moreover, my damage reduction had reached a remarkably formidable level. Although Azhara's magical prowess was indescribably potent, disregarding a significant portion of the damage mitigation, her halved attack power was insufficient to obliterate me in one blow. I bore a magical shield, along with the protective barrier previously bestowed upon me by the Central Sea. Though her attack was terrifying, it merely stripped away a little over 30 of my true health points. The rest was absorbed by my shields. How it stings. I exaggeratedly cried out, merely to divert Azhara's attention. Illidan could not withstand another assault. His health was exceedingly high, and even a flower petal would take several moments to restore a fraction of his vitality. I had to hold on. Hey girl, why are you attacking me? What grudge do we share? Azhara's cherry lips parted in surprise, clearly unable to fathom how a mere ant in her eyes could withstand one of her powerful strikes. Simultaneously, she clenched her fist, realizing the significant reduction in her magical energy, staring at me in astonishment. I did not expect you, little one, to possess some intrigue. Hand over the skill that weakens me by half, and I shall spare your life. What? Is this some sort of fantasy novel? Killing and seizing skills. I found myself utterly speechless at Azhara's demand. My skills had already been expended. How could I possibly surrender them? Which programmer devised this? I want to have a word with him. Although Azhara was oblivious to the concept of a fantasy novel, she understood my earlier insults. In an instant, I could see the fiery wrath igniting within her. How dare you attempt to kill my brother, and then turn your sights on me? Do you think I'm made of clay? Azhara charged at me in fury, and I was enraged as well. Damn it. Is this how one plays a game? It's utterly infuriating. In the end, what is the worst that could happen? Who is afraid of whom? After all, the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield will not be lost. I am uncertain of the underlying principle, yet after succumbing to an overwhelming fury, my dragon rage unexpectedly surged to its maximum capacity in an instant. Moreover, a fallen numeral 8 was inscribed above it, which signifies positive infinity. Regardless of whether this symbol indeed denotes positive infinity, my dragon rage is currently at its zenith. Azhara charged towards me, and in response, I recklessly lunged towards her. In my red dragon form, I wielded blades of pure energy, invoking the power of the Tempest. In that fleeting moment, I activated every ability at my disposal to amplify my damage, leaving no reserves. Azhara swiftly approached, yet fortunate for me, as a mage-type boss, her speed, while astonishing, was still within my perceptual grasp. She was gathering an incredibly potent surge of magical energy in her hands, albeit evidently less than the formidable force she had previously amassed in her attempt to annihilate Illidan. Now, provoked beyond measure, her fury had driven her to forego extensive preparation and concentration, rendering this assault significantly less terrifying than before. More crucially, she appeared to regard me with disdain, likely assuming that my ability to diminish her power was merely the result of some fortuitous encounter. With a roar, I unleashed the frenzied dragon slash, my blade descending with fierce intent, targeting the very hands that Azhara had gathered her immense magical energy within. Perhaps my strike was infused with an overwhelming tempest of wrath, for Azhara's attacking hand trembled momentarily. In that instant of hesitation, my sword cleaved towards her hand, shattering the magical force she had conjured. Although the impact did not inflict substantial damage upon Azhara, I was undeterred. I possessed another technique. Swordsmanship. Sword devouring the heavens. A single target maneuver. And although Azhara's level far exceeded mine, the damage inflicted by this technique would undoubtedly surpass that of the frenzied dragon slash fueled by my full dragon rage. As Azhara was momentarily interrupted, she found herself utterly defenseless. In that fleeting instant, I unleashed my sword attack, Heavenly Devourer. With astonishing speed, almost as swift as a blink of the eye, a colossal blade of light soared into the heavens, piercing through Azhara's form. The damage soared to an astounding 400 critical hit, Dragon's Wrath Devourer, a terrifying number that floated into the air. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. Even beings of immense power like Illidan and Tyrants ceased their actions upon witnessing such a staggering figure. The reason was simple. This number was overwhelmingly colossal. Illidan, a warrior of great renown, possessed a mere 5 million health points. Perhaps it was because he had yet to transform into the legendary demon he was destined to become. Nevertheless, this health pool would leave any player astounded. Yet, with just a single strike, I had nearly managed to eliminate Illidan. How could one not be struck dumb by this revelation? Even I, upon seeing that number, was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief spell of bewilderment, my attention was drawn to something entirely unfamiliar. The suffix following that horrific damage was not merely a critical hit, but rather the Dragon's Wrath Devourer. This was a term I had never encountered before. Glancing at my Dragon's Wrath bar, I was astonished to find it still at full capacity. After all, I had just executed a fully charged frenzied dragon slash. What could this mean? Furthermore, the infinite symbol remained. Did this signify unlimited usage? It was akin to having no cost at all. In the midst of Azhara's astonishment, I seized the opportunity to unleash another frenzied dragon slash. It struck her exquisite form without any hindrance, yet did not inflict even a scratch on her attire. However, a damage value emerged that left me in awe once more. 704 critical hit, Dragon's Wrath Devourer. Still over 1 million in damage. How could this be? My attack power was barely close to 900. Even with the enhancement from the Dragon Realm, it barely reached around 800. How could I possibly deal such immense damage? I am uncertain, yet I am aware that there is hope. Illidan need not meet his demise. Even Azhara has found a way to contend with the challenges ahead. I took another glance at the Dragon Fury bar. The symbol remains unchanged. It must surely be its presence that accounts for such an effect. Frenzied Dragon Slash. Frenzied Dragon Slash. Frenzied Dragon Slash. 3 consecutive strikes landed upon Azhara, each inflicting damage exceeding 1 million. Azhara, realizing her health had plummeted by nearly half, seethed with anger. But what of it? I, too, felt an even greater fury. What does it matter if you are a deity? What of your immense magical prowess? Preventing you from executing a single attack is all that truly matters. Yet, while it is easy to say, the execution proves challenging. Azhara is a formidable being, her speed astonishingly swift. There is also the skill. Central South Sea. Running in circles, granting me infinite heaven's feathers. The shield is not merely for absorbing damage, it is for acceleration. One of the priest's talents allows them to cast a heaven's feather on the ground, granting passing players a 3-second 50 increase in movement speed, along with a minor shield. An increase of 50 in speed, coupled with my dragon flash and an enchanted 10 movement speed, it suffices. A swift calculation reveals that as long as I maintain the opportunity to use dragon flash, the moment Azhara teleports, I shall use dragon flash to close in on her. This will prevent her from perfectly channeling her magical power, thus ensuring she cannot unleash a single attack. However, a single misstep could cost me dearly. I doubt my current unlimited use of Dragon Fury and the Dragon Fury Devourer emblem would save my life. Understood. Central South Sea does not question why. Everything before us transcends the bounds of reason. He can only act according to my commands. Not just him, Illidan has also been helped aside by Tyrant. All the guild leaders and members watch in awe as I perform this feat. Some have even begun recording. But why? I cannot fathom it. Is it because I am enraged? Does my fury wield such power? No, that is not it. It is the activation of the dragon domain. My wrath has provoked the dragon's fury. This is the wrath of the dragon. The wrath of the dragon annihilates heaven, earth, and gods. Empowered by the dragon's fury, I rendered Azhara utterly defenseless. Though she hurled insults, her attacks proved ineffective against me. Without the ability to concentrate her formidable magical energy, her only recourse was to attempt to repel me. With Dragon Flash and various speed enhancements, I could instantaneously return to her side. My damage output was exceedingly high, each strike pushing her back, incinerating the magical energy she had painstakingly gathered. Illidan and Tyrant watched, wide-eyed, as the battle unfolded between Azhara and me. The others stood in stunned silence. Damnable insect, I shall slay you. I shall kill you. Azhara continued to spew threats of my demise, leaving me momentarily speechless. If you can kill me, then do it. If not, spare me your incessant ramblings. My voice was not loud, yet it managed to penetrate the ears of that foolish woman, Azhara. In that moment, she became even more deranged. But she was utterly incapable of substantiating any of her words. Damn it, just wait. The master of the universe, Sargeras, shall come to annihilate you all. My master will avenge me. You shall all perish. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Azhara's exquisite form began to swell dramatically. She was on the verge of self-destruction. This thought flashed through my mind. Yet at that moment, I was charging forward and had just utilized Dragon Flash, leaving me no means to escape the impending explosion. Azhara's body expanded increasingly, fissures appearing across her form, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Instead, a cascade of magical energy in various hues surged forth, clearly indicating that this power was not of her own accord, but rather forcefully imparted by someone else. I could only surmise that this individual could be none other than Sargeras himself. My mind was whirling, yet I found myself devoid of any rapid escape strategy. The large-scale defensive scrolls? Utterly ineffective, the force of her self-detonation could likely overwhelm all but demigods. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, and a blinding white light suddenly engulfed my vision. Yet, this light felt eerily familiar. Faintly, I discerned the voice of the fallen flowers, while the others remained relatively composed. Fully aware that my demise was but an illusion, players could always resurrect. Moreover, my recent actions had led them to equate me with demigods, even though, to be candid, my temporary prowess stemmed solely from my skills, with no enhancement in my defenses whatsoever. Demigod is not merely a conceptual title. Throughout the annals of Warcraft history, numerous formidable beings have held this distinction. Prominent among them is Cenarius, the guardian of the jungle, alongside the ever-evoked leader of the Burning Legion, Sargeras, and his formidable subordinates, Kil'jaeden, Archimonde, and the world guardians of the Kirintor, as well as the powerful mages under their command. Furthermore, there exist legendary heroes, well known to all aficionados of the Warcraft universe, such as Illidan, who would eventually become a demon, the second Lich King, Arthas, the chieftain of the Horde, Thrall, the illustrious dragons of the Dragonflight, the Pandaren brewmaster Chen Stormstout, and even the demigod Gruul among the ogre race. However, it is crucial to note that while demigods possess great strength, There exists a spectrum of power among them. For instance, Gruul, though endowed with demigod abilities, is among the weakest. Suddenly, amidst my wandering thoughts, I recalled the source of the radiant light. It must be the ancient dragon. As this realization dawned upon me, I became certain, who else but the ancient time dragon, possessing demigod strength, could forcibly transport me? Even Thrall would be unable to do so. In the NW setting, teleportation during combat is prohibited, unless one is in an invulnerable state. Astonishingly, the invincible Hearthstone from the old Warcraft universe had been preserved. The moment I grasped this fact, I found myself in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, after a brief moment, the white light dissipated, and I found myself in a shadowy alley, where an unusual stillness prevailed, nearly devoid of life. Before me stood the ancient dragon, drenched in sweat and swaying precariously, on the verge of collapsing. I hurriedly stepped forward to support him, inquiring, "Old dragon, I won't truly perish, so why the desperate effort?" I understood that old dragon was undoubtedly acting to save me. Cough, cough, foolish boy. I am well aware that you will not die. However, I have glimpsed into the fabric of time and seen the events that are yet to unfold, which compel me to forcibly extract you. The backlash of the temporal laws has taken its toll. There is no time left. I must send you back. There are matters I cannot disclose, for to do so would constitute a complete betrayal of the temporal pact sworn by my kin, and it would lead to death. Before I could fully comprehend his words, old dragon waved his hand once more, and a bright light flashed before my eyes. Events yet to transpire? I mused to myself. Old dragon must have foreseen some monumental upheaval. Otherwise, he would not have risked the backlash to save me. But what could it possibly be? Could my salvation alter the impending occurrences? I am at a loss. Old dragon cannot speak, and thus I am left in ignorance. The only course of action now is to embrace the changes. Since Azhara has perished, the war should have come to a conclusion. Behold, the great red dust is over there. He is still alive. As I made my entrance, I was suddenly greeted by the shouts of an unknown voice. In the next instant, a throng of players and NPCs surged towards me with wild fervor. I glanced down at myself, murmuring that nothing seemed amiss. My mind was preoccupied with the words spoken by the old dragon, and for a fleeting moment, I completely forgot that, in the eyes of others, I had miraculously survived the harrowing and unimaginable self-destruction in Azhara. I raised my head and glanced around, only then realizing that the place I had emerged from was utterly unfamiliar to me. The reason for this disorientation lay in the fact that I found myself within a vast circular pit, positioned not far from its center. Luohua was the first to rush in, suddenly throwing herself into my embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Silly girl," I assured her gently, "I am not truly going to perish." I stroked her silky hair, offering words of comfort. "Of course I know that. But the scene we just witnessed was too terrifying." Sob, sob, sob. I cast a sidelong glance at the gathering crowd, offering a faint smile. They too smiled silently, yet the moment of joy was fleeting. Before we could revel in the demise of Azhara and my newfound resources, a piercing roar shattered the air around us. It was none other than the voice of Malfurion. "Everyone flee. The formation is set. An explosion is imminent." My heart raced, a surge of panic coursing through me. It dawned on me that the arrangement had indeed been completed, yet upon a closer look, I noticed something amiss. Malfurion was drenched in blood, his garments tattered and torn. However, time did not afford me the luxury of inquiry. I had to escape first and seek answers later. Malfurion had declared the formation ready, and thus I hoped all would be well. An hour later, I stand amidst the ruins, accompanied by those around me. This desolation is not merely the aftermath of demolished houses. Rather, it consists of colossal boulders shattered into fragments by a violent explosion. With a cold gaze, I observe a solitary figure before me. Yes, just one person, yet I cannot divert my attention from him, for his silhouette bears an uncanny resemblance to someone from my past. After a moment of contemplation, I finally speak. "Sherlong, is that you?" The figure bows his head in silence, his body quivering slightly at the sound of my voice, yet he remains motionless. I am certain it is he, the one who once vanquished me, the fifth-place contender from our election within the dragon team, Sherlong. "Sherlong, I know it is you. Why have you chosen this path? Why align yourself with the bone dragon to commit such heinous acts?" I cannot suppress my anger, for Sherlong, being slightly older than I, once took great care of me during our time in the dragon squad. He can be regarded as a friend I have never truly met, or perhaps more akin to an elder brother. Yet, the present reality casts him as my adversary. Sherlong finally lifted his head and calmly uttered, "Each to their own master. Drunken dragon, you do not comprehend this now, but in time, you shall." He continued, "For this moment, I shall pretend not to have seen you. I may spare your life, but as for the others, I cannot guarantee their fates. Beware of them, though it is a daunting task. We all possess the means to utterly eliminate one another." With that, Sherlong activated his Hearthstone. From his attire, it was evident that he was a rogue, a choice that starkly contrasted with his spirited nature. He was a man of generosity, and such a nimble profession seemed ill-suited to his temperament. A warrior or death knight would better align with his character. What could have transpired? Yet, I refrained from inquiring, for I knew that even if I were to slay him, he would remain silent. This was the essence of a soldier, particularly one trained in the Dragon Squad. What weighed more heavily on my mind were his words, to utterly eliminate others. What did he mean? Did he imply that a kill within the game could lead to a true demise? Not only I, but those around me also heard his statement. However, they remained unshaken, perhaps due to our fleeting time spent together or some other reason. They showed no signs of wavering. Let us depart at the very least, having found them. I refrained from offering words of comfort. Since they chose to remain and fight by my side, I must place my utmost trust in them. To offer consolation would be to disrespect their steadfast convictions. Regardless of the circumstances, I understood that the heavens were shifting. If Sherlong's words held any truth, then this NW was no mere game. Perhaps this was the great upheaval foretold. In that instant, I felt a profound understanding of what the Radiant Emperor had previously conveyed to me. The world was on the brink of chaos. Ding. System announcement. The Well of Eternity has been successfully destroyed. The battle from 10,000 years ago has concluded. All players will be teleported back to the normal world. The system will shut down in half an hour to undergo an upgrade, expected to take 10 hours. Prepare for the historical battle set to commence 10,000 years hence. Ding. System announcement. The Well of Eternity has been successfully destroyed. The battle from 10,000 years ago has concluded. All players will be teleported back to the normal world. The system will shut down in half an hour to undergo an upgrade, expected to take 10 hours. Prepare for the historical battle set to commence 10,000 years hence. Ding. System announcement. The Well of Eternity has been successfully destroyed. The battle from 10,000 years ago has concluded. All players will be teleported back to the normal world. The system will shut down in half an hour to undergo an upgrade, expected to take 10 hours. Prepare for the historical battle set to commence 10,000 years hence. The system had notified me thrice in succession. Upon hearing this sound, I retrieved Illidan's token. The passage of time within and beyond history differs significantly. Once the maintenance concludes, I shall undoubtedly find myself a millennium into the future. Before departing, I must bid farewell to Illidan. "Greetings, Illidan," I exclaimed. "Ah, the mortal realm. Following the recent explosion, everyone has scattered. Where are you all? Do you recall my previous words? We hail from the future. This event has reached its conclusion, and we must return. I fear our next meeting shall not occur until a millennium has passed." The impending separation was inevitably tinged with melancholy. However, a man must not overtly display such emotions. After a brief silence on the token, Illidan finally responded, "Ha, very well, my brother, we shall reunite in 10,000 years. Though he laughed, I could not sense any genuine joy in his tone. Take care, my friend. Remember to stay true to yourself. Do not succumb to darkness. I could not help but worry. A millennium encompasses countless events. Perhaps Illidan would endure this time, but what of the next? Or the one after that? Rest assured, were it not for you, I might have already been imprisoned. I now understand what I truly desire. Go back with peace of mind. I shall await you in 10,000 years. With that, Illidan terminated the conversation, likely wishing to avoid excessive sorrow. For me, our next encounter was merely 10 hours away. Yet for Illidan, it represented an entire millennium. I have not reached out to Malfurion, yet Illidan is certainly capable of establishing contact. Given the events that transpired previously, it is plausible that Tyron no longer harbors animosity towards Illidan. Perhaps there is a chance for reconciliation between the two of them. As I pondered quietly, a dazzling white light suddenly illuminated my surroundings, signaling the conclusion of this chapter in my journey. Moments later, I found myself back in the dim alley, where several others had also materialized beside me. In an instant, the number of people around me swelled, transforming the space into a bustling crowd. Everyone engaged fervently in discussions about the recent conflict, yet I remained silent, my lips pressed together. In the distance, I spotted Old Long. With a mere wave of his hand, I vanished from that place. Falling flowers, You all may log off now and take a good rest. I shall exchange a few words with Old Long and Sal before I log off as well. All right, darling, don't be too sorrowful. You still have us. Falling Flowers earnestly attempted to console me, though she was at a loss for words. I smiled softly in acknowledgement before ending the private conversation. So, have you obtained the answers you sought? The figure of Old Long appeared behind me, prompting me to turn and gaze at him in silence. I have, I replied. But it has also given rise to a multitude of further questions. Old Long furrowed his brow, inquiring about what had transpired. While I caught a glimpse of your dialogue with someone, the explosion of the eternal well has severely diminished my powers, preventing me from discerning the details clearly. I nodded and then spoke. With your wisdom, you must understand that this world is indeed a creation, and you too are a product of that creation. The old dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Such is the lament of transcendent wisdom. They are aware of their identity, yet powerless to alter it. We adventurers, to put it plainly, are mere players. This world is a game to us. No matter how authentic it may seem, we do not truly exist within it. Our physical forms reside in another realm, which we refer to as reality. Thus, death is an impossibility for us. The old dragon continued to nod. For these truths were known to him. However, it must be said that this may no longer hold true. For my greatest adversaries in this world have discovered a means to effectuate true death through the act of killing within this realm. You understand what I mean, do you not? I can comprehend that this implies you are no longer immortal, he replied. Consequently, the existence of this world is no longer merely a game for you. In a certain sense, you have become akin to us, a true part of this world. If you were slain by those individuals, it would mean genuine death. The old dragon's brow furrowed deeper, for the wisdom possessed by these unique NPCs may surpass that of humanity, allowing them to grasp the implications of such a method-s emergence. What of Thrall? I have matters to discuss with him. He shall arrive shortly, he replied. Just as a flash of light erupted near the portal, revealing the green figure of the orc demigod, Thrall. Thrall. He waved his hand dismissively and addressed me. Young brother. There is no need for such formalities. I am already aware of the events that have transpired. What are your intentions? I am uncertain. We are, after all, outsiders in this world, and thus I seek your guidance. Thrall closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before reopening them and stating, I sense no response from the elements. Alas, I fear I cannot provide answers to your inquiries. However, the natural elements convey a sense of panic. It seems that impending chaos will not only engulf your world, but ours as well. And you, my friend, stand at the very eye of the storm. With a furrowed brow, I pondered what course of action to take. Yet, no matter how I contemplated, it proved futile. The very existence of such a perilous mechanism within a realm of gaming was utterly irrational. How could a world designed for entertainment harbor something so life-threatening? Sal continued, My young brother, I believe there are two potential paths before us, though neither is a simple choice. Pray tell, I urged. First, at any cost, acquire a similar means to organize against the adversary. This option is indeed feasible. We could harness the power of the Time Dragon clan to uncover how they obtained such a means and enable you to do the same. Though it may be arduous, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon concluding his words, the elder dragon nodded in agreement, awaiting my ascendance to resolve the issues concerning the Time Dragon clan. However, I shook my head. I cannot bear the thought of anyone perishing. It is merely a game, and no one need die. What is the second option? I inquired. Sal sighed before responding. I am reluctant to suggest the second method. It is far too perilous. Do not hesitate to share. I am out of options. If we fail to devise a strategy to confront the impending threats, we shall be in grave danger. The bone dragons have acquired this means, rendering much of our previous planning ineffective. No one would willingly risk their life to oppose such foes. The second method entails you truly becoming a denizen of this world. In doing so, you would forfeit your return to your own realm. Yet you would gain the ability to wield the essence of control without losing your potential as an adventurer. I can only assure you of a single transformation of identity, with the possibility of reverting to your true self, but this opportunity is singular. Furthermore, should you choose this path, a colossal crisis looms. If you were to perish during the identity transformation, it would be a true death. I fell into silence, altering my identity. Does that not equate to renouncing reality in favor of this world? Yet, upon reflection, I realized that only the bone dragon and its kin could truly extinguish my existence. They could have obliterated me entirely from the outset. Hence, what significance does my choice of identity hold? As I pondered, I found myself unable to reach a definitive resolution. For this decision was far more complex than merely choosing what to dine on this evening. I shall contemplate further. For the gates of this world are set to close in 10 hours. Upon my return, I shall provide you with an answer. With that, I departed through the portal from the ancient dragon's artifact space. They did not impede my exit, recognizing my need for introspection and clarity. However, they withheld from me that this second option was, in fact, a prerequisite of their grand design. Its mention was merely premature. Unaware, I exited the game. And upon logging off, I found it to be the dead of night. After a quick wash, I lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep. My mind consumed by the words of Solder and the earth-shattering revelation imparted by the stone dragon. Time eluded me, and at last, I succumbed to slumber. Yet in my dreams, I envisioned my character being pierced through the heart within the game, and in a fleeting moment, I saw myself lying in the gaming pod, blood gushing from where my heart should be, as if struck by a blade. I had perished, both in the game and in reality. In the next instant, I awoke. Startled and fully alert, the fear of death gripped me. Let it be known, there exists no soul unafraid of death, myself included. Yet some may choose to embrace death for a greater purpose. No one can transcend the terror of mortality. Ding. Welcome to the new World of Warcraft. Due to system updates, certain game settings have changed. Players are encouraged to explore these alterations. That familiar voice echoed once more. NW, I have returned. Observing my demeanor at this moment, one word comes to mind: resolute. Upon entering the game, my first action was to contact the ancient dragon and Solder. I retrieved the token Solder had bestowed upon me and activated it slowly. Without preamble, I declared, I have made my decision. What are the conditions for changing my identity? After a brief silence on the other end, a deep voice responded, there are no specific conditions. Any demigod possesses this capability, yet few are willing to pursue it. Await me at the ancient dragon's location. I have not undergone any changes. After a night of inner turmoil, I have finally resolved my determination. This incident is evidently extraordinary, and I carry the weight of my nation's mission, as well as the future of the Dragon Group. Therefore, I must overcome any challenges that lie ahead. If becoming a being with but a single life in the NW grants me the opportunity to enhance my strength, then I shall embrace this fate without hesitation. 10 minutes later, in the sacred space of the old dragon. Young man, have you truly made up your mind? The old dragon inquired earnestly, locking his gaze upon me. His voice, still somewhat hoarse, revealed the considerable toll that prior events had taken on him. Yes, I have made my decision. Only by swiftly fortifying my strength can I avert the impending crisis, whether it threatens your world or mine. As a man, I must shoulder this responsibility. After all, it is merely one life I possess. Since my entrance into the NW, I have yet to perish even once. Once I attain true power, I refuse to believe that anyone can bring about my demise. As I spoke, a glimmer ignited in my eyes, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In the midst of this luminosity, I faintly perceived the deep rumble of a dragon's roar. Yet, upon scanning my surroundings, I found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Sal, seemingly oblivious to the phenomenon, continued to gaze into my eyes and remarked, very well. Since you have made your decision, let us commence. With that, he gestured for me to follow. Having resolved to proceed, I could not retreat and thus silently trailed behind him. An hour later, amidst an enigmatic stone circle on the desolate plain, Sal meticulously inscribed intricate symbols upon the ground. The ancient dragon had also arrived, and with each stroke Sal made, he cast several minor spells to test the precision of his design. The art of crafting formations is something many may be acquainted with, often referenced in various fantastical tales. It is a complex endeavor demanding utmost accuracy. Even the slightest error, a misdrawn line, a minor deviation in length, could render the formation ineffective, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. However, once completed, any formation possesses immense power, each type serving a distinct purpose. Before me lay a formation Sal had just elucidated. It was designed to commune with the elemental spirits of the universe. While such formations are usually straightforward, the one Sal was currently inscribing proved far more intricate than he had described. The simple curves alone numbered in the thousands, not to mention the peculiar magical symbols interspersed throughout. The reason for this complexity was clear. The formation was intended to connect with all elemental spirits of this realm simultaneously, harnessing their power to alter my very identity. In my mind, a vivid scene began to take shape. when suddenly an image surged into my consciousness, a moment from a film I had once watched, Avatar. In that cinematic journey, the protagonist underwent a transformation akin to what I was now experiencing. The moment this vision emerged, it lodged itself in my mind, refusing to depart. Time became elusive as I remained transfixed, observing Sal meticulously inscribing each stroke. Despite my ignorance of the intricate formations, I found myself inexplicably enchanted, as if this unknown array possessed an irresistible allure. Each line, each magical symbol, captivated my senses. Watching Sal's fluid movements, I felt as though I had transcended into a wondrous realm. The surroundings remained unchanged, yet my eyes beheld entities that had previously eluded my perception. These were luminous orbs, strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the points of light I had observed that represented time and space. Yet there were countless more. They congregated, drifting from afar, and gathered upon the formation that Sal had etched, clusters of red, blue, yellow, and green, vibrant and animated. The points of light began to merge, each one consuming another, each one uniting with its neighbor. Gradually, the multitude of orbs diminished, yet each grew in magnitude. They continued their relentless dance of assimilation. Minutes passed, 1, 2, 10, and eventually, each cluster of light was reduced to a singular, colossal orb. No longer could it be merely described as a point of light. It was more aptly termed an entity of energy. These energy masses floated, seemingly struggling with some unseen force, when suddenly, I discerned an unmistakable sensation. They were on the cusp of manifesting form. Indeed, each energy mass began to writhe, sprouting limbs, heads, and torsos, yet curiously, they lacked feet. I gazed at the scene before me, observing the energy orbs taking on form, and inexplicably, a smile crept upon my lips, as if I were genuinely delighted for these sprite-like beings. At that moment, I was unaware that Sal had completed the intricate array moments prior. He watched me, his gaze fixed upon the elemental sprites swirling around me, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, the elemental sprites began to orbit me, and I found myself enveloped in a vibrant tapestry of colors. Their tiny mouths opened and closed as if engaged in conversation, yet I could not discern their words. As the sprites continued their dance around me, one suddenly darted forth from the cluster, and, before I could comprehend, plunged into my being. Then another followed suit, and soon, one by one, the elemental sprites surged towards me in an orderly fashion. Each sprite that entered my body caused me to emanate the unique hues that belonged to it. Initially faint, the colors intensified as more sprites joined the fray, transforming my once subtle aura into a vivid ocean of brilliance. I became the core of this radiant sea, light pulsating like the tides, flowing in and out through my skin and every pore. Strangely, I felt no sensation. Yet I comprehended that Sal's communion with the elements had concluded. The sprites were endeavoring to reshape my form. As time slipped away, I lost track of its passage, merely breathing deeply in this kaleidoscopic mist. The air seemed to carry a newfound fragrance. No, it was more than just pleasant. With each inhalation of this vibrant essence, I noticed my experience bar quivering slightly. Though the increase was modest, it was indeed a gain. Realizing this, I began to inhale the colorful vapor with fervor. This was the quintessence of the various elements in this world, and if all went as anticipated, I was gradually becoming a true denizen of the World of Warcraft. In every sense of the term, players find it exceedingly challenging to uncover these elemental light points. In the realm of World of Warcraft, the indigenous populace, possessing a certain level of prowess, can derive various benefits from these elements, perhaps an extraordinary defense, typically associated with those attuned to the earth element. However, not every element is limited to a singular power. Some may acquire Earth's defensive capabilities, while others might gain the oppressive force of Earth, or even abilities related to mineral detection or the wondrous skill of earth shifting. My situation, however, diverges from that of the natives, for I must undergo a transformation involving all elements to become a member of the World of Warcraft. This implies that I can autonomously select the elements I resonate with. Thrall had previously imparted this knowledge to me. The elemental powers available for my selection are a staggering 5, whereas the natives generally comprehend at most 3. Those who surpass this threshold are invariably supreme beings. For instance, Thrall has mastered earth, lightning, wood, and the phantasmal beasts. Similarly, the ancient dragon, who inherently possessed time, later grasped earth, water, and wind, also 4 elements, and has endured far longer. It is conceivable that Thrall may not rival him. At the ancient dragon's behest, I must choose time, along with 4 other elemental powers. I have always held a fondness for flames, thus the fire element is a necessity. With 3 more to select, I recognize the importance of seizing this opportunity. It appears that both Thrall and the ancient dragon had shown considerable interest in the space element. So I shall choose space as my third. For my 4th selection, I opt for the metal element, one of the 5 elemental categories, which leans towards slaughter due to its sharpness and boasts a defensive capability second only to that of earth, ideal for my melee combat style. The final element remains a source of indecision. While water possesses admirable resilience, its overly yielding nature does not align with my character. Wood is even less appealing, as it is primarily associated with healing in this world. Having already selected time and space, I find myself drawn to the speed and penetration of lightning. Yet it is more inclined towards magic, whereas I am a melee fighter. The ferocious lightning of the fire element negates the need for further study in that regard. Wind suits rogues and lesser beings, significantly enhancing agility, but is not what I require most. I have no affinity for phantasmal beasts. The notion of carrying a companion feels burdensome, perhaps due to my inherent disposition. While there are numerous rare elements, none seem particularly significant to me. Suddenly, I recall the moniker bestowed upon me, Blood Azura, the blood element, a rare entity in its own right, though not truly rare in the broader sense, as every living organism harbors it within. Since I am referred to as Blood Azura, I shall embrace this identity and truly become the blood-soaked Azura. Throughout the entire transformation process, I experienced little sensation, save for the fleeting feelings associated with the elemental spirits that surged into my being. I felt no particular distinction in the realms of time and space. However, the searing heat of the flames enveloped me in warmth, while the sharpness of the metallic essence pricked at my skin like 1,000 tiny needles. As for the sanguine element, it caused my blood to surge with fervor, almost inducing a sensation akin to an impending nosebleed. Each sensation, though faint, was distinctly recognizable. In the midst of worldly distractions, take a moment to pause and attempt to summon the elements you resonate with. Proceed with deliberate calmness. At present, I find myself entirely unfamiliar with these elements. The warrior class scarcely employs any elemental forces. Although I have transformed into a dragon warrior, I have yet to encounter the draconic magic of the mighty dragons. Thus, this marks my initial foray into the realm of these elements. I attempted to summon fire within my mind, and instantly, a flickering flame danced upon my palm. Gazing at this diminutive flame, an inexplicable sense of connection surged within me. Hastily, I invoked the other elemental spirits, and before long, 5 tiny elemental sprites encircled my being. The flame, as expected, was a mere flicker of fire, while the earth element resembled a stone, radiating a sharp aura. The time element manifested as a cloud, a soft, milky white puff, and the blood element appeared as a crimson little figure. The color of space surprised me. It was black, resembling a minuscule black hole, effortlessly devouring any light that ventured too close. Suddenly, I noticed that both Sal and the old dragon wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Anxiously, I inquired what was amiss. Could there be a problem? My anxiety was justified. This was a transformation between reality and virtual identity, and any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. The two exchanged nods and shakes of their heads, murmuring something, but their voices melded into an indistinct murmur that I could not decipher. Stop, stop, stop. I cannot comprehend you both like this. Sal, you speak. There isn't a problem, is there? My words grew increasingly apprehensive as I scrutinized my body for any abnormalities, finding none save for the peculiar inability to summon the system to exit the game. Sal gathered his thoughts and finally spoke. Your transformation encountered no issues. It has been flawlessly resolved. However, it seems your body has encountered some complications. What complications? I grasped Sal's shoulders, shaking him in desperation. Calm down. This is a good thing. Upon hearing this, I paused my frantic movements, furrowing my brow in contemplation, yet I remained utterly oblivious to any anomalies within myself. Sal continued to elucidate. You may not grasp the essence of elements, but you surely understand skills. Have you encountered many multi-elemental skills? Not many. Perhaps the frost firebolt of a mage, which combines water and fire elements, or the Death Knight's death and decay, for instance. Indeed, such skills are exceedingly rare. Do you know why? With a mysterious expression, Sal stirred a sense of curiosity within me. All right, just speak plainly, I urged, feeling quite exasperated. Sal began to explain, shaking his head as if he were a learned professor. The scarcity of multi-attribute skills arises from the fact that very few individuals can simultaneously summon the spirits of two or more elements. Those who can wield multiple elemental spirits are truly formidable beings. Typically, a person may only harness one element at a time, as the powers of various elements cannot be employed concurrently. The skills possessed by adventurers are ancient constructs that have evolved over the ages. Take the Frostbolt, for instance. This skill was conceived by the legendary archmage, Antonidas, a human sorcerer who commanded the powers of fire, water, and arcane. He transformed water into a devastatingly lethal and resilient ice element. Today, nearly all mages utilize these three elemental forces. As for the diverse multi-attribute skills of the Death Knights, they were pioneered by the first Death Knight, Arthas. Each Death Knight is a disciple of his, and he mastered three elements: blood, water, and evil, also transforming water into ice. However, unlike Antonidas, Arthas engaged in close combat, employing the elements in a distinct manner. Fundamentally, both utilize the water attribute's derivative, ice. Arthas can be regarded as the individual with the deepest understanding of these three elemental forces in the entire world of Warcraft, effortlessly wielding and merging them at will. I nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously comprehending why the two of them wore expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. This was because I had summoned the spirits of the five elements, which I had previously referred to as elemental sprites. Does this imply that I have the potential to create skills encompassing all five attributes? No, that is implausible. Sal stated without hesitation. It is unrealistic. For while certain elements can harmonize and blend with one another, others cannot. Take the fundamental five elements, which you previously mentioned as the five phases. They can mutually generate and restrain each other, allowing for a harmonious enhancement. However, space and time can only amalgamate with each other. Apart from blood, the universal element that can intertwine with all others, no single element can merge with the elements of time and space. Do you understand my point? I continued to nod in understanding. The interplay of the five elements is common knowledge. Time and space possess their own unique characteristics. Undeniably, the two most enigmatic elements within the cosmos. It is comprehensible that they cannot amalgamate with other elements. The idea that blood can merge with any element is something I have encountered for the first time, yet I can certainly envision it. The old dragon interjected, asserting that few in this world understand time better than he does, but he has yet to grasp the concept of space, thus limiting his capacity to assist in that regard. However, when it comes to the singular aspect of time, he could indeed offer a wealth of experience. Regrettably, you did not opt for the elemental powers we excel in. Otherwise, our insights could have significantly alleviated your journey. By the way, the young lady from the Copperbeard clan can be considered one of our own now. You may seek her guidance regarding the elements of fire and metal. As for blood, we do not have anyone particularly familiar with it. Speaking of which, little Sor, what of Sylvanas? I had been the one speaking for a while, and I finally turned to inquire about Sor. Sor slapped his forehead and promptly replied, "How could I forget that? Wait a moment. I will summon her immediately." With that, he produced a token engraved with a black longbow, made of an unknown material. It dawned on me that these tokens serve a purpose akin to telephones in this world. "Windrunner, come to my location. I have someone to introduce to you. Hurry." There was no immediate reply, only the token flickered twice before disconnecting. Sor exchanged knowing glances with me and the old dragon, indicating that she would arrive shortly. The Dark Ranger? I hold a fondness for her. But does she not wield dark and wind elements? That seems incompatible with my own attributes. Sor and the old dragon exchanged amused glances before bursting into laughter. Sor addressed my concern. This you may not know. Windrunner is indeed a formidable individual, as she commands mastery over all five elements. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. My heavens, it turns out that Sylvanas is indeed a formidable deity. Thrall continued to elaborate that Sylvanas Windrunner was originally a ranger of the High Elf lineage, a champion of the light. After being slain by Arthas, she was resurrected through the Sunwell, becoming one of the undead. However, her unwavering resolve enabled her to break free, leading those unwilling to continue fighting away from Arthas's control. Beneath the ruins of Lordaeron, she established the Undercity, where all referred to themselves as the Forsaken. She transformed into the Dark Ranger we know today. In her final moments, she had command over three elements: wind, light, and arcane. Following her resurrection, the element of light morphed into that of darkness. Yet the power of the Sunwell granted her an affinity for the element of fire. Furthermore, prior to her separation from Arthas, She successfully comprehended the essence of the blood element. My eyes gleamed with excitement. I hold a profound admiration for the character known as Sylvanas Windrunner, commonly referred to as Little Black. Although her narrative is somewhat limited, her distinctive aura has consistently captivated the hearts of the entire World of Warcraft community. She can undoubtedly be regarded as a goddess of Azeroth. Despite her undead nature, her unique charm is adored by many. In fact, numerous veteran players of World of Warcraft eagerly vie to transmute their equipment to resemble that of Little Black. As we were conversing, a rather cold and distant female voice suddenly pierced the air. Though her tone was frigid, it possessed an enchanting quality. I remarked, "Chieftain Thrall, why have you summoned me to this sun-drenched locale, well aware that we, the undead, have an aversion to sunlight?" The voice belonged to the recently arrived Sylvanas Windrunner. Thrall chuckled heartily in response. "Ah, Windrunner, I have found you a remarkably talented apprentice. You ought to express gratitude rather than complain." "Oh, is it this lad?" I sense an air of adventurer about him. Sylvanas cast a glance in my direction. At that moment, the elemental spirits surrounding me retreated within. So her attention was not overly fixated on me. She merely regarded me with a cool gaze, her eyes momentarily sharpening as she noted the essence of a player emanating from me, yet she did not dwell on it. Thrall continued, "Indeed, he is an adventurer, but I have transformed him into a denizen of our world." Upon hearing this, Sylvanas abruptly halted, a glint of surprise igniting in her eyes as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon me, and slowly spoke. "You chose this individual as your successor? An adventurer, nonetheless?" My mind is utterly blank, with only 3 words echoing in my thoughts. "Air?" Sal chuckled softly before elucidating that this little fellow is known as Drunken Red Dust, the most exceptional among adventurers. At this moment, I find myself lacking the motivation to instruct others, yet this lad has truly captured my interest. Moreover, I summoned you here to join me in mentoring him. Red Dust. Sal nodded in my direction, and I immediately comprehended. Gradually unleashing the elemental spirits I possessed, time, space, fire, metal, and blood. The 5 elements began to revolve around me gracefully. Sylvanas's expression shifted, though her demeanor remained composed. It was evident in her eyes that she was not entirely unfazed. "Remarkable, 5 elements released simultaneously. Why is your elemental affinity absent?" Sal sighed inwardly and replied that it was beyond his control. The boy could freely choose from wind, lightning, wood, or illusory beast attributes. Each element appealed to him. But fortunately, I have studied various elements. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to teach him. You are aware of the choices we currently face, and he is likely the candidate for that plan. Sal's words left me speechless. These enigmatic beings, this plan I have heard for the second time. Yet they remain tight-lipped, only stating that they will reveal all once I reach level 100. Sylvanas regarded me for a moment, then nodded, affirming his worthiness. "You know, while I am reluctant to engage in any conflict, I shall join if it is your desire." "Who else is joining now?" Sal furrowed his brow, responding that not many have committed. The Copperbeard clan, along with the 3 Hammer Council, has joined, but the Blood Elves have yet to reply. The trolls, like you, will stand with me, while humans and gnomes have declined. The Draenei and elves also seem unwilling, and I suspect the Tauren will pose no issue. Yet I have not approached them yet, as the situation in Mulgore is rather chaotic. We shall wait a few days. Those insufferable alliance. At the mention of humans, Sylvanas gritted her teeth. It is understandable, considering she was slain by the human Prince Arthas. The old dragon continued, stating that the entire time Dragon Clan has joined. This is unquestionable, as we are the architects of this plan. However, the other dragon clans have yet to respond. I can no longer contain myself. I must express that I find your discussions utterly incomprehensible. Sylvanas cast a fleeting glance in my direction and remarked coolly, "You are not yet qualified to know much. From this moment onward, I shall be your mentor, primarily teaching you the utilization of the blood element. For fire, you ought to seek out the likes of Bran Bronzebeard. She surpasses me in that regard. As for time, it will undoubtedly be the ancient dragon who instructs you. But what of the others? Who shall guide you in the realms of space and gold?" Both Thrall and the ancient dragon furrowed their brows in contemplation. Yet a most suitable candidate sprang to mind within my thoughts. "Esteemed ones, I have successfully persuaded Illidan throughout history. He must possess knowledge of the gold element." "Does he not?" "Oh." Thrall's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "You managed to persuade Illidan. What splendid news." "Indeed, Illidan is inherently linked to the gold element. But what shall we do about space? Currently, there is no one who commands the element of space. I shook my head and spoke. The saying goes, a master leads you to the door. But the journey of cultivation is up to the individual. I am deeply grateful to all of you for your willingness to assist me, regardless of your plans. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to their execution. As for the elemental forces of space, they are scarcely understood by many. So I shall take my time to explore and comprehend them. Before I could finish speaking, Old Long raised his hand to interrupt me. The current archmage of the mortal realm is none other than Khadgar, yet he is but a human. Does anyone possess a solution? Sylvanas furrowed her brow in silence. While Thrall responded that he could reach out to him, though whether Khadgar would be inclined to join my cause remains uncertain. It is worth a try. Thus, I have tentatively established my mentors for various elemental studies. Initially, I intended to delve into the elements of fire or time. However, the consensus urged me to first embark upon the study of blood. The reasoning is that I possess but one life. Yet mastering the blood element could grant me formidable vitality, rendering me exceedingly difficult to vanquish. They perceive potential within me, yet without growth, even the greatest potential becomes not utterly worthless. Consequently, I found myself compelled to accompany Sylvanas on her departure. In the Undercity, amidst the intoxicating haze, I must clarify that I am not particularly adept at instructing others. Hence, every word I utter demands your utmost attention. I nodded eagerly, acknowledging my understanding. While many have remarked upon Sylvanas's aloofness, I had not anticipated such an extreme level of detachment. An hour passed, then 2, and finally, after a grueling 10 hours, Sylvanas concluded her exposition on elemental knowledge, leaving me in a state of dizzying bewilderment. What, then, is an element? In essence, elements are the fundamental constituents of this world. Everything is formed from these elements. This principle underlies the Titan's act of creation, and even humanity is comprised of elements. Naturally, we adventurers are exceptions to this rule. I find myself in a unique position. Every race in this world is born with an inherent elemental affinity, some fixed, others not. Yet, I am different. I possess the ability to resonate with any element. This implies that perhaps the mastery of the 5 elements I currently wield is not my limit. With 5 elements at my disposal, I am assured of my command over them, while other elements await my exploration. In this vast universe, I must seek the truths of the elements and further hone my control. Presently, I carry 5 elements, yet I am unable to wield even one. Payheed, for I have imparted the foundational knowledge of elements. Next, we shall delve into their application. Summon your elemental spirit. I softly called out in obedience, and the spirit of blood immediately manifested upon my shoulder. Sylvanas continued, well, it seems you possess considerable talent. Summoning elemental spirits comes quite easily to you. Now, attempt to guide it into your body, not in the previous manner, but rather to allow the elemental spirit to re-elementalize and fully merge with your flesh and blood. This left me in a state of utter confusion. I issued my commands to the elemental spirit, yet this little creature obstinately refused to elementalize. In a fit of anger, Sylvanas struck me atop my head, exclaiming, foolish child, when you command it, once it enters your body, it shall be entirely under your control. Whatever the command, it will fulfill it without fail. I gently touched my head. These little beings are rather adorable. Commanding them, I truly feel a pang of reluctance. Yet I must be resolute. Power is paramount at this moment. Thus, I directed my thoughts towards the blood spirit, imploring, little one, do merge with me. I shall absorb a multitude of blood elements for your consumption. The blood spirit gazed intently at me, leaving me feeling quite overwhelmed, caught between the fierce Sylvanas, my mentor, and the charming elemental spirit. With 4 eyes fixed upon me, I had no choice but to muster my courage and persist in my entreaty. Oh, my dear brother, do hasten to merge. I assure you, I will provide you with an abundance of blood elements. Fortunately, no one witnessed my current predicament. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to find a crevice to hide in. Fortunately, the blood spirit regarded me with a look of skepticism. Yet it gradually began to integrate into my being. The instant it fully entered my body, an overwhelming sensation of euphoria surged through me, making me yearn to shout in exhilaration. Sylvanas observed as this disobedient little spirit finally merged with me, nodding in approval. She did not disclose that, under normal circumstances, merging with an elemental spirit typically requires at least a week, yet I accomplished it in the span of mere words. Now, the first step is to maintain the elemental spirit in this state of fusion within your body, gradually establishing a connection between us. Presently, you cannot comprehend the language of the elemental spirit, but once the bond is formed, it will not be long before you can sense its words. Nurture this communication and cultivate a friendship. The elemental spirit is remarkably innocent, and I trust this will not pose a challenge for you. I nodded hastily, jesting that having already played the role of an alluring stranger to a young girl, a few more instances would hardly matter. Upon seeing my agreement, Sylvanas turned and departed, leaving me alone in the frigid stone chamber. Initially, I had intended to delve into the history to seek out Illidan, but such pursuits had to be postponed. For me, this delay was inconsequential. For Illidan, who had not seen me in a millennium, it was even less significant. Who could say if he still remembered me? Thus commenced a lengthy period during which I languished in this darkened chamber until I could seamlessly merge the essence of blood with my being. Only then did Sylvanas grant me leave. This initial fusion with the elemental spirit of blood had tripled my vitality. The first order of business upon my departure was to contact Luohua. I refrained from disclosing my current circumstances to her, nor did I intend to share them with many others. Given that Xiao Xiao had been with me, concealing the truth from her was impossible. I allowed her to inform the two generals, while the rest need not be burdened with concerns that would serve no benefit to our progress. When Luohua reached out, she was nearly in tears with worry. I hastily reassured her, managing to stabilize her emotions before asking her to gather everyone in the alley. According to her, I had been absent for 7 days. They had been busy with quests in history, vanquishing bosses, and occasionally teaming up with other major guilds to tackle dungeons. They had all reached approximately level 60, while I, having absorbed a copious amount of elemental essence, had also attained level 60. However, my name was conspicuously absent from any leaderboard. To this, I merely explained that I had acquired an item capable of concealing my presence from such rankings. Given the plethora of peculiarities in NW, they did not press further. After locating the avatar of the old dragon and utilizing his teleportation, I once again set foot upon the hallowed grounds of Azeroth within history. As I set foot upon the hallowed grounds of history, I retrieved Illidan's communication token, yet found myself trembling involuntarily as I sought to speak. Illidan. I called out Illidan's name, and to my astonishment, he responded in the very next moment. Who is it? My voice quivers slightly. After a millennium, Illidan's tone has grown so profoundly weathered. Has some calamity befallen him? Brother, it is I, the intoxicated wanderer from 10,000 years past. Do you still remember me? Illidan's aged voice resonated once more. Intoxicated wanderer, the mortal realm, 10 millennia ago. As I was about to speak, Illidan's voice resonated once more, yet this time it was tinged with sorrow. I recalled the past, my brother. I am filled with hatred. I am filled with hatred. Sobbing, why did you choose to save me? Where are you? What has transpired? A surge of urgency washed over me. What calamity could have befallen Illidan, that this stalwart warrior would shed tears? Illidan's voice faltered for a moment before he continued. I am at Mount Hyjal. Come find me. Perhaps only you can aid me now. I promptly agreed and then ended the call. It seems that Illidan is facing a significant predicament. I shall proceed to his location. You must gather our comrades with utmost haste. Continue with our previous training methods, for I may be absent for an extended period. Ensure that you manage all matters diligently and remain in constant communication. The crowd nodded in understanding, although they were unaware of the specifics of my plight. None among them could be deemed foolish. Luohua wore an expression of concern, and I gently kissed her forehead before embarking on the path to Mount Hyjal. The distance of this journey was considerable, yet fortunately, the NW had implemented a system for renting flying mounts, allowing for a predetermined destination that would automatically return upon arrival. I made my way directly to Orgrimmar, where I boarded a two-headed dragon bound for Mount Hyjal. As I traversed the familiar layout of old Orgrimmar, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. During the Cataclysm expansion, many towns suffered varying degrees of destruction, and Orgrimmar was no exception. Thus, when players entered NW, they encountered towns that had been rebuilt in the aftermath of the Cataclysm. At this historical juncture, we had yet to experience the second invasion of the Burning Legion, and the original layout remained intact. Drawing upon my distant memories, I located the flight point, dropped a handful of gold coins, and boarded the two-headed dragon en route to Mount Hyjal. As I gazed upon the familiar world of the past, my thoughts drifted back to the thrilling days of the level 70 expansion, the Burning Crusade. It was a time when guilds flourished and formidable players were abundant, all engaged in fierce competition. Subsequent expansions gradually adopted a fast-paced, casual gaming approach, leading to a decline in the game's vibrancy. I would assert that in my memory, the level 70 era remains the most exhilarating, filled with epic encounters. The Zul'Aman Bear Mount runs, the chess event in Karazhan, the battle against Magtheridon's abyssal minion, the defeat of Gruul the Dragon Killer in his lair, the thwarting of Kael'thas's schemes in Tempest Keep, the confrontation with Lady Vashj in the Serpent Shrine Cavern, and the triumph over the demon Archimonde at Mount Hyjal. Furthermore, the relentless pursuit of Illidan in the Black Temple stands out as a pinnacle of that era. Such poignant historical tales evoke a sense of melancholy, undeniably marking that time as one of the zeniths of the World of Warcraft. Before long, the majestic silhouette of Mount Hyjal came into view. The massive canopy of the World Tree loomed like a pillar supporting the heavens. As I soared over the towering peaks on my two-headed dragon, my expression grew grave upon descending, for I found myself amidst an unsettling silence. There were no buildings in sight. As the sacred mountain of the Night Elves, it was inconceivable that not a single structure would remain, yet the stillness was overwhelming. I found a suitable spot beneath the World Tree to land and called out Illidan's name, beginning my search. My voice echoed with a weather timbre, and as I followed the sound around the colossal trunk of the tree, I beheld Illidan kneeling on one knee. Before him lay an endless expanse of graves. It was a cemetery. To my shock, I discovered Tyron's tombstone before him, inscribed with the revelation that she had chosen to be with Illidan and had married him, albeit without any heirs. Beside Tyron's grave stood the tomb of Malfurion. How could this powerful leader of the Night Elves have perished? As I gazed around, I was struck by the realization that all those interred here were indeed members of the elven race. Could it be that? A horrifying thought surged through my mind. Had the elves been annihilated? This notion, once conceived, refused to dissipate, for the sheer number of graves before me was overwhelming. It seemed that even a millennium ago, the elven kin could not have boasted such a multitude. It appeared that they had endured a prolonged period of tranquility, only to be decimated in one fell swoop. Illidan, what transpired? Illidan rose to face me, his voice faltering as he spoke. There are no more elves. Only I remain. I, Illidan, am the last of the Night Elves. He endeavored to convey this with a tone of calmness. Yet the gravity of his words resonated profoundly. Observing Illidan's somewhat aged visage, I pressed on, seeking clarity. What was the situation? Hadn't Azhara been completely eradicated a millennium ago? Azhara did not perish. She feigned her death. Though the Well of Eternity was destroyed, we were unaware that she survived, believing her remains were eternally consigned to the depths of the maelstrom. However, 3,000 years ago, the Naga emerged, their leader none other than Azhara herself. Those elves who followed her transformed into those serpentine abominations, self-styled as the Naga. My brother succumbed to slumber to mend the world, while I pursued the demons relentlessly. As you previously mentioned, I grew increasingly formidable. Yet, when Azhara and her minions invaded Mount Hyjal in my absence, our kin, having lived in peace, lacked sufficient warriors. Tyron fought valiantly, but was ultimately overwhelmed by their elite forces. By the time I returned, this place had been reduced to ruins. I vanquished the remaining Naga, but lacked the means to descend into the depths. I have remained here, guarding against the Naga's acquisition of this magical power for 3 millennia. Now that you have returned, will you aid me? How could I not assist you? You are my brother. I would risk everything to help you. Before I could finish, Illidan's eyes, shrouded by dark cloth, flickered with light as he raised a hand to interrupt me, inquiring, "What has transpired? How did you become one of the denizens of this world?" I went, "Indeed, it is Illidan." I had no intention of concealing the truth from him, so I began to explain. Upon hearing my words, Illidan furrowed his brow and remarked, "The future version of Thrall and the Time Dragon race? Their plans must be of monumental scale, undoubtedly intertwined with history. By the way, do the events occurring here have any impact on the world to come?" Yes, I sensed something was amiss before. Logically, we have already altered history, and with such significant occurrences among the elves, there should be noticeable changes on that front. Yet, the reality is that nothing seems to have changed. What on earth is going on? I am utterly bewildered. What are these great beings up to? Illidan sat down on the ground, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "If I am not mistaken, they are likely intent on completely transforming the future." Transforming the future? I echoed. Indeed. The temporal elemental powers wielded by the Time Dragon race are immensely formidable. If my conjectures are correct, they must be aiming to reverse the flow of time. A sudden buzz filled my mind. Time reversal? Illidan continued, stating that under any circumstances, this time you should not be away for too long. Both the future over there and the history here require your presence. You have now become part of our world, with its inherent virtues and vices. The advantage lies in your ability to rapidly grow in strength and surpass the level cap of 100, while the downside is that you cannot perish. If you die, it would be a true end. Yes, I understand, but due to certain circumstances, I must proceed in this manner. By the way, you should possess the element of gold, correct? Illidan nodded in affirmation, responding that indeed, I inherently wield the gold element, which is also the reason I became a melee warrior. Do you also command the gold element? I did not utter a word. Instead, I summoned the 5 elemental spirits at my disposal. Illidan's expression mirrored that of both Thrall and the ancient dragon. His mouth agape as if it could easily engulf a watermelon. Goodness, I have only managed to summon 3 elemental spirits simultaneously, and yet you effortlessly command 5. Are these all the elemental spirits you possess? I nodded affirmatively. After my transformation, I chose to embrace the spirits of 5 elements: time, space, fire, metal, and blood. I discern your thoughts, and I shall impart to you the mastery of the metal element. However, once you have matured, you must aid me in avenging my grievances. Fear not, for we are brothers. Even if a millennium were to pass, we shall remain bound by brotherhood. Henceforth, let us stand shoulder to shoulder in the battles that lie ahead. After 3 days, I successfully mastered the fusion of the elemental force of gold, gaining 2 experiences in the process. Soon, I was able to merge all 5 elements, and remarkably, I could simultaneously fuse all elemental spirits. This meant I could operate without separation, as I was capable of wielding all elemental powers at once. They could concurrently draw from the elements of the universe, enhancing their own strength while simultaneously amplifying my capabilities. Each element significantly increased my resistance to its corresponding attribute, and my attacks, whether skills or otherwise, could be imbued with varying elemental powers. The force of time could trigger a time-stopping effect, akin to stunning my opponents, allowing for a brief pause of 0.5 seconds with a 10 activation chance. However, I anticipated that my abilities would only grow stronger. Currently, the space element bore no effect, while fire and gold served primarily as damage-dealing enhancements, with gold providing additional defensive capabilities. My draconic transformation granted my armor a secondary enhancement, rendering my defenses nearly impeccable. Ultimately, the blood element bestowed upon me 2 significant advantages: a tripling of my health and the ability to absorb 5 of damage dealt to any creature with blood as healing. As I gained control over all elements, Illidan expressed his intention to seek out clues, urging me to rapidly strengthen myself and establish contact with him. Naturally, I could not refuse and promptly departed from Mount Hyjal. The journey back lacked the presence of my dragon mount, yet I still possessed a hearthstone. I activated it, and within 10 seconds, a radiant light enveloped me, transporting me back to Orgrimmar. Before embarking on my leveling journey, I opened my attributes list to examine my current stats. Name: Drunken Red Dust class, Dragon Warrior level, 60 primary attributes: Strength, 770, Agility, 60, Intelligence, 60, Spirit, 60, Stamina, 420. Secondary attributes: None health points, 12, 600, additional 2. 520 from blessings, 1, 260 from set bonuses. Total health after blood element enhancement, 49, 140. Dragon Fury cap, 100 attack power, 830, additional 166 from blessings. Weapon damage 600, total attack power after gold element enhancement, 1, 596. Armor value, 6, 050, mitigating 60. 5 of damage from monsters of the same level, additional 12. 1 from blessings. Total armor after gold element enhancement, 14, 520, mitigating 145. 2. Critical hit rate, 6, additional 1. 2 from blessings, 10 from set bonuses. 50 from the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield, critical damage, 300 elemental control attributes. Time, mist level 10 chance to cause a 0.5 second time pause upon attack. Space, mist level no current effects. Fire, mist level the wielder can harness the power of flames, with a 10 chance to inflict a burning effect, dealing an additional 50 damage over 10 seconds, enhancing fire resistance by 10 points. Gold, mist level the wielder can augment weapon damage and armor defense through the gold element, yielding twice the effects, and increasing gold resistance by 10 points. Blood, frost level triples vitality and grants 5 lifesteal on attacks. Resistances, fire resistance, 10 points. Reducing fire damage taken by 10. Gold resistance, 10 points. Reducing gold damage taken by 10. Skills acquired. Dragon's Blessing, passive skill doubles earned attribute points upon leveling. Increases inherent data by 20. Dragon Domain, suppresses all enemy units within a 100-meter radius of the player, reducing all attributes by 50. While the user experiences a doubling of all attributes until the domain dissipates, the domain lasts for 3 hours with a cooldown of 7 days. Furious Wind Divine Power, passive effect, permanently increases attack power and attack speed by 100. Active effect, temporarily boosts attack power and attack speed by 300 for 1 minute. With a cooldown of 3 hours. Dragon's Might, consumes 30 Dragon Fury, delivering a powerful attack to the target with 150 damage, generating a significant threat. This skill does not count towards the global cooldown. Dragon Mastery, passive skill, allowing the use of any weapon with one hand. Reverse Scale Counterattack, cooldown of 6 seconds. Immediately strikes 1 primary target and 2 additional enemies, inflicting double normal attack damage on the primary target and normal attack damage on the secondary targets, generating 20 Dragon Fury. Each evasion, parry, or block reduces cooldown by 3 seconds. Dragon Flash, casting distance of 2 to 15 meters, instantly teleporting to the target creature, causing 2 seconds of stun. Generating 10 rage points. The target must be an enemy. With a cooldown of 10 seconds. Dragon Countenance allows the selection of the current form, Black Dragon Form, reduces all damage taken by 30. Blue Dragon Form, grants double Dragon Fury from normal attacks. Red Dragon Form, loses all damage reduction attributes. Increasing damage capacity by 20 and lifesteal by 5. Dragon Might, consumes 10 Dragon Fury, inflicting 100 attack strength damage to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius, and reducing their movement speed by 60 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Frenzied Dragon Slash, can choose to consume Dragon Fury. Each point of Dragon Fury consumed inflicts an additional 50 attack strength damage, alongside fixed damage equivalent to 10 times the player's current level, generating substantial threat value. If an enemy is slain using this skill, the player instantly receives the maximum Dragon Fury of 100 and for 3 seconds. Skills can be released without cost or cooldown. Shield Bash, uses a shield to strike enemies 3 times in succession, each inflicting double attack strength damage, generating significant threat value. And each strike grants 10 Dragon Fury. It can target 1 to 3 different enemies, with each strike calculated separately. If a critical hit occurs, the player may attack again any target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Equipment, 40 level purple quality set, Berserker set, Dragon Transformation, increases strength by 100, vitality by 80. Armor by 1300, for piece set effect, reduces damage taken by 10, 8-piece set effect, increases critical hit chance by 10, and health by 10. Berserker Ring, Dragon Transformation, increases strength by 40, vitality by 20. Set effect, damage increases by 20 within 5 seconds after using a skill. Radiant Emperor Sword and Shield, an incomplete super artifact that evolves with the player's level. Comprising 3 stages. Currently in the first stage, weapon damage is 10 times the holder's level, shield defense is 5 times the holder's level. Increasing the player's strength by 3 times, vitality by 2 times, and armor by 10 times, permanently enhancing critical hit chance by 50. With critical damage boosted to 3 times. Weapon Skill 1, Vision Deprivation, blinds the enemy for 2 seconds, unbreakable, trigger chance of 10. Immune to all blinding effects. Weapon Skill 2, Suppression. All dark power wielders and evil beings have their attributes reduced by 30 in the presence of this sword. Weapon Skill 3, Ability Absorption. The Radiant Emperor Sword and Shield can absorb all elemental powers, making every attack deal substantial magic damage from absorbed elements, significantly enhancing resistance to the same elemental attributes. Weapon Skill 4, Experience Drain. This skill disappears upon reaching the player's maximum level and when the Radiant Emperor Sword is fully evolved, depriving slain monsters or players of a certain amount of experience to grant to the player and the Radiant Emperor Sword and Shield. Weapon Skill 5, Evolution. Experience gained from slaying enemies can elevate the weapon stage. Current weapon experience is 92. With each stage granting 1 sword skill and 1 shield skill. Sword Skill 1, Sword Devours the World, unleashes unparalleled sword intent. Targetable at a single enemy or in a wide area. Single target cast. Enemies of a level not exceeding the player's current level are instantly slain, unguardable, dodgeable, or parryable. Ignoring all defensive skills. Wide area cast. Inflicting 500 damage based on the player's current attack strength, centered around the player, within a 300-meter range. Unguardable, dodgeable, or parryable. Can have damage reduced by defensive skills. Cooldown of 24 hours. Shield Skill 1. Magic Shield. Activates an indefinitely sustainable magical shield, which breaks after absorbing damage exceeding the limit. Absorbing an amount equal to the player's current maximum health, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Enchantments. 30 Strength, 20 Vitality, 10 Movement Speed. Special Item. Endless Fruit Basket Food Item. Allows the extraction of 1 fruit upon use. Consuming it restores 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds. Usable only outside of combat. Looking at my current attributes, a smile graced my face. It was simply extraordinary. My health has surged to nearly 50,000. And under the enhancement of the gold element, my attack strength has approached a staggering 1,600. Should I unleash the Frenzied Dragon Slash at maximum Dragon Fury, it would yield a damage output of 1,600 multiplied by 50, equating to a formidable 80,000. I currently lack any skills that ignore armor. Yet irrespective of whether I face monsters or players, after accounting for armor resistance, I am still left with over 40,000 in damage. If a critical hit were to occur, the damage would soar to 120,000. Who could withstand a single blow from me? I long to exclaim this. Yet to avoid being perceived as foolish, I restrain myself, merely voicing it in my heart. As my gaze continues downward, I initially lamented the meager 10 points of resistance provided. However, upon noticing the subsequent reduction of 10, my grievances evaporated entirely. It became clear that each point of resistance confers a 1-point reduction in attribute damage. As I delve further, I observe that the skills remain largely unchanged. The effects bestowed by the elements are undeniably remarkable, although time and space may currently lack significant impact. These two elements are of a growth nature and will undoubtedly become increasingly potent in the future. I have reached level 60, yet I still don the attire of level 40. However, this does not concern me. Perhaps my equipment is indeed of little significance. With my current skills and attributes, I am confident that no player could withstand my prowess for even 3 seconds. Suddenly, I noticed that the experience points for the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield have reached 92. It seems that while I absorbed elemental mist to gain experience, the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield also accrued a considerable amount of experience. I have leveled up by 8 levels, and after deducting the experience gained from my previous battles, it appears that the experience acquired from my ascension has only contributed approximately 50 points to the growth of the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. It seems that the emergence of a true super artifact is not a matter that can be resolved in haste. At this rate, even upon reaching level 100, the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield may not achieve the status of a genuine super artifact. Where shall I train? For a moment, I found myself in a state of confusion. Given my current attributes, training alongside others seems somewhat of a waste of my potential. I bear too many responsibilities, and strengthening my capabilities is of utmost importance. Thus, I refrain from contacting my companions, allowing them to continue their development in the 3 realms. I glanced once more at the attributes list and was suddenly struck by a skill associated with the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. Weapon Skill 2, Suppression, reducing all attributes of dark power wielders and malevolent beings by 30 in the presence of this sword. The notion of vanquishing demons surged into my mind, and not merely demons of the same level, but those around level 70. Although the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield has not yet reached full evolution, it possesses a hidden effect that disregards level differences, meaning I need not confine myself to creatures within a 4-level range of my own. I can engage any adversary. With my attributes, tackling foes 10 levels higher is indeed feasible. Or perhaps, I could elevate the thrill by attempting to solo a level 70 dungeon. I am resolute in my decisions. Once I have set my mind to something, not even 10 oxen could sway me. While I have prepared to tackle the level 70 dungeons, it is worth noting that there exists a plethora of such dungeons. Team instances are inaccessible due to level restrictions. After much contemplation, I have concluded that the Shattered Halls is the most suitable choice. The foes within, while classified as elite at level 70, are not the most formidable, and their numbers are exceedingly vast. Currently, the 5-player dungeon level requirements have been abolished in NW, a service designed for players like myself, who possess the capability to engage in combat beyond their level. Though not everyone shares my intent to solo, there are others who can form a 5-player group. For instance, several high-tier players from our 3 realms could assemble a team, as long as the level disparity remains within 5 levels for the dungeons we can attempt. However, the current pursuit by many revolves around the various adventures within the historical mode, while my sole focus is on leveling up. With my determination firmly in place, I hesitated not and departed from historical mode, setting my sights on the Outlands. What vexes me most is the absence of a mount system, which leaves me somewhat speechless. Must I rely solely on personal efforts to acquire a mount? Unable to purchase one? No one could assuage my confusion. So I ventured silently into the depths of the shadowy district, passing through the portal that transported me to the first map of the Outlands, Hellfire Peninsula. I then made my way to the entrance of the Shattered Halls, situated upon the Hellfire Citadel, only to be met with further dismay. I had utterly forgotten that the Shattered Halls requires a key to gain entry. After much deliberation, I recognized but one potential solution, though I was uncertain of its efficacy. At the entrance of the Shattered Halls stood 2 monsters. Swiftly, I dispatched one and began to maneuver the other, leading it in circles to manipulate its positioning, attempting to ensnare a portion of its body within the iron gate. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. After an extended period of maneuvering back and forth, a portion of the creature's body became lodged within the gate. Without delay, I unleashed my Dragon Flash, aiming for the small segment of the creature that had become ensnared. Dragon Flash. To my astonishment, it truly succeeded. The moment I stepped through the door, that monstrous creature vanished. Then, a familiar voice resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the player, Drunken Red Dust, for discovering the first bug in the new World of Warcraft. The system has automatically rectified this bug. Upon hearing those words, a cold sweat instantly cascaded down my back. Could there truly be a punishment in store for me? Suddenly, a chime resonated, announcing that due to my assistance in rectifying a bug in the system, I was awarded the Find the Flaw badge as a player of Drunken Red Dust. The subsequent proclamation left me agape. This was considered my contribution to identifying a bug, and I was even granted a reward. What was even more significant was that the reward was a badge. The badge is a unique form of equipment, a newly introduced category in NW, which can be worn without any numerical limitations and is exceedingly rare. Essentially, fewer than 1% of players have the opportunity to attain such a prize. And here I was, having utilized a bug, yet I was bestowed with one. I hastily entered the Shattered Hall dungeon and proceeded to examine my inventory. The Find Flaw badge, a reward for discovering the first bug, is a piece of equipment that enhances the wearer's charm and luck by 10 points each. This revelation left me even more perplexed. Charm and luck are attributes introduced on the official website, both classified as hidden stats, rendering them invisible to players. The only certainty is that every player begins with a baseline of 10 points in both attributes, without exception. However, throughout the course of the game, players encounter various events that can either augment or diminish these attributes. Truth be told, I am uncertain of my current levels in these 2 stats. One thing I can affirm is that I have not engaged in any dubious activities that would unjustly lower them. Yet, I have also not completed many rare quests. So it stands to reason that my status remains at the initial double 10. This badge effectively doubles my luck and charm, highlighting its formidable nature. These 2 invisible attributes wield significant influence. For instance, a higher luck stat increases the likelihood of obtaining equipment from defeated foes, while greater charm facilitates smoother interactions with NPCs, thereby enhancing the chances of acquiring superior gear. This merely scratches the surface of these attributes' fundamental functions. There remain numerous effects not delineated on the official site, awaiting players to discover and experience firsthand. I remain indifferent to the emergence of any new functionalities in the future. Undoubtedly, the addition of these 2 attributes is advantageous. Without hesitation, I chose to activate them. The badge transformed into a radiant white light, coalescing at my chest. The badge is affixed to the inner side of my equipment, rendering it entirely invisible from the outside. Once I remove the gear, the badge returns to my inventory, and upon donning a subsequent piece of equipment, it automatically reattaches, reclaiming no inventory space. I must admit, it is indeed a remarkably convenient mechanism. Since the added attributes are not visible, I shall not squander any time pondering them. I summoned the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield, wielding the shield in my left hand and the sword in my right. Dragon countenance, black dragon form. Upon completing the skill activation, I was poised to commence my monster-slaying endeavor when, unexpectedly, a startling sound jolted me. The Radiant Emperor had awakened. Ah! I sensed a familiar aroma. In exasperation, I exclaimed, "Goodness! Could you not give a word of warning before you emerge? You startled me." I was taken aback. How could I subtly convey to you that I had awakened? It seemed that Yao Huang was equally at a loss for words. Indeed, as a spirit of the artifact, he could only communicate through speech. "Well then, congratulations on your awakening. How do you fare? To what extent have you recovered?" Yao Huang responded, his tone tinged with excitement. "It's quite well. I no longer need to remain in slumber." There was really no necessity to awaken, but I suddenly detected a familiar scent, which prompted my premature return to consciousness. I furrowed my brows, sensing a familiar aroma. What could it be? Here I am in the shattered hall, merely a dungeon devoid of any particular significance. If one were to insist on its uniqueness, it would be that I am the very first person to enter this realm. I am uncertain. It simply evokes a sense of familiarity, prompting me to explore further. Do not mind me. Attend to your leveling up. Oh my, how swiftly you've progressed to nearly the second stage. Impressive indeed. I smiled with pride and replied, "Of course. Do you even know who I am?" Before I could unleash my dragon flash, Yao Huang let out a soft exclamation. "Goodness, how have you become a native of this world?" I had long anticipated that I could not keep my secrets from the Radiant Emperor, thus I casually responded, acknowledging that I could not elaborate on the specifics, but nonetheless. "I have reached this state, and it is possible for me to revert in the future. Is there any issue with that?" The Radiant Emperor shook his head and sighed, expressing that there is nothing inherently wrong. Rather, it presents substantial advantages. However, the predicament lies in the fact that this means you can no longer afford to die even once. I am aware, for there are reasons behind this, which are not easily explained at present, but in due time, you will come to understand. Given that this is the situation, there is little that can be done. You should have already begun to master the elemental forces, am I correct? The Radiant Emperor continued his inquiries. I, too, have been busy, as the dragon flash activated. I began to engage in combat, while responding with a nonchalant I have mastered 5 elements: time, space, fire, metal, and blood, and I can unleash them simultaneously. Yao Huang replied with a casual tone, "Oh, quite impressive. In fact, you could opt to master all 5 elements at once. They will prove immensely beneficial in the future." I paid little heed to Yao Huang's casual remarks. In his era, where powerful beings were abundant, the ability to simultaneously wield 5 elements likely seemed trivial. I am aware of that, yet for certain reasons, I must prioritize the time element, and I also need to study the blood element for my own survival. After all, I possess but a single life. The blood element significantly enhances my vitality. As my words faded, the first monster fell, granting me approximately 0.1 experience points. The Yao Huang sword and shield did not display specific experience values, leaving me uncertain of my actual gain. Nevertheless, even if it were less than 1, it would not be negligible. Defeating elite monsters at level 10, coupled with the experience absorption capabilities of the Yao Huang sword and shield, indicates that each monster yields 0.1 experience points, implying that 1,000 monsters would be required for an upgrade. If the number of monsters in this dungeon remains unchanged, there should be over 300, allowing me to level up within 3 encounters. Given that this is a one-on-one battle, the pace is rather slow, taking roughly an hour to nearly 2 hours per encounter, with a maximum of 6 hours needed for a level increase. Such speed is exceedingly rapid within the confines of level 60. If others were to discover that I still considered this slow, I fear they might despair. Currently, I am not listed on the leaderboard, yet I can still view it. Astonishingly, the top rank has been claimed by the formidable leader of the cycle of reincarnation, 10,000 Worlds Reincarnation Dream. He has ascended to level 63. Who knows what fortuitous encounters he has experienced to rise so swiftly? While organizations indeed offer numerous advantages, I do not intend to expand our ranks. The elite tactics of the 3 realms shall remain steadfast, unyielding as thunder. The initial wave of monsters consisted of merely over 10, and I swiftly dispatched them, feeling no pressure whatsoever. However, I remain hesitant to seek out creatures above level 70. The game's design in NW is reminiscent of the earlier version of World of Warcraft. Prior to level 70, each level offers minimal enhancements, yet beyond that threshold, each 10 levels represent a significant leap. To illustrate, if the combat prowess at level 70 is quantified as 100, then an elite creature at level 71 boasts a staggering 200. The disparity between these levels is not insignificant. Presently, I can withstand 5 or 6 monsters while battling a level 70 elite. Yet facing a single level 71 creature would likely prove perilous, especially if I were to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously, as I am merely a level 60 player. The first wave of monsters fell without yielding any noteworthy equipment, though I did acquire several worthless white items. It appears that my additional 10 points in luck have not made a substantial difference. At this juncture, I prefer not to focus excessively on the guild's development, which is not entirely my fault. I have full confidence in Xiaoshua's management, particularly given the current limited membership of the Sanjie Guild. Xiaoshua has suggested expanding our ranks, and I have entrusted her with that responsibility. Naturally, the criteria remain unchanged. The newly recruited players must possess skills and potential that meet or exceed those of the previous cohort. Since the conclusion of the Eternal Well battle, a multitude of players has sought to join Sanjie, compelling me to activate the Strangers Do Not Disturb mode. During the war, many recorded videos capturing our journey from the moment our small team charged forth, documenting every significant moment. While I have not posted on forums, I am acutely aware that those videos have undoubtedly gained immense popularity, particularly the segment where I heroically rescued Illidan, standing alongside a crowd to confront his horror. In any case, Sanjie has achieved remarkable notoriety. Players throughout Huaxiao are now well aware of our guild's prowess. Despite having only around 100 participants in the conflict, our contributions were the most significant across all of Huaxiao, especially mine. I can confidently assert that had I not been present, the outcome of the war would have been uncertain. To paraphrase my sentiments, those wishing to join Sanjie are welcome to do so, but they must demonstrate their capabilities. Sanjie does not harbor idlers. Xiaoshua has thoroughly embraced this philosophy, having recruited fewer than 10 players to date, yet each one is a paragon of excellence. My current endeavor is to enhance my strength with utmost urgency. The weight of the pressure upon me is far from trivial, and I possess but a single life. In other words, I cannot afford to fail. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I cast aside all distractions and prepared to take up my sword for battle. "Ah, it seems you two must strive earnestly," came the voice of Yao Huang, tinged with a hint of amusement, to which I could only respond with a resigned shake of my head. This fellow has lived countless years, witnessing the cycles of life and death far too many times. Though I now wield control over him, to him, I remain merely a child. Yao Huang, what is it that you truly perceive? I remain deeply concerned about the familiar aura that Yao Huang perceives. It is impossible not to care, for Yao Huang can be said to belong to another realm entirely, one that existed countless years ago. What could possibly evoke such a memorable essence, if not something extraordinary? Surely, it cannot be mere mortals. I am uncertain. It feels like an eternity ago. Yao Huang's voice carries a hint of resignation. Indeed, he has been ensnared in that place for innumerable years. And no matter how profoundly etched in memory, even the most poignant experiences may eventually fade. I refrained from speaking further and instead focused on defeating the monsters to continue leveling up. The creatures in this realm posed little challenge to me, allowing me to engage in battle without much effort, while my mind was preoccupied with recent events. Initially, I had merely entered this world to enjoy a game, but unexpectedly, I received a mission from the Dragon Group, entailing the responsibility of saving all of humanity. What began as a casual endeavor transformed abruptly, rendering me a general and the highest leader within NW, a role I could not refuse. Yet, the suddenness of it all left me with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Moreover, having become half a native of NW, my existence was now tethered to a single life. Should I perish in the game, I would truly be lost. I could only silently endure this burden, pondering how others might react in my place. The minor monsters came in waves. Once I dispatched the first, the subsequent ones fell easily under the relentless onslaught of my unyielding dragon slash. As I stood before the first boss, I had accumulated several blue items, all of level 70. While these pieces of equipment held little value for me personally, they could be sold to Uncle Tinghai for funds necessary for the guild's development. The first boss was named High Sorcerer Nethercus, and his title alone suggested he was a ranged magic user, reminiscent of the boss designs from the classic World of Warcraft. Showing little variation in approach, he possessed 4 distinct skills. 1. Dark Spine. When High Sorcerer Nethercus' health dwindled to 25, he would spin wildly, inflicting physical damage on all players within a 5-yard radius, while unleashing shadow magic arrows that dealt shadow damage. 2. Lesser Shadow Rift. Netherkiss would create a rift beneath a player's feet, dealing shadow damage to any player caught within it every second. 3. Death's Entanglement. The High Sorcerer would instill fear in a player, causing them to flee for 4 seconds, while inflicting 260 points of shadow damage upon them. Nazul restores a substantial 100 health points. Shadow Cleave. The high-ranking warlock Nazul inflicts shadow damage upon a player and the nearest ally, affecting up to 3 targets. Among the 4 abilities, one is entirely ineffectual for me. According to the information, Death Coil will not be cast on the primary target of enmity, as I am soloing. There are no viable targets left. From the remaining 3 skills, the one to be particularly wary of in the early stages is Shadow Rift. Currently, it only affects me, manifesting directly beneath my feet each time. Upon its appearance, I must reposition immediately, otherwise, the damage accumulates swiftly. Although my health is considerable, I must remember that I am only level 60, and the boss deals significant damage due to level suppression. Thus, my strategy remains unchanged. Once my health dips to 35, I will unleash all my Dragon Rage to maximize healing with the Frenzy Dragon Slash. The first ability, Dark Spine, is particularly vexatious, activating at 25 health and continuing until death. Even if I evade it, I may still be struck by the shadow arrows it releases. Therefore, at 25 health, I must eliminate it swiftly, otherwise, I will find myself in peril. Dragon Flash. With a swift Dragon Flash, I appear instantaneously behind the high-ranking Warlock Nazul, executing a 3-hit shield strike. Reverse Scale Counterattack. 2 Dragon Rage skills are unleashed, causing my Dragon Rage to surge to 50 points. At this moment, high-ranking Warlock Nazul notices my presence, turning to me with a disdainful smile, adopting an arrogant pose. I pay no mind to this foolish creature and seize the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes. I did not employ any high-damage skills, merely the usual ones sufficed. However, my attributes are astonishingly powerful. Excluding equipment, my fundamental attributes are equivalent to those of a level 110 player. After executing this set of skills, I dealt less than 5 points of damage. It seems that a boss is indeed a boss, possessing a life force that is truly impressive. As the battle commenced, a purple circle appeared beneath my feet, prompting me to leap sideways to evade its reach. Nevertheless, I still suffered damage, losing approximately 12 to 15 points of health. The moment this skill manifested, it inflicted damage that was unavoidable. I had no choice but to endure it. Before I could continue my assault, the boss unleashed a shadow arrow that hurtled directly towards my face. In a flurry of panic, I sidestepped, yet the arrow struck my shoulder, dealing nearly 5,000 points of damage and causing my health to plummet by around 10. How dare this wretched creature strike me so brazenly? I was already lacking in handsomeness, and now I bore the marks of battle. How much worse could it get? I pressed on with a series of shield strikes followed by a retaliatory counter, my dragon wrath reaching its zenith. Without hesitation, I unleashed a fully charged Dragon Fury Slash. A staggering damage output of 17,054 critical hit ensued. However, I furrowed my brow in concern. My attack strength neared 1600, augmented by the passive ability of Gale's Divine Might, which added another 100, effectively granting me an attack strength of 3200. The fully charged Dragon Fury Slash should have dealt 500 damage. Theoretically, this meant I should have inflicted at least 15,000 points of damage, with a critical hit potentially yielding around 45,000. Yet, I only managed to achieve 17,000. It appears that while I can easily tackle monsters of a higher level, the armor and damage mitigation of the boss remain formidable. This strike had reduced my health by a little over 10, but I paid little heed to the significant decrease in damage. As long as I could still inflict damage and withstand the onslaught, I would prevail. With over 25 points of health remaining, I had only 5 lifesteal provided by the blood element. However, should my health dip below 35, the lifesteal would increase to 30. The fully charged Dragon Fury Slash could restore a considerable amount of my vitality. The confrontation with the boss unfolded with a rhythmic exchange of attacks. The Shadow Arrow, a formidable magical skill, was exceedingly difficult to evade. I did not expect to dodge every strike. I would take what I could manage. Before long, the boss's health plummeted to 26. I held my breath, for the Dark Spine was about to be unleashed. Magic Shield, I uttered with urgency, and a transparent shield, emanating wisps of magical energy, enveloped my form. This was one of my weapon skills. The shield technique, Magic Shield, an enduring magical barrier that absorbs damage until it surpasses a threshold, with a capacity equivalent to 100 of the player's maximum health, and a cooldown of 5 minutes. Simultaneously, I downed a level 60 potion, restoring my health significantly, and with half of my health bar still shielded. I effectively possessed nearly 100,000 health. With another shield strike, coupled with a counterattack, the boss's health dwindled to a mere 25. So you believe that this is the extent of my power? Ha. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. Dark Spine. The boss, with a sinister grin, sent chills down my spine, yet my senses were heightened and alert. Nether Scourge began to spin rapidly in place, launching shadow arrows in all directions. Wait. In all directions. A cold sweat trickled down my brow. This creature, while accelerating the release of shadow arrows, was indeed covering a larger area. But I was alone. Such chaotic, widespread attacks were, paradoxically, easy to evade. Stepping left and retreating 3 paces, I closed in with Dragon Flash. I struck several times and then withdrew, as the boss's health continued to fall without inflicting any harm upon me. In a short while, this unfortunate foe collapsed, uttering, "How is this possible? This is my strongest technique." Before succumbing to defeat, a white light emanating from him, signifying his loot. As the white glow enveloped the fallen boss, my eyes sparkled with anticipation. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. The first item, a blue chainmail, a healing set. The second, a blue leather armor, a DPS set. The third, yet another blue item, a staff. This was merely a standard 5-person dungeon, and the chances of purple gear drops were slim. Even with my exceptional luck, I thought, wait. To my astonishment, a purple item materialized. As I searched the boss's remains, I was greeted by the sight of a rare purple piece of equipment. Most significantly, it was an accessory. Black dragon scale, purple quality, a fragment of armor left behind by a prehistoric dragon upon its demise, imbued with a substantial amount of magical energy, causing the bearer to lose 1 health point per second. Strength twice the level, stamina twice the level, versatility current level, required level none. An exceptionally powerful attribute. In NW, the use level for accessories has been abolished, meaning that regardless of the level of monsters defeated, accessories can be utilized up to level 100. However, from level 1 until now, I have encountered only this singular accessory. The drop rate is evidently low. Equipment prior to level 70 does not possess additional attributes, which aligns with the new World of Warcraft design. When I first laid eyes on the versatility attribute, it captivated me. This attribute was not sought after by any class in the original World of Warcraft, and the reason is quite straightforward. Its cost-effectiveness was considerably inferior. It pales in comparison to the effects offered by other secondary attributes. Nevertheless, for my current circumstances, it is undoubtedly the top priority attribute. My passive skill, Dragon God's Blessing, grants me double the freedom attribute points, while the passive skill of Gale might bestows an additional 100 attack power. The effect of the all-purpose attribute is that each point increases attack power and armor by 0.2, if at level 100. That equates to a 20-point enhancement. This is the effect others experience. However, for me, the increase in attack power is multiplied by 4 and the boost to armor by 2, resulting in an attack power increment of 80 and an armor boost of 40. This seemingly insignificant all-purpose attribute has unexpectedly become my most valued secondary attribute. There are only 5 secondary attributes in total: all-purpose, mastery, critical strike, splash damage, and haste. As for mastery, I am at a loss, as my class is unprecedented. Who knows what effects mastery entails? Critical strike is not of great importance to me, as the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield directly enhance my critical strike chance by 50. Upon reaching level 100, I will possess 100 agility, coupled with an additional 10 critical strike chance, resulting in a total of 60, ample for my needs. Typically, players would only achieve a critical strike chance of 30 to 50. Splash damage seems more suited for ranged players, while haste is rendered irrelevant to me since I possess Gale Might and the endlessly usable Frenzied Slaughter. Thus, my sole focus is on all-purpose. It may seem trivial to others, yet the effects it provides are monumental for me. Should I possess 500 points in all-purpose? That translates to a boost of 400 in attack power and armor. To others, that would merely amount to 100, and the disparity will only widen as the all-purpose attribute increases. The Black Dragon Scale grants all-purpose equivalent to my current level. At level 60, this amounts to a 12-point enhancement, causing my attack power to surge by nearly 200 points, while my armor reaches an astounding 262 points, effectively negating an exaggerated 162 damage. Now, standing before monsters of my level, I could endure a year of their assaults without losing health. Just as I turned to continue my monster hunting endeavors, I was astonished to discover that the slain boss was still emanating a white glow. Was there something more? Upholding the virtues of frugality and the commendable quality of avoiding wastefulness, I turned back and began to search diligently. Indeed, I thoroughly rummaged through the remains of this ancient foe, no, this already deceased boss, and finally unearthed a yellowed book from the inside of its garments, a skill book. Battle Roar, Warrior Skill. The warrior emits a tremendous roar, invigorating allies, granting all friendly units 10 attack power for 1 hour, with no resource cost to unleash. I was momentarily taken aback. This skill, known to all who have played the classic World of Warcraft, is a buff ability of the warrior class, readily acquired at a rather low level. However, it is evident that in NW, all buff skills are exceedingly difficult to obtain. To date, I have encountered very few buff skills, whereas debuff skills cast upon enemies are quite common. The skills available for one's own side are indeed remarkably scarce. Yet, upon reflection, it becomes understandable. In NW, for reasons unknown, player disparity is strikingly pronounced. Take me for instance, despite not holding the highest level among players, I could effortlessly contend against 100 opponents simultaneously, as few possess the capability to breach my defenses. Conversely, the majority of players span various tiers, low-end, mid-tier, high-end, elite, godlike. And then there are those of my so-called aberrant caliber. Each level is populated with a multitude of players, and should buffs appear indiscriminately, the chasm between these players would only widen. My battle shout, enhancing attack power by 10, would equate to a doubling or even more for the lowest tier players. Without hesitation, I swiftly unleashed it. With resolve, I activated battle shout. A roar erupted from my lips. As the sound resonated, a surge of power enveloped me. It may not have been overwhelmingly strong, yet it augmented my attack power by nearly 200 points. At this moment, my attack power was tantalizingly close to 2,000. Sensing the newfound strength coursing through me, I initiated Dragon Flash, charging towards the next wave of monsters. One wave after another fell before me, and my experience steadily climbed. Just as I approached the second boss, preparing to examine its information, an excruciating pain suddenly jolted through my side. My goodness! The unexpected agony compelled a curse to escape my lips. Although my pain sensitivity had been dulled, this sharp sting felt akin to being seared by a branding iron. Cold sweat trickled down my brow. That very spot, the source of the intense pain, was precisely where my previous accessory had been equipped. I immediately opened the equipment list for inspection. Black Dragon Scale. Due to the influence of the divine dragon power residing within the holder, the Black Dragon Scale begins a gradual transformation, reverting to its former brilliance. This process will be accompanied by immense pain. Players, take heed. Upon seeing the 3 exclamation marks, I couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. I should have checked this when I equipped it, knowing full well that it would affect my gear. I neglected to pay attention. Fortunately, the pain manifested early. Had it come later while I was engaged in battling a boss, I would have been at a loss to understand my demise. With only one life at stake, I must be vigilant about every detail in the future. Though the pain was substantial, it remained bearable. Moreover, as a member of the Dragon Clan, such discomfort would not truly harm me even if it persisted for a day. However, I would certainly need to pause the instance for a moment. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour later. At last, the excruciating agony gradually subsided, eventually vanishing altogether. At this moment, the attributes of the Black Dragon Scale also underwent some changes. Black Heaven's Reverse Scale. Purple quality once belonging to the hero class Dragon Warrior of the Dragon Clan, Black Heaven. This reverse scale is lethal to the touch. After Black Heaven's demise, the scale was reclaimed by the Dragon Clan for safekeeping, only to be lost amidst the chaos of subsequent conflicts, gradually fading from its former glory and transforming into a mere piece of Black Dragon Scale. Under the influence of the dragon aura from the player Zue Hongchun, it has regained its past radiance. Attributes: Strength 4 times the player's level, Stamina 4 times the player's level, all around twice the player's level. Skill: Black Dragon Wings. Unleashes the magical power belonging to the Dragon Black Heaven, increasing movement speed by 50 and attack strength by 50 for 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 minutes and no cost. Required level: None. Unique to Zue Hongchen, it cannot be dropped, destroyed, traded, or stolen. Oh my. As I gazed at these attributes, I pinched myself hard. The sharp pain confirmed that I was not dreaming. The attributes bestowed by the transformed Black Dragon scale were astonishing, doubling those of its former self. Moreover, it granted a brief yet formidable burst of power through its skill. To demonstrate my current prowess, I unleashed the Dragon Flash and charged directly at the second boss, hardly bothering to check its statistics. After all, the strategy was simple: evade its skills and unleash relentless assaults. Activating the Black Dragon wings, my movement speed surged to 160 and my attack power soared beyond 3,000. Within mere seconds, the second boss succumbed to my onslaught. Its name was of no concern to me, for in the days to come, I would vanquish it countless times. Continuing onward, the lesser foes fell before me like autumn leaves. The ease with which I dispatched them was undeniable. Soon enough, I stood before the final boss, Kargath Bladefist. This adversary possessed a noteworthy backstory, yet I remained indifferent, merely a supporting character in my narrative. As I unleashed my Dragon Flash, Kargath roared and pivoted to launch a punch in my direction, wielding spiked gauntlets. I did not evade. Instead, I braced myself to gauge the extent of his damage. The result was a rather astonishing figure: 10,507. A chill of cold sweat enveloped me. Goodness, perhaps I should exercise a bit more caution. Moments later, I triumphed over him. His damage output was formidable, yet his health was surprisingly low, and he summoned minions, 2 at a time, effectively granting me 6 seconds of uninterrupted, unspent frenzy in my Dragon Slash. Glancing at my experience bar, I realized that my previous calculations were not amiss. However, my current pace had accelerated, enhancing the efficiency of my leveling endeavors. Just as I was about to exit the instance, the voice of Yao Huang echoed through the air. Wait, that familiar scent is right here. Upon hearing those words, I was momentarily taken aback. A familiar scent? Could it be referring to the infamous Black Heaven's reverse scale? Initially, I had thought that the reverse scale of Black Heaven was indeed the familiar essence mentioned by the Radiant Emperor, but it seems that I was mistaken. The Radiant Emperor let out a scoff, casually remarking on Black Heaven. Perhaps in this world, he is deemed formidable, yet in my eyes, he holds no significance whatsoever. Upon reflection, it dawned upon me that Black Sky could hardly be a being familiar to the Radiant Emperor. The era in which the Radiant Emperor thrived seems to stretch back into the mist of time, far beyond our reckonings, while Black Sky emerged only after the inception of this world of beasts. In fact, during the zenith of the Radiant Emperor's glory, this realm had yet to be sculpted by the mighty titans. Enlightened by this realization, I could not help but inquire, what, then, could it be? Could it be that remnants from your era have become lost in this world? It seems plausible. Otherwise, why would I feel such an uncanny familiarity? The Radiant Emperor's tone was equally laden with perplexity, pondering what artifacts from such a distant past could possibly remain in this world. Moreover, the Radiant Emperor's continued existence is a testament to his unique nature. Otherwise, who among us could have endured through the passage of so many years? I am unaware, and have no means of knowing, as the Radiant Emperor remains reticent about the events of that era, often stating that he has slumbered for far too long and forgotten many matters. However, I sense that he harbors secrets from me, perhaps due to my insufficient strength. Very well, then, I shall search diligently to uncover the truth. Before my eyes, the form of the Radiant Emperor materializes, akin to a sudden condensation of mist, becoming increasingly distinct. With his eyes closed and fingers weaving an unknown incantation, tendrils of dark, ethereal lines began to dance forth from his hand, scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, the Emperor's figure grew somewhat faint, clearly indicating that this spell was not easily conjured. Before long, the swirling black threads returned, and amongst them, one entwined a peculiar object that soared into the Emperor's grasp. At the very moment he beheld this object, his form trembled twice. I hurriedly approached, gazing at the trembling, excited visage, and inquired what was amiss. What on earth was it? At that moment, I discerned the object in question, a fragment of black crystal, no larger than a thumb, entirely enveloped in a brilliant darkness. Yao Huang's form quivered noticeably, yet his eyes were filled with bewilderment as he fixated upon the crystal shard, staring intently until, after 5 minutes, he finally spoke. This feels so familiar. What could it possibly be? Upon hearing this, I was rendered speechless. After all this time, we still had no clue as to its nature. Consequently, Yao Huang shot me a glance of exasperation. then handed the crystal fragment to me without a word before soaring back into the confines of his sword and shield. I grasped the black crystal shard and examined its attributes. Black flame crystal, a fragment of obsidian. Its origins and the time it fell to the land of Azeroth remain a mystery. After traversing various paths, it ultimately arrived in the Shattered Halls. No one knows its true purpose, yet those familiar with it are aware of its significant implications. How frustrating. This is hardly different from saying nothing at all. After all this effort, I remain utterly ignorant of its nature. At that moment, the voice of the Radiant Sovereign echoed, "Young one, stow it away. Its current lack of utility does not imply it will always be so. The essence that can imprint itself upon my memory is certainly not trivial." Sighing helplessly, I placed it into my backpack, initially expecting something extraordinary, only to discover it was devoid of attributes, leaving me feeling rather disheartened. Subsequently, I exited the dungeon, reset, and re-entered, armed with the knowledge from my prior experience. This time the battle progressed at a markedly swifter pace. Moreover, the Radiant Sovereign did not detect any notable essence this time. It seemed the black crystal could only be acquired upon the first entry into this dungeon, never to reappear once claimed. As time ticked away, I continued to grind through the dungeon repeatedly, until I was nearly sick of it. Glancing at the clock, I was taken aback to discover I had spent a staggering 20 hours grinding. My current level stood at 65, once again ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, though it remained unacknowledged. As I opened the chat interface, I was suddenly struck by the realization that Luohua had called me several times. In my pursuit of leveling up, I had silenced private messages. Hastily, I responded, only to receive a system notification indicating that the other party had already gone offline. Sigh. Another weary exhalation escaped my lips. Glancing around at the others, I noticed that everyone was present except for Luohua. What could have happened to that girl? Hey, Xiaoxue. Where's Luohua? Xiaoxue, who had never been particularly focused on leveling, immediately answered upon hearing my call. Hongchun, you finally replied. Something has happened at Luohua's home. Hurry back. Without uttering another word, I abruptly ended the chat and activated my Hearthstone to return to Orgrimmar. In a flash of white light, I found myself in Orgrimmar, where Xiaoxue and the others were already waiting for me. Upon witnessing the gathering, I instantly understood that this was no trivial matter. They had been unable to reach me, and upon my return, I discovered that all the high-ranking members had assembled in the inn where my Hearthstone was bound. Clearly, they had been waiting for me all along. I inquired in a hushed tone about what had transpired. The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Xiaoxue who stepped forward and asked, "Do you know who Sister Luohua truly is?" I was momentarily taken aback, then replied that I did not know. Luohua had persistently refused to divulge any information. Yet it was evident that her background was quite significant. What on earth had transpired? Please, do enlighten me. Xiaoxue continued, Sister Luohua. Is she from the Qin family? Or perhaps the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Upon hearing this revelation, my mouth fell agape in astonishment. The Qin family. You cannot be serious. The Qin family, a prominent lineage in Huaxia, possesses assets surpassing even the national treasury. Although I had suspected that Luohua hailed from distinguished origins, I never anticipated the extent of her stature. Indeed, she is the eldest daughter of the Qin family. However, perhaps soon this world will no longer recognize the Qin family. Xiao Zhao's voice trembled slightly. At her words, a shiver ran down my spine. No more? The Qin family? What does that mean? It was all too clear. No more meant they were all dead. What on earth was happening? In that moment, a chill enveloped me, causing even those standing beside me to shudder. I was unaware of the expression on my face, but I knew one thing. Those responsible for this must perish. Xiao, observing my countenance, hastily interjected, Hongchun, remain calm. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot contend with those individuals. Who are they? Hongchun. Who are they? I bellowed in fury. Xiao Zhao's face drained of color, and she almost involuntarily uttered, It is the Xinyuan family. I nodded, my increasingly somber expression reflecting my current mood. The Xinyuan family, you may vanish. With that, I turned and strode out, the crowd hastily trailing behind me, eager to persuade me, only to witness me produce the communicator. I swiftly contacted the leaders of the 5 major guilds, urging them to halt their current endeavors and hasten to the gates of Orgrimmar. Though they were filled with curiosity, they complied without hesitation, fully aware of my identity and recognizing our collaborative status, which left them with no grounds to refuse. 10 minutes later, they gathered outside the magnificent gates of Orgrimmar. I am devoid of any hesitation and have directly articulated my intention. Ladies and gentlemen, I aim to eradicate the Xianyuan clan. What? This was the collective reaction of nearly all present. The Xianyuan family, a formidable dynasty, is not only a titan of commerce, but also possesses a private army. The mere existence of such an army within the borders of Huaxia speaks volumes of their formidable strength. Although each individual before me bears a legacy that rivals that of the Xianyuan clan, it is not a matter to be taken lightly. Should the Xianyuan family resist desperately, they too would suffer grievous losses. However, they were utterly unprepared for my subsequent revelation. Luo Hua, my beloved girlfriend, is the esteemed daughter of the Chen family. And mere hours ago, the Chen clan was annihilated. As my words resonated in the air, everyone abruptly rose to their feet, each instinctively grasping their communicators to verify the situation. Moments later, one by one, they resumed their seats, and the expressions etched upon their faces revealed that they had received a definitive response. A family so immense that even the state had to regard it with gravity had been obliterated, evoking an undeniable sense of trepidation among them. The first to break the silence was the dream of eternal reincarnation, inquiring, "What do you intend to do, General of the mortal realm?" With the emergence of his voice, all eyes converged upon me. I gritted my teeth, and a few words burst forth from my lips. Tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. The air around me seemed to solidify with my voice, the temperature plummeting, causing everyone to shiver. No one could provoke me, no one. Every meticulously crafted plan was in place. After all, the loss of the lips would lead to the demise of the teeth. The Chen family was not inferior to any of the clans present. Yet, in the span of a single night, the Chen family vanished, compelling them to take heed. What if the next target were one among them? They could not bear such a burden. Boss Hanchen, having orchestrated so many plans, why do you not take action yourself? This question lingered in the minds of all, and I too pondered how to articulate my thoughts. Yet now, faced with this inquiry, I found myself at a loss for words. I am sorry, but I cannot answer that question at this moment. Just as I contemplated evading the question, Xiao Xiao approached me, and her words rendered my mind utterly blank. Falling flower has gone missing. Brother Dio hastily interjected, missing? How could she be missing? I don't know, Xiao Xiao replied. Her phone's GPS signal vanished instantaneously. Before it disappeared, she sent me a text saying, "Tell Hanshin I love him. Do not worry, we shall meet again." I knelt on the ground, cradling my head in my hands. My mind a blank canvas. What had transpired? What was the nature of this situation? Why had such an event occurred? No one could elucidate my confusion. In fact, everyone else shared my bewilderment, as no one comprehended the current state of affairs. I reluctantly uttered the directive concerning the Xianyuan family and, with my weary body, made my way into the city of Orgrimmar. A day later, beep, beep. Hello, Hongchun, the Xianyuan family has vanished. The voice on the other end was filled with the vibrancy of a bustling world. This proclamation, which should have brought me joy, instead left me devoid of happiness. Why? Because it was too swift. To confront a family of substantial heritage, even a coalition of several families would require extensive planning. It was implausible to achieve such a feat in such a brief span of time. Yet, merely 20 hours had elapsed since the Xianyuan family vanished following the Qin family. And only now did I grasp why the term vanished was employed rather than annihilated. From the outset, not a single corpse had been discovered, as if all had disappeared overnight like the ancient Maya, leaving behind their possessions untouched. Some teacups still held remnants of tea, and from my modest inspection, I deduced a conclusion. The departure of all, be it the Qin family or the Xianyuan family, was hasty yet remarkably organized. Strangely, no personal belongings had been taken. Vegetables lay half-cut with the knife abandoned nearby, a game of chess remained unfinished, freshly laundered clothes lingered in the washing machine, and a set of mahjong tiles was inexplicably left on the table. Everything felt eerily natural, yet intertwined with a series of unnatural elements. After a day of adjustment, I returned to a semblance of normalcy. In this current predicament, I could not afford to remain in a state of despondency. Have any leads been uncovered? The voice that emerged startled even me. It sounded so wearied. Xiao Xiao remained silent for a prolonged moment, perhaps startled by my tone or genuinely lacking any findings. What is the status? I am fine, do not worry. Please share whatever you have discovered. There is nothing. I had long anticipated the response from Xiao Xiao, so upon hearing it, I did not exhibit much reaction. I merely replied with a faint acknowledgement. Oh, I see. Please return for now. In the following month, everyone became entirely engrossed in the investigation. A A rare tranquility enveloped NW as figures on the leaderboard fell one after another, giving way to a wave of emerging talents that swiftly dominated the rankings. Remarkably, a month later, the leading position on the leaderboard had ascended to level 100. Yet, this development elicited little response, for during that month, 3 families had vanished. The Liu family from the northwest, the illustrious conglomerate to which Qianjin Inhua belonged. The Northeast Hunter Group, the family of the Hunting King, and the New Xiang Group, formed by several families from BJ. With the disappearance of these 3 formidable organizations, several major guilds within NW simultaneously dissolved. The new king of Qianjin Inhua disappeared, the king of hunters vanished, and the BJ Prince gang also ceased to exist. Meanwhile, the cycles of life and rebirth, the royalty, and the 3 realms had reduced our 4 guilds to the status of third-rate guilds. No one seemed to care, after all. It was merely a game. When one cannot grasp reality, what purpose does it serve to reign within a game? A month had passed, and I had only managed to reach level 70 during this time, lacking the motivation to grind levels, much like everyone else. However, a letter that arrived the following day altered our circumstances. This letter, delivered via in-game mail, was addressed to me, and the sender was none other than Luohua. Red Dust, I understand that you have many questions at this moment. Please forgive my inability to divulge the details. Sending this letter was not my intention, yet I still wish to convey this. Strive to complete the tasks you were meant to accomplish. In due time, you will understand the reasons, and we shall meet again. Complete the tasks I was meant to accomplish? The Bone Dragon? Could they possibly be aware of the true situation? In that instant, I felt as though I had grasped a lifeline, clutching it tightly, fearing that it might break at any moment. Xiao Xiao. Inform everyone to abandon their current tasks and devote all efforts to tracking down the Bone Dragons. Though Xiao Xiao did not comprehend my intentions, she nonetheless relayed my command to all. The others, equally unaware of my true motives, chose to comply with my orders. For all their investigations over the past month had proven futile, leaving them with no other recourse. In the midst of my astonishment at receiving the letter from Luohua, I managed to organize my thoughts. It was evident that Luohua was unharmed, and there was no account hacking within NW. Thus, the individual who sent me the letter using Luohua's account must indeed be Luohua herself. Her correspondence served as a reminder that if I sought the truth, I must pursue the Bone Dragon and his companions, implying that they possessed certain knowledge of the reality. Swiftly, I dispatched my second command. Everyone was to abandon all leads and return to NW, with the objective of locating the Bone Dragon in the shortest time possible, as they might hold pivotal clues. This was not a mere figment of my imagination. Luohua's letter undeniably urged me to ponder the reasons behind the Bone Dragon's escape. Was it due to financial warfare? Why had there been no signs of conflict since entering NW? Yet, if it were a ruse, what then of the stone dragon I had previously encountered? What did his words signify? Conversely, if it were genuine, why had the Bone Dragon not yet taken any significant action? I dared not delve further into these thoughts, for the more I pondered, the more tumultuous my mind became. The entire situation resembled a tangled ball of yarn, devoid of any discernible thread. Nevertheless, one thing remained abundantly clear. The Bone Dragon and his cohort undoubtedly harbored knowledge that eluded me. To uncover the clues held by the Bone Dragon, it was imperative to find him, and the foremost condition for that was possessing formidable strength. After a circuitous reflection, I returned to the same conclusion, without sufficient power. Progress was unattainable. This was true in reality, just as it was within the game. Xiao Xiao continued to notify everyone to rapidly enhance their strength. Regardless of the true nature of this event, only by fortifying our own capabilities could we hope to grasp the genuine intricacies. I acknowledged this and felt a surge of determination. Yes, if I did not muster the strength to persevere, how could I ever locate Luohua? Perhaps I was merely a pawn in this game, or perhaps all of us were but pieces on the chessboard. Who, then, was the player orchestrating this? If my surroundings were shrouded in deceit, who among them spoke the truth? Half a month later, I reached level 100, the pinnacle within NW. As I attained this ultimate level, those around me similarly ascended to their peak. Yet, the 3 realms had succumbed entirely to darkness. I instructed Xiao Xiao to vacate the Dragon Group's base, for I could trust no one. An unsettling aura permeated the entire affair. But I understood that the source of the issues lay with the Dragon Group and the Huaxia government. The military was merely executing orders. Thus, the root of the problem undoubtedly resided within these 2 entities. The cycle of life and reincarnation once again ascended to the ranks of the top 10 guilds. while the royal faction was entirely dissolved, merging into the three realms. Surrounded by individuals from various military and law enforcement agencies, I find that they, like myself, remain utterly oblivious to the tumultuous whirlpool we are ensnared within. While some may possess the art of deception, I have come to believe that no one among them can feign such naturalness in my presence. Thus, they appear to be untainted. Our relentless pursuit of the bone dragon has never ceased, and upon reaching the 100th level, two long-lost acquaintances sought me out. With the imposing stature of tigers and bears, these two generals approached, prompting me to wonder what urgent matter compelled their visit. Indeed, they were none other than the esteemed instructors of the dragon team. Why have you not been in touch with us for so long? Has something transpired? Upon hearing these words, I instinctively concluded that the dragon team was undoubtedly embroiled in some predicament. Did they not know of the numerous families that had vanished? We are certainly aware of that. But how does it pertain to our quest for the bone dragon? They were unaware of the true identity of Falling Flower, nor the letter she had sent me. Although I remain in the dark regarding the actual circumstances, one thing is abundantly clear. The dragon team harbors secrets. Whom can I trust? This thought has spiraled through my mind countless times, yet I find myself unable to ascertain who truly embodies righteousness. Is it the dragon team, or the bone dragon, who has seemingly betrayed us? Reflecting on the matter, the betrayal of the bone dragon indeed raises numerous questions. Why would he turn against us? Once steadfast in his loyalty, despite his somewhat radical demeanor, his faithfulness was never in doubt. What could have precipitated such a sudden betrayal? I find myself in a quandary. However, if he truly is a traitor, then what could possibly account for the series of discordant elements that have emerged thus far? Why does an unsettling disquiet persist in my heart? Moreover, it is evident that the dragon group is concealing something from me. With the disappearance of Falling Flower, an entire lineage has vanished in succession, eluding all efforts to locate them. Various indications suggest they are not deceased, yet where could they have gone? At present, there are no clues to be found, and it seems that only the bone dragon and his kin may hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Xiaoxue, how many members of the guild currently exceed level 90? I fear that if Falling Flower were to hear my voice now, she would be moved to tears. Although my voice was never particularly melodious, it certainly did not possess the hollow, worn, and hoarse quality it bears now. Standing beside me are the esteemed leaders of the three realms, along with the recently integrated Sage Emperor of the Benevolent King. Upon hearing my inquiry, Xiaoxue responded that there are currently over 120 individuals present, including all the high-ranking officials. Among them, 11 have reached level 100. You, Brother Jiao, Major, Zongnanhai, Miao Shi, Lang Bingbing, Xiaodu, Talent, Niu Xiaohua, Dreaming Me, and the Sage Emperor of the Benevolent King. I nodded silently after listening. Previously, I had been engulfed in despair, and the grand guilds of the entire realm of Huaxia had succumbed to an inexplicable panic, leading to a drastic decline in overall strength. The three realms were similarly plummeting. However, to my astonishment, the originally sparse population of the three realms had not diminished after this upheaval. In fact, following a recent recruitment drive, the total number of participants in the three realms has now reached a remarkable 1,000, each one an elite among elites. Our 5 legions have now expanded to 200 members per legion, and the initial cohort of 100 has all surpassed level 90. Xiaoxue, our pursuit should now come to an end. Wouldn't you agree? Please, enlighten me about the current situation in Huaxia. My voice remained unchanged, as cold as ever. Xiaoxue began to explain that the overall situation in Huaxia was exceedingly chaotic, with numerous factions rising and rampant warfare engulfing the land. Guilds boasting thousands of members now consider themselves formidable, which, regrettably, is indeed the current reality. Take, for instance, the front gate of Orgrimmar, where more than 30 guilds' forces come and go each day. This is also the reason why the guilds of rebirth and transmigration have managed to revive so swiftly. For now, aside from the chaos, there are no adverse effects for us. I am quite satisfied with Xiaoxue's response. Indeed, this is a time of turmoil. And in such times, heroes emerge. I have never considered myself a hero, yet I am undoubtedly a true tyrant, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve my goals. In my quest to locate the bone dragon and its kin, I would sacrifice everything, not to eradicate them or thwart their plans, but to seek out the fallen blossoms. As I drifted into my thoughts, a familiar notification sound suddenly echoed. I rummaged through my bag and finally pinpointed the source of the sound. A bronze token, intricately engraved with the image of a lifelike dragon. The old dragon. This silhouette abruptly flashed in my mind. I hadn't seen the old dragon since I changed my identity. Why would he suddenly reach out to me now? Hello, old dragon. It has been quite a while since we last communicated. After a brief moment of silence on the token, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end. You rascal, finally decided to speak up, have you? That voice, my heavens, was so deafening that it transcended mere sound, verging on terrifying. Had I not swiftly covered my ears, I might have succumbed to a grievous fate. Well, I'm not. At this moment, I truly found myself at a loss for words. Should I mention that I had recently traversed a period of decline? It is merely an excuse, after all. I have yet to articulate my thoughts clearly, but once again, the cold snort of old dragon reverberates. Humph. Youngster of the mortal realm, let me make this abundantly clear. The token we bestowed upon you is not merely for show. Why do you not consult us when matters arise? Even concerning affairs of your world, there may be ways in which we can assist. I thought to myself, how foolish of me. My mind was in a haze back then. How could I possibly recall such matters? Yet I found myself repeatedly uttering affirmations, acknowledging my faults, and promising to inform you in advance next time. Upon hearing these words, Old Long's expression softened ever so slightly, but merely to a minuscule degree. Humph. We are somewhat aware of past events, yet our capacity to assist is rather limited. Nevertheless, I have a piece of good news to convey, mind you. It is good news unrelated to your world. Upon hearing the phrase good news, I instinctively felt compelled to inquire if they had found the fallen blossoms. But Old Long did not afford me that opportunity and directly stated, do you remember the token with unknown attributes that you entrusted to me? I have deciphered it. Lucky fellow, come forth. Oh, I shall be there immediately. Before this ancient, colossal dragon, it is certainly more prudent for me to assume a humble demeanor. However, speaking of communication tokens, it seems I have not been in contact with Illidan for quite some time. I hope he has not recklessly plunged into the depths of the ocean to confront those troublesome Naga. And as for Thrall and Bronzebeard, those two old fellows had promised to teach me the application of elements, yet both have become rather indifferent, leaving me with only Sylvanas and Illidan as my true instructors. Diao Gu, please attend to your matters with the others. I shall seek out Old Long. Diao Gu wore a face of displeasure, evidently stifling his anger. He stiffly waved his hand, prompting me to depart the scene with remarkable swiftness. Why does Diao Gu react this way? The answer is simple. I am utterly inept at managing the guild. Initially, with a small number of members, it was manageable, merely directing everyone where to level up. However, now that the numbers have swelled, I am utterly bewildered. This is madness. Over 1,000 individuals. How can I possibly allocate responsibilities? Consequently, the task has fallen to those who have served in the military. Little Xiao speaks for himself. Like me, he hails from the Dragon Group, with fewer members. It was manageable, but with so many, it becomes chaotic. The Major could assist, yet he is burdened with real-world tasks. And now he bears the weight of a spy mission, making him unavailable. Talent? This fellow certainly possesses potential. But his training methods treat women as men and disregard men altogether. I have but a handful of individuals, and I cannot allow him to turn them all into assassins. As for the duo of mischievous scamps, let them lead. They would only produce a band of ruffians. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Diao Gu emerged as the most suitable choice. He is a forthright man, generous in spirit, and possesses formidable strength. He is indeed the most fitting candidate. Originally, he was quite willing. However, merely 3 days later, he came to realize I had become a complete delegator, entrusting nearly all matters to him while relegating the guild's administration entirely to Xiaoxue. In response, Xiaoxue could only offer a wry smile. Observing her bittersweet expression, Diao Gu helplessly scratched his head and turned away, muttering as he continued to train the others. It must be said, Diao Gu truly possesses remarkable skills. After undergoing his training, the individuals transformed significantly, experiencing considerable enhancement in various aspects. I remained curious about the methods he employed. Without further ado, I departed and made my way to seek out Old Long. On the way, I did not forget to send a message to Sao, advising him to wait for me at Old Long's location. Upon hanging up the communication token, I paused momentarily, realizing with a jolt the magnitude of my own influence. Sao, a heavyweight figure in the annals of Warcraft history, was at my beck and call. This feeling was undeniably exhilarating. Upon encountering Old Long, I wasted no time and directly inquired, what is the purpose of that thing? How is it that it took so long to decrypt? Old Long glanced at me with a disdainful look, disregarding my question as he continued assisting others in their historical transmissions. I chuckled to myself, thinking how this old fellow still indulges in childish temperaments. I then produced a bag of exquisite wine I had purposefully purchased and tossed it over. Upon catching the enticing aroma of the wine, the renowned old dragon summoned his doppelganger to remain in place, effortlessly turned to catch the bag, and tilted his head back to take a hearty swig, exclaiming, "What a fine wine," without the slightest regard for the curious gazes of those around him. After several generous gulps of the delightful beverage, the old dragon finally calmed down. Yet, like a mischievous imp, he began to tease. "Heh, young one of the mortal realm. Aren't you eager to discover the true nature of that token? I shan't divulge it, especially after you left me hanging for so long." In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "Come on, old dragon, let us not jest any longer. How about I bring you more fine wine another day?" Since he was acting like a child, I resolved to humor him. The old dragon cast a nonchalant glance in my direction, ceasing his antics, and tossed the deciphered token towards me. "Take a look for yourself, the very first of its kind in the world." The first of its kind? My curiosity piqued as I examined the token in my hand. Guild Territory Token. Possession of this token allows one to apply for a guild territory in any main city, with the area determined by the city's leader. The applicable range corresponds to the territory owned by the main city from which the application is made and may only be established in historical mode. Upon successful establishment, it will automatically transition to normal mode. My goodness, the simplicity of the description left me utterly astonished. I had never imagined that upon entering NW there would be a system for private territories, as such a mechanism did not exist in the old World of Warcraft. Now, with the token in hand, my fingers trembled slightly. The old dragon had made it abundantly clear that this was the very first territory token in the entire world, which meant I could choose any location I wished, free from the influence of others. I swiftly grasped the communicator, eager to reach out to the other high-ranking members of the guild, intent on swiftly ascertaining the location of our territory. However, a green hand suddenly emerged, pressing down on me, simultaneously calming my tumultuous heart. It was Thrall. He restrained my hand and shook his head, then cast a knowing glance at the old dragon, whose meaning was unmistakable. "We must change our location to the old dragon's weapon's inner space." Thrall, observing my puzzled expression, smiled and spoke, "Do not fret. We still have a few matters to resolve." "What matters?" I queried. "Do not look at me. I truly forgot." Thrall and the old dragon exchanged glances before he continued, "Do you remember the plan I mentioned to you previously? I believe you may have already deduced some aspects of it. Have you not?" Furrowing my brow, I rummaged through the recesses of my mind when suddenly the realization dawned upon me, not a conjecture of my own, but rather a revelation from Illidan. A reversal of time, perhaps? Indeed, both Thrall and the ancient dragon exhibited palpable excitement when discussing this scheme, their voices trembling with fervor. The elder dragon continued, alluding to this very plan, though he refrained from divulging further details for the moment. "Do you recall the time I beseeched your assistance with the Time Dragon lineage?" I nodded in acknowledgement. And the ancient dragon continued, "The Time Dragon clan has encountered a predicament. This trouble is neither trivial nor insurmountable." "Then do elaborate. For you once claimed that I possess the ability to assist you, and I believe that remains true." "Indeed, you are now capable, which is why I confide in you," the ancient dragon said, taking a deep breath before continuing. "The Time Dragon clan is losing its dominion over time." "What?" I was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "The Time Dragon clan? What does it mean to be a time dragon?" "This lineage of colossal dragons, bestowed with the Titan's grace, commands the essence of time, even able to traverse the vast ocean of temporal existence. However, venturing into the future is forbidden. Glimpses of causality may be perceived, yet only the past and present can be navigated freely. Some may believe that the further one travels back in time, the greater the consumption of elemental energy required. This notion is fundamentally flawed. The expenditure to return 1 minute prior is equivalent to that of 1,000 years ago. The distinction lies solely in the mastery of elemental control. For entities of such caliber, returning to a time long past is effortlessly achievable. Yet now, he informs me that the Time Dragon clan is experiencing a depletion of temporal power. The ancient dragon sighed heavily, alas, ever since Sargeras betrayed the Titan pantheon, many chains of order have been severed. Azeroth, being the first world crafted by the Titans, has managed to uphold its various orders and laws without significant issue. In contrast, many lesser realms have faltered, not solely due to Sargeras and the Burning Legion's onslaught, but through their own disintegration. Large worlds like Azeroth inevitably encounter minor disturbances, and for Azeroth, this disturbance pertains to the essence of time. Your grasp of this element remains rudimentary, hence your lack of perception. Yet I can clearly discern the chaos within the temporal fabric. But you have stated that my understanding of the elemental forces is merely introductory. What can I truly accomplish? No. The extent of your mastery over time is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is your potential to wield such power. In this realm, apart from the Time Dragon clan, no outsider can command the essence of time. Yet, the core sanctum of my clan is a domain forbidden to dragons. I have pondered the Titan's jest until I encountered adventurers like yourselves. That place was established for you, not for us. We, the Time Dragons, are merely the guardians of that realm, and the significance of allowing our lineage to protect it is profound. However, a crucial prerequisite exists. One must unlock the gate to the temporal forbidden ground. Upon hearing this name, an inexplicable shiver coursed through my being, not my physical form, but the very essence of time that coursed through me. The temporal forbidden ground? How does one unlock that gate? The old dragon's eyes remained fixed upon me, and slowly it spoke. Only you possess the key to unlock. In an instant, I came to a profound realization. It was not I who could unlock the portal, but rather, only those non-draconic beings who wielded mastery over the elements of time could do so. The ancient dragon cast a glance at Sal and continued, "Indeed, your current line of thought is accurate. Only non-draconic entities capable of commanding the temporal elements may open this grand gateway. However, once it is unsealed, any individual, regardless of their connection to the native inhabitants, may enter. Whether or not they possess the power of time, this indeed presents a formidable dilemma. All adventurers would be granted access, and such a monumental event could never transpire in secrecy. Once the temporal sanctum is confirmed to be unlocked, it will not be long before the world is made aware of it." I comprehended the gravity of the ancient dragon's words. Once that fabled temporal sanctum was deemed accessible, the system's melodious notification would surely resonate forth. What then shall we do? I presume you must have devised some plans. Am I correct? I turned my gaze towards Thrall, reassured by the presence of this extraordinary sage, alleviating the need for my limited intellect to ponder such a perplexing conundrum that drains one's mental faculties. Indeed. Thrall bestowed upon me a faint smile before uttering a statement that nearly made my blood boil. "Certainly, we have a plan, and that plan, is you." The old dragon interjected, suggesting that there were subsequent matters to address, stating there was no rush, for opening the portal was no trivial task. If you truly manage to unlock the door to the temporal sanctum, entering thereafter will be as effortless as a fish in water, allowing you to reap substantial rewards. Upon hearing this, I sighed in relief. I had no intention of exerting myself only to find myself in a fair competition afterward. Just as I was musing, newcomers arrived, and the chilling breeze accompanying them revealed her identity, Sylvanas. Alongside her was an unfamiliar figure, unmistakably human, with 3 prominent words atop his head denoting his status as Khadgar, the last existing archmage of the arcane. I was well acquainted with Khadgar's name. He had garnered considerable attention in the previous iteration of the World of Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor, where the entire narrative revolved around him, and he stood as the sole surviving master of the arcane. "Khadgar, it has been a long time," Thrall remarked, and it was evident they had shared a bond while battling side by side in Draenor. Khadgar nodded and approached me directly. His advance elicited no confusion among the onlookers, for they were familiar with his character. Yet, at that moment, I was taken aback by his direct approach. Khadgar halted before me, raising his right hand, conjuring a delicate purple whirlwind that swirled in his palm. "Young one, how many elemental motes of space are contained within?" "Huh?" I was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was testing me, and I quickly focused, counting intently. 1, 2, 3, 15. "Yes," I confidently announced the total. Khadgar nodded and extended his left hand, conjuring 2 additional magical whirlwinds. Without uttering a word, I resumed my counting. 48. "Excellent," Khadgar exclaimed with commendation. Yet he did not cease his actions. Instead, with a clap of his hands, the 2 whirlwinds merged into one, swiftly expanding until it towered 2 or 3 men high, with a diameter of at least 5 meters. I had anticipated further counting, yet Khadgar summoned his staff, and with a single sweeping motion, the entire whirlwind condensed into a singular point, which then erupted into a dazzling sea of starlight. "Young one, Do you wish to learn the art of spatial magic? I do. Such trivialities. Those who refuse to learn are fools. Very well. Young man, what is your name? The teachings of Khadgar leave me somewhat speechless. It is merely the same as before, endlessly counting the luminous points of spatial elements. After 3 days, I have finally managed to condense a wisp of spatial power. However, it is of little consequence. This meager fragment of spatial energy is utterly insufficient for any meaningful endeavor. Yet, I am fortunate to have gained a new avenue to hone my command over spatial elements, the Dragon Flash. This skill has become my sole means of mobility. Upon evolving into Dragon Flash, it not only eliminated the predetermined trajectory, but also significantly reduced the cooldown to a mere 10 seconds. Furthermore, under the influence of my talents, it can be stacked twice, rendering its battlefield mobility remarkably formidable. The only drawback is that it requires a target for activation. This time, the esteemed mage Khadgar delivered splendid news. The spatial element does not enhance the individual directly, yet its benefits far surpass mere physical augmentation. While a low level of mastery offers little utility, once a certain threshold is reached, the effects are astonishing. For instance, it allows my Dragon Flash to transform into a skill akin to the mage's blink, enabling me to traverse to any point within the casting range without the need for a designated target. Its function is almost identical to that of the mage's blink, albeit with the added effect of stunning upon landing. However, the disparity in cooldowns is substantial. If memory serves, the cooldown for the mage's blink is 18 seconds, while mine stands at 10 seconds with the capacity for stacking twice. The primary function of the spatial element lies in enhancing skills, beyond Dragon Flash. Other abilities will also exhibit a plethora of unforeseen effects. Countless instances of utilizing Dragon Flash, during which I absorb spatial elements to augment my own strength, have become my sole method for honing my mastery over these elusive entities. After all, spatial elements are exceedingly rare. Their presence in the vast expanse of the universe is scant. Yet, when employing spatial skills, these elements manifest in abundance. The quantity I can absorb in that fleeting moment equates to what would normally take an hour. Apart from spatial elements, the most challenging to cultivate are the temporal elements. However, my venerable dragon has assured me that there is no immediate cause for concern. Mastering even a modicum of temporal essence is sufficient for now. Once I unlock the gateway to the temporal sanctum, I will be able to freely absorb temporal elements within, where their richness is akin to liquid. A mere instant spent there would yield what one might otherwise gather in an entire day outside. Hence, I have prudently chosen not to squander time on temporal elements, instead focusing on those that are currently more manageable. The adage, "a master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual," rings profoundly true. The guidance from the esteemed experts has been remarkably straightforward, providing me with fundamental knowledge to amplify the power of these elemental forces. The only method is absorption, be it from the elemental energy of monsters or the essence that permeates the world. In essence, it is akin to the experience points required for leveling up. Upon reaching a certain threshold, one ascends to the next tier. Among the 5 elemental forces I currently comprehend, the blood element advanced to the 3rd tier, cloud transformation, upon my reaching level 100. Meanwhile, the time and space elements remain at the 1st tier, mist level, while fire and metal have progressed to the 2nd tier, frost solidification. I am aware of only the first 5 tiers of elemental power: the 1st tier, mist level; the 2nd tier, frost solidification; the 3rd tier, cloud transformation; the 4th tier, drip level; and the 5th tier, stream level. Beyond these 5 tiers lie innumerable stages, but knowing them at this juncture serves little purpose. My sole objective now is to strive towards the 5th tier. The advancement of the blood element has conferred the benefit of doubling my health, achieving a total effect of 4-fold. However, my lifesteal attack remains unchanged at a mere 5. The resistances of fire and metal have each increased by an additional 5 points, though the enhancement effects have not improved. Upon reflection, this is understandable. If each ascension were to double the benefits, the path to invincibility would be far too effortless. The elements of fire and metal are quite plentiful in the world, and I need not exert myself to absorb them. Unlike other natives, I possess the unique ability to simultaneously fuse 5 types of elements, allowing me to absorb all 5 elemental essences from the environment without the necessity of deliberate control or adjustment. In such circumstances, I find myself unexpectedly at leisure. Xiaoxua, how have things been recently? With nothing pressing to attend to, I initiated a private chat with Xiaxue to inquire about the situation. Oh, how delightful that you have the time to reach out. Everything is proceeding normally within the guild, steadily improving. There are not many at maximum level yet, but most have surpassed level 90. Do you have any thoughts on this? I rolled my eyes twice and then began to speak. Well, I do have some thoughts, but the number of individuals who have reached level 100 is still quite scarce. I suppose I shall lead a team to test the waters. Since 5-player dungeons are no longer being farmed, the strength of our members can compensate for the slight deficiencies in gear attributes. At this moment, time is of the essence. So, where shall we venture? Whom shall I take along? Without the slightest hesitation, I divulged the names of all the senior officials. These individuals have now become our pillars of support, and it is imperative to enhance their overall capabilities first. Very well, I shall inform them. Where shall we assemble? After contemplation, I pondered the historical realms, specifically, what dungeons might be encountered before the grand gates of Agramar. No, I did not intend to engage in dungeon runs, as the team dungeons for level 100 have yet to be unlocked. While smaller dungeons may be tackled with multiple players, the quality of equipment therein leaves much to be desired. Therefore, I have set my sights upon a newly unveiled mechanism in NW, the historical campaign. In essence, the historical campaign is an enhanced version of the campaign mode, allowing for the re-exploration of the eternal well of destruction. However, the overall difficulty has been meticulously adjusted. The NPCs within this realm do not share memories with their counterparts in the outside world. For instance, while I may be acquainted with Illidan outside, should I find myself in a historical campaign associated with him, the Illidan within remains oblivious to my existence. The historical mode offers a selection of participants, ranging from 5 to 100 individuals. The greater the number of participants chosen, the correspondingly heightened the difficulty. Ultimately, the rewards are calculated based on the selected mode. For instance, a party of 5 yields 5 pieces of loot, while a party of 10 provides 10 pieces, and all of which are guaranteed to be of epic quality. The higher the difficulty, the more elevated the grade of the awarded equipment. In NW, purple gear is not particularly rare. Essentially, after a certain period of play, everyone is adorned in purple attire. However, despite all being classified as purple, there exists a significant disparity among them. Players have categorized them into 3 tiers: low, middle, and high, along with a category known as pseudo-artifacts, which are purple items that closely resemble true artifacts. True artifacts, of course, refer to the coveted orange gear. Within the historical battle mode, the purple gear obtained from difficulties under 30 players is the most basic tier, and it is the most commonly circulated purple gear across the entire Huaxia server. The 40-player difficulty is exceedingly challenging. To this day, no team has emerged that can easily tackle this level. My current objective remains solely within the 30-player difficulty, albeit I plan to assemble a team of merely 15 individuals. Those familiar with the classic World of Warcraft are aware of a mechanism called item level, which denotes the quality of an item. NW has adopted this mechanism, albeit with substantial alterations. In the past, item levels were assigned even to novice gear from the very beginning, whereas in NW, item levels only begin to manifest at level 100. Prior to this, regardless of the rarity or quality of the equipment, its item level was equivalent to its usage level. For instance, a high-tier purple item at level 99 only possesses an item level of 99. Upon reaching level 100, gray and white gear is classified at item level 100, green at 110, blue at 130, and purple starting from 150. The minimum for purple gear is 150, while orange gear defies item level classification altogether, possessing its own unique grading system. Shortly thereafter, our first team of 15 was formed, primarily consisting of familiar faces: myself, Cold Ice, Little, Brother Jiao, Instant Kill, Zongnanhai, Major, Dream of Me Little Dream, and Sister Niu Xiaohua, along with Do Nai Si Little Do, and Talent, bringing the count to 10 seasoned veterans. Additionally, 2 newly promoted individuals joined our ranks: Righteous Emperor, a Retribution Paladin, and Please Don't Slap Me, a Beastmaster Hunter. The latter 2 have recently ascended to mid-tier leadership positions, both serving as captains within the 5 major legions. They include the Priest with a holy specialization, renowned for exceptional healing capabilities, and Fallen Star, an arcane mage, proficient in both single-target and AoE damage, demonstrating commendable skill in execution. 15 individuals gathered, and I am not solely a traditional tank. Thus, I assumed the role of the secondary tank, while Major Han, a formidable shield, took on the responsibilities of the primary tank. For healing, we are fortunate to have 3 dedicated practitioners: Sister Hua, a nurturing druid, the steadfast disciplined priest from Zongnanhai, who, though unable to heal directly, provides invaluable shielding, and the newly promoted shadow priest, Video, who excels in both healing and damage per second. The remainder of our assembly consists entirely of damage dealers, for mages representing all 3 schools of magic, an ice mage known for crowd control, the damage-dealing frost mage Dream of Me, the AoE master Fire Slayer, and the versatile arcane master Fallen, a single furious warrior, the formidable Jiao Gu, a retribution paladin, Ren Wang Sheng Huang, 2 hunters, the single-target specialist Xiao Xiao and the equally proficient by Di Lian Shi. Both are beast masters, albeit with subpar companions. And 2 rogues, a talented assassination rogue and the subtle Du with his finesse. Our composition of 2 tanks, 3 healers, and 10 damage dealers adheres to a standard 15-member team configuration, albeit with an abundance of mages and a scarcity of elemental shamans, warlocks, and shadow priests among ranged attackers. Melee representation is relatively balanced, featuring 2 rogues, a retribution paladin, and a furious warrior. To my surprise, within our modest ensemble, we boasted 3 beneficial buff skills: my battle shout, Dream of Me's arcane brilliance, and Video's power word, fortitude. After reviewing our team setup and personal supplies, we set forth directly to the initiator of the historical battles. The NPC responsible for commencing these historical encounters can be found in every major city, and Orgrimmar is no exception. It is worth noting that ordinary battles commence in the standard timeline, while historical battles unfold within a historical context. I brought the crowd to the innermost depths of Orgrimmar, where a green-skinned orc NPC stood surrounded by many people. Upon our arrival, we were immediately greeted by a cacophony of shouts. 5-man group, for 1 tank, a powerful healer is ready. 10-man, 8-2, we have enough tanks, seeking healers and DPS. Preferably warlocks who can summon. We are short 1 warlock for the 5-man. Any DPS who can resurrect would be welcome. Fire mages looking for a group. I promise not to disappoint. Rogues seeking a party. Any kind soul willing to assist me? A new raid is forming. Assessing numbers for difficulty under 20, I will lead, having conquered the 15-man difficulty thrice. Such calls echoed endlessly, making me feel as though I had returned to an era where the mightiest gathered, undeterred by challenges, solely for the joy of the game. We are an internal guild group, and there is no longer a need to call out for members. However, this has diminished some of the joy we once experienced during our initial assembly. Let us proceed. I issued a subtle command, and our appearance momentarily halted the proceedings. The reason being the guild name emblazoned above us. 3 realms, a testament to our identity. While I refrained from displaying my ID, the illustrious Yao Huang sword slung across my back had become my emblem. Though not ostentatious, its unique design rendered it a singular entity within the entirety of NW. Upon our arrival, whispers erupted among the crowd. My goodness, it's people from the 3 realms. Weren't they thought to have vanished for quite some time? How have they returned? Indeed, shortly after the destruction of the Eternal Well, the 5 major guilds and the 3 realms disappeared without a trace. No one knows why. What do you know? They are on the verge of returning. The cycles of life and reincarnation have already resurfaced. How could the 3 realms continue to remain hidden? Oh, look at the one at the forefront. Is that not the Blood Azura, drunken in red dust? Yes, that is him. And beside him stands none other than the former leader of the royal family, the Ren Wang Sheng Huang, correct? Good heavens. Has the 3 realms absorbed the royal family? Listening to the murmurs, I remained remarkably composed, as did the Ren Wang Sheng Huang, who calmly revealed his ID, seemingly validating the suspicions of those who believed the 3 realms had indeed subsumed the royal family. It was common knowledge that the 3 realms were destined to rise again, reclaiming their position atop the Huaxia server. We possessed the strength. What we lacked at this moment was the momentum. Ren Wang Sheng Huang's action would undoubtedly create a significant stir within the gaming community. Although the 5 major guilds had been absent for quite some time, and the 3 realms had also lain dormant, only 2 months had passed since the cataclysmic battle, and its repercussions could not be so easily erased. Ren Wang Sheng Huang was one of the 5 major guilds, the leader of the royal family, and his visage had long been familiar to the public since he had concealed his helmet. The news of a leader from a super guild joining the 3 realms would undoubtedly yield considerable repercussions. As the discussions intensified with the revelation of Sheng Huang's ID, A few players suddenly emerged from the crowd, advancing directly towards us. My companions behind me instinctively prepared to act, but I raised my hand to halt them. For I understood their intent and recognized the necessity of their presence at that moment. Hello, Mr. Blood Azura, drunken in red dust. We are reporters from NW's premier news agency, and we would like to request an interview with you. The speaker was a young woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19, with a melodious voice and a strikingly attractive appearance. I immediately turned to face her and replied, "Sure. What would you like to ask?" Upon hearing my response, the girl beamed with joy, offering me a gentle bow that exuded both respect and an effortless charm, instantly enhancing my fondness for her. She gestured with a thumbs up towards several other players not far behind her, before turning back to me to inquire, "Hello, my name is Xiaohan. I wish to represent all players from Huaxia to ask, is the Sanjia Guild planning to make a comeback?" Indeed, Sanjia shall once again ascend to the pinnacle of the Huaxia server. Excellent. The prowess demonstrated by Sanjia during the battle at the Eternal Well has convinced me that what Mr. Hongchen stated will undoubtedly come to fruition. However, may I ask why? Shortly after the conclusion of the war, the 5 major super guilds vanished alongside Sanjia. Furthermore, if my information is correct, only Sanjia, Yixing Luanhui, and Zhuanshi remain, while the whereabouts of the other guilds remain unknown. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Renwang Shenghuang beside me. Indeed, we have all gone silent for a while. Yet the reasons for our silence cannot be disclosed at this moment. This is directly related to the disappearance of several other major guilds. I am certain your news agency is aware of the alliance we previously formed. After the disappearance of those guilds, we have been investigating this matter, which has led to our prolonged silence. To date, there is no definitive answer, but rest assured, we shall continue our inquiries. By the way, there is another matter. The royal clan has been disbanded, and Renwang Shenghuang has joined Sanjia. As expected, there must be suspicions among the players regarding the disappearance of the major guilds. Now, one of the parties involved has provided an initial explanation. Mr. Hongchun, to speak candidly, since the battle at the Eternal Well, many have become your fans, myself included. Thus, I believe all players are eager to uncover the truth at any time. Rest assured, my friends, I shall persist in my investigation and provide everyone with an explanation. With that, I intended to depart, but unexpectedly, Xiaohan grasped my arm. Whether it was my strength or the abruptness of my turn, I inadvertently pulled her into my embrace, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent, only to be followed by a cacophony of voices. Ah, what have I just witnessed? Good heavens! Isn't Blood Azura already in a relationship? Yes, indeed. I still have that picture saved. Blood Azura's gentle tomb. How curious. Why haven't we seen that astonishing healer? Luo Hua this time? Luo Hua? Is she Blood Azura's girlfriend? She's quite formidable, isn't she? Indeed. She is a beacon for us female players. While not an unparalleled beauty, her poise and strength are exceptionally remarkable. Why is she absent this time? Hey, Blood Azura, where have you hidden the goddess Luo Hua? As the conversation meandered, it inevitably drifted towards Luo Hua. A wave of helplessness surged within me. The sadness reflected in my eyes gradually silenced the crowd, and they ceased their discussions. After what felt like 3 interminable minutes, I finally responded to the inquiry posed by the female player about Luo Hua, who, like those before her, had also vanished. Once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. No one wished to inflict pain upon this man, lost in his sorrow and despair. It is often said that men are creatures quick to forget, yet little do they know that when a man truly invests his heart, it leaves an indelible mark, a memory that endures until death. The journalist, Xiaohan, gazed at my weathered face, seemingly forgetting to depart from my embrace, staring at me vacantly. In that moment, I too lost the impulse to push her away. This tableau lingered for perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, until Xiaohan eventually snapped back to reality and extricated herself from my hold. I glanced at Xiaohan, offering a slight bow and apologizing. To my surprise, he sent me a friend request and, in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, inquired if he could add me as a friend. How could I possibly refuse? How could I claim that I have merely taken advantage of someone? Little Han is indeed quite lovely, and her radiant and poised demeanor is exceptionally captivating. I believe a girl of such charm is simply irresistible to anyone. Furthermore, it is merely a matter of adding a friend. It is not anything more. I said nothing, merely nodded subtly in acceptance. Instantly, Xiaohan's face lit up with joy, and to my surprise, she enveloped me in an embrace. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, both men and women marveling at Xiaohan's audacity, realizing the boldness of her action. Xiaohan quickly released me and vanished into the crowd in a flash. I glanced at the newly added ID in my friends list and let out a soft sigh. Alas, it is all my fault for being too charming. Though the others were oblivious, the closest one, Xiao Xiao, overheard me and echoed my sigh. Alas, my brother favors others while I remain unappreciated. I abruptly halted mid-stride, nearly losing my balance and tumbling over. This young lady certainly has a knack for astonishing remarks. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, further deepening my embarrassment. The onlookers graciously parted to grant us passage, signaling our turn to commence the historical battle, a gesture of respect towards the heroes of the Eternal Well conflict. I smiled and nodded in appreciation, then led the group to the battle initiator, selecting the difficulty level for 30 participants at random. In a flash of white light, we vanished from the scene, leaving behind players who gazed in astonishment. Faintly, I caught the exclamation of one player. Goodness, they are activating the 30-person mode. But aren't there only 15 of them? I smiled faintly, then seized the opportunity to absorb the elemental forces of space and time during the transmission process. At last, today I have a bit of leisure time to write a few more chapters, in gratitude to the brothers and sisters who have steadfastly supported me. A radiant light shimmered, and 5 seconds later, my companions and I found ourselves immersed in a historical battle. I lifted my gaze and glanced around. The historical campaign, upon its introduction, is entirely random, and there is no indication of the campaign's title upon entry. In summary, everything must be discovered and deciphered by the players themselves. This mode bears a striking resemblance to certain puzzle games. We find ourselves in a tranquil little town, not far from a grand city that looms impressively on the horizon. Yet, there are no directional signs or markers to indicate our location, leaving us oblivious to the nature of the battle that might have transpired here. Just as I was enveloped in frustration, a figure emerged in the distance, racing toward us. An NPC? I muttered softly, and the others fell silent. As the silhouette drew nearer, we soon discerned his likeness, and a name materialized in our minds simultaneously. It was unmistakable, for this visage was quintessentially iconic. He was a human of the human race, slightly taller than average, with a countenance that appeared remarkably youthful, clad in resplendent, holy armor that radiated light. His flowing golden locks danced in the breeze. He bore a massive two-handed hammer upon his back, and beneath him, a magnificent steed, also adorned in sanctified armor, galloped with pride. Perched atop his noble mount, he exuded an air of confidence, his piercing gaze and elegantly arched brows lending him an undeniable charisma. Indeed, the figure before us was none other than a pivotal character from the annals of Warcraft history, Arthas. Yet, curiously, he appeared to be in his youthful days, not yet transformed into the Lich King. How peculiar. Arthas had not yet succumbed to darkness. Was he not meant to be accompanied by a throng of followers? Why was he alone? Could it be? A remark from Dialga stirred my thoughts, suggesting that this was indeed the case. Everyone, brace yourselves. Prepare to bestow the Oscar for Best Actor upon him. As Arthas approached us, a solemn expression graced each of our faces, for his appearance was strikingly authentic. Prince, please halt. We have come to follow you. Kindly take us along to Stratholme. Upon hearing my voice, Arthas reined in his steed, halting his advance, and turned to regard me with a furrowed brow. Who are you? How do you know I am bound for Stratholme? I offered a serene smile, for I had long since prepared this dialogue. Uttering it now felt remarkably effortless. Your Highness, the means by which we acquired this knowledge is of little consequence. What matters is that we are aware of your intent to journey to Stratholme to halt the spread of the undead plague. We are eager to accompany you. Arthas chuckled softly. Oh? Are you aware that I embark on this mission with a resolute acceptance of my own demise? The perils that await are formidable, and it is possible that I may never return. Are you truly determined to join me? And thus, the task was upon us. My predictions had proven accurate. The forthcoming battle would indeed be the renowned contest of slaughter between Arthas and the Dreadlord in the city of Stratholme. I immediately replied with a resounding affirmation. We are willing to embark on this journey. For this mission, we have made thorough preparations and have long since set aside our fears of life and death. I beseech His Highness the Prince to allow us to accompany him. Prince Arthas laughed heartily, declaring us to be visionary heroes. I could only continue to extol him from the sidelines, saying, No, Your Highness, you are the true hero. We are merely the soldiers clearing the path for you. Arthas, in his proud demeanor, accepted my flattery without a hint of hesitation. We find ourselves in close proximity to Stratholme, with Arthas dismounting to join us on foot. In his hands, the dual-handed hammer has mysteriously appeared, bestowing upon us a rather rare buff among players, Blessing of Kings. This skill, a boon from the Paladin class, enhances the attributes of all allied players within its vicinity by 5 points in agility, intellect, and strength. As is customary with NPCs, the effects of their skills tend to be amplified, and this time, the Blessing of Kings has doubled in potency, elevating the attributes by 10 instead. One must not underestimate this enhancement, for it is substantial. As previously noted, the benefits are magnified for those equipped with superior gear. The higher the overall attributes, the greater the augmentation. After all, this is a percentage-based boost. Upon the activation of Blessing of Kings, I distinctly felt an infusion of strength coursing through me. I turned to the others and urged them to focus on buffing, reminding them that even with our 15 against 30, we must exercise caution, especially as our gear remains a mismatched assortment of blue and green items. Everyone nodded in understanding, and I raised my hand to unleash the collective buff skill, Arcane Brilliance. Arcane Brilliance infuses all allied targets with the energy of wisdom, increasing spell power by 10 and critical strike chance by 5. Yet before anyone could respond, Vadal's buff materialized as well, Power Word, Fortitude. In the classic World of Warcraft, this was known as Power Word, Stamina, but over time, everyone simply referred to it as Fortitude when calling for a priest to cast it. Unexpectedly, NW has altered the skill's name, yet the effect remains unchanged. Power Word, Fortitude, infuses all allied targets with the vitality of life, enhancing health by 10. With 3 buffs now bestowed upon us, I did not hesitate to raise my head and let out a fierce roar, with my battle cry echoing. A radiant glow enveloped us once more, marking the activation of my own buff, Battle Shout. Battle Shout instills boundless fighting spirit in all allied targets, increasing attack power by 10. 4. To think we are simultaneously benefiting from 4 distinct buffs. Such a formidable number. It is worth noting that the entire Huaxia server likely possesses fewer than 20 buff skills. Yet here we are, a mere 15-member team, enjoying the effects of 4 concurrent buffs that do not conflict with one another. It seems the heavens themselves wish for us to triumph in this historical battle. As all the buffs materialize, Arthas bursts into laughter, as if he can already envision his victorious stance. Yet, we are all acutely aware that this is far from an ideal outcome. Our mission this time is not to alter the course of history, but rather to acquiesce to its unfolding, assisting Arthas in his deadly competition. Despite the myriad of reluctances that plague our hearts, this remains an obligation we must fulfill. We followed in the footsteps of Arthas as we entered the once thriving town of Stratholme, a place that was home to countless human inhabitants. Fortified by a robust urban defense system, vigilant cavalry and infantry patrols, magical defense towers, and even protective barriers and myriad arrays. Yet, it fell victim to the insipid and relentless scourge of the undead plague. This is a harrowing chapter of history as the plague infiltrated the city from its outskirts. Spreading rapidly, those afflicted began to decay, and upon death or being slain, their corpses would rise again, becoming minions of the scourge, a faction of pure undead serving the Burning Legion. Their sinister objective was to dismantle our defenses from within Azeroth. For each life we lost, they gained another. In this relentless cycle, the world of Azeroth faced certain destruction. Arthas, impatient with the human mage's research endeavors, chose to storm Stratholme, seeking to eradicate the plague at its source. His solution was simple yet brutal: to kill. Indeed, to kill. As a paladin, Arthas understood that the only way to prevent these infected souls from rising as part of the undead army was to wield the power of the light to vanquish them, allowing the light to purge the plague's taint from their very being. However, upon the infusion of the holy light into his being, a violent collision with the plague virus ensues, a torment that no soul in this realm could possibly endure. In Arthas's mind, the thought crystallized: since death is inevitable, let us minimize the suffering. Thus, he chose to mercifully slay these unfortunate patients. Yet, as often is the case, events unfolded contrary to his intentions. The Burning Legion dispatched the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis to assist the Scourge, and he too began to eliminate these wretched souls, possessing immense dark and malevolent magical powers. Those he killed would rise again as even more ferocious undead minions. Arthas was compelled to hasten his pace of killing, scarcely finding the time to explain to these soon-to-perish individuals, and so commenced a gruesome contest of slaughter between the two. Ultimately, Arthas emerged victorious. Yet in his triumph, he also faced defeat. Mal'Ganis remained unvanquished, for at that moment, Arthas lacked the capacity to extinguish his life. It seemed as though everything was a trap, a cog in some grand scheme. Nevertheless, the impetuous Arthas resolved without hesitation to journey to the far north, to the snow-laden continent of Northrend, in search of the fabled sword Frostmourne, intending to harness its power to vanquish Mal'Ganis. The tale extends beyond these boundaries, but at present, we are confronted with a deadly contest between one man and one demon. Regardless of our reluctance, we must aid Arthas in securing victory in this grim competition. Arthas gazed upon the afflicted before him, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow, yet he spoke with a calm demeanor. Let us proceed, my friends, we must end their suffering. The military parade commenced. Let us extend our most heartfelt gratitude to the warriors from various nations, and to all the heroes who sacrificed everything in the anti-fascist struggle. They have bestowed upon us peace. What manner of world would we inhabit without them? I dare not imagine. Thank you. Thank you to all who have dedicated themselves to the cause of world peace. Quietly, I confess, a soldier's dream has always resided within my heart. In response to Arthas's words, I fell into silence, as did those behind me. The scene before us was utterly harrowing. The afflicted, with flesh falling away, beheld Arthas's arrival, their excitement palpable. Oh, it is the prince. The prince has come to save us. Your Highness, what has befallen us? Your Highness, what has happened? Why have we become like this? Such were the inquiries that filled the air, their eyes sparkling with a light named hope. Yet, Arthas's subsequent words cast a pall of silence over the crowd. Tears welled in his eyes as he uttered, "My friends, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I cannot save you. If you perish in this manner, you shall become wraiths." His voice trembled, for he was merely a youth of 17 or 18. Despite possessing an indomitable spirit, he could not casually extinguish the lives of an entire town without being affected. These were his people. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd around him. They understood. In truth, they had always known, yet they clung to hope, yearning for their king, the king of humanity, to discover a remedy for the plague that afflicted them. The one they longed for had arrived, though not their king, but nonetheless a figure they revered deeply, His Royal Highness, Prince Arthas. Alas, their hopes were dashed as he informed them of their despair. Some wept. With the first cry, tears cascaded down every face. They were engulfed in sorrow and helplessness, longing for survival. Yet, the harshness of reality was undeniable. They had lost all hope. Suddenly, a robust figure sprang to his feet and dashed into his home, a blacksmith's forge. Moments later, he emerged, wielding a colossal two-handed sword. I initially believed he would confront Arthas, fighting for his very existence. However, his actions left me speechless, my eyes wide in astonishment. Indeed, he knelt before Prince Arthas, elevating the massive sword with trembling hands, yet his voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Your Highness, please, take my life with this sword. I do not wish to die, but I dread becoming one of those loathsome wraiths. Arthas's eyes grew increasingly red-rimmed. As a prince, he was not meant to weep. Yet how could he remain unmoved by such a scene? His people, his most loyal subjects, were imploring him to end their lives. Yes, everyone desired to live. Yet they held on to their pride. They were unwilling to become the malevolent undead legions that ravaged humanity, and even less inclined to turn their wrath upon their own kin. Ultimately, Arthas could no longer contain himself. He raised his gaze, tears cascading down his cheeks. The blacksmith knelt, followed by the townsfolk, each one dropping to one knee before Arthas. They understood, they comprehended, they realized that their prince did not wish for their demise, yet they were destined to perish. In the end, Arthas accepted the colossal sword from the blacksmith's hands, suppressing the overwhelming sorrow within him, and raised it high, bringing it down. A radiant golden light burst forth with his motion, and the blacksmith fell. Yet, in his final moment, he did not utter a single cry. As his body succumbed, the flicker in his eyes was one of liberation. Soon after, another approached Arthas and knelt before him. Your Highness, my life is of no consequence, but you must avenge us. Arthas remained silent, tears still streaming down his face, and with a swift motion, he struck down the valiant captain of the guard who had defended the city of Stratholme for over 30 years. As he fell, the light of the divine illuminated his eyes, filled with hatred. Oh, brother, please help them. They are so pitiful. Little Xiao could no longer hold back her tears. Even as a leader accustomed to the cycle of life and death, She was deeply moved by the scene before her. I helplessly shook my head, fully aware that this was all a fabrication, merely a narrative of the game. Yet, the entire scene felt astonishingly real. I could not perceive even the slightest hint of artifice. I felt utterly powerless. I find myself utterly powerless. What can I possibly do? Should I take the place of Arthas and slay these wretched souls? No, though I possess unparalleled power as the dragon god, I am unable to eradicate the plague of the undead afflicting these pitiful beings. Arthas moves with increasing swiftness, and one by one, those kneeling beside him collapse. Ha 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 ha, Arthas, you have indeed arrived. If you intend to kill, then do so. Let me witness whether you are swifter in death than I am from the void. An eerie and terrifying voice echoed, compelling me to utter his name. Mal'Ganis. Arthas lifted his gaze to the blood-stained sky, the slight redness in his eyes swiftly igniting into a furious blaze. Mal'Ganis, I shall see you dead. I shall see you dead. Upon hearing that voice, steeped in unbearable sorrow, wrath, and hatred, I could no longer restrain myself. Your Highness, let us confront him. You continue with your duties. Damn the burning legion. These beasts, they are but data in death, mere illusions before me. Yet I cannot remain indifferent. A torrent of uncontrollable fury surged within my eyes. These visions reminded me of all I have faced without waiting for Arthas to respond. I commanded those behind me, who had lost their will, to follow me. I can no longer bear to witness these scenes. They are too brutal. The crowd, already consumed by rage, surged forward at my command, their voices raised in fury. Yet, contrary to our expectations, what began as a duel between two has now escalated with the inclusion of our 15 members. On the opposing side, Mal'Ganis has also summoned reinforcements, not the undead, but a formidable army of demons and the undead united. A multitude of cavern spiders, ghouls, imps, annihilation sentinels, and hellhounds poured forth from the city gates nearby. The sky was darkened by the flocks of gargoyles swooping in from all directions. Fortunately, at this moment, the burning legion and the scourge had yet to decimate the dragon kin. The terrifying frost dragons had not yet emerged in droves. Otherwise, victory would have been utterly unattainable for us. I turned to Arthas and shouted, Arthas, go and fulfill your duty. Leave this to us. Arthas hesitated for a moment, yet did not linger. He turned and departed, continuing down a different path, relentlessly slaughtering his own people. There are 15 of us, while our adversaries number at least 150,000 demons, which implies that each of us must vanquish 10,000 foes. Yet, fueled by an overwhelming fury, we exhibit no hesitation whatsoever. We seize our weapons and establish an unwavering defense. Our hearts are united by a singular conviction. These demons must not impede the march of Arcesis. As I gaze upon the relentless tide of demons and the undead before us, I roar, brothers, stand with me. Let us slay them. The chorus of my comrades responds, echoing their own wrath. The first demon breaches our ranks, and in an instant, the air is pierced by the sound of 3 swift arrows. Xiao Xiao has made her move, targeting the forehead. Again, the forehead. Once more, the forehead. 3 arrows find their mark, embedding themselves into the brows of 3 demons, each a critical strike that sends them crashing to the ground. Xiao Xiao's 3 lethal arrows serve as the clarion call to battle. Instantly, the vast swarm of demons engages us in fierce combat. Dragon's countenance, red dragon form, twin-handed greatsword, Gale's divine might, dragon flash. In an instant, I activated my maximum damage mode, quickly unleashing Dragon Flash and plunging deep into the enemy ranks, while behind me, Major Han's furious roar echoed. Reverse scale counterattack, shield strike triple hit, Dragon Might, frenzied Dragon Slash. With a relentless barrage of attacks, I entered my most formidable offensive mode, empowered by the divine winds. Each strike I delivered extinguished a demon's life. They were pitiable, indeed, but more so, they were detestable. I harbored not a shred of mercy. As the unending frenzied dragon slashes rained down upon them, each one devoid of cost, and the terrifying lethality ensured that not a single demon could withstand my onslaught long enough to face a second blow. The long-unused Dragon Might, a skill that combined area slowing with additional damage, was finally unleashed from its cooldown. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Demons appeared before my eyes, one after another, and the scene descended into pandemonium. I scarcely had time to count how many demons and undead emerged, nor how many fell beneath my blade. Suddenly, a spark ignited within me, and I shouted, Major, I will move ahead to block. You all hold your ground. The major responded with a resounding acknowledgement, and with a dragon flash, I vacated my position, allowing my comrades to surge forward. The major took my place. And with a consecration, brilliant golden holy light emanated, momentarily halting the advance of demons and undead. Though both demons and undead trembled in fear of the holy light's power, their sheer numbers rendered a single consecration insufficient to impede their relentless march. Waves of demons and undead surged forth, each one disregarding the concept of life and death. For when individual combat prowess was lacking, they came in hordes. If they could not win, they would bury their foes. This was the mentality of the demonic and undead army. In an instant, the spells of 4 mages rained down, fiery red, icy blue, and arcane purple, targeting the approaching demons and undead, accompanied by a barrage of arrows. Every 2 or 3 arrows found their mark in a demon's forehead, resulting in instant kills. This was no mere fluke of accuracy. The sheer number of demons was overwhelming, making targeting their foreheads akin to using anti-aircraft guns to swat mosquitoes. Yet, even under such circumstances, the arrows still managed to slay a demon with every few shots, leaving the fellow hunter beside me, drenched in cold sweat, utterly flabbergasted. His output capability was among the finest, yet he was wholly eclipsed by the little girl, akin to a fortress cannon, standing as a formidable artillery piece. I vacated the position of the tank, recognizing that the major, being a melee class, lacked the mobility skills akin to Dragon Flash. Faced with an overwhelming tide of foes, he was unable to retain the enmity of all the monsters, resulting in several slipping past to assault the fragile backline. In that critical moment, Brother Dew decisively brandished his shield and assumed a defensive stance, effectively taking on the role of an off-tank. Our damage output was undoubtedly sufficient. The absence of one melee damage dealer was hardly consequential. However, his assumption of the off-tank role, intercepting every stray enemy, proved to be of far greater significance. As a Fury warrior, he wielded a 2-handed weapon with one hand, reminiscent of my prior state, balancing a shield in one hand and a 2-handed axe in the other. While his defense could not rival mine as a traditional protection warrior, his armored form still offered considerable resilience. The ever-replenishing healing from Yo Xiaohua kept him sustained, while Zhang Nanhai assisted him and the major by managing cooldowns for their shields. For a time, the two sides found themselves evenly matched. The combined forces of demons and undead could not breach our defenses, yet they too were unable to advance their front lines. I have just conceived a strategy, and I assure you it is not merely an exploit. In the current iteration of NW, discovering exploitable bugs is exceedingly rare. However, my proposed method is no less ingenious than exploiting a bug. It is pertinent to note that in the original World of Warcraft, there was no unit collision volume, allowing multiple players to occupy the same space. Conversely, in the present NW, every entity possesses its own volume, making overlap impossible. This implies that if I obstruct a modest doorway, the number of adversaries I confront will be significantly diminished. The sheer number of monsters that have emerged is overwhelming. Although each one is easily dispatched, the prolonged engagement is exhausting. Fortuitously, Stratholme is a city replete with numerous inner gates, none of which are particularly large. One such small gate stands at the forefront of the onslaught of monsters. My objective is to seize control of this location with my capabilities. I can undoubtedly establish a steadfast position, entirely preventing the monsters from advancing, thereby eradicating them completely. Dragon Flash, Dragon Flash, Dragon Flash. I lost count of how many times I executed Dragon Flash, but eventually, I beheld the city gate. However, Dragon Flash is hindered by a cooldown period of 10 seconds. And the sheer number of monsters before me renders any advance impossible. The sole recourse is to utilize Dragon Flash repeatedly. With each 10-second interval, I can dispatch numerous monsters. Pushing forward relentlessly. Before long, I found myself standing before the gate. As I had anticipated, all the demons emerged through this portal. For the time being, I chose not to contemplate how far they extend beyond this point. My immediate concern was to secure this position, ensuring that the legions of demons and undead could not disturb Arthas. Upon reviewing the quest log, I noted that Arthas had already slain nearly 800 civilians, while the fearsome demon lord, Mal'Ganis, had claimed over 600 lives. It is reasonable to assume that the resurrected monsters will join our ranks. If so, it would be fortuitous, for Mal'Ganis would stand no chance against Arthas. As long as Arthas prevails, our mission shall be accomplished. The gargoyles in the sky made only a single appearance, which bolstered my confidence in executing this blockade. Had the number of gargoyles been as formidable as that of the ground units, this task would have compelled us to follow Arthas indefinitely. An unending onslaught of gargoyles would undoubtedly impede Arthas's progress, ultimately leading to Mal'Gannis's victory. I find myself ensnared within that small city gate. And since my arrival here, no malevolent entity has managed to pass by. My ceaseless and inexhaustible state renders me invincible in group battles. As soon as an adversary falls to my frenzied dragon slash, it establishes an unrelenting rhythm of swift eliminations. In one-on-one confrontations, my prowess may not be as formidable. While the frenzied dragon slash inflicts considerable damage, it also demands a substantial amount of dragon fury. To maximize the usage of this high-damage technique, I must forego any other skills that consume dragon fury. Consequently, my overall damage output may not significantly surpass that of standard attacks. Currently, my elevated damage does not solely stem from my skills. Rather, it is primarily due to two factors. Firstly, my doubled attribute points, and secondly, the attributes conferred by the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield. I possess an abundance of freedom points, a total of 800 at level 100, with 8 points allocated per level. With a 3:1 ratio applied to strength, I have augmented my strength by an impressive 600 points through these free points alone. In contrast, others, even those who invest all 4 points into strength, only manage to accumulate a mere 400 points. Take, for instance, the player known as Jiao Gu, who, as a fury warrior, boasts exceptional skill. For him, health points are of little consequence. My decision to adopt a 3:1 ratio for strength and stamina stems from my previous experience as a tank class, where the demand for armor is substantial. Yet health must not be underestimated. While high armor can mitigate damage, it is unfortunate that the armor penetration attribute in NW is calculated as a percentage. For example, if a certain boss possesses an armor penetration value of 100, having 10 billion in armor becomes effectively meaningless in its presence. Thus, for tank classes, the emphasis during the early leveling process is on armor value. However, upon reaching level 100, the focus inevitably shifts towards health points. Currently, I find myself ensconced within the city gates, confronted by no more than 5 formidable demons, while the number of the undead, albeit smaller in stature, does not exceed 12. The situation is quite manageable, and with some leisure time at hand, I perused my attributes for further insight. Name, Drunken Red Dust class, Dragon Warrior level, 100 primary attributes, Strength, 2320, Agility, 100, Intelligence, 100, Spirit, 100, Endurance, 1445. Secondary attributes, 300 all-around, 60 attack strength and armor value, health points, for 3450 with an additional 8690 blessing after blood element enhancement. Total health, 208560, Dragon Fury cap, 100 attack strength, 2420 with an additional 484 blessing, weapon damage, 1500, after gold element enhancement, total attack strength, 8808, armor value, 14780, mitigating 147, 8 damage from monsters of the same level, with an additional 2956 blessing, after gold element enhancement, total armor, 35472, mitigating 354, 72 damage, critical hit rate, 10, with an additional 2 blessing, 50 Radiant Emperor Sword Shield, critical damage, 300 Elemental Mastery, time, Mist level grants a 10 chance to induce a 0.5-second pause upon attack. Space, Mist level currently no effect. Fire, Frost level the wielder can harness the power of flames, with a 10 chance to trigger a burning effect, inflicting an additional 50 damage over 10 seconds and enhancing fire resistance by 15 points. Gold, Frost level the wielder can amplify weapon damage and armor defense using the gold element, yielding double effects and increasing gold resistance by 15 points. Blood, Cloud transformation level quadruples vitality and grants 5 lifesteal on attacks. Resistances, Fire, 15 points, reducing fire damage received by 15. Gold, 15 points, reducing damage received from gold-based attacks by 15. Acquired skills, Dragon's Blessing, passive skill doubles the acquisition of free attribute points upon level up, increasing inherent data by 20. Divine Dragon Domain, suppresses all enemy units within a 100-meter radius centered on the player, reducing all attributes by 50, while the user receives a doubling effect on all attributes, lasting until the domain dissipates. with a duration of 3 hours and a cooldown of 7 days. Furious Wind Divine Power. Passive effect permanently increases attack strength and speed by 100. Active effect increases attack strength and speed by 300 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Dragon's Fury consumes 30 Dragon Rage to unleash a powerful strike on the target, dealing 150 damage and generating significant threat. This skill does not count towards global cooldowns. Dragon's Mastery, passive skill, enabling the use of any weapon with one hand. Reverse Scale Counterattack, cooldown of 6 seconds, instantly strikes one primary enemy and 2 additional foes, dealing double damage to the primary target and standard damage to secondary targets, generating 20 Dragon Rage. Each successful dodge, parry, or block reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds. Dragon Flash, casting range of 2 to 15 meters, instantly teleports before the target creature, inflicting 2 seconds of stun, generating 10 rage points. The target must be an enemy. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Dragon Aspect, choose to activate the current form. Black Dragon Form, reduces all damage taken by 30. Blue Dragon Form, normal attacks generate double Dragon Rage. Red Dragon Form, forfeits all damage reduction properties, increasing damage output by 20 and lifesteal by 5. Dragon Might, consumes 10 Dragon Rage to inflict 100 attack strength damage on all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius, reducing their movement speed by 60 for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 5 seconds. Berserker's Dragon Slash, choose to expend Dragon Rage. Each point spent inflicts an additional 50 attack strength damage, along with a fixed damage equal to 10 times the player's current level, generating substantial threat. If the Berserker's Slash kills an enemy, it instantly provides the maximum Dragon Rage cap of 100, allowing skills to be unleashed without cost or cooldown for 3 seconds. Shield Strike utilizes a shield to strike enemies consecutively 3 times, each dealing double attack strength damage and generating considerable threat. Each hit grants 10 Dragon Rage and can target 1 to 3 different foes, calculating damage for each strike. If a critical hit occurs, an additional attack can be made on any target, cooldown of 5 seconds. Equipment. Wild Bear's Might Helm, green quality 100 strength, 80 stamina. 170 armor. Yindala's Enchanted Armor, blue quality 140 strength, 100 stamina, 390 armor, 40 all attributes. Radiant Plate Pauldrons, blue quality 80 strength, 50 stamina, 230 armor, 15 all attributes. Wild Bear's Might Bracers, green quality 60 strength, 30 stamina, 150 armor. Merry Gloves, blue quality 80 strength, 45 stamina, 220 armor, 30 all attributes. Wind Hunter's Boots, blue quality 90 strength, 40 stamina, 10 movement speed, 180 armor, 15 all attributes. Demonbane Belt, green quality 60 strength, 30 stamina, 140 armor. Burrowing Wormscale Leggings, green quality 70 strength, 50 stamina, 200 armor, total 680 strength, 425 stamina, 1680 armor, 100 all attributes. 10 movement speed. Berserker's Ring, Dragon Form, increases strength by 40, stamina by 20, set bonus. Damage increases by 20 within 5 seconds after using a skill. Black Heaven's Reverse Scale, purple quality once belonging to the legendary Dragon Warrior of the Dragon Clan, the Reverse Scale of Black Heaven, a dragon's reverse scale. Touch it and meet your demise. After the demise of the Black Sky, the Reverse Scale was reclaimed by the Dragon Clan for safekeeping. During a subsequent upheaval, it was lost once more, gradually losing its former glory and transforming into a shard of black dragon scale. However, under the influence of the dragon aura emanating from the player Drunken Red Dust, it regained its once resplendent radiance. Strength quadrupled by player level for 100. Stamina quadrupled by player level for 100. Versatility doubled by player level 200. The Radiant Emperor's Sword and Shield, an incompletely evolved super artifact, enhances with player level, comprising 3 stages. Currently at the 2nd stage, weapon damage is 15 times the holder's level. Shield defense is 10 times the holder's level. Increases player strength by 5 times. Stamina by 3 times, and armor by 15 times. Permanently boosts critical hit chance by 50. Critical damage escalates to 3 times. Weapon skill 1, Vision Deprivation. Blinds the enemy for 2 seconds, unbreakable, with a 10 trigger chance, granting immunity to all blinding effects. Weapon skill 2, Suppression. All dark power wielders and malevolent beings face a 30 reduction in all attributes before this sword. Weapon Skill 3, Power Absorption. The Radiant Emperor's sword and shield can absorb all elemental forces, causing each attack to inflict substantial magical damage from the absorbed elements and significantly enhance resistance to the same elemental type. Weapon Skill 4, Experience Drain. This skill vanishes once the player reaches maximum level and the Radiant Emperor's sword is fully formed, siphoning a portion of experience points from slain monsters or players to the player and the sword and shield. Weapon Skill 5, Evolution. Experience gained from defeating players can elevate the weapon stage. Current weapon experience is 92, with each stage granting 1 sword technique and 1 shield technique. Sword Technique 1, Sword Devourer of Worlds, unleashes unparalleled sword intent. Can be directed at a single target or executed in an area. Single target execution slays enemies not exceeding the player's current level, cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. Ignores all defensive skills. Area effect causes 500 damage based on the player's current attack strength. Centered on the player within a 300-meter radius. Cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. Can be mitigated by defensive skills. Cooldown of 24 hours. Shield Technique 1, Magic Shield. Activates an infinitely sustaining magical barrier, shattering upon exceeding damage absorption. Absorbing up to 100 of the player's current maximum health. Cooldown of 5 minutes. Enchantments, none. Special item, Endless Fruit Basket, a food type item. Each use produces a fruit. Restoring 20 of health and mana per second for 30 seconds, usable only outside of combat. Observing my robust health of 200, 000 and damage mitigation of 350. I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me. In truth, I could simply stand there and let these monsters strike me without losing health. Yet, what perplexed me was that the Radiant Emperor's sword and shield had reached the second stage, but the second sword and shield techniques had yet to manifest. The Radiant Emperor explained that the time had not yet come, and they would automatically appear when I was pushed to a certain limit. Undoubtedly, apart from my weapons and accessories, I am clad entirely in eco-friendly gear. I have not replaced my ring, for the effect of this set is exceedingly powerful. I am in search of equipment that bestows comprehensive attributes. Currently, I have achieved a total of 60 in offensive strength and armor enhancement. The armor provided by these eco-friendly items is woefully inadequate. However, with the fortification and other aspects, I am merely 220 points shy of reaching the cap. For an average player, 15,000 armor equates to a damage reduction of 150. Monsters must possess an armor penetration exceeding 30 to breach my defenses. Yet, even with my maximum armor, the enhancement from the gold element doubles my defenses, complemented by an additional 20 from the Blessing of the Dragon, bringing my total to 330. Moreover, with the 60 bonus from comprehensive attributes, my damage reduction astonishingly reaches 528. Monsters require at least 80 in armor penetration to compromise my defenses. Only boss-level foes can achieve such a figure. Upon reflecting on my current attributes, I feel a sense of relief. At least these minor creatures pose no threat to me, with the only danger stemming from the fearsome demon lord, Mal'Ganis. The gate is narrow, leaving me uncertain of how many demons are surging forth behind it. Meanwhile, the demons retreat like a receding tide, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of the Major and his comrades. I harbor no concerns, for I trust in their prowess. Indeed, they did not disappoint me. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived, only to realize that my solitary advance was aimed at securing this location. And the disappearance of the demon horde was also due to my vigilance here. Upon our encounter, they erupted into laughter. "Ha, boss, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought you could accomplish this?" I too chuckled, realizing that this idea was a spontaneous inspiration, one that I never anticipated would be feasible. However, if this is indeed possible, we can allocate our time and personnel to seek out Mal'Ganis and disrupt his actions. The group nodded in agreement. And then Brother Jiao posed a question. "Who will guard this place?" "I shall." At that moment, the Major stepped forward. Indeed, for defeating the boss, my presence was essential. And aside from me, the Major was the only true tank available. "Very well, Major, you shall remain here to defend. We also require a healer. Who shall take on that role?" As Vado was about to step forward, he was halted by Niu Xiaohua, who explained, "Allow me to handle it. I am more suited for solo healing. As a druid, I possess significant advantages in this regard, while you, as a priest, can effortlessly synergize with the shielded group." Vado nodded in understanding, agreeing with her assessment, and thus refrained from further comments. stepping aside to allow the Major to fill the position. As the aura of holy light, which both demons and undead despised, emanated from the Major, the ferocity of their assault intensified. Yet, regrettably, the city gate was but a narrow passage. No matter how fierce their attempts, they would have to wait in line. I found it quite amusing to witness the demons and the undead, who were evidently eager to pounce upon the Major, yet were compelled to linger as if waiting for a bus. Haha, I couldn't help but chuckle. The onlookers regarded me with curious expressions, but I offered no explanation, instead speaking with a smile. Let us proceed. Let us seek the boss. The crowd responded with silence. Although we spoke of departing, our path inevitably led us through the city gate, the only route available. On the other side lay the direction of Arthas, where he would rendezvous with Mal'Ganis. Our aim was to obstruct his advance, and the mission list clearly indicated that Arthas's progress was lagging. Not long ago, it was unclear what Mal'Ganis had done, but suddenly, his rate of kills had surged, surpassing the number that Arthas had achieved. If Arthas ultimately faced defeat, regardless of whether we vanquished Mal'Ganis, the final outcome would still be deemed failure. Therefore, we must delay his progress. My comrades, let us charge forth. I shall lead the way. Keep close behind me. After reviewing the data from both sides, my brow furrowed slightly. Zhong Nanhai suddenly interjected, "Boss, rest assured. I will not contest your position in the front line." The others responded with playful exasperation. Everyone was aware that Zhong Nanhai was up to his usual antics. However, the atmosphere had undeniably lightened considerably. Enough of the frivolity. It is time to advance. With my words, I activated my Dragon Flash, soaring past the Major to confront the 3 sizable demons and 2 undead warriors rushing towards us. The Major quickly cleared the way, and behind him, the others surged forward in a frenzy. With my fierce output following closely behind, even Zhong Nanhai began to unleash his attacks after casting a shield upon me. At present, I have not activated the red dragon form. Instead, I am prudently utilizing the black dragon form. It is imperative to understand that the red dragon form would forfeit all defensive capabilities. With such a multitude of formidable foes, I cannot afford to be reckless. With my shield in my left hand and sword in my right, my damage output remains utterly terrifying. Essentially, with a fully charged Dragon Fury, a mere 2 strikes of the frenzied Dragon Slash can obliterate an adversary. While others may not exhibit my level of ferocity, they nonetheless collaborate to unleash concentrated fire, rendering the enemy utterly powerless to retaliate. As we advanced approximately 10 meters forward, we had already left behind